Chapter 2001, Sandshell. He was deep in thought when he suddenly noticed something strange appearing in the desert ahead. What is that? Lin Shen saw what seemed like a gigantic mushroom growing in the desert. Of course, it wasn't a real mushroom, but rather a mound of sand piled up like a small hill. Lin Shen couldn't shake the feeling that the sand mound was peculiar. No wind could create such a formation unless it was man-made. He let the evil dragon fly a bit higher, but within the visible range, there were no signs of humans or the Ultraburn tribe. If it wasn't piled up by humans and the Ultraburn tribe, could it have been done by those crystal warriors? Lin Shen wondered with curiosity as he rode the evil dragon closer to the mound and circled around it. To his surprise, the mound turned out not to be a pile of sand, but a sand shell glued together with a small hole leading inside. Lin Shen jumped off the back of the evil dragon, approached the hole, and shone a flashlight inside. Upon looking inside, his mouth opened wide in shock. The interior was dense with base mutation eggs the size of ostrich eggs. Most of them were green crystal-like base mutation eggs, with a few blue crystal base mutation eggs and some scattered purple crystal base mutation eggs. What excited Lin Shen even more was that after a quick scan he spotted 3 red crystal base mutation eggs among them. I've hit the jackpot. So many mutant base mutation eggs should be enough for my base mutation rate to reach 100%, Lin Shen thought ecstatically as he squeezed through the small hole. There were just too many base mutation eggs here. Lin Shen could use the mutants himself, and whatever he couldn't use could be sold by his sister. But with so many base mutation eggs, transporting them back was an issue. His backpack couldn't fit everything, and to teleport them back, he needed to be able to touch them or carry them in a bag. The bags Lin Shen had brought could at most hold a couple of hundred, and there were at least several thousand base mutation eggs here. He couldn't take them all at once. I'll take the mutants first. Lucky I came early. Pioneering always has its benefits. Lin Shen took out a large bag and started picking out the mutant eggs into it, using the flashlight to see around. This red crystal base mutation egg looked strange. Lin Shen picked up a red base mutation egg but noticed something was different about it. Lin Shen had initially found 3 red crystal base mutation eggs, all peach red in color. However, this particular one was a deeper shade of red, blood red to be exact. Now wasn't the time for close examination. Lin Shen stuffed it into his bag, then continued sorting through the other mutant base mutation eggs. After much effort, he'd collected all the visible mutant eggs, 34 blue crystal base mutation eggs, 14 purple crystal base mutation eggs, and 4 red crystal base mutation eggs. Among the 4 red crystal base mutation eggs was the dark red one. For Lin Shen, such a haul was akin to finding a treasure guarded by an evil dragon, except there were no dragons guarding this one. I am a mover, strong in the art of carrying. I shall make that large house empty and airy, Lin Shen hummed as he lay resting atop the pile of green crystal base mutation eggs. With this massive treasure, he planned to go nowhere else. He would just teleport back when the time came. Then, after a few repeated teleports, he could empty out all the base mutation eggs inside. Just think of the thousands of crystal base eggs, how much money they would fetch. This batch of crystal base eggs could make Lin Shen wealthy. But business was not really Lin Shen's forte. It would be better to leave it to his sister. After selling this batch of base mutation eggs, could I afford to buy half of Seacorn base? Would everyone then call me Lin Bancheng? In the future, I'll only eat eggs laid by hens, drink milk only from cows, bath time must have 4 bath attendants, scrubbing me down from front, back, left, and right. As Lin Shen dreamt of his future life of luxury, he suddenly heard a strange noise coming from the entrance of the hole. A shiver ran down Lin Shen's spine. He quickly turned off the flashlight, his gaze fixated nervously on the faint light at the entrance. Shit, don't tell me the one who laid these eggs has come back? Lin Shen felt somewhat nervous inside. There were so many base mutation eggs here that they definitely couldn't have been laid by just 1 or 2 crystal warriors. If it was a huge group of warriors, and he got surrounded by tens of thousands of crystal warriors, it would be doubtful whether he could escape. The combat power of the blue crystal warrior and the purple crystal warrior was still very strong, they just weren't as strong as the frost swordsman. The frost swordsman could handle 1 or 2 in a duel, but if 10 or 8 of them rushed at him, the frost swordsman would just be overwhelmed. Lin Shen's expression changed uncertainly as he pondered the consequences when suddenly he saw a figure squeeze through the entrance of the cave. Although the cave was pitch black and he couldn't see his hand in front of his face, the outline of the figure was clearly not that of a crystal warrior, but a human. Half of the person's body entered the cave entrance. Then they reached out with a flashlight and shone it inside. Lin Shen stood flush against the cave's sandy wall. The flashlight didn't sweep over him. The person, seeing so many crystal base eggs, reacted much like Lin Shen, perhaps even more exaggeratedly. Holy shit, jackpot, I've really struck it rich this time, the person exclaimed with joy, followed by a bout of wild laughter. Why are they all green crystal eggs? The person quickly noticed something off. He appeared to have some understanding of the crystal warriors, and seeing only green crystal eggs in the cave with no mutant eggs, he felt that something was wrong. He immediately turned his flashlight on and started to sweep it haphazardly around the cave. Suddenly, all the person saw was a bright light blinding him. unable to see anything, and instantly realized what was happening, immediately responding with his torch to the other light. "Who is there?" The person held the flashlight against Lin Shen with one hand and shielded his face with the other. Both of them were blinded by bright lights and couldn't see what the other looked like. "Friend, you are too late. I discovered this place first." Lin Shen also shielded his face with one hand and held his flashlight toward the other person as he spoke. This was just an instinctive action. He wore the ultraburn helmet, so others couldn't see his face anyway. Nature's bounty is for all to share. "Friend, there are so many base mutation eggs here that you can't possibly take them all yourself. Wouldn't it be wonderful to share them?" The person continued while shining his light on Lin Shen. Lin Shen understood his meaning. Most humans who entered through the Realm King cultivation device would be randomly teleported to the desert area, and it wasn't certain they could teleport back here next time. With so many base mutation eggs, one person definitely couldn't carry them all off in one go, and there was no guarantee of returning here next time, so monopolizing them was futile. His thinking wasn't bad, but Lin Shen was different. He could record coordinates and come back repeatedly, so taking them all wasn't a difficult task. Naturally, Lin Shen couldn't reveal his ability to teleport freely and instead asked, "Who are you? Give me your name before we discuss anything else." Lin Shen's intention was to say, "Reveal your identity first. If we're not enemies, we can talk." Now Lin Shen was somewhat frustrated because his own entrance wasn't broadcast, but this other person was live streaming, which inadvertently broadcasted him as well. The secret of this sand nest was definitely not safe anymore, but in the vast desert, finding this specific sand nest would also be very hard. Even for Lin Shen himself, if he had no coordinates and was dropped somewhere else in the desert, searching for this sand nest would likely be like finding a needle in a haystack. Now, Lin Shen was thinking of how to deal with this person, either make him shut up and scram, or just kill him. As long as he doesn't come back, a few teleports by Lin Shen would be enough to empty this place. Chapter 22, Ch201 Swordsman. There's no need to have met before to make acquaintance. First come, first served. You grab the lion's share, that's your luck. The rest of us just hope for a sip of the soup. If fate allows us to meet again, the bonds of friendship will remain. What do you think, brother? The person above didn't reveal their identity, simply suggesting that the two should not interfere with each other's affairs. Lin Shen felt that there was some truth to what the person said. If Lin Shen truly couldn't carry everything away, letting the other person take some wouldn't be a problem. The key point was that Lin Shen could carry them away, and he didn't know how much the other person could take. Lin Shen only brought one large bag and a few small backpacks and couldn't take much in one trip since he could come and go at any time. There was no need to carry many bags. But others might not be the same. What if the other party took a large bag and packed all the green crystal eggs to take away? That was something Lin Shen couldn't accept. Having soup is fine, but it depends on how much you drink. You can't just take the whole pot, Lin Shen said. Take as much as you can eat. That's your capability. I have no objections, the person replied. Lin Shen fell silent, and the two remained at a standstill. The person's intention was clear. It didn't matter to them how much Lin Shen took, and how much they took was none of Lin Shen's concern. Friend, it's no use standing guard. You can't take the items with you anyway. Why be so stubborn? Who knows if you can come back here next time? It's meaningless, the person outside continued to persuade. What if I said I could take everything away with me? Lin Shen pondered before adding another sentence. This time, it was the other party's turn to fall silent. The underlying assumption that the person didn't mind Lin Shen taking away the mutant eggs was because there were enough green crystal eggs here. As long as they could take away a large quantity, they could still fetch a high price. If Lin Shen took them all, that was something they couldn't accept either. Brother, I am Ch201 Swordsman. We can talk things over, the person said after a moment of silence, suddenly indicating their name. Lin Shen thought to himself, well, that's something. Soft tactics didn't work, so now it's time to throw around a big name. Too bad, I really haven't heard of that name. Ch201 Swordsman, is that supposed to be famous? Ah, is this person Ch201 Swordsman, for real? Oh my, it turns out this person is Ch201 Swordsman, I had no idea before. Haha, Ch201 Swordsman actually went to Realm King Planet. That guy down there must be dumbfounded now. Ch201 Swordsman tried to negotiate nicely just now, and now he must be full of regret. This is getting interesting. I genuinely like to see what that kid's expression is right now. Lin Shen did not recognize Ch201 Swordsman, but among the spectators from the home planet there were many who did, and they began to get excited. Unfortunately, both were shining strong lights at each other, and the image was just a halo of light, so it was impossible to see what the person behind the flashlight looked like. However, once the name Ch201 Swordsman was mentioned, most believed that the person below was in trouble. Although the reputation of Ch201 Swordsman wasn't as resounding or legendary as that of Bai Shenfei or Ouyang Yudu, in certain circles, Ch201 Swordsman was still a synonym for strength. As a nomadic mutator with no identity or background, Ch201 Swordsman had traveled to many places and left behind many stories that dazzled for a time. The event people relished most was when Ch201 Swordsman, for the sake of a woman, single-handedly challenged a base with his sword alone. Even though it wasn't a super base, it was still overseen by an ascender. In front of that ascender, Ch201 Swordsman destroyed the base's family, and the ascender was injured, passing away shortly after due to the old wounds. Those who knew of this incident held Ximen's swordsman in no less esteem than Ouyang Yudu, and some even respected him more. After all, behind Ouyang Yudu stood the entire Ouyang family and God's love base, whereas the Ximen swordsman came from humble beginnings. Reaching such heights was truly difficult for him. Ximen's swordsman had also been to Tiancheng, where he helped the Wei family hold their position for 4 years, during which he experienced countless monster waves, big and small. Whether in achievements or experiences, Ximen's swordsman could be considered the pinnacle of human mutators. However, it was said that Ximen's swordsman was capricious and had a very strange character. Just by looking at how he exterminated a base family with an ascender over a woman, one could tell how ruthless he was. From the perspective of the spectators, the fact that Ximen's swordsman was so easy to talk to at the beginning was already giving the man enough face. But that man was too ignorant, and now that Ximen's swordsman had announced his name, it was natural that he wouldn't settle for just half anymore. Nice name, I'll remember it. If there's nothing else, please leave. Lin Shen wasn't going to put up with these antics. As this statement was made, onlookers began to show odd expressions. This was Ximen's swordsman, who had dueled with an ascender, and although he hadn't killed the ascender at that time, the ascender indeed died because of the fight with him. Such a figure, and yet the person below seemed as if he had never heard of him, still so arrogant. This was simply a slap in the face of Ximen's swordsman. Haha, Ximen's swordsman must be dumbfounded right now. This brother is truly awesome. Even the top geniuses of the super clans wouldn't dare to speak to Ximen's swordsman like this. It's over. Just now, he might have been able to take a portion of the base mutation eggs, but now, not to mention taking the eggs, it's even questionable if he can save his own life. Brother, do you really not know what kind of ruthless man this Ximen swordsman is? Someone this tough must have some confidence. Maybe he's from one of the super families. What if he is from a super family? Ximen's swordsman has taught lessons to those clan geniuses before. Ximen's swordsman indeed felt a bit baffled. In recent years, he really hadn't encountered a mutator who didn't give him face like this. Since brother is so stubborn, then we can only adhere to the rules of the martial world, Ximen's swordsman sighed. What martial world rules? Lin Shen asked. The one with the bigger fist is the one who's right, Ximen's swordsman replied. If you had just said so earlier, why the pretense and waste words? If you are capable, come down and take them, Lin Shen said with mockery. You make a fair point. Here I come, Ximen's swordsman said and leapt into the pit, striding over to stand opposite Lin Shen. Brother, us fighting could damage these base mutation eggs, which benefits no one. How about this? Neither of us uses our pets. I will only strike 3 swords. If you can block my 3 strikes, I will leave today. How does that sound? Ximen's swordsman continued. Good idea, I think it's workable, Lin Shen answered. Then it's settled, I'm going to strike now, Ximen's swordsman said as he drew his sword from its sheath. His sword was very narrow, the blade only as wide as a finger, emitting a faint blue light, as if carved from sapphire. When the sword was drawn, it turned into a streak of blue lightning aiming for Lin Shen with astonishing speed. Almost at the moment of the strike, Ximen's swordsman's flashlight went out as well. What was more unexpected was that as Ximen's swordsman struck with his sword, Lin Shen's flashlight also went out at the same time. In the pitch-black sandhole, only that streak of blue lightning raced through the dark space. Chapter 23, Insidious Clang Clang, a series of chaotic sounds, explosions erupted one after another. The spectators were all stunned, many with their mouths agape, because they saw 2 figures flashing with fluorescent light fighting, and it was clear that those 2 figures were not humans but base variant creatures. Damn it, both of these guys are scum, talking about not using pets. Their words are like farts. Shit, so deceitful. Ximen's swordsman sounded so sincere earlier, I thought he really wasn't going to use pets. They must both have pet launchers, right? I didn't even hear a gunshot, all silent but deadly. What kind of pets are those? They look so powerful. The one with the sword, glowing with blue light, looks a bit like a frost warrior, but frost warriors don't have swords, do they? The other one glowing red? Couldn't it be Tiancheng's mutated crystal-based organism, Reaper's Blade? The crowd watched the 2 pets fight in the dark sand pit. Their faint light was not enough to illuminate the darkness. Lin Shen and Ximen's swordsman were both hiding in the shadows, their locations unknown. As the 2 pets fought, inevitably, the nearby green crystal-based mutation eggs were affected, and in a short time dozens had already been shattered. The Frost swordsman's combat power was already formidable, and the opponent's pet was no less inferior, evenly matched in the fight. Clang! Suddenly, at the location of the battle between the Frost Swordsman and the Reaper's Blade, a massive explosion occurred, the shockwave scattering all the nearby green crystal eggs. What just happened? Why did a collision happen there? Neither of their pets' attacks were directed at that spot, right? Didn't you see what happened? That was Ximen's swordsman and another person both trying to ambush the other's pet in the dark, and they happened to run into each other. Neither got the upper hand, and they ended up clashing directly. Damn, that's so conniving. These 2 really met their match. A duel of equals. Nonsense, it's clearly Panjinlian meeting Sudaji, one more bewitching than the other. A few people huddled together to watch the projection and were thoroughly amused. Laymen enjoy the spectacle, experts discern the strategy. Most people were just watching for fun, but those who truly understood were inwardly shocked, guessing who Zeman Swordsman's opponent could be. In such a dark environment, managing to detect the opponent's scheme while attempting an ambush, and being able to change tactics in time for a direct confrontation without falling at a disadvantage, Zeman Swordsman's opponent was somewhat strong. Lin Shen, hidden in darkness, was also somewhat surprised. He had just used the greed for life and fear of death elixir, held his breath, and quietly approached the battlefield, originally planning to launch a sneak attack. Unexpectedly, he discovered that the other party had the same idea. He was the first to detect Zeman Swordsman. As Zeman Swordsman drew his sword to ambush the Frost Swordsman, Lin Shen immediately pulled out his gun and shot the mutated black armored centipede at Zeman Swordsman. To his surprise, Zeman Swordsman reacted so quickly that he changed the direction of his sword mid-strike, knocking the mutated black armored centipede aside. Taka. Such reactions and abilities were indeed frightening. The Zeman Swordsman was also drenched in cold sweat. He had not heard Lin Shen approaching, not even the sound of his heartbeat. The sudden appearance of the mutated black armored centipede flying towards him like a dark shadow had scared him enough to break out in a cold sweat. He hadn't seen clearly what had flown towards him, and only by desperately changing his moves was he able to send the mutated black armored centipede flying away. Even now, he didn't know what he had managed to hit. This person is tricky. The Zeman Swordsman dared not act rashly or even move from his spot, fearing that he might reveal a weakness. He had no idea when the other party would appear or where, and he didn't dare to turn on his flashlight either. Turning on the flashlight now would reveal his position to the opponent. Who knew what kind of underhanded tactics were waiting for him next? The Zeman Swordsman dared not move, and neither did Lin Shen. The two were once again at a stalemate. Only the sound of the Reaper's blade and Frost Swordsman clashing echoed inside the sand pit, with sonic booms and shockwaves constantly shaking the pit, causing sand to keep falling from above. The green crystal eggs were rolling everywhere, many of which were already damaged. "Brother, we can't keep this up, neither of us will benefit. How about we talk it over?" said the Zeman Swordsman, his voice fluctuating unpredictably, now to the left, now to the right, making it hard to determine where he was speaking from. "Okay, just..." Lin Shen had only uttered the word "okay" when a flicker of cold light flashed through the air, and a crystal-based dart embedded itself into the sand shell, the green crystal-based dart glowing with fluorescent light. Unfortunately, Lin Shen was not at that location. The dart had missed its target. "That's really too sneaky, almost like my Shen," Ch201 couldn't help but remark while watching the footage. "Lucky that wasn't me there just now, otherwise I would have definitely been hit," a disciple beside him remarked, clicking his tongue. "Stop dreaming. They wouldn't need a dart to kill you," Ch201 said with a disdainful glance at the disciple, his voice devoid of warmth. Sun Jian added, "There are only a few young people capable of standing against the Zeman Swordsman. Your Ouyang Yudu has gone to Tiancheng. Our goddess consort has returned to the Sea Corner base. Wei Wufu has also returned to Tiancheng, and the individual from the Wan family just went to an alien world. It's unlikely they've returned so soon." Shunjian did not include Tian in his consideration. Though Tian was powerful, he was still at alloy level, and his inherent strength was not enough to contend with a genius of the Zeman Swordsman's caliber. He used a pet launcher earlier. His true strength is probably slightly less than that of the Zeman Swordsman, not one of the top few, but likely a bit weaker, Ouyang Zhuomiao speculated. "That's harder to guess then. Below that level, there are many. Each of the major clans has a few talented individuals worth bringing out. There are also quite a few cultivating in secret," Junjian pondered aloud. "There's no need to guess. Regardless of who it is, going against the Zeman Swordsman will get them nowhere. After the defeat, we will naturally find out who he is." Ouyang Zhuomiao was clearly more optimistic about the Zeman Swordsman. "That's true," Zunjian agreed with Ouyang Zhuomiao's viewpoint. He too believed that the victor would definitely be the Zeman Swordsman. A disciple beside Zunjian seemed a bit confused. "Instructor, I see the Zeman Swordsman doesn't seem to have a way to handle him. If this stalemate continues, at most they will both be teleported out when the time is up. Why are you so sure the Zeman Swordsman can win?" "The Zeman Swordsman you see now is not the real Zeman Swordsman. He truly becomes the Zeman Swordsman only when he puts down his sword," Zunjian said, giving an answer his disciple couldn't grasp. "You men always like to be mysterious. If you don't want to teach, then don't, but what's the point of beating around the bush?" Ouyang Zhuomiao gave him a look and smilingly said to the disciple, "Don't think the Zeman Swordsman is incredibly skilled with a sword just because his name has swordsman in it. In fact, he is most terrifying when he is not wielding a sword." "You mean to say the Zeman Swordsman hasn't really shown his true strength?" the disciple asked, surprised. "Watch closely, and you might learn something." Ouyang Zhuomiao's gaze returned to the footage above. Chapter 2004, Ruthless Person. "That bastard, he actually tried to ambush me, the sheer shamelessness." Lin Shen crouched silently in a corner, and no sooner had he spoken than he had already crouched down. Sure enough, as expected, Zeman Swordsman still tried to kill him by listening for his position. At the beginning, when Zeman's swordsman was speaking, his voice kept shifting from left to right, and Lin Shen realized that this person was very crafty. Since he could think of this, he might well do it too, so Lin Shen took precautions, and it turned out to be the right move. Glancing at the dart Zeman's swordsman had stuck in the sand carapace, Lin Shen's mind spun, and he quietly moved the pet launcher in his hand, aiming it at the exit of the sand nest. Then Lin Shen carefully picked up a flashlight, and the moment he turned it on, he threw the flashlight out. Almost simultaneously with the flashlight being thrown, Lin Shen's figure moved swiftly, while he started shooting frantically. The beam of the flashlight spun in the darkness, flying toward the approximate location of Zeman's swordsman, who hastily moved, charging out like a ghost. He had seen the firing speed of Lin Shen's pet launcher before. It was supposed to be top tier at 40 speed, and he couldn't take it lightly. Lin Shen held a pet launcher in each hand and opened fire wildly, and one after another, pet capsules burst forth, transforming into pets in midair and charging after Zeman's swordsman's trajectory. It was a pity that not a single one hit the target. All the pets crashed into the sand carapace. This guy's technique is too rough. Not a single bullet hit. That's Zeman's swordsman after all. How could it be possible for a pet launcher to hit him? This move was a total failure, not to mention not hitting Zeman's swordsman, but it also exposed his position. He's done for. Yet Lin Shen paid no heed and kept on firing. The crossed fire from the two pet launchers made it difficult for Zeman's swordsman to approach, as Lin Shen had to rock from side to side. Zeman's swordsman also found opportunities to throw darts in the intervals, but sadly, he missed every time. He felt that although Lin Shen's speed wasn't fast, his movements were erratic, and every time the dart was thrown, it missed the position he had anticipated by a bit. Lin Shen, using stepping on the immortal court in combination with unorthodox methods, made it truly difficult to hit him with a dart, especially in such a dark and unclear environment. Finally, when Lin Shen pulled the trigger again, no pet capsules flew out of the gun. All the capsules in both guns had been emptied. It's over. Ouyang Zhuomiao sighed softly. Jun Zhen also shook his head and said he still couldn't keep his cool, thinking to win against Zeman's swordsman with dual high-speed pet launchers. This idea was flawed from the start. He would fall to Zeman's swordsman's sword before waiting for the pets to surround Zeman's swordsman. It seems we won't be seeing him lay down his sword today. As soon as Lin Shen's pet capsules were finished, Zeman's swordsman had already charged over, his sword turning into a bolt of blue lightning that thrust his way. Lin Shen moved swiftly, looking at the charging Zeman's swordsman, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes as he raised the pet launcher in his hand. All the pets that had been launched retreated from the sand carapace and flung themselves back into the pet launcher in Lin Shen's hand. Zeman's swordsman realized something was wrong and immediately looked up to see the entire sand carapace shaking. Huge cracks began to rapidly spread across the sand carapace, and a large amount of sand and pieces of the carapace had already poured down. Damn, all this for a base mutation egg. What kind of death wish is this? Zeman's swordsman cursed in shock, turning around and rushing towards the exit. He had already seen that the pets Lin Shen had launched were not actually aiming for him. Hitting him was just a feint. The real target was the sand carapace. Crystal-based pets, empowered by the pet launcher, charged at the sand carapace at full force, causing the entire carapace to explode. The sand shell would collapse any minute now, burying them all beneath it. No one knew just how thick the sand shell above was, but a conservative estimate put it at over a dozen meters. The destructive power of such a heavy mass crashing down was unimaginable. In Zeman's swordsman's view, Lin Shen was about to be thoroughly destroyed along with the crystals. He desperately tried to escape before the complete collapse of the sand shell, but couldn't locate the entrance anymore. It seemed as if something had blocked it, leaving the interior pitch black. As Zeman's swordsman rushed toward the approximate location of the entrance, he shone his flashlight in that direction. His face turned green with alarm at the sight. A big red bull had barged into the entrance, blocking it with its body. The entrance was already small, just big enough for one person to crawl through. Once the big red bull wedged itself in, it was impossible to force it out or push it aside with brute strength, unless one could break through the bull and the sand shell at the same time, but doing so would likely speed up the already fast collapse of the shell. After getting out, Zeman's swordsman directly grabbed the hind legs of the big red bull and pulled with all his might, hoping to drag it out and create a chance for escape. But before Zeman's swordsman managed to pull the big red bull free, a thunderous roar sounded as the entire sand shell came crashing down. Countless chunks and grains of sand, like a landslide, rained down, burying everything underneath. The onlookers stared in shock at the sand shell that now resembled a massive grave, all of them dumbfounded. No one had anticipated such an outcome, and a single thought remained in their minds. Ruthless, truly ruthless, a person who would forgo their own life for destruction. The sand of the colorful desert was incredibly hard to begin with. The sand shell was merely sand bound together, which, when dispersed and poured down, buried people under dozens of meters of sand and clumps. Unlike typical soil, sand continued to fill in any space that was dug out, making it impossible to climb out even if one held their breath. Moreover, with the pressure of the sand and without the ability to move, the intense gravity of Realm King Planet made escape all but impossible. Under such a heavy weight of sand and without air to breathe, even a mutator would not last long. This guy is too extreme. Ouyang Duomiao was also wide-eyed with astonishment, having seen reckless people before but never someone who courted death like this, attempting mutual destruction when it wasn't even called for. Underneath the sand, Lin Shen remained motionless in a corner, his carapace seemingly coated with a layer of blood film. This was a blessing provided by the Blood Jade Mountain God after absorbing the Ascension Liquid. Sustained by the blessing nurtured by Ascension Liquid, Lin Shen survived the collapse in a corner of the sand shell, the crushing weight of the sand almost bursting his carapace. Fortunately, the energy from the Ascension Liquid was strong enough, and the protective film from the blessing, along with the toughness of the carapace itself, held up. He had no intention of trying to climb out, quietly waiting for the countdown to end. He could hold his breath indefinitely and didn't have to worry about dying from lack of oxygen. Whether Simon Swordsman could survive and crawl out or not, Lin Shen would be the winner. Even if Simon Swordsman was lucky enough to survive today, there was no way he could dig out the base mutation egg buried below. The chances of Simon Swordsman being able to teleport back to this location next time were extremely low. But Lin Shen would be able to come straight here on his next visit, and then he could slowly excavate the buried green crystal eggs. Chapter 2005, Urian Luck. Who exactly is that ruthless person? What a pity they didn't even leave a name. Weird, why didn't we see their image projection? Could they be from the Ultraburn tribe? The Xaimen swordsman wouldn't have just died like that, right? This teaches us a lesson. No matter how strong you are, you can't be reckless. When you meet a real tough one, you'll still get taken down. I really want to see what that person looks like. The spectators discussed heatedly, feeling a chill in their hearts, thinking it's best to be humble and cautious, not to push others too hard, otherwise the lesson of the Xaimen swordsman is right before their eyes. Lin Shen didn't know what they were thinking. As soon as his time was up, he teleported back with his package. His countdown was different from that of the Xaimen swordsman. After returning to his room, he glanced out the window and saw that the projection in the sky was still there. He looked outside carefully, and the exclusive view of the Xaimen swordsman was still pitch black. He wasn't sure if he was dead or still trapped underneath, gasping for breath. Lin Shen didn't bother to check the result. He went back to his room, took a bath, then opened his package and toyed with the mutant eggs one by one. This is perfect. 100% base mutation rate is guaranteed now, Lin Shen thought joyfully. He saved the base mutation eggs for later. He would have time to digest them slowly. Seeing that it was already getting light outside and the time was just about right, Lin Shen first opened several blue crystal eggs and drank their liquid until he couldn't drink anymore, and then he went to the Asura training camp with his belly swollen. The first training item was still the warm-up. Instructor Mew replaced Lin Shen's backpack with the one specially used at the crystal base level. Lin Shen didn't feel anything amiss. This weight was the same as that of Heifeng and the others, as it should be. Running with weights was really exhausting, but it was beneficial for absorbing and digesting the base mutation fluid, which Lin Shen hadn't expected. As he was running behind a few senior brothers, he saw a familiar figure entering through the main gate. Goddess Consort Bai has arrived, Lin Shen remarked as he eyed the moving mosaic with some envy. The senior brothers greeted Goddess Consort Bai, and Feng even gave Lin Shen a look, then leaned in and whispered, "Junior brother, go for it. I'm rooting for you. We don't want our homegrown cabbage to be snatched by others, especially not by Ouyang Yudu." "Senior brother, there's really nothing going on between Goddess Consort Bai and me," Lin Shen replied with a mix of laughter and helplessness. "Nothing now, but if you hook up, there will be." Feng winked and made a knowing face. Unable to clarify and not feeling like explaining, Lin Shen just kept running with them. After Goddess Consort Bai arrived, she didn't join them for the run, but went straight to the office to see Instructor Mew. She also saw Lin Shen and seemed a bit surprised. Before entering the office, she deliberately turned back to give Lin Shen another look. "Junior brother, see, Bai is still quite concerned about you. That look in her eyes, there's a chance." Feng deliberately ran alongside Lin Shen and elbowed him teasingly. Lin Shen couldn't see what kind of look Goddess Consort Bai had given him, nor did he know what sort of look meant there was a chance. After Goddess Consort Bai entered the office, she looked at Instructor Mew, who was drinking tea, and directly asked, "Why is Lin Shen here? He just joined our training camp yesterday, and from now on he'll be your junior brother. Get along well," Instructor Mew said with a smile. His attitude toward Bai Shenfei was completely different from how he treated the other brothers with serious grievances. "Instructor, my endurance is still lacking." "Please continue to intensify my training," Bai Shenfei said, not dwelling on Lin Shen's issue, but directly expressing her thoughts. Instructor Mew pondered before speaking. "Your endurance is already very strong. I know what you're thinking, but the kind of endurance Tian has can't be achieved through mere training. Even if I increase the intensity for you, your improvement in endurance will still be very limited. It's impossible to reach Tian's level." "Is there really no way left?" Disappointment flashed in Bai Shenfei's eyes. "At least not for now. It's a limitation of evolution skill, not a problem that can be resolved by training alone. Let's do this. I'll rework your training plan and you keep at it. It should still bring you some improvement, and then I'll think of other methods," said Instructor Mew. "Okay." Bai Shenfei nodded slightly. Lin Shen and the other senior brothers were still running laps. When they saw Bai Shenfei coming out of the office, she did not join them but instead went aside, picked up a strange ball, and, like a gymnast, started rolling the ball over her body. "Why isn't she running laps with us?" Lin Shen asked, Heifeng beside him. "She's different from us. Running laps is no longer of use to her," Heifeng explained with a chuckle. "In the past, she ran much more than us. Bai is a true martial arts fanatic. Without the instructor having to watch over her, she trains harder than anyone. Such a talented person, and still so hard-working." Lin Shen felt somewhat ashamed. He thought he had been quite diligent recently, but compared to Bai Shenfei he seemed rather lazy. "Haha, I knew it. The Zeman swordsman definitely wouldn't die that easily, and he's indeed still alive," Ling Luo suddenly shouted. Everyone looked up at the sky just in time to see a man, his face smeared with dirt, crawling out from a sand grave. His carapace was scratched all over, and it seemed he had been through quite an ordeal. After crawling out, the Zeman swordsman's base mutation carapace could no longer sustain itself and retracted, leaving him lying on the ground gasping for air. It seemed he had truly been suffocating. "Is that the Zeman swordsman?" Lin Shen noticed that the Zeman swordsman was quite young, only in his 20s, not particularly handsome, but rather pleasant-looking. With well-proportioned features, he had the warm, friendly appearance of the boy next door. If one only considered his appearance, it would be impossible to associate him with such a sinister mind. It's a pity about that ruthless guy. He gambled with his life, aiming to destroy both himself and the X-Men swordsman, yet he failed to harm the X-Men swordsman and instead lost his own life. Li Ying sighed. To have pushed the X-Men swordsman to such a state is quite remarkable, Tian Buku and Tian Bunan said simultaneously. They all lamented the loss of that talented individual, unaware that he was right among them. Lin Shen didn't say anything. He just followed behind them, listening to them discuss the Zeman swordsman. It was then that Lin Shen realized just how formidable the Zeman swordsman was. After all, Ouyang Yudu had no record of slaying an ascender. Talent theory may claim to allow challenge beyond one's level, but apart from Bai Zai, no one had achieved such a record. While Lin Shen was pondering this, he suddenly saw Bai Shenfei put down the ball and walk over to him. "I have something to tell you," Bai Shenfei said, walking straight up to Lin Shen. The other senior brothers immediately started to jeer, and someone even whistled. "Little junior brother, you've struck it lucky," Heifeng said, pushing Lin Shen toward Bai Shenfei. Chapter 206, A Date to Embrace Sleep. "Bai, I'm still training. Let's talk after the training is over. Otherwise, Instructor Mew might have some opinions." Lin Shen stopped and said. "I've already spoken to the instructor," Goddess Consort said as she walked toward a small cabin to the side. Lin Shen had no choice but to follow. That small cabin was their usual resting place, and since everyone was training, it was empty. "Tian, take a seat." Goddess Consort sat down beside her own desk and pointed to the chair opposite her. "Bai, just call me by my name," Lin Shen said helplessly. "All right." Goddess Consort's lips curled into a sly smile, but Lin Shen could not see it. Once Lin Shen sat down, Goddess Consort asked directly, "Your stamina is so strong. Is it because you've practiced evolution theory?" "Yes," Lin Shen admitted directly. Though his stamina wasn't entirely due to evolution theory played the biggest role and was the primary reason. "Can you tell me about your evolution theory?" Goddess Consort paused, then added, "I only want to know how to make my endurance stronger. You can set any condition. As long as I have it, I can offer it. Of course, you can also refuse. That is your right." Actually, Lin Shen didn't mind. Even if he told Goddess Consort, she likely wouldn't be able to practice it. "This method is only suitable for those who practice evolution theory. Even if I tell you, it won't be useful," Lin Shen said. "You only need to tell me the principle. Whether it's useful or not, that's my affair. You just need to consider if you are willing to exchange and what you want." Goddess Consort was very straightforward. Lin Shen was going to say no, but looking at Goddess Consort, who was a mosaic of charm, he couldn't help but reconsider. "This is indeed an opportunity to take the fire seed, but if I say it like that, will it lead to a misunderstanding?" Lin Shen felt that Goddess Consort would definitely misunderstand, and he had no way to explain. Seeing Lin Shen hesitate, Goddess Consort knew he was tempted and then said, "As long as I can do it, anything is possible." "Really? Anything?" Lin Shen was eager. "Yes, whatever you want, as long as I have it," Goddess Consort answered with certainty. "If I say, I mean hypothetically, if I asked you to sleep with me, I mean purely, innocently, free of any impurity, devoid of low-level interests, just to hold each other in sleep and nothing else, what would you think?" Lin Shen cautiously broached the topic, unable to resist his longing for the fire seed. He was simply too curious about what kind of fire seed would be found within a living person. Upon hearing Lin Shen's words, Goddess Consort's face instantly changed, and she stared at Lin Shen without saying a word. Even without seeing Goddess Consort's expression, Lin Shen knew her face must not look very good. "Don't rush, I was just speaking hypothetically. Just hypothetically." Lin Shen quickly backpedaled. "Fine, I agree," Goddess Consort suddenly said, leaving Lin Shen stunned. He had not expected Goddess Consort to actually agree, let alone so readily. "Now you can tell me the principle of how evolution theory has strengthened your stamina, right?" Goddess Consort asked coldly. Sure, I can tell you, and if this answer doesn't satisfy you, we can consider the previous agreement null and void. Lin Shen felt he was taking advantage of someone's vulnerability, and moreover, the principle probably wouldn't be of any use to Bai Shenfei. He felt somewhat guilty about it. If Bai Shenfei changed her mind after hearing it, Lin Shen would accept it as well. Go ahead, Bai Shenfei said directly, seemingly not treating the matter as a big deal. Actually, the principle is quite simple. Evolution theory itself has the function of enhancing bodily endurance. The harder the body is pushed, the more effective evolution theory is at enhancing endurance. Lin Shen mentioned only the part about endurance in evolution theory and omitted the rest. How does the enhancement from evolution theory begin? Bai Shenfei pondered for a moment before asking. What form it takes is hard to say. Let me give you an analogy. A person who uses a knife frequently will develop thick calluses on their hand from holding the knife, which require long periods of practice and repeated callus formation on the skin. Evolution theory can speed up this process, allowing me to develop calluses in a much shorter time. I don't know if my explanation makes sense to you, Lin Shen thought for a moment before saying. You mean to say, the evolution skill you practice allows your body to quickly adapt to the environment, Bai Shenfei speculated after some thought. Right, Lin Shen couldn't help but admire her. Bai Shenfei was indeed very clever. He had said only a little, yet she guessed the crux of the matter. Bai Shenfei seemed somewhat disappointed with Lin Shen's affirmative response. It was the same as what Instructor Mu had said. It was an issue with evolution skill. Unless she switched to practicing evolution theory, it was unsolvable and offered no insights for her to learn from. If you're not satisfied with the answer, we can void what I said earlier, Lin Shen reiterated. I will do what I promised. 9 o'clock tonight at Green Bamboo Courtyard. You must tell no one, or else I will kill you. Bai Shenfei left an address, turned around, and walked out of the cabin, then left the training camp. When Lin Shen came out, Yifeng and the others were very curious, asking what they had talked about. Lin Shen brushed them off. The day's training felt tasteless to Lin Shen, who was inexplicably distracted. Even after training ended that evening, Lin Shen still found it hard to believe he would so easily obtain the fire seed from Bai Shenfei. With some time left until 9 o'clock, Lin Shen returned to his lodging, took a bath to ensure he had no particular odor, and then changed into a set of clean clothes. Seeing the time was almost right, Lin Shen set out for Green Bamboo Courtyard. The location of Green Bamboo Courtyard wasn't hard to find. It was a standalone building in a villa district with a sign of Green Bamboo Courtyard hanging above. The low fence didn't block Lin Shen's view. There were a lot of green bamboos planted on both sides of the courtyard, but these weren't ordinary green bamboos. They were a mutated form of alloy bamboo. The courtyard gate was unlocked. Lin Shen called out, and upon hearing Bai Shenfei's voice from inside, he pushed the door and went in. Standing outside the house, Lin Shen suddenly felt nervous. He had never shared a bed with a woman before and couldn't help but be a little anxious. His fingertips rested on the doorknob, but he hesitated to turn it. There was no sound inside. Although everything seemed normal, Lin Shen couldn't shake the feeling that something was off with the air today, almost as if there was less oxygen, making breathing difficult and hurried. He truly wished to hear Bai Shenfei say something now, even if it was to renounce their plan and send him away. But the house was silent, no sound whatsoever. Only the light from an electric lamp filtered through the drawn curtains, dim and hazy. Bai, I'm coming in. Lin Shen bit the bullet, pressed down the handle, and walked in. Chapter 27, Embrace. The living room was decorated in a very minimalist style, with only the essential furniture and a guzheng placed on the balcony to the north. Bai Shenfei was sitting on the block-like sofa. When Lin Shen entered, she didn't react much, still looking at something on her communicator. Upon seeing Bai Shenfei, Lin Shen felt his nervousness subside a lot. To Lin Shen, Bai Shenfei was a blur of pixels, completely indiscernible, which instantly dispersed the tense atmosphere. Lin Shen was no longer that tense, but Bai Shenfei had become somewhat nervous. She had dressed with care that day, choosing her clothes meticulously, which set her apart from her usual attire. Although she didn't wear makeup, she had carefully done her hair into a bun style she rarely sported, which, compared to her usual aloofness, added a touch of casual ease and made her seem less cold. Bai Shenfei, devoted to practicing talent theory, didn't typically fuss over her appearance but was still very confident in her looks. She had hoped that her careful dressing would elicit at least a compliment from Lin Shen. But after Lin Shen looked for a while, he said nothing and just sat down next to Bai Shenfei. It wasn't Lin Shen's fault, as all he saw was a mosaic. He didn't even know what Bai Shenfei looked like, let alone what she was wearing or how she was dressed. He didn't know how to pay a compliment. Senior sister, if you have any special circumstances, we can postpone this, Lin Shen said, who, although not too nervous, still felt something was off. Bai Shenfei turned to stare at Lin Shen, wishing she could slap him on both cheeks. She had been feeling very anxious, unsure whether what she was doing was right or wrong. Whether out of a rebellious nature or a desire to fight against fate, she internally resisted the idea of being with Ouyang Yudu. As for Lin Shen, she could only say she didn't dislike him, she couldn't claim to have any affection for him. If Lin Xiangdong hadn't asked her to look after Lin Shen, she wouldn't have had any interaction with him in this lifetime, not even a second glance. But the last time she woke up in the underground sewer and saw Lin Shen asleep beside her, Bai Shenfei felt angry and resentful, even having the urge to kill Lin Shen. Beyond that, there was an indescribable ripple in the depths of her heart. Even so, Bai Shenfei continued determinedly on her own path, because Lin Shen had not mastered talent theory, so that seed was almost impossible to sprout, let alone bear fruit. Yet, Lin Shen's subsequent performances allowed that seed to sprout irresistibly, not because of Lin Shen himself, but because Lin Shen showed her a glimmer of possibility. If someone practicing evolution theory could achieve that extent, then why couldn't she break through talent theory? Why must she submit to Mr. Tian's arrangement? It was Lin Shen's achievements that gave her a sliver of hope for defying fate. She wanted to see if she could continue on her path without selecting the person destined for her. When she agreed to Lin Shen's request at that time, she seemed very nonchalant, as if she didn't take the matter seriously at all. In fact, only she knew the true cost and determination it had taken her. Agreeing to Lin Shen meant that she had to embark on a path of defiance against heaven, a path of rebellion against fate. If it were to prove impassable, she feared that she might never accomplish anything significant in her life. Although she hadn't chosen this path for Lin Shen's sake but to rebel against her own destiny, by this point Lin Shen's hesitant words made her feel somewhat insulted. Is my charm really that lacking? Then why would you make such a request? Bai Shenfei looked at Lin Shen, feeling both embarrassed and annoyed, but she simply couldn't bring herself to say these words out loud. I said I would do it, so I will. It's up to you whether you come or not, Bai Shenfei said expressionlessly, then headed to the second-floor bedroom. Even at this stage, there was no reason for Lin Shen to back down, so he steeled himself and followed her. Bai Shenfei pushed the door open to a second-floor bedroom, and Lin Shen followed her in, then casually shut the door behind them. Bai Shenfei, hearing the door close, felt her heart uncontrollably start pounding, and a blush spread across her pale cheeks, even burning up to her ears. Trying to appear calm, Bai Shenfei walked to the bed, took off her shoes, and slipped under the covers, pointing to the sword hanging by the bed and said coldly, "If you want to sleep, sleep, but if you have any other ideas, I will kill you." "Don't worry, I guarantee I have no other intentions," Lin Shen hastily swore. Yet his words made Bai Shenfei's complexion turn a few degrees colder. She pulled the covers around her and lay on the inside, turning her back on Lin Shen. "My apologies." Lin Shen took a deep breath, sat down at the edge of the bed, and then took off his shoes. It couldn't be denied, men really are visual creatures. Although Lin Shen was still a bit tense, because his view was only mosaics, he genuinely harbored no other thoughts. Bai Shenfei felt Lin Shen lift the blanket and enter. Her body involuntarily trembled. She had never been so intimately close to a man before. Inside, she even had the impulse to turn around and push Lin Shen off the bed, yet there was also an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Lin Shen crawled under the covers, slowly moved behind Bai Shenfei, and reached out his arm from behind to encircle her waist. "This time, I should be able to get the fire seed, right?" Lin Shen felt Bai Shenfei's body shudder, but pretended to be unaware of anything, and just held her as he lay down to sleep. Bai Shenfei's hair emitted a faint fragrance, pleasant to smell, and the physical contact made them both feel somewhat awkward. Whimsical thoughts began to stir in Lin Shen's mind, but a glance at the thick mosaic in front of him instantly dispelled any feelings he might have had. It's a good thing I can't see, or else if I couldn't control myself and made some kind of move that caused a misunderstanding with Bai Shenfei, not only would I not obtain the fire seed, I might even get chopped up. Lin Shen took a deep breath, then began to recite the immortality scripture, planning to sleep through the night and worry about the fire seed later. Lin Shen had no ulterior motives and soon fell asleep, but Bai Shenfei, being held, was stiff, with her mind erratically racing. What should I do if he makes an inappropriate move? Do I really have to draw my sword and kill him? Bai Shenfei was in turmoil inside. After much aimless pondering, Bai Shenfei realized that Lin Shen behind her was completely still. Soon, Bai Shenfei became aware that Lin Shen seemed to have fallen asleep. This realization suddenly triggered an inexplicable feeling of indignation in Bai Shenfei. Am I really that unattractive, that you can still sleep like this? Chapter 208. Perfect Fire Seed. I woke up feeling invigorated and ended up hugging something. My hand naturally found the most comfortable position, as if it had grabbed hold of something. The thing felt comfortable to hold, soft and bouncy. One hand couldn't control the entire situation. Suddenly, I realized I wasn't in my own bed. Remembering where I was, my body instantly stiffened. I was jolted awake and quickly withdrew my hand, my eyes fixed on the graceful figure in front of me. A white, simple dress outlined exquisite curves. It wasn't exaggerated, but it was just right. Her black hair scattered around, and I could only see her profile, with long eyelashes curled slightly upward and her fair cheeks marked by distinct lines. Just a glimpse of her side profile gave me the naive, heart-fluttering feeling I had when I saw the beautiful girl next door in my youth. My heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a bit. Seeing that the beauty was still sleeping, not awakened, I couldn't resist slightly raising myself and craning my neck to see her full appearance. This was the first time I'd seen Bai Shenfei's face, and just one look made me regretful. I regretted falling asleep last night, regretted doing nothing at all. That face brought back memories of first love, igniting that sudden heartbeat, as if I'd become years younger, back to the age of yearning for beauty. Upon closer inspection, though Bai Shenfei's features were delicate, taken separately, none were top tier. But combined, her face was simply pleasant to behold, making one's heart flutter no matter the angle. Her aura was unlike any other beauty, easily distinguishable among countless others. Even those who suffer from face blindness would probably find it hard to confuse her face with that of other beauties. If we're talking about extreme beauty, Xiaoye and Xiaona are truly perfect. Their features, figures, hair, and skin were flawless. But their beauty was too perfect, lacking a human touch. Bai Shenfei's beauty, pure yet carrying a touch of human desire, could only be described as love at first sight. Of course, another phrase could also be used: lustful thoughts arise upon sight. If I had seen this face yesterday, not even the Buddha could have stopped me from making a mistake, I thought to myself, glad I hadn't seen her face last night. Have you seen enough? Bai Shenfei opened her eyes and looked at me coldly. I immediately felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over my head, washing away much of the enchantment I felt a moment ago. With her eyes now open, Bai Shenfei gave off a completely different aura, becoming aloof and unapproachable. It stifled any other thoughts. She was still beautiful, but in a way that seemed distant. I rose awkwardly. Spying on a woman like this was a first for me. In the past, I'd always looked openly. "Senior sister, you're awake," I said casually, trying to ease my embarrassment. "My promise has been fulfilled. You can leave now," Bai Shenfei said, still lying there, her voice cold. Bai Shenfei's cheeks were flushed red. She had not fallen asleep at all. Lin Shen's sudden grab had blanked her mind, leaving her unsure how to respond for a moment. All she could do was pretend not to be woken up. Hearing the sound of the front door opening from below, Bai Shenfei finally got out of bed, walked swiftly to the window, and peered through the slits of the Venetian blinds, watching Lin Shen leave. There's no turning back now. I must carve out my own path. Bai Shenfei relied on Lin Shen's decisive action to cut off all her retreat and any other thoughts. No matter what lay ahead, she had no choice but to keep moving forward. Even if the path ahead was strewn with thorns and brambles, she could only march on, bloodied. She had agreed to Lin Shen's request to cut off all other consideration and concentrate solely on forging her own way. Lin Shen walked on his way home, his expression quite peculiar. He had obtained the fire seed from Bai Shenfei's body, but it seemed he had not completely acquired it. Perfect super base evolutionary seed. Heaven-defying bone. To me, fate is like a passing cloud, rebellious to the core. I defy the mortal dust. A complete heaven-defying bone can break many of the universe's restrictions, free from the constraints of any cosmic laws and orders. Possessing heaven-defying bone, one gets the chance to evolve into the ultimate state of the life base, currently at 10% completeness. It was indeed powerful. This perfect super base evolutionary seed was truly extraordinary. It could almost be described as invincible. However, Lin Shen found that he could not use the power of this seed. On closer inspection, he realized it was incomplete, at only 10%, with no way to use it. What does this 10% completeness mean? Does it mean I have to sleep with Bai Shenfei 9 more times? Or are there 9 other humans with a seed waiting for me to harvest? Lin Shen was momentarily unable to fathom a guess. Either scenario would be very difficult to achieve. Lin Shen was now filled with regret. If he had known, he would have asked to sleep a few more times. Now, finding an excuse to try again was impossible. "Mr. Tian, why put me through such a struggle? Do you think I'm not tired enough?" Lin Shen felt frustrated. Once at home, Lin Shen continued to consume mutated crystal base eggs, further digesting them to increase his base mutation rate. For the foreseeable future, he had no plans to visit the Realm King planet again. The buried green crystal eggs would be safe from others for quite some time. He himself couldn't go get them, now that the whole world had seen those green crystal eggs. If he tried to sell them in large quantities, anyone could guess his identity. "It seems I can't easily sell this batch of green crystal eggs on the market. When Wei Wufu returns, I'll ask if he has a channel to go through. If he handles it and gets them to Qiancheng, probably no one will be able to trace it back to me. I wonder if I could get a primeval egg for Ascension in exchange for this batch of green crystal eggs." Lin Shen planned to wait for Wei Wufu's return to discuss it. For several days, Lin Shen spent his time training and sleeping, with his base mutation rate steadily climbing. Lin Shen estimated that even without those 4 red crystal base mutation eggs, he should be able to reach a 100% base mutation rate. What kind of pet will this deep red egg hatch into? Lin Shen hesitated, wondering whether or not to hatch the special deep red egg. Sometimes, such rare base mutation eggs might be worth more unhatched than hatched, as many mutators would want to use these top-tier items for base mutation. The only pity was that he didn't know what kind of base variant creature would hatch from this egg and which innate skills it would possess. He imagined it wouldn't be much different from the Blue Crystal Warrior or the Purple Crystal Warrior series. As Lin Shen was pondering, his hidden wristwatch suddenly began to vibrate. Why would the watch vibrate on its own? Could it be that strange person arriving? Lin Shen was startled and quickly took out the watch, only to find a message had appeared on it. Chapter 209, Red Heart, A Days Without You Are Truly Boring. Lin Shen discovered it was actually a text message with the signature Red Heart A below it. What is this? Could it be that the watch is not only a teleporter but also a communication device? If that's the case, then this message must be from someone else to the weirdo, Lin Shen mused as he looked at the message. With this tone, the relationship between Red Heart A who sent the message and the weirdo must be out of the ordinary, and it's very likely that they have lost contact with each other. I wonder if I can reply to the message. After studying the feature for a while, Lin Shen found that he could indeed reply to messages. He touched the message, and the watch projected a virtual light shadow for replying. Lin Shen didn't reply to the message. He was still suspicious, wondering if the weirdo had discovered that he wasn't dead and was setting a trap to lure him in. Where on earth have you gone? Why aren't you back yet? This world is really too boring. Only when I occasionally encounter some tough problems do I feel a slight joy. Oh right, I recently came across an interesting problem. I'm sending it to you to have a look. If you're still alive, solve it and get back to me with a message. Came another message. The watch vibrated again. A new message had come through. Lin Shen had just finished reading when his watch vibrated a second time. This time, the message was not text but a video clip, which left Lin Shen somewhat startled after watching it. The problem mentioned by Red Heart A was actually a finger skill that looked very ordinary. The video showed a person using the finger skill, which was just a single move that seemed very simple. At first, Lin Shen really thought the finger skill was particularly simple, but after watching it a few times, he realized that things were not that straightforward. What seemed like a simple finger technique actually contained many unexpected changes. Lin Shen didn't realize it at first, but a subsequent text message made him understand that within this seemingly ordinary move, there were so many variations. Here is my solution. I think, with your cleverness and wisdom, you should have a better one. The message ended with the signature Red Heart A. Who exactly is this Red Heart A? Their solution is too bizarre and eerie. Lin Shen deduced the variations of the move through their solution. The more he explored, the more enigmatic the move seemed. Yet he was also amazed by Red Heart A's martial arts accomplishments and cultivation. Their method of solution was even more bewildering. Merely with that one finger skill and its corresponding solution, Lin Shen watched it many times and still couldn't fully understand it. Interesting. This is so interesting. What exactly is the origin of that weirdo? His friend is so formidable. It seems he must be stronger than I imagined. Lin Shen became intrigued. However, he dared not reply to Red Heart A's message and instead began learning from the solution given by Red Heart A. He found that this finger skill actually had some similarities to the stabbing technique taught to him by Wei Wufu, but it was more strange and unpredictable than Wei's technique, with an even more mysterious method of power generation. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. I wonder when Wei will be back. This is the sort of thing he should be doing. Lin Shen struggled to deduce on his own and longed for Wei Wufu's return. With him around, the reversal could probably be figured out with ease, and Lin Shen would just need to reap the benefits. Ah well, I will just study it slowly for now. Not knowing when Wei Wufu would return, Lin Shen could only start researching on his own. These days, a new batch of mutators had entered the Realm King planet, including many top crystal-based powerhouses, naturally aiming for Qingjia. Zhuo Qinglong had already contacted many top mutators, intending to ambush and kill Qingjia. After several young geniuses were defeated and even killed, Zhuo Qinglong's team finally arrived at Qingjia's location. Under Zhuo Qinglong's command, more than a dozen top mutators from various elite families worked together, launching long-range attacks and defending up close, setting up a battle formation that besieged Qingjia for nearly a day. In the end, however, Qingjia broke through the battle formation, killed many mutated crystal-based pets, and, unfortunately, 2 mutators fell victim, while the rest fled in disarray to save their lives. The blood-soaked Qingjia, standing on the corpses of the mutators, flipped the middle finger at the fleeing Zhuo Qinglong and others, making all humans around the world feel shame. Lin Shen, while training at the training camp, also watched this battle. Instructor Mu, in a rare move, allowed them to pause their training to seriously watch the entire process of this battle. Lin Shen could only say that the defeat of Zhuo Qinglong and others was not due to their conduct in battle. They had already performed well enough. Although their cooperation couldn't be said to be flawless, it also had no mistakes. The reason for their loss was simply because Qingjia was too strong. When Qingjia's horns on his head shone with light, his body cloaked in a layer of azure glow, it seemed as if the rest of the world dimmed in comparison. The favored sons of mankind seemed powerless under Qingjia's fists. Mutated crystal bases shattered with a single punch, and even crystal life forms larger than the mammoth giant elephant couldn't withstand his punch and burst apart. The battle formation that could initially suppress him quickly became unmanageable, collapsing in just a few breaths like a breached dike, as each one had to escape ignominiously. That Qingjia from the Ultraburn tribe does have something indeed, that must be some kind of innate skill to stimulate potential, right? The effect doesn't seem inferior to gift theory at all, He Fang commented. It lasts even longer than gift theory. If Bai were to face him, I'm afraid it would be a tough battle, Li Ying said pessimistically as always. Very strong, was Ling Luo's brief comment. Speed, strength, hardness, and toughness all greatly enhanced, but the key is that stamina also increased, which is really unscientific. If potential is being overdrawn, stamina should have decreased. Tianbuku and Tianbunan spoke in their usual way, as though their voice had an echo effect. Lin Shen, what do you think? Instructor Mu looked toward Lin Shen. This was an assignment he gave his disciples. After watching the battle, they had to provide their own assessment and not just copy their brothers. I don't understand. Lin Shen shook his head. He meant it, as he lacked some basic skills. He couldn't comprehend the team strategies of Zuo Qinglong and the others, so he didn't see exactly where they failed, only that Qingjie seemed overwhelmingly strong. It's okay if you don't understand. I'll let you experience it firsthand, Instructor Mu said, a devilish smile creeping across his lips. Seeing this smile, Yifeng, Ling Luo, and the others almost subconsciously stepped back, leaving Lin Shen alone at the front. Demonstrate what? Lin Shen had a bad feeling and stepped back while speaking, but it was already a step too late. Demonstrate how to take a beating, Instructor Mu said as he threw a punch at him. His fist was as fast and ferocious as Qingjie's, and even carried the same unstoppable momentum. Lin Shen finally fully understood. Instructor Mu intended to use him as a punching bag to demonstrate Qingjie's punching technique to his senior brothers. Chapter 210, Overlapping Wave Skill. Lin Shen hastily retreated to dodge, while Instructor Mu deliberately controlled his power and speed, maintaining punches just like Qingjie, yet with force and velocity only slightly more than Lin Shen's. Instructor Mu's fists descended like a hurricane, leaving no time for Lin Shen to think or space to dodge, forcing him to block with his arms solely based on reflex. The relentless onslaught, like the fury of a raging sea, showed no signs of abating, pushing Lin Shen into a continuous retreat, his arms feeling as though they were about to break under the unceasing barrage. With no chance to counterattack and even blocking requiring a Herculean effort, he could only retreat to mitigate most of the attacks. However, retreating did not free him from Instructor Mu's offensive, which swept forward like a torrent, the punches growing increasingly fierce, faster, and stronger. Lin Shen quickly realized that Instructor Mu had not actually increased his power or speed. The reason his punches felt more powerful and quicker was because his force was accumulative, like wave upon wave, with both power and velocity building continuously, hence why they felt faster and more forceful. Thump. One of Lin Shen's arms could no longer ward off Instructor Mu's fists, and he had to use both arms crossed to block them. The might of this punch sent Lin Shen flying backward, airborne for over 10 meters before he landed. And even then, his body uncontrollably staggered backward, as if an invisible force was pushing him, making it impossible for him to stop his retreat. Lin Shen felt as if he was being pushed backward by wave after wave, eventually losing control and tumbling to the ground, rolling another 7 or 8 meters before coming to a halt. This technique is called the overlapping wave skill, the core skill used by Qingjie. It involves the accumulation of force and a continuous surge of power. Coach Mu walked over, pulled Lin Shen up from the ground, and explained as he did so. It appeared as if Qingjie's final outburst shattered Zuo Qinglong and the others' battle formation, but in fact, before that, Qingjie had already accumulated a considerable amount of force, which allowed him to break through like a bamboo. Coach Mu elaborated on the technique and practice of the overlapping wave skill. Everyone listened intently, aware that training in the overlapping wave skill required hard work and was not something that could be achieved overnight. Moreover, without sufficient talent, it was difficult to continually stack waves of force, let alone create waves stronger than the ones before. Apart from the talent for strength and sensitivity to the trajectory of power, endurance greatly aids in the practice of the overlapping wave skill. Only if your endurance is good enough to keep performing the skill without a break, can you accumulate power and speed to a significant level. During this part of his lecture, Coach Mu looked at Lin Shen, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Lin Shen's heart stirred suddenly. Could it be that Instructor Mu means to say I am well suited to practicing the overlapping wave skill? Since Instructor Mu had hinted at it, Lin Shen quickly focused on the explanation of the practice method for the overlapping wave skill, not missing any detail. Lin Shen took out a notebook and wrote down the main points and key details explained by Instructor Mu. His memory was rather average and sometimes he forgot things, so it felt safer to write them down. After Instructor Mu finished explaining, he glanced over what Lin Shen had written and then sent them back to running. The stretching and meditation classes after the run were indispensable, but the following skill theory class was replaced with free practice time. Lin Shen found a punching bag and began to practice the overlapping wave skill. In the office, Instructor Mu covertly observed Lin Shen, and seeing him start to practice the overlapping wave skill, he couldn't help feeling proud. His guidance had not been in vain. But after watching for a while, Instructor Mu's brow furrowed into a character. Lin Shen had incredible stamina, but when it came to fighting skills and talent, he was anything but commendable. Poor would be an apt description. Mastering overlapping wave skill was no easy feat, as it required one to find that sense of momentum to be considered to have entered the threshold. However, watching Lin Shen practice again and again, there wasn't the slightest hint that he had grasped it. He couldn't feel the flow of strength, and naturally couldn't sense its presence. Without grasping the momentum, it was impossible for him to ride it and create the cascading force of the overlapping wave skill. In other words, Lin Shen had been practicing for so long, but in fact he had been wasting his time. Understanding momentum depended on one's sensitivity to strength and insight. Whatever Lin Shen was lacking, he seemed to only be throwing punches with brute force after all this practice, without any sign of initiating momentum. Such a great physique, how can his insight and skill talent be so poor? Instructor Mu watched for a while longer, and the more he saw, the more he felt that Lin Shen's talent was absurdly lacking. Compared to Lin Shangdong, who had been able to learn and grow quickly in battle, Lin Shen's talent seemed to be worlds apart. Instructor Mu even personally stepped in to let Lin Shen experience the true overlapping wave skill. Unexpectedly, among several fellow apprentices, Lin Shen still had the least sense of initiating momentum. Though they're born of the same mother, why is there such a huge difference between the two? Instructor Mu hadn't given up on Lin Shen. He always believed that teaching should be tailored to the individual since everyone's talent differed. If Lin Shen's talent in this area was lacking, then he would consider another path. Given Lin Shen's physical condition, there surely had to be one suitable for him. Encouraged by Instructor Mu, Lin Shen truly put his heart into practicing for half a day, but still didn't show any sign of a breakthrough. As he saw the other apprentices making some progress, Lin Shen felt a bit frustrated. It seems this just isn't for me. Although Instructor Mu said stamina was an asset for using overlapping wave skill, I can't even get past the beginning stage, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to achieve anything in the future. Thinking this, Lin Shen simply gave up, went back to his cabin to drink some water, and then started to rest without much concern. A radio was placed inside the room. Lin Shen turned it on, casually drank tea while listening to various news broadcasts from the station. After listening for a while, he heard several radio hosts discussing the defeat of Zhuo Qinglong. Anyway, after listening for a while, he didn't hear the words overlapping wave skill from any of the hosts, all nonsense. Lin Shen felt quite bored, turned off the radio, and decided to go out and try practicing the overlapping wave skill again. Although his talent wasn't great, perhaps he might just get lucky. Lin Shen had just reached the training equipment area when he saw Bai Shenfei walk into the training camp from the outside. Should I give it another try? But what excuse should I use? Lin Shen's mind was set on obtaining the heaven-defying Bonefire Seed. Bai Shenfei was his only hope for now. After all, up to this point, he had not seen a second living person with a fire seed, so he could only think of ways to get it from Bai Shenfei. You, come here. Bai Shenfei directly approached Lin Shen, spoke a brief sentence, then turned and headed toward the small cabin. Chapter 211. No chance to make terms anymore. Little junior brother, not bad, it's only been a few days, and Bai has spoken with you alone twice already. I think this could develop into something. Keep it up. Fang slapped Lin Shen on the back, saying it was encouragement, but why did it feel like he was rather heavy-handed? Why can't Bai see the handsome and dashing me? Ling Luo lamented. You can't even master talent theory, and you have the face to say that? Tian Buku and Tian Bunan said in unison, doubling the mockery effect. Envy, jealousy, hate, Li Ying chimed in. Lin Shen thought, just talking in the cabin makes you jealous. If you knew I've slept with Bai Shenfei for a night, wouldn't you go crazy with envy? Considering his brother's mental health, he decided no matter what, he couldn't let them know about this. Of course, the main reason was the fear that they would go crazy and it would be disadvantageous to him. Bai must have some serious business looking for me. I'll be right back, Lin Shen said as he trotted towards the small black cabin. If Bai Shenfei had something else to ask him, wouldn't that be another opportunity knocking? Lin Shen seemed to see the heaven-defying Bonefire Seed beckoning him. When he arrived at the cabin, Bai Shenfei was tinkering with the radio, which was tuned to a broadcast discussing Qingjia. After listening for a while, Lin Shen felt that the radio anchor really didn't know what they were talking about, seriously spouting nonsense. The analysis was just pretentious ignorance, all wild conjecture based on imagination. What do you think about Qingjia? Bai Shenfei sat down and asked Lin Shen. Today, Bai Shenfei was wearing a set of black battlesuits, which made her aura even more detached. Lin Shen finally understood why people had always marveled at Bai Shenfei's beauty. Indeed, she was beautiful. I'm just a small alloy level. What opinion could I have? Lin Shen said, spreading his hands. I plan to fight Qingjia. What do you think my chances of winning are? Bai Shenfei ignored his response and continued to ask. Since Bai Shenfei had asked outright, if Lin Shen evaded the question it would seem somewhat unsuitable. After all, they had shared a bed. You should ask Instructor Mu about this question. He just taught us the overlapping wave skill that Qingjia uses, and he's been your instructor for so many years, his opinion should be rather fair. If he says your odds aren't great, then you shouldn't go. Lin Shen organized his thoughts before speaking. I also know the overlapping wave skill, though I've only seen it once, but it's not worse than Qingjia's, Bai Shenfei said indifferently. Learned it just by watching once? Lin Shen widened his eyes, hardly believing his ears, and thought to himself, such talent really makes me want to cry with envy. I've trained for so long without even reaching the threshold, yet she says she learned it after watching just once, and that it's no worse than Qingjia's. I practice talent theory. Mastering such a small trick is nothing special, Bai Shenfei declared matter-of-factly. Her statement dealt another heavy blow to Lin Shen's tender feelings. In his eyes, the overlapping wave skill that was incredibly powerful was nothing but a trivial trick to Bai Shenfei. Heaven knows how much Lin Shen wanted to master what Bai Shenfei considered a trivial trick. The key to victory isn't the overlapping wave skill. In terms of technique and burst power, I won't lose to anyone, but he has better endurance than me, Bai Shenfei said, focusing on Lin Shen. I really can't help with that unless you switch to evolution theory, but I advise against that, Lin Shen thought. What if Bai Shenfei gets water in her brain and recklessly decides to demolish her level to start over with evolution theory? The average evolution theory won't have that effect. In the end, Lin Shen was still afraid of people mocking him. No need for a retake, I just need a favor from you. Bai Shenfei seemed to have thought it through and said directly, while you're practicing evolution theory, could you let me watch by your side? It would be even better if you could let me feel the changes in your body. This, Lin Shen suddenly felt somewhat embarrassed. Evolution theory wasn't something he could practice at will, it would only operate on its own when stimulated, and that's when it would truly take effect. Practicing evolution theory normally, although it could stir the flow of strength, basically had no effect. If he wanted to increase endurance, weighted running was a good method to activate evolution theory. But the thought of running while the stunning beauty Bai Shenfei felt him up was absolutely indecent. Of course, the main reason was that it wasn't in Lin Shen's interest. If Bai Shenfei discovered there was something wrong with his evolution theory, that would be troublesome. Lin Shen's eyes shifted. My evolution theory is a bit special. It needs to be practiced while sleeping in bed. Seems inconvenient, doesn't it? Bai Shenfei's clear gaze fixated on him, her eyes seemingly speaking, do you take me for a fool? I've seen others practice evolution theory before. Cough cough, I know it's hard to believe, but it is indeed the case. My version of evolution theory has been modified by a master, and the practice method is different from ordinary people. Lin Shen changed his stance. What's more, I have no reason to deceive you. If I had any designs on you, wouldn't it be better for me to just make a condition? Bai Shenfei understood Lin Shen's implication, a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks. You won't have another chance to make conditions, Bai Shenfei said as she rose to leave. She had cut off her own retreat, her mindset had shifted, and Lin Shen as a tool had become dispensable. This dispensability meant that she no longer needed Lin Shen to strengthen her resolve, and naturally, she wouldn't let him benefit before she had made up her own mind. Lin Shen was slightly taken aback, not expecting Bai Shenfei to be so decisive. Now I'm really done for. Could heaven-defying bone really end like this? Lin Shen felt like crying. That was the ability that could make him invincible in the universe. At this point, Lin Shen had no other choice but to follow Bai Shenfei out of the small wooden hut. Just as he exited the hut, he heard Ling Luo calling out at the door, little junior brother, someone is looking for you, and she's a great beauty too. Ling Luo's voice was loud enough to be heard throughout the entire training camp. Jealousy, pure jealousy. He's obviously announcing it for Bai Shenfei to hear. Lin Shen didn't care much. He didn't know many people at Seacorn Base. Aside from Bai Shenfei, the only one who could be called a great beauty was his elder sister Lin Miao. Although his sister was in her 40s, the 40s of a mutator were not much different from someone in their 20s. If it weren't for having gone through a lot, which made her aura lean towards that of a mature career woman, claiming she was in her 20s would certainly be believable to some. With these thoughts, Lin Shen walked towards the main entrance, while Bai Shenfei also walked in the direction of the gate, planning to leave the training camp. However, as Lin Shen got closer, the person opposite Brother Ling Luo made him do a double-take. Ye Yuzhen, why is she here? Lin Shen was surprised, never having considered that Ye Yuzhen would appear here. Bai Shenfei also saw Ye Yuzhen. Originally looking at Lin Shen, Ye Yuzhen appeared to have a sixth sense, her gaze shifting from Lin Shen and turning towards Bai Shenfei. The moment their eyes met in the air, Lin Shen felt as if he saw invisible sparks flying between them. Chapter 212, I've stamped it seeing that Bai Shenfei and Ye Yuzhen were both looking at him. Lin Shen feigned composure and was about to introduce them, but Ye Yuzhen beat him to it. Ye Yuzhen's face lit up with surprise and delight as she stepped forward, took Bai Shenfei's hand, and said excitedly, I have watched the Sky Vault images for a long time, and I've always liked you, Sister Bai. You are an idol for all of us female mutators. I never thought I'd meet you in person today. I'm going to make so many people jealous. Sister Bai, you look even younger and prettier in person than in the images, no more than 30, right? Lin Shen listened to Ye Yuzhen's complimentary words, but he felt that something was slightly amiss. After finishing, Ye Yuzhen let go of Bai Shenfei's hand and stood beside Lin Shen, naturally linking her arm through his, and said, Sister Bai, you are my Shen's senior classmate, right? Shen loves to have fun and is quite casual with his lifestyle. Without me to look after him, he surely would be a mess. Hasn't he troubled you quite a bit? Ling Luo, standing by, exclaimed inwardly, Impressive. It all sounds complimentary. But in actuality, she first hints that Bai Shenfei is old, then she establishes dominance, and even subtly implies that Lin Shen would only seek her out because he's lonely. This woman's skill is too high. He hasn't troubled me, Bai Shenfei replied indifferently, shaking her head. Little sister, this won't do. You have to show more strength, more strength. Ling Luo shook his head to himself. Compared to Ye Yuzhen, Bai Shenfei fell short. Her response lacked vigor. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now, Bai Shenfei said, glancing at Lin Shen before turning to leave through the training camp's main gate. Sister Bai, next time you're free, Shen and I will treat you to a meal, Ye Yuzhen said with a beaming smile. Okay, Bai Shenfei turned back for a glance, then looked towards Lin Shen and said, regarding the bed, I've agreed. After saying that, Bai Shenfei left without looking back. Ling Luo's eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. He Fang and a few other senior brothers who had been watching the drama from a distance while munching on sunflower seeds and sipping tea, sprayed it out upon hearing her comment. A flicker of something different passed through Ye Yuzhen's eyes as she turned to look at Lin Shen. It's over. The junior brother is doomed this time. With such a beautiful girlfriend, yet he still dallies with Sister Bai, that's asking for death, He Fang whispered to the others nearby. He's going to get slapped on the spot, Liv Ying said. Maybe today the junior brother will have to be carried out, Tian Buku and Tian Bunan said with faces full of schadenfreude. As Ye Yuzhen approached Lin Shen, she stretched out her hand toward his face, and Ling Luo hesitated whether to intervene or not. My little Shen, how have you not taken care of yourself while I wasn't around? Look how thin you've become, Ye Yuzhen said, cradling Lin Shen's cheek with her delicate fingers, her expression full of concern. Oh my, what kind of deity girlfriend, Mr. Tian, how could you favor such a scoundrel, He Feng, and the others felt an urge to stab Lin Shen out of jealousy. Cough cough, I'm okay, I shouldn't have lost weight, Lin Shen said, touching his face, not feeling any thinner. You just don't know how to take care of yourself, eating badly, dressing poorly, and in such cold weather your hands are so cold. Don't you even know to wear gloves? Ye Yuzhen chided him, cupping his hands in hers and gently rubbing them, then bringing her red lips close to breathe on them, her face full of tender concern. Ling Luo felt like he was going to spit blood, his teeth grinding fiercely, silently cursing. Good for you, Lin Shen. Normally with your bushy eyebrows and big eyes, I assumed you were an honest person, but I didn't expect you to be such scum. With such a great girlfriend, you still play around with Sister Bai. Are you even human, you big scoundrel? What merit do you have to be liked by such a good woman? He Fang and others also glared at Lin Shen as if they wanted to devour him. Senior brother, I need to go back first. Please tell the instructor for me. Lin Shen quickly pulled Ye Yuzhen away, fearing that if Ye Yuzhen kept performing, the other senior brothers might really run up and chop him. After getting away from the training camp, Lin Shen finally let go of Ye Yuzhen's hand and asked with puzzlement, How did you know I was here? Did you come to find me? Does Madame Ye know? Lin Shen said helplessly. She is her, and I am me. I make my own decisions regarding my matters, Ye Yuzhen replied, tilting her head and sizing up Lin Shen as if pondering something significant. What are you looking at? Lin Shen, though his skin wasn't thin, still felt a bit uneasy being stared at like this. Ye Yuzhen looked for a while longer, then nodded very satisfied and said, My judgment is really not bad. The boyfriend I chose is excellent. Even Goddess Consort wants to snatch him. This reassures me. I didn't choose the wrong person. Lin Shen stared at Ye Yuzhen, at a loss for what to say. This woman was truly unfathomable to him. My excellent and adorable boyfriend, where do you plan to take your pretty girlfriend? Ye Yuzhen hooked her arm through Lin Shen's, leaning against his side, her face blooming with a peachy smile. It's getting late. Let's go have dinner first, Lin Shen had to admit. He was quite fond of Ye Yuzhen. Apart from being a playgirl, she was really good in every other aspect. Moreover, Ye Yuzhen couldn't really be considered a playgirl. Originally, Lin Shen wanted to take Ye Yuzhen to a restaurant for dinner, but Ye Yuzhen preferred to stroll around the night market at Seacorn Base and try some local snacks. Throughout, Ye Yuzhen never brought up Goddess Consort and the matter with the bed, which made Lin Shen feel a bit guilty. After wandering around for half the day, Lin Shen took Ye Yuzhen back to her accommodation. Only then did Lin Shen find out that the Yi family also had properties in Seacorn Base. By coincidence, they were in the Villa District, and the green bamboo courtyard where Goddess Consort lived was just 2 rows away, with a sign that read Purple Bamboo Courtyard hanging on the door. What a coincidence. Lin Shen felt a bit of a shock. Seeming to notice the doubts in Lin Shen's mind, Ye Yuzhen said with a smile, My grandfather once helped the people of Seacorn Base. This villa was a gift that they gave to him, and this is also my first time staying here. Lin Shen suddenly realized that Ye Yuzhen's grandfather was Yi Jingren, who had provided significant help to Seacorn Base during a major sea beast tide. It wasn't just a villa that they owed him. Had Yi Jingren wanted, they would have given him the entire villa district without a second thought. About Goddess Consort's issue, Lin Shen felt he still needed to explain. However, Ye Yuzhen pressed a finger to Lin Shen's lips, silencing him. There's no need to say anything. I trust you, Ye Yuzhen said earnestly. She then tiptoed to kiss Lin Shen on the forehead, turned around to push the gate open, entered the yard, and when she reached the steps at the entrance, she turned back, winked at Lin Shen, and said, "I've put my stamp on you. From now on, you are mine." With that, Ye Yuzhen entered through the gate and closed it behind her. Looking at the warm and inviting courtyard under the dim streetlight, Lin Shen subconsciously touched his forehead, finding redness on his hand, presumably from Ye Yuzhen's red lips. Chapter 213, Soul Harvesting. On the way back, Lin Shen felt rather conflicted. When he used to tease Ye Yuzhen, besides wanting to get married and have children as soon as possible, he indeed also harbored a bit of a vengeful attitude. But as he interacted more with her, Lin Shen realized that Ye Yuzhen wasn't like what he had previously thought. You could say she's like tea, but you can't say she's not good. With such an understanding, gentle, and sensible woman, and a beautiful one at that, who is willing to spend time and effort on you, how could any man not be moved by such a tea? However, the better Ye Yuzhen was, the more hesitant Lin Shen became. Others might not know the troubles of his family, but Lin Shen was very clear about them. Such big troubles that even his formidable third and fourth brothers couldn't solve must be extremely serious. It didn't matter that he previously had no ability to help, but now that he had the power, he couldn't just ignore them. What's more, under a broken nest, can there be any intact eggs? Even if Lin Shen chose not to think or do anything about it, if his third and fourth brothers couldn't solve the trouble, how could he possibly remain unaffected? Lin Shen didn't know if they could solve the problem, but if they couldn't, or if things turned out even worse, if he died it would be one thing, but what about the people around him? Man, people really are damn cheap, Lin Shen cursed under his breath, deciding not to think about these matters. What was most important was to quickly raise his level. He didn't take the words of Bai Shenfei as she left to heart. It was clear she had said them out of spite to agitate Ye Yuzhen. Upon returning home, Lin Shen opened another mutant egg and drank the liquid inside. Just as he was getting ready to go to sleep, he felt a stir from the death powder. His heart leapt with joy, and he took out the capsule that the death powder had turned into. Indeed, the capsule was slowly transforming and soon turned into a crystal-clear, dark red rope. Sudden change, Death Shredder, super base crystal-based creature can evolve. Strength, 41. Speed, 41. Hardness, 41. Toughness, 41. Base mutation talent, super base devouring, super base evolution, super base armor. Piercing Spike, Super Base Instantaneous Speed, Super Base 100 Refinements, Super Base Solidification, Super Base Solidification, Super Base Solidification, Super Base Solidification, Super Base Soul Harvesting. The attributes of the death powder were as expected, nothing surprising. The additional soul harvesting skill seemed to be a kind of deterrent skill, based on the description. After massively killing a type of creature, it would create a deterrent force over those creatures. The magnitude of such deterrence could only be known through actual combat. Since he couldn't sleep anyway, Lin Shen took out his watch and teleported to Realm King Planet, planning to find a place to test just how effective the soul harvesting was, and how strong the combat ability of the transformed death powder was after the promotion. Killing ordinary crystal-based creatures wouldn't show the true value of the death powder, so after some thought, Lin Shen decided to use the Green Crystal Warriors as targets for practice. DSA and Menace %. Riding the evil dragon through the sky, Lin Shen found 2 lone Green Crystal Warriors. He jumped off the dragon's back, using death powder as a spear, and with just one thrust, he pierced through one Green Crystal Warrior's head. Average Green Crystal Warriors simply can't withstand death powder. Lin Shen threw another spear with the back of his hand and pierced through the head of the other Green Crystal Warrior as well. Under the enhancement of Super Base Instantaneous Speed, the Green Crystal Warriors didn't even have the chance to dodge. How uninteresting. Lin Shen frowned slightly, as this level of combat posed no pressure on death powder at all, failing to test its true strength. The main problem was that killing these Green Crystal Warriors was no longer useful to Lin Shen, it was purely a waste of resources. Lin Shen's philosophy had always been to kill only when necessary. Since there was no use, he did not wish to kill without reason. I might as well wait until I advance to Crystal Base level before testing on Ring Mountain Planet. Lin Shen felt that he might be ready to take on the challenges of Ring Mountain Planet. Having tested his skills, continuing any further seemed pointless. After killing the 2 Green Crystal Warriors, information appeared under the Soul Harvesting skill, Green Crystal Warrior 210-100. The effect was there, but not very pronounced. The Green Crystal Warriors, upon seeing death powder which had soul harvesting, hesitated only briefly before immediately pouncing. Riding the evil dragon in the sky, he sought out mutant Purple Crystal Warriors and Red Crystal Warriors. Having consumed too many Blue Crystal eggs, the Blue Crystal base mutation fluid was now useless to Lin Shen. There was no use in killing for it anymore. There was no need to sell it for money either, as Lin Shen was not short on cash and it could easily cause trouble. Red Crystal Warriors were exceedingly rare in the desert. So far, not even one had been spotted. Had Lin Shen not had 4 Red Crystal eggs in hand, he would have doubted their very existence. As fate would have it, just as he was thinking about never having seen a Red Crystal Warrior, a large group of Green Crystal Warriors emerged in the desert ahead, easily numbering in the hundreds. Among those hundreds of green crystal warriors, there was one peach red crystal base warrior, the very red crystal warrior that Lin Shen had been desperately searching for. However, with hundreds of green crystal warriors at its side, it wasn't easy to take it down alone, and killing hundreds of green crystal warriors was too time-consuming. This is a good chance to see what death powder is really capable of. Lin Shen reached out, pulling the death powder wrapped around him and tossed it at the group of green crystal warriors below. Once unleashed, death powder transformed into a giant state, a monstrous creature over 100 meters long, with a mouth like a shredding machine that devoured several green crystal warriors in one gulp. As both were crystal base level, the green crystal warriors had no chance of resisting death powder. They were shredded in an instant once swallowed. The attacks from the green crystal warriors made no impact on death powder. Though it was a red crystal body, it was more elastic than rubber. All attacks were deflected and nullified, unable to harm death powder in the slightest. Like a dragon entering a flock of sheep, death powder struck terror into the hearts of the green crystal warriors to the point where they began to flee. If only this death powder had been in the battle at Skystar Slope, it alone could have held the ground. Lin Shen was extremely pleased. The red crystal warrior leaped up, smashed his fist towards death powder, and the sound of a sonic boom rang deafeningly. A white gas cone formed around his fist as the center. The intelligence of the red crystal warrior seemed quite high. He had held back until now. Launching a sudden attack when death powder's back was turned to him was a calculated move. The punch landed directly on death powder's body, horrendous strength pressing and deforming its frame. Like a balloon being pressed inward by a needle, death powder's body was severely distorted, seemingly about to burst any moment. The punch from the red crystal warrior was so fierce that even Lin Shen was somewhat worried that death powder's body might be punctured. Chapter 214, Charging the Tower. Boom. Lin Shen was startled by the loud noise, but it was not the sound of death powder's body exploding. It was the sound of the red crystal warrior being bounced away. The extremely deformed body of death powder had not cracked open. Instead, it had propelled the red crystal warrior into the air. Death powder's contorted form instantly returned to its original shape, turned its head, and swallowed the red crystal warrior that had been flung into the air. Within the interlocking, gear-like red teeth spinning, the red crystal warrior's body was ground into pieces and swallowed directly. Strong, indeed, but don't go swallowing my red crystal warriors. Lin Shen was both shocked and pleased. Death powder's combat power was exceptionally ferocious, not inferior to the Dragon Hunter GYs. Only through battle would they know who was stronger. After death powder ate the red crystal warrior, the remaining green crystal warriors scattered and fled, each faster than the last. Death powder turned its gaze to one of the green crystal warriors, who was so frightened that it even forgot how to run away. It stood trembling on the spot, and then something shocking happened. The green crystal warrior shakily presented its own pet key in front of death powder. Wild base variant creatures actually offering their pet keys? Aren't most of them supposed to die rather than submit? Lin Shen immediately thought of death powder's soul harvesting skill. He hurried to check the information on his watch, and sure enough, he found that in the soul harvesting skills data, the value for green crystal warriors had reached 100 and there was an additional value of 100 for a red crystal warrior. So in the future, as long as death powder kills enough base variant creatures, it could easily turn wild base variant creatures into pets? Lin Shen was overjoyed in his heart. Originally thinking it was just an intimidation skill of limited use, he hadn't expected it to have such an advantage. After taking the green crystal warrior's pet key and turning it into a pet capsule, Lin Shen ordered death powder to chase the other green crystal warriors. Soon Lin Shen realized that soul harvesting couldn't make green crystal warriors offer their pet keys with absolute certainty. The probability was about 1 in 10, but the intimidation effect was still very good. Those green crystal warriors didn't dare to fight death powder and only cared about fleeing for their lives. Killing 100 red crystal warriors doesn't seem realistic. This skill feels a bit underwhelming. The number of mutant creatures was already scarce, and the Realm King planet was considered to have a superabundance of mutations. Finding 100 red crystal warriors was almost impossible. To aim for a 1 in 10 chance of making a red crystal warrior offer their pet key was even harder. After much thought, Lin Shen felt this skill wasn't meant to be used on base variant creatures of the same level. One had to kill creatures of a higher level. Only by slaying ascended creatures beyond their level could the value of the soul harvesting skill be realized. Slaying 100 of the same kind of ascended creatures would intimidate their kind, or even cause the ascended creatures to offer their pet keys voluntarily. But number of the ascended base in VA, no matter the number of transformations an ascended creature has undergone, as long as the species is the same, it can be effective, which is just too awesome. I need to advance to Crystal Base and head to the Ring Mountain planet sooner. There's a multitude of ascended creatures waiting for me there. Lin Shen couldn't wait to ascend to Crystal Base right away. He glanced at his current base mutation rate, which had already reached 69, not far from 100%. Lin Shen continued to search for red crystal warriors, but although he didn't find any, he discovered that the soul harvesting of death powder also worked on blue crystal warriors. A blue crystal warrior, upon seeing death powder, turned and ran away immediately, reacting just like the green crystal warriors with a strong fear of death powder. After studying for quite a while, Lin Shen finally realized that green crystal warriors, red crystal warriors, and blue crystal warriors are all the same series of base variant creatures. The intimidation power gained from killing green crystal warriors is also effective on blue crystal warriors and other variant warriors, though slightly less so. Similarly, the intimidating power gained from killing red crystal warriors also has an effect on other variant warriors. This is much better now. It means that there's a chance for red crystal warriors to yield their pet keys to death powder, though the odds are much lower. Lin Shen instantly felt the value of this skill had increased. According to this pattern, the creatures in Ring Mountain should all belong to a dragon-type base variant creature, and the intimidation power obtained from killing any of them would also work on other dragon-type creatures. In that case, this soul harvesting is even better than G-Wise's dragon-killing talent, it just needs time to grow. Lin Shen secretly figured out which ascended creature to kill first once he reached Ring Mountain. A tower-shaped building appeared in front, and Lin Shen immediately recognized it as the Realm King Tower and decided to let the evil dragon fly over. Whether it was bad luck or something else, this was the first time Lin Shen had seen the Realm King Tower after entering so many times. However, Lin Shen was well informed about the Realm King Tower. Many radio hosts had broadcasted news about the Realm King Tower before, and though the heat had died down compared to before, one could still often hear news related to the Realm King Tower on the radio. Lin Shen had also seen people attempting to explore the tower, so he had a good understanding of the situation inside the Realm King Tower. For instance, the first floor of the Realm King Tower is an absolutely dark space, where not even the light of a flashlight can illuminate the first floor. Some have speculated that there is something ubiquitous on the first floor like fog, but it is even lighter than fog. One cannot feel its presence, yet it blocks all light, creating the illusion of absolute darkness. Besides the darkness, there's also a crystal-based creature similar to a poisonous bee on the first floor, whose attack contains toxins. After being stung, nothing can be seen on the body's surface except for an almost invisible tiny hole. Upon poisoning, one would feel feverish as if they had a cold, yet feel very cold and weak, with a soft and powerless body. Fortunately, except for its fast speed, the crystal-based creature does not possess high capabilities in other areas. There are two methods to pass through the first floor. One is to have the ability to identify locations by sound and be quick enough to kill the crystal-based creature in the dark, then find the portal to the second floor amidst the darkness, thereby clearing the floor. The second method is simpler. If you have a sufficiently hard carapace or body to withstand the toxin, you can withstand the crystal-based creature's attacks and find the portal to the second floor, which would also allow you to clear the floor. If you can just withstand it and your body is poisoned, then you must face a tough battle on the second floor and will struggle to reach the third floor. Each of the floors from 1 to 9 is guarded by different crystal-based creatures, and the environments are also distinct. To reach the 9th floor, one's comprehensive abilities must be top-notch. Chapter 215, Section 1. They both reached the 9th floor, so they were ranked by time, with faster times earning higher ranks. The reward for the 9th floor was a 41-speed pet launcher, which was an extremely premium item for an average mutator. Lin Shen wanted the pet launcher, but he was not very interested in the crystal-based creatures within the tower. The 9 crystal-based creatures inside the tower were not mutants, simply ordinary crystal bases. They seemed so formidable only because each level of the tower was an environment most advantageous to them. In such environments, their strength could be maximized. In those kinds of environments, even a mutated crystal base may not necessarily be their match. For instance, the second layer had a high-temperature environment guarded by a hot rock giant. The hotter the environment, the harder the body of the hot rock giant became, and in such high temperatures, ordinary mutants couldn't defeat the hot rock giant. Lin Shen landed in front of the Realm King Tower, retracted the evil dragon, and directly entered through the gate. The challenge of the Realm King Tower was too simple for Lin Shen, as releasing Death Powder could take care of everything. The darkness of the first layer was of no use to Death Powder, which didn't rely on vision to move. It found the crystal-based creature in the darkness almost instantly and swallowed it whole. The second layer, a single swallow. The third layer, still in one gulp, and the fourth layer was the same. The crystal-based creatures inside the 9-layer tower couldn't stop Death Powder at all, allowing Lin Shen to easily breeze through each level. In fact, he only needed to rely on the carapace to withstand the unique environments of each floor, with no need for any battles on his part. In front of another Realm King Tower, Zeman's swordsman entered with a smile on his face. This time, he had made perfect preparations. He had researched how to quickly pass through each layer. It was easy for him to pass through the 9 layers, but to be the fastest and secure the top rank would get him the overall reward from the Realm King Tower. Since he had come, he had to do his best and take the ultimate reward. Otherwise, why would he go to such great lengths? This was the thinking of Zeman's swordsman. Everything was perfect. Zeman's swordsman was very satisfied with his performance. The steps he took through each layer were exactly the same as he had calculated, without any mistakes. The time he used was also very precise. Continuing at this pace, his ranking would certainly surpass Ouyang Yudu, who was currently the first. Congratulations on completing the Realm King Tower trial. Your total time is 1 minute and 54 seconds. You can leave your name on the Realm King Tower. May I know your name? It's even faster than I expected by 5 seconds. Easily ranking first, it's too easy. There's no challenge at all. After taking the reward and hearing the voice inside the Realm King Tower, Zeman Swordsman casually replied, Swordsman. Swordsman is added to the Realm King Tower. Based on your time, your current rank is second. Goodbye. The voice from inside the Realm King Tower sounded again. Second. Are you kidding me? 1 minute and 54 seconds should be the first. Ouyang Yudu took 2 minutes and 10 seconds, right? Zeman Swordsman wore a look of astonishment, though he had already been teleported out of the Realm King Tower. How could it be second? I remember Ouyang Yudu indeed took longer than him. Such a beautiful clearance, I feel it's already the limit, definitely first. The Realm King Tower scoring system must have made a mistake. Each level was almost perfectly passed, without any time wasted, definitely first. It has to be first, faster than Ouyang Yudu. If there's no mistake, I will eat the Realm King Tower. The spectators also felt that Zeman Swordsman should be first, not second. Zeman Swordsman stood in front of the Realm King Tower, looking up at the names engraved on the tower. Upon clearly seeing the rankings, he was momentarily taken aback. The spectators who saw the ranking were also stunned. The name Swordsman was indeed in the second position. However, the first place wasn't Ouyang Yudu, who was now ranked third, indeed lower than Zeman Swordsman. The name in the first position was strikingly the Great Red Bull Knight, which was naturally Lin Shen. Lin Shen just wanted to claim a reward and didn't wish to be too conspicuous, so of course he would not use his real name. Since he did not enter through the Realm King apparatus and there was no live broadcast footage of him, it also wouldn't be suitable to use the name Tian, as that could cause trouble for Tiancheng, with others thinking Tiancheng had a way to bypass the broadcast. After some thought, Lin Shen remembered that someone had once nicknamed him with that title. Moreover, no one knew that the Great Red Bull Knight was him, so he directly used that name. The Great Red Bull Knight, he has appeared again and actually won the top ranking in the Realm King Tower. 1 minute and 34 seconds. Damn, how could he be so fast? Even just running up there without battling would take that long, right? I knew the Great Red Bull Knight was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. Wait a minute, why isn't there any footage of the Great Red Bull Knight? When did he go up the tower? The Great Red Bull Knight has never been live broadcasting. It's been said before, he must not be human, too scared to even show his face, can't be wrong. The Great Red Bull Knight must be human, otherwise how could he have saved Mo Shengqi and others back then? A question that had ceased to be a major topic of discussion was brought back up by the crowd, all speculating whether the Great Red Bull Knight was truly human. Zeman Swordsman looked at the name and time on the tower, his expression not very pleasant. He thought he had done everything perfectly, yet there was someone who was even faster than him, and by so many seconds no less. Zeman Swordsman knew in his heart that even if he tried again, he would definitely not be able to surpass the Great Red Bull Knight's record. Why is my luck so bad recently? Digging up an egg, I met a fierce opponent trying to storm a tower. I encountered another oddball. Who exactly is this Great Red Bull Knight? Zeman Swordsman pondered, then suddenly thought, damn it, could it be the same person? The more Zeman Swordsman thought about it, the more he believed it to be possible. Others thought that the fierce man from the sandshell was already dead, but he didn't think so. Original, with such cunning, how could he easily perish together with others? Therefore, he was convinced that the fierce man had definitely not died. Considering further that both the fierce man and the Great Red Bull Knight had no broadcast footage, he increasingly felt that these two could be the same person. Unfortunately, he had no way to prove it, only hoping for a chance to encounter the Great Red Bull Knight and then confirm his suspicion. Today, the name the Great Red Bull Knight spread like wildfire across the world, claiming the top spot in the rankings, yet no one knew the extent of the Great Red Bull Knight's capabilities, nor had anyone seen him in action. Chapter 206. Intentional Lin Shen also wanted to know what reward the person ranked first would ultimately receive, so when he cleared the levels, he was sprinting with all his might as well. The only difference from Zeman Swordsman was that Zeman Swordsman didn't have a loyal fan. The combat power of a loyal fan was indeed off the charts, and the key point was their ability to adapt to various environments. Big or small, hard or soft, capable of flying or swimming, they could almost tackle any setting. Zeman Swordsman needed to overcome different environments in the 9 levels, face different crystal-based variant creatures, switch pets, and adjust his own state. Lin Shen didn't need to consider these things. A single loyal fan took care of everything, and the environment's impact on him was also very low. He just needed to keep charging forward. And sprinting was Lin Shen's specialty. Stepping on the Immortal Court would only get faster and faster without any sign of stopping. I wonder if this ranking can be maintained until the end. Lin Shen was not certain that he could stay in first place until the finish. After all, the world was full of fierce people, and someone might break his record any day. Upon exiting the Realm King Tower, Lin Shen had one more pet launcher in his hand. A 41 speed with a 10-round burst was indeed top-notch. No, I must sell the pet launcher in my hand as soon as possible. Its value is definitely going to plummet, Lin Shen calculated in his mind. After waiting for a while, the countdown ended and Lin Shen returned to his own room. It was still not dawn. Lin Shen had set a relatively short time this time and got back just in time to sleep a bit more. Upon waking in the morning, Lin Shen hardly ate anymore, replacing all his meals with base mutation fluid, aiming to reach 100% base mutation rate as quickly as possible. Just as he left his house, Lin Shen saw a flashy red sports car parked across the street, with quite a few people admiring the car. Car production lines had been pretty much destroyed in the past, and because car parts weren't produced in the same place, assembling a car used to be extremely difficult. As various bases grew stronger and pathways between them were opened, the situation improved a lot. But no one really bothered to set up car production lines again because cars were no longer practical. Read on MV Lembier. They could only be driven within bases. Outside, wild plants were rampant, and the roads were severely damaged. No one would spend so much effort to rebuild them. Even if they were repaired, who knew when a base variant creature might pass by and damage them? That would be a frequent occurrence. So now, there were basically no more car production lines, and most of the existing cars were leftovers that had not been damaged from the past. The red sports car in front of him looked really new from the paint job and obviously very expensive. Unfortunately, Lin Shen didn't know much about cars and had no idea what brand it was. Get in, I'll take you to the training camp. As Lin Shen was sizing up the sports car, the car window rolled down and Ye Yuzhen, sitting in the driver's seat, waved to him. Where did this car come from? Lin Shen settled into the passenger's seat and saw that Ye Yuzhen was wearing a black bodycon skirt and black tights today. Her whole body's curves and long legs, like a magnet, irresistibly drew one's gaze towards her legs. Someone else's, borrowed to drive for a few days, Ye Yuzhen said as she started the car. The next second, Lin Shen was indeed surprised. This was not just any car, it was practically a flying machine. The vehicle rose vertically, and under Ye Yuzhen's control, flew toward the training camp. Is this an alien device? Lin Shen curiously examined the inside of the flying vehicle and asked. Yeah, want to try it? It's very simple, Ye Yuzhen offered. Sure, Lin Shen was indeed eager to try it. Ye Yuzhen pressed a button on the screen and, to Lin Shen's surprise, a steering wheel popped out in front of him at the passenger seat. Ye Yuzhen explained how to pilot the device to Lin Shen, and after Lin Shen tried it, he indeed found it very simple, even simpler than driving a car. The flight device was too advanced, and operation was extremely convenient. Lin Shen felt this was appropriate. The higher the technology, the simpler it should be to operate. Is it fun? Ye Yuzhen, resting her chin on her hand, watched Lin Shen, who was thoroughly enjoying himself, and asked, It's fun. Lin Shen really liked playing, especially with these novel gadgets. If it's fun, then take it and play with it. When you get tired of it, I'll take it back, Ye Yuzhen said as she handed the flight device's control crystal card to Lin Shen. Forget it, it's not even yours. It wouldn't be good if it gets damaged. Lin Shen refused to take it. It's fine if the device gets damaged. It isn't a big deal as long as you're okay, Ye Yuzhen said, stuffing the crystal card into Lin Shen's top pocket. Then I won't be polite. Lin Shen said as he piloted, Does this thing refuel? No, it uses a solid energy block extracted from base mutation fluid. The mother planet currently doesn't have the technology to produce solid energy blocks and can only import them from alien worlds. The entire flight device is made from base mutation materials. Its strength is acceptable, but at such high speeds, collisions definitely won't end well, so you still need to be careful, Ye Yuzhen explained. Lin Shen had heard from Tian Xin before about flight devices on alien worlds, but he had never seen one for himself. He had thought they would be very cumbersome, never expecting them to be so portable and nearly indistinguishable from cars. Moreover, the device did not have the kind of thrusters that one sees in science fiction films. Whether taking off vertically or flying, it moved very smoothly, and Lin Shen had no idea how it worked. After playing for a while, Lin Shen piloted the flight device to a secluded open space near the training camp and landed. He handed the control crystal chip back to Ye Yuzhen. What's up? Ye Yuzhen asked, slightly taken aback. I've had enough fun for today. I'll find you next time I want to play, Lin Shen said with a smile as he got off. Okay, after your training is done, I'll pick you up, and we can go check out the distillery street market, Ye Yuzhen said casually, taking the control crystal chip. Sounds good, but let's not use this, Lin Shen said, patting the flight device. I thought you would like it. If you don't, I'll return it later, Ye Yuzhen commented. It's not that I don't like it, it's just too eye-catching. I don't want to be tomorrow's news on the Shanghai Corner radio station, Lin Shen joked. After Ye Yuzhen left, Lin Shen silently marveled to himself. The Ye family's foundation in Seacorn Base is deep indeed, managing to get their hands on a flight device from an alien world. That's something not even money can necessarily buy. He had also thought about visiting the distillery street market lately, but simply hadn't found the free time. Today, since Ye Yuzhen invited him, it coincided perfectly with his own intentions. The distillery street market, along with the sandfield and the salt drying field, were collectively known as the three major markets of Seacorn Base. Lin Shen had previously visited the sandfield and also planned to visit the other two markets to see if he could find another base mutation egg with a fire seed. After arriving at the training camp, it was still the same three routines, running laps, stretching, and meditating, followed by theory lessons and then free time. For the past couple of days, Lin Shen had not practiced the overlapping wave skill and Instructor Mew hadn't forced him to. No matter how good Lin Shen's physical condition was, without grasping the essence of the overlapping wave skill, it was useless. So Instructor Mew was considering what kind of skill Lin Shen was suited for. With nothing better to do, Lin Shen practiced the rod skill he had learned from the fisherman with death powder. Instructor Mew, who occasionally kept an eye on Lin Shen, watched for a while and his expression gradually turned peculiar. Is that kid doing it on purpose? Instructor Mew realized the skill Lin Shen was practicing was very complex and unique. He could learn such a complex skill, yet he seemed unable to grasp the overlapping wave skill, which merely required repetition. It all seemed deliberate. Originally, Instructor Mew had thought Lin Shen might not be too bright, with only average aptitude, suitable for simpler and more straightforward skills. But now, it seemed that was not the case at all. Chapter 217, The First Gift. After a day of training, Lin Shen left the training camp's main gate and saw Ye Yuzhen waiting outside. The two of them walked together to the Distillery Street Market, casually eating some food along the way. Unlike the battlefield, the Distillery Street Market has no stalls during the day. All the shops are on both sides, and only at night do vendors set up their stalls in the middle of the street. The stalls here are not as formal as those in the battlefield, with no clear division of areas, selling all kinds of stuff. Many of the stall owners are not professionals. They might sell things hunted during the day at night, or some mutator's old stuff they no longer needed, trying to make some money. Ye Yuzhen changed into her usual sports outfit and looked around the stalls with curiosity, seeming to find everything fascinating. She bought lots of shiny bracelets and necklaces, mostly made from fragments of base variant creatures not worth much money. Ye Yuzhen also bought many bracelets, sold at 10 yuan for 3. Lin Shen followed her around for a long time without seeing any fire seed. Oh, and this is for you, Ye Yuzhen said as she handed Lin Shen a canvas bag after they had strolled through the night market and as she was about to depart. What? Lin Shen, somewhat puzzled, took it and opened it to find that it was full of pet capsules. Lin Shen, recognizing the pet capsules, was instantly delighted. They hatched before I came and have already been tamed, Ye Yuzhen sighed. I originally wanted you to come and get them yourself, but considering you might not visit my home again, I thought I'd better bring them to you. Lin Shen didn't say much, pulling out 2 capsules and keys of the mutant Sea Demon God General and checked their information. Sea Demon God General, mutated crystal-based creature. Evolvable, strength 41, speed 41, hardness 40.2, toughness 40.2, base change talent, mutated heart of the ocean, mutated wave-breaking blade, mutated intuitive understanding, mutated twin demon heart. The attributes and skills of the 2 mutant sea demon god generals were exactly the same, even down to the decimal. Normally, crystal-based creatures should have 3 innate skills, but they had 4. Heart of the ocean gave them a special bonus in underwater battles. Wave-breaking blade was a burst skill, endowing the trident with more destructive power. Intuitive understanding was a bit special, improving combat ability after activation. The longer the battle, the greater the boost. As for the last skill, Twin Demon Heart, the information said it enabled a psychic connection between them, the exact function of which was unclear. Lin Shen felt this skill probably allowed them to coordinate more seamlessly. It should be useful when fighting 2 against 1. Lin Shen, I'm leaving, Ye Yuzhen, standing to the side, said softly. You're leaving so soon? Is Madame Ye urging you back? Lin Shen asked. Ye Yuzhen shook her head and said, It's not because of my mother. You've met her and probably have some understanding. A person as proud as she is wouldn't deign to restrict anyone. If she really didn't want me to see you, she would find 10,000 ways to keep us apart. Lin Shen carefully considered it, and indeed Madame Ye was that kind of person. She had never forbade him from seeing Ye Yuzhen. This time when I leave, it might be a long while before I can see you again. I hope we can still chat and have meals together like now, Ye Yuzhen said. Of course we can. Lin Shen felt that Ye Yuzhen's words were somewhat strange, wondering whether Madame Ye had not allowed her to see him anymore, but since Ye Yuzhen had already said that wasn't the case, there naturally was no such possibility. We've known each other for so long, and I've never given you anything. This is my first pet. I'm giving it to you as a memento, Ye Yuzhen said as she took out a crystal base egg and handed it to Lin Shen. Lin Shen was slightly taken aback, but after thinking it over, he accepted it, then took something out and handed it to Ye Yuzhen. Though I have quite a few pet launchers on me, this is the only one that wasn't taken by force. I'll give it to you. The pet launcher Lin Shen gave to Ye Yuzhen was a prize from the Realm King Tower. Ye Yuzhen took the pet launcher and fiddled with it for a while. She seemed to like it very much. She even held the gun with both hands, closed one eye to aim at Lin Shen, pretended to fire, and even made a gunshot sound with her mouth. Lin Shen played along, pretending to be shot, which amused Ye Yuzhen so much that she pursed her lips and laughed. What time are you leaving tomorrow? I'll see you off, Lin Shen said after Ye Yuzhen finished laughing. You see me home, and then I see you back. If someone didn't know better, they'd think we can't bear to part, Ye Yuzhen said, blinking. If you really care, you don't have to see me off, just find time to visit me. Absolutely, Lin Shen nodded. Then it's settled. Ye Yuzhen turned and walked into the villa. As she closed the door, she looked at Lin Shen with a meaningful expression and said, I have a thing about cleanliness and don't like sharing things with others, especially personal items like a bed. Lin Shen wanted to explain, but Ye Yuzhen had already closed the door. Once home, Lin Shen initially wanted to go to Realm King Planet, but after thinking it over, he eventually chose not to. Instead, he set a time to teleport to Ring Mountain Planet. With Jiwis and Death Powder, killing some ordinary first-turn ascended creatures shouldn't be difficult. Right now, Lin Shen just wanted to improve Death Powder's soul harvesting skill, which would be very useful in the future. With his familiarity with the area, he soon found a ring mountain inhabited by several pterosaurs. Lin Shen didn't dare to enter the ring mountain and fight with those pterosaurs. He loaded a few steel-level pet capsules and instead used the angel revolver to shoot the pterosaurs inside. At first, the pterosaurs just swallowed the steel-level pets without any intention of rushing out. But Lin Shen kept shooting at them, and soon enough, one of the pterosaurs couldn't take it anymore. It spat out a scimitar, glinting with blue light, and burst out of the ring mountain, rushing toward Lin Shen. Lin Shen was prepared, and he rode on the evil dragon and fled. The energy of the scimitar itself conflicted with the special gases on this planet, greatly weakening the scimitar's speed and force. Even so, the scimitar was still much faster than the evil dragon, and just as it was about to catch up to the evil dragon, Lin Shen fired Jiwis out. Jiwis soared through the air toward the scimitar, and with the acceleration from the shot, he actually caught the handle of the scimitar with both hands. All of the dragon markings on his body lit up, and he stubbornly held on to the scimitar. No matter how it flew through the air, it couldn't shake him off. The pterosaur, realizing its life base had been caught, could no longer endure and flew out of the ring mountain. Lin Shen, riding the evil dragon, reached out for Death Powder, turned it into a spear, and watched the pterosaur radiating blue light, ready to strike at any moment. Chapter 218, Dead. The pterosaur ignored Lin Shen and charged directly at Jiwis. Red on MVL Emperor Jiwis grasped the sickle with both hands, forcibly preventing it from flying back to the pterosaur's side. His dragon-killing talent was indeed formidable. Relying solely on his crystal-based body, he was actually able to forcibly control the life base. Of course, the environment also played a part. The sickle was already frosted over, and the energy it could unleash was severely suppressed by the surrounding conditions. As the pterosaur charged towards Jiwis, Lin Shen leapt up, commanding the evil dragon to meet the pterosaur's onslaught. The Hellrock Crystal Evil Dragon's attributes were not as strong as the pterosaur's, but its skills were all about enhancing its body, plus it had the ability to regenerate. It could almost be considered the strongest meat shield pet of the base mutation tier. When the evil dragon collided with the pterosaur, its body was instantly lacerated with several deep wounds by the pterosaur. The evil dragon fell to the ground, clearly outmatched. Yet, the pterosaur was also hindered, its body pausing for a moment. Seizing that brief moment, Lin Shen's Death Powder was fiercely thrown towards the pterosaur. The pterosaur, flapping its wings and not yet having adjusted its flying posture, couldn't dodge in time. It could only try to bite the Death Powder with its teeth. If it had been a long spear, the pterosaur certainly would have managed to bite it. Unfortunately for it, Death Powder was not a real spear. Its initially rigid form suddenly softened, twisting like lightning in the air, dodging the pterosaur's bite. After Death Powder flashed past the pterosaur's bite, its body became rigid again and even accelerated instantly, piercing towards the pterosaur's body with armor-piercing force. At such a close distance, the pterosaur had no room to dodge and was directly pierced by Death Powder. After its sharp tail penetrated the pterosaur's body, Death Powder's form softened again, wrapping around the pterosaur's body and finally biting down on the pterosaur's dragon wing. The pterosaur, entangled by Death Powder and wounded, let out a miserable scream. Its speed and strength suddenly surged, becoming incredibly fast, shooting through the air like a blue fighter jet. The injured evil dragon standing up from the ground had its wounds visibly healing at a rapid pace. It pounced towards the pterosaur again, blocking its path. Lin Shen also fired pet capsules at the pterosaur, launching both the Frost Swordsman and the Azure Moonblade hand from different directions to surround and attack the pterosaur. As the main force, the evil dragon continuously grappled with the injured pterosaur, taking the deadliest blows and suffering the most severe wounds. It could only be considered fortunate that it was relatively huge and had enough endurance and regenerative abilities to barely survive. Had it been any other pet, or even Jiwis with such grave injuries, they would likely have died long ago. Of course, had it not been for Jiwis controlling the pterosaur's life base, they wouldn't have been qualified to grapple with the pterosaur at all. Even so, the Azure Moonblade hand, in the midst of the battle, was carelessly sliced into two by the pterosaur's dragon wing, causing Lin Shen a great deal of pain. Thankfully, after a while, Death Powder's super base solidification began to take effect. The pterosaur's body gradually started to stiffen, especially the dragon wing bitten by Death Powder, which was becoming less responsive. After struggling for over an hour, the pterosaur could no longer maintain its flying posture and fell to the ground, stiff as a board. Although it still appeared vicious with bared fangs and claws, it was now at the end of its tether. Not long after, the pterosaur's body had become completely immobile, turning into a statue-like figure of cyan hue. Following the death of the pterosaur, the sickle controlled by Jiwis also gradually quieted down, until finally the spirit within the sickle ceased to move. killing a first-turn ascended creature, the supersource pterosaur, discovering a first-turn spirit-based pterosaur sickle, with the environmental advantage, as well as G-Wise's dragon-killing innate skill for suppression, killing a first-turn ascended creature is still so difficult. I wonder how powerful a supersource pterosaur would be without the advantage of the environment. Lin Shen inwardly marveled at the strength of ascended creatures. Death powder loosened its grip, but Lin Shen, looking at the corpse of the supersource pterosaur, was somewhat troubled. Although death powder's solidification could be a weapon beyond its level, the ascension liquid inside the supersource pterosaur's body had already solidified, and it was uncertain whether it could still be used. G-Wise dragged back the spirit base of the pterosaur sickle, only to witness death powder suddenly twist around, transforming into an enormous state, and swallow the pterosaur sickle in one gulp. "Hey, what are you doing eating that thing? Spit it out, I was planning to sell it for money." Lin Shen wanted to stop it, but it was already too late. Death powder had swallowed it down. "Forget it, it's not needed for now anyway, and I don't know who I would sell it to." Lin Shen thought for a moment and realized it wouldn't be of much use before his own ascension. Lin Shen gathered his belongings and once again headed to the Ring Mountain, prepared to use the same method, allowing death powder to kill more supersource pterosaurs, enhancing its deterrence against these supersource dragons. Lin Shen didn't dare to provoke those seemingly strong ascended creatures. He could only lure and kill supersource pterosaurs and supersource triceratops of that ilk. While Lin Shen was fighting fiercely on Ring Mountain Planet, Ye Yuzhen had already departed from her home planet. She wasn't just simply leaving Seacorn Base, but was leaving the home planet, heading to the planet of the Demon Tribe. Great cosmic clans like the Demon Tribe have many subordinate races, with numerous talents from various races coming to train with the Demon Tribe. The Demon Tribe also welcomed the gathering of talents from different tribes. After all, the universe was far too vast. Relying solely on the Demon Tribe's own people would be impossible to conquer the entire universe. The talents from different tribes were equally important to the Demon Tribe. Yi Jingren had once visited the Demon Tribe and had quite a good network there. Yi Yuzhen had reached the limits of base mutation level, and according to Madame Ye's arrangement, she needed to train for ascension with the Demon Tribe. Almost at the same time Ye Yuzhen left the home planet, a man both dark and thin arrived at the Lin family's rented accommodations, seeking out Lin Miao. "Hey, if you're here because of him, then there's no need to say anything," Lin Miao said, looking at the man. "Lin Miao, since I'm here, whether you want to hear it or not, I must speak my piece," He said with a cold face. "Say what you want, but it won't change anything," Lin Miao said firmly. "Indeed, it won't change anything. The person is already dead. What is there to change?" He said coldly with a sneer. Lin Miao's expression changed. "Hey, what do you mean? Who's dead? Who else could it be but that idiot?" He showed no kindness in his expression. "Are you lying to me?" Lin Miao's face turned deathly pale, drained of all color. "Lie to you? I really don't have the time for that, nor the inclination," He said, pulling something out of his backpack and tossing it to Lin Miao. "His life is gone, now this is all that's left. He asked me to give this to you. Keep it if you wish, or throw it away if you don't." Lin Miao caught the object and looked at it closely, only for his complexion to instantly turn ashen. He spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering, nearly falling over. Chapter 219, Spade A. Lin Miao held in her hand an egg that resembled a crystal base egg, completely translucent like a crystal, without the slightest impurity. But it was not a crystal base egg. Inside the egg-shaped crystal, there was a lifelike gray image of a six-winged phoenix. This was clearly a spirit base, but there was an obvious issue with it. It lacked any luster or energy fluctuations. Six Paths, Phoenix, Lin Miao, as if grasping at her last straw of salvation, looked at He with pleading eyes. "Yes, it's as you think. He failed his ascension, died, and this is his unfinished life base." He, seeing Lin Miao's demeanor, couldn't bear to be harsh and sighed. "Keep it well, even in death he wished to stay by your side. Fulfill his last humble wish." Upon hearing He's words, Lin Miao seemed completely enervated as she stared blankly at the spirit base in her hands. "He did everything he could. Now that he can stay by your side as he wished, it's not in vain." "Keep it well," He said, shaking his head. No one will be able to take him away from me again," Lin Miao said with a hollow look in her eyes, not knowing whether she was speaking to He or herself. He, seeing Lin Miao in such a state, sighed and, without saying anything more, turned to leave. "Did he leave any words for me?" Lin Miao asked, watching He's retreating figure. "Find a good man and get married," He said without turning back and walked away. "I found one, but it's too late now." Lin Miao hugged the spirit base in her arms, curled up in a corner, her eyes devoid of light, atop an immense planet dark and lightless as the dark domain. Terrifying creatures lurked everywhere in the shadows. Within an ancient castle-like edifice, monstrous in its blackness, lay a beautiful woman lounging on a sofa, her back adorned with bat-like black wings and ram-like horns atop her head, savoring a cup of blood-red liquid. Her entire pitch-black wall suddenly lit up and displayed the image of a fellow clad in battle armor. "Princess Catherine, the human you were betrothed to, Wan Nianbei, has failed his ascension and been confirmed dead," the demon man said. Catherine, unconcerned, continued to sip the liquid in her cup as she replied, "For a human to cultivate successfully and achieve the 6 paths, Phoenix body is indeed rare. Such a worthless human who even fails at ascension is not worth your concern, Your Highness," the man on the screen said. Catherine neither agreed nor disagreed, simply asking indifferently, "Ascension failed, and the flesh may be destroyed, but is the spirit base still intact?" "The flesh is destroyed, the spirit base unfinished, a half-disabled product," the man paused to answer. "Bring it back. Since he was mine, even if only ashes remain, they should be scattered in my garden," Catherine said calmly. "A worthless spirit base, unworthy even to be fertilizer, why should Your Highness bother?" The man's speech was cut off mid-sentence. Catherine's eyes narrowed slightly. A bizarre creature crouching like a dog next to the sofa lifted its head, its eyes bursting with blood-red light, fixated on the man in the screen. The man, located on an unknown planet, had his head explode like a watermelon. The screen immediately became chaotic, with a few men of the D-Man tribe dragging away the corpses. One of them, a man trembling, stood in front of the screen and bowed his head to Catherine. "What is your name?" Catherine asked the Demon man indifferently. "Your Highness, I am UAE, Vice Commander from Hanji Star," the Demon man cautiously replied. "Very good. From now on, you are the Commander-in-Chief of Hanji Star. You know what I want. Bring it back to me," Catherine said nonchalantly. "Your Highness can rest assured. I will go and find the people of Wan family right away," UAE said, both alarmed and delighted, bowing once more. "Very good." Catherine turned her head away and the screen went dark. "Ascension failed. Wan Nianbei, did you think you could escape from the palm of my hand? Even if you turn into an evil ghost and fall into hell, you can only be buried at my feet," Catherine said coldly, draining the liquid from her cup in one gulp. "Why are there so many boring people in this world?" Catherine picked up an ancient-looking mechanical watch, activated it, and a holographic image with a contact list appeared. But that contact list only had one name, marked Spade A. "Why haven't you replied to my message? Where have you gone? You disappear without a sound, leaving one quite bored." "I was thinking of finding a replacement to play with, but who knew it would be so uninteresting?" Catherine spoke to the motionless avatar of Spade A, her gaze shifting as if a new idea had struck her. "You won't reply to my messages, won't pay attention to me, huh? I'll make you reply to me," Catherine murmured to herself, picked up the watch, and aimed it at the exotic beast beside the sofa, smiling and saying, "Darling, come on, smile for the camera." The exotic beast, crouching like a dog beside the sofa, slowly lifted its head and showed a bizarre smile to the camera. Catherine took a photo of the exotic beast's smile, then opened the chat window with Spade A and sent the image directly. Lin Shen was on Ring Mountain Planet hunting the supersource pterosaur when he suddenly felt a vibration from the watch on his wrist. Looking down, he saw another message from Red Heart A. Now, in the crucial moment of hunting the supersource pterosaur, Lin Shen did not have the mood to check the message, ignoring it to continue commanding the battle. Always on MV Lampier. After struggling for most of the night, this was already the 4th supersource pterosaur he had lured out. With Jiwis and Death Powder cooperating, killing a first-turn supersource pterosaur was not difficult, but how to keep its ascension liquid intact was a problem. Using Death Powder to kill it, the ascension liquid inside the dead supersource pterosaur would solidify, hard enough to shatter teeth, making it inedible. Having Death Powder entangle the spirit base while Jiwis killed the supersource pterosaur would keep the ascension liquid, but the spirit base would surely be consumed by Death Powder, that gluttonous thing that never gave peace of mind. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Shen decided to keep the ascension liquid. As for the spirit base, let Death Powder take care of it. If it could ascend, so be it. After killing another pterosaur, there were no more in Ring Mountain, and Lin Shen climbed to the top to look inside. Inside the nests of those pterosaurs, he saw no ascension eggs. Just as Lin Shen was about to leave, he suddenly saw the blue magma below bubbling up, as if there was something inside. Chapter 220, Mutant Dragon Fight. Lin Shen quickly ducked and hid, stealthily peering down. Before long, he saw a creature slowly rising from the blue lava. Surprisingly, it was a very strange pterosaur. Lin Shen had seen many creatures inside the Ring Mountain on this planet, although they varied greatly in appearance, similar to various dinosaurs. But their bodies were all made of a blue steel material. This was the similarity. However, this pterosaur was different. Its body was black, and the surface looked largely like a nano coating, with some blue striped light patterns. Those light patterns seemed as if filled with blue lava. The intense blue light was very dazzling. Mutated ascension? Lin Shen was somewhat surprised. This was his first time seeing a mutated ascended creature. The mutated supersource pterosaur flew out from the blue lava and landed in a hole in the mountainside, shaking off the blue lava from its body. Lin Shen looked closely and noticed something strange. He had always thought that the blue inside the mountain was lava, but seeing the blue substance shaken off the pterosaur's body, it didn't seem to be lava. Lava, when cooled, should form volcanic rocks or volcanic ash and such, but the blue liquid shaken off the pterosaur didn't solidify. Instead, it evaporated. What exactly is that blue liquid? Lin Shen regretted not reading more books. His knowledge at a crucial time was completely insufficient. The mutated supersource pterosaur called out a few times with a very unpleasant sound, swinging its head left and right as if searching for something. It's not looking for those pterosaurs, is it? Too bad I've already killed them, Lin Shen thought to himself. The mutated supersource pterosaur called out for a while, finally quieting down and lying motionless in the pit, as if it had fallen asleep. Lin Shen didn't dare to provoke this mutated supersource pterosaur. Even killing ordinary pterosaurs was a strain. It was better not to take the risk. Just as he was about to sneak away down the mountain, he suddenly heard a splashing sound below, and took another look inside, only to see something rush out from the blue liquid again. Another mutation. Lin Shen saw that the creature crawling out from the blue liquid was a supersource triceratops. Only this supersource triceratops's body was also a black-gray color, covered in blue light patterns, very similar to that mutated supersource pterosaur. Looking at the blue light patterns on their bodies, Lin Shen had a sudden thought. Could it be that the blue liquid inside the ring mountain is actually dragon blood, the blood of these supersource dragons? The more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed, but it was not in the traditional sense of dragon blood, but rather their ascension liquid. Lin Shen had previously killed pterosaurs, and the ascension liquid extracted from their bodies didn't glow blue, but was a kind of transparent liquid, so he hadn't thought in this direction. However, seeing the blue light patterns on these two mutated creatures that matched the color of the liquid, he suddenly realized that the blue liquid in the pool might indeed be their ascension liquid. It's just that after their deaths, the ascension liquid inside their bodies lost its activity, and so it no longer glowed or heated up. While they were alive, the ascension liquid inside their bodies should also light up and heat up. This isn't right either. There's so much blue liquid in the pool, it's impossible that so many supersource dragon-type creatures were bled that much. Lin Shen thought it over and felt something was amiss, but couldn't figure out what was actually going on. What puzzled him even more was where these two mutated ascended creatures came from. Lin Shen had been luring and killing pterosaurs here for most of the night, and during that time, he had not seen these two mutations at all. Now they had suddenly emerged. Could it be that they had been hiding in the green liquid this whole time, or were all these ring mountains interconnected underneath? As he was pondering this, he suddenly heard two strange cries. The previously encountered mutated pterosaurs had discovered the emerging mutated triceratops, took to the sky with beats of their wings, and spat out a curved blade with black ash and green electric light patterns. The curved blade slashed directly towards the mutated triceratops, which opened its mouth and ejected a black trident with green electric light patterns. The two life bases flew through the air at unbelievable speeds. Lin Shen couldn't make out their flight paths at all and could only see streaks of black and green lightning constantly flashing and clashing within Ring Mountain. Lin Shen felt secretly relieved that he hadn't provoked them. At such speeds, if the distance wasn't too great, he wouldn't even have the chance to retaliate before being killed outright. MV Lempier original content. Waves of shockwaves exploded within Ring Mountain, and, surprisingly, the mountain proved to be unexpectedly sturdy. It wasn't destroyed despite the terrifying battle unfolding. As the rocks on the mountainside continuously crumbled and flaked off, after a while, Lin Shen was astonished to find that what he thought was Ring Mountain seemed not to be a natural mountain at all, but rather something man-made, resembling a power plant's cooling tower. Below the rocks was a black material, similar to a black ceramic coating. Lin Shen hadn't paid attention to this black material before, mistaking it for part of the mountain rock. However, as more of the external rock peeled away, it began to look suspicious. The black material was very smooth and neat, obviously not of one piece with the outer rocks. The more the outer rocks fell off, the clearer it became that the entire Ring Mountain might be made of this black material. The battle between the two mutated creatures could only leave some marks or pits on the black material and failed to completely destroy it. The outer layer of rock, falling into the green liquid, quickly dissolved, eventually vanishing in a puff of green smoke. This planet must be much larger than the humans' home planet, and everywhere you look, there are such ring mountains. If all these ring mountains are man-made, who had the means to construct so many of them on a single planet, and what purpose do they serve? Are they simply to contain these supersource dragons? Lin Shen was full of questions, but for the moment had no answers. The battle between the two mutated dragons continued, but neither could gain the upper hand. Life Base clashed with Life Base, and the two supersource dragons began a close fight, tearing at each other fiercely, turning the skies dark and the ground dim. After watching for a while, Lin Shen noticed another issue. But whether it was the Triceratops or the pterosaurs, during their battles, they would often dive into the green liquid instead of maintaining continuous flight. Each time they plunged into the green liquid, the electric light patterns on their bodies would become even more luminous. This led Lin Shen to a new hypothesis. The green liquid might not be their ascension liquid, but it certainly could replenish their energy. The reason supersource dragons couldn't leave Ring Mountain was not due to any miraculous effect of the mountain itself, but rather it was the energy emitted by the green liquid that protected the dragons from the external environment, preventing them from being harmed by it. Could it be that supersource dragons are not indigenous to this planet but were brought here from outer space to be corralled? Lin Shen was increasingly convinced this might be the case. Chapter 221, Mutated Ascension Egg. Lin Shen hid outside, his heart harboring thoughts of picking up a bargain. If the two mutant creatures wounded each other in the fight resulting in both of their downfalls, he could be the one to reap the benefits. These two mutant creatures were stronger than Ch201. They probably were not as simple as just first turn. If he could obtain their spirit bases, he could definitely fetch a high price for them. Read more on MV Lempire. Unfortunately, Lin Shen's plan quickly came to naught as the mutant pterosaur was beaten back, diving into the azure liquid and swiftly disappearing without a trace. Its curved life-base blade also flew away, its destination unknown. After driving away the pterosaur, the Triceratops climbed up the wall of the canyon and lay down in a hole, looking as if it had fallen asleep. Lin Shen felt slightly frustrated. He had hoped to gain an advantage, but now he hadn't gotten any benefit at all. Mists churned within Ring Mountain, and rocks that fell into the azure liquid turned into black-gray smoke. As the smoke flew out, it settled on the mountain walls, gradually forming a layer of rock ash, covering the black material underneath. What a mysterious place, Lin Shen marveled inwardly. He wondered about the origins of its creator, who could wield such magical methods. With a mutant Triceratops there, Lin Shen didn't dare to go down. He planned to find another ring mountain to go inside and obtain some of the azure liquid for research, to see exactly what it was. If the super source dragon could rely on the energy provided by the azure liquid to restore its expended energy, could this liquid then be used as ascension liquid? Just as he was about to leave, he noticed that the Triceratops below had started moving. It rose from the hole and then dived into the azure liquid, vanishing from sight. That is, a mutated ascension egg. Lin Shen's eyes suddenly lit up when his gaze landed on the hole where the Triceratops had been sleeping. There was an egg with a black shell featuring azure and electric patterns inside. Without even thinking about it, he knew it must be newly laid by the Triceratops, so they fought to the death over a nesting site. Lin Shen finally understood. Lin Shen's eyes were glued to the mutated ascension egg below, momentarily uncertain and hesitant. He feared that if he went to retrieve it now, the Triceratops might suddenly return and move the mutated ascension egg to another location after discovering him. If he didn't take it now, the chance would be even slimmer once the Triceratops came back. The early bird catches the worm, the latecomer suffers the loss. Lin Shen gritted his teeth and directly summoned the evil dragon, instructing it to fly into Ring Mountain and retrieve the mutated egg. Obedient to Lin Shen's command, the evil dragon flew into Ring Mountain, diving toward the mutated ascension egg. As it neared the azure liquid, Lin Shen distinctly saw blue smoke rising from the evil dragon's body, as if a stone pot was smoking over a fire. Lin Shen was struck with alarm. Outside Ring Mountain, he hadn't felt the temperature within to be very high, but now he realized it was much hotter than he had imagined. His flesh and blood body would be cooked, even with the alloy carapace for protection. Luckily, the evil dragon's body was truly resilient, enduring the intense heat to forcefully snatch the mutated ascension egg and bring it out. Watching the smoke-enshrouded evil dragon fly out at high speed, Lin Shen was overjoyed. Once it exited the entrance of the mountain, the evil dragon directly tossed down the mutated ascension egg, and Lin Shen saw that its claws had melted slightly from the scorching heat. The mutated ascension egg rolled down the sides of Ring Mountain, and Lin Shen hastily followed it only to see steam continuously rising from the egg. The azure light and electric patterns above carried an extremely high temperature, and it was this that scalded the evil dragon's claws. Here, the environment was particularly cold, and the constant convection between the high heat and low temperature formed a mass of steam. It swirled around the mutated ascension egg, resembling a white vortex of steam. Lin Shen immediately grew worried. If this continued, the energy within the mutated ascension egg would keep depleting and might very well turn into a dead egg. But when it came to returning it back to Ring Mountain, Lin Shen was somewhat reluctant. If it's a dead egg, then let it be. At least it can still be sold for materials, and the liquid inside can be used as mutated ascension liquid. It will be just right for my use later on. Lin Shen summoned G-Weiss, instructing it to push the mutated ascension egg away from Ring Mountain to avoid the mutated Triceratops from finding it. Even with the environmental suppression, Lin Shen did not dare to provoke the mutated Triceratops. Checking the time, there was less than an hour to go before he could return. Lin Shen simply didn't go elsewhere to hunt supersource dragons, choosing instead to wait for the countdown to end. When the countdown finally ended, Lin Shen clenched his teeth and placed a hand on top of the mutated ascension egg. Despite the protection of the carapace, touching it still felt like touching a red-hot iron plate to Lin Shen. Fortunately, his watch had already teleported him back, and the mutated ascension egg had come to his room as well. Due to the presence of the mutated ascension egg, the temperature inside the room kept rising. In just a short while, the curtains were almost igniting. Without any hesitation, Lin Shen used his watch again to transport himself and the mutated ascension egg back to Ring Mountain Planet. Although there were other methods, Lin Shen didn't want others to see the mutated ascension egg, so he had no choice but to teleport back again. Bringing it back was a bit of a hassle, but leaving it outside would definitely result in a dead egg. After much thought, Lin Shen gritted his teeth. By coordinating with the evil dragon and G-Weiss, he managed to send the mutated ascension egg back again. He planned to find a place that could house the mutated ascension egg after returning, and then come back to retrieve it. This time, Lin Shen only set the timer for 1 hour. By the time the egg was sent back, it was nearly time. Returning to his room once more, dawn had already broken. After getting up and washing up, he noticed that his big sister hadn't prepared breakfast as usual, and she hadn't urged him to go to the training camp either. Did Big Sister go out? Lin Shen asked Lei, who was practicing Tai Chi in the yard with a puzzled expression. Nope, the master of the house hasn't left today. I was also wondering about it. The master has never gotten up this late before. Maybe she got too tired from the business talks yesterday, Lei pondered and replied. Lin Shen frowned slightly and turned towards his big sister's room. Big sister, are you there? Lin Shen first knocked on the door of her room, then called out, Xiao Wu, what is it? Lin Miao's voice came from inside the room. Lin Shen immediately felt that something was off. Lin Miao's voice was fine, but her mood wasn't. He had never heard his big sister sound so down. Without hesitation, Lin Shen pushed open the door, which was unlocked, only to see his big sister sitting on the bed, clutching something in her hands. Big sister, is that a spirit base in your hands? Lin Shen looked over and asked uncertainly. Chapter 222, Turning the Tables. Wan Nianbei is dead. Lin Miao saw Lin Shen and couldn't hold back any longer, bursting into tears. What happened? I saw him a few days ago and he was fine. Lin Shen hurried over to comfort Lin Miao. Ascension failed, only this incomplete spirit base is left. Lin Miao sobbed as she recounted what had happened. Maybe it's fate. Lin Shen was about to say something to console Lin Miao when Lei knocked on the door from outside. Master, the Wan family people have come and would like to see you. There are a lot of them, and something seems off, Lei said. What do they want? Lin Shen couldn't help frowning. Wiping the tears from her face, Lin Miao stood up and said, Regardless, they are his family. You go entertain them first. I'll change my clothes and tidy up, then I'll be right out. All right. Lin Shen stood up and went to the living room first. But as he approached the front yard, before he even entered the living room, he felt something was amiss. Inside the yard, many of the mutators from the Wan family had arrived, and their posture didn't seem like they were there to talk nicely. Ignoring those people in the yard, as Lin Shen entered the living room, he saw a strange middle-aged man sitting in the master's seat. Guests are guests, no matter how important you are. Unless you're a relative or an elder, you can't just take over as host and sit in the master's seat. This made Lin Shen feel even worse. Exclusive, where's Lin Miao? The man only saw Lin Shen enter and didn't see Lin Miao, so he frowned and spoke immediately. Lin Miao is my older sister. My name is Lin Shen. May I ask your name? Lin Shen inquired, looking at the man. You're not entitled to speak here. Call Lin Miao out, the man said, clearly having no intention of giving his name. Even though he already recognized Lin Shen as the playboy, he hardly regarded him at all. In the man's view, whatever a playboy is, he's just like a rural landlord's son with a little bit of land, completely incomparable to a family like the Wan family that has reached the stars. Lin Shen was displeased, thinking, You come to my house looking for my sister, and you act so arrogantly in my place. Who do you think you are? Is the Wan family so great? This is not the splendid era base of the Wan family, nor is it your family's mansion. Who can speak and who can't is not for you to decide. Lin Shen stared coldly at the man as he spoke. The man seemed to disdain talking to Lin Shen and glanced at a mutator beside him. The mutator stepped forward and reached for Lin Shen's head with one hand. Lin Shen instantly drew his angel revolver and fired at his hand. A capsule of the mutant black-armored centipede shot out from the barrel, taking on a battle stance in midair and biting towards the hand of the mutator. At such a close distance and speed, the mutator seemed to be prepared and reacted in time. A crystal-based carapace appeared on his palm, turning the grab into a punch, and he landed it on the mutant black-armored centipede, blasting it away. The mutant black-armored centipede was sent flying into the yard. Its wings vibrated swiftly, allowing it to fly back. In the eyes of those ignorant country bumpkins, you're some playboy, but in front of my Wan family, you're still just a bumpkin. Don't test my patience, or consequences will befall your Lin family that you can't afford, the man said indifferently, barely glancing at Lin Shen. The mutator, who had blasted away the mutant black-armored centipede, returned behind the man, not making another move. Lin Shen turned his head to see that his older sister had arrived, which explained why the mutator didn't continue to attack. Guotao, Lin Miao said as she entered, pulling Lin Shen behind her and gave a junior's greeting to the man. We have no particular friendship, nor are we relatives, so there's no need for pleasantries, Wan Guotao continued with a cold face. The unformed spirit base of Nianbei is in your possession, isn't it? That belongs to my Wan family. Return it. Lin Shen could no longer stand Wan Guotao's attitude and was about to explode, but Lin Miao held him back. You're just Nianbei's clan uncle, neither his father nor his blood uncle. Who he leaves his belongings to is his choice. Why should he give them to you? Lin Miao demanded, looking at Wan Guotao. She would never hand over the last thing Wan Nianbei left her to anyone. He was a person of the Wan family. All that he had belongs to the Wan family. I naturally have the right to deal with it, Wan Guotao said coldly. My demand is out of respect for Nianbei, offering you one last shred of dignity. Don't force me to do something that will strip you of it. Do you not even spare the dead, after the living have given everything to the Wan family? Lin Miao's face also began to look unsightly. Alive, they are the people of the Wan family. Dead, they are the ghosts of the Wan family. Wan Guotao said coldly. I'll say it one last time, return the belongings. What if I don't? Lin Shen knew that object was Lin Miao's last reminder of Nianbei, and with the Wan family's attitude, it was something they could not surrender regardless. Then you die. Without any further ado, as soon as Wan Guotao finished speaking, a mutator beside him attacked once again. In an instant, he appeared in front of Lin Shen and threw a punch at his chest. Stop. Not wanting to see Lin Shen harmed, Lin Miao was aware of the Wan family's powerful influence. It didn't matter if it was Lin Shen. Even if Lin Xiangdong had destroyed the life bases of 5 ascenders, the Wan family didn't take him seriously either. Yes, the object left by Wan Nianbei was essential, but it wasn't worth Lin Shen's life. But that mutator from the Wan family gave Lin Miao no opportunity, his punch not weakening in the slightest. Carrying a terrifying sonic boom and with the force of thunder, he aimed even more ferociously at Lin Shen, determined to kill him on the spot. Lin Shen was furious. He reached out for the death powder, and holding it like a long spear, he stabbed it straight at the mutator's fist, courting death. The mutator's eyes were sinister as he continued his punch at Lin Shen, completely disregarding the spear-like death powder. Ah! At the collision of the spear's tip and the fist, the mutator screamed in agony. His fist was actually pierced by the death powder. The people of the Wan family were all taken aback, never expecting that the gun in Lin Shen's hand could penetrate a crystal-based fist. If you can speak, then speak. If not, get lost. You're not welcome here, Lin Shen said to Wan Guotao with a cold stare. Do you really think that having a fancy crystal-based pet makes you arrogant? Country bumpkins will always be country bumpkins. Wan Guotao had no intention of negotiating, and with a thought, a glimmering spirit-based sword appeared before him. It seemed like in the next instant it would pierce through Lin Shen's body. Lin Shen's expression was unchanging. He simply reached out and took Lin Miao's hand, his gaze shifting to the other people beside Wan Guotao. Just one ascender was nothing in Lin Shen's eyes, but the Wan family had more than just one ascender. Here, take it. Lin Miao's heart was filled with sorrow. Despite her reluctance, she could do nothing but hand over the object Wan Nianbei had left her. The dead are gone, but the living must go on. Too late. Wan Guotao had no intention of sparing their lives. His spirit-based sword turned into lightning, barreling towards Lin Shen and Lin Miao. But after the flash of the sword, Lin Shen and Lin Miao's figures were no longer there. They had a teleporter on them? Wan Guotao's face slightly darkened, and confusion arose in his heart. Teleporters that could be carried on one's person were a rare sight on the Mother Planet. Chapter 23. Actual combat. Lin Miao thought she was certainly going to die, but then she found the scenery before her eyes change, and she arrived in the midst of a colorful desert. Is this the desert of Realm King Planet? Lin Miao looked at Lin Shen in astonishment. Lin Shen nodded slightly. This watch teleporter was found by me at Gourd Mountain, and it can freely transport us to Realm King Planet. It can also be set to exit at a fixed time. I only had time to adjust the timer to 30 days, so we are safe for these 30 days, but after 30 days, we will be teleported back to our original location. If Wan Guotao is still waiting there, he might not give us another chance to adjust the teleportation. We are temporarily safe, but what about Uncle Lei and the others? Lin Miao said with concern. The Wan family is after us. Uncle Lei and the others are just employees of the Lin family, and that place isn't Seacorn Base. Even if they are people from the Wan family, they can't just kill people at will in Seacorn Base, but it's inevitable that Uncle Lei and the others will suffer a bit. Lin Shen had already made up his mind when he chose to teleport to Realm King Planet. If he had started to fight back just then, Uncle Lei and the others would most likely have been killed on the spot. Only if he and Lin Miao left would Uncle Lei and the others have a chance to live. Lin Shen, this is my business. I'll give him what he wants. If he wants to kill, then let him kill me alone. Don't bother with it anymore, Lin Miao said. Big sister, didn't you see just now? He was determined to kill us. Giving him the object is useless, Lin Shen said calmly, knowing Lin Miao was distraught with worry. Big sister, leave this matter to me. With these 30 days, I should be able to advance to a crystal-based warrior. By then, he may not be able to kill me. He's an ascender. Even if you become a crystal-based warrior, you won't be his match. Lin Miao shook her head and smiled bitterly. That's not necessarily true. Your brother isn't just an ordinary crystal-based warrior. Sister, trust me, give me time, and I will definitely be able to do it. Lin Shen knew there wasn't much time, and he had to do everything in his power to prepare for the battle with the Wan family. What Lin Shen was seeing wasn't just one Wan Guotao. With the boost from the sacrificial halo, killing him wouldn't be difficult. Taking out one Wan Guotao would mean they had irreparably broken with the Wan family, and he must have the capability to confront other ascenders from the Wan family. No matter how powerful the Wan family might be on their mother planet, they could only have the strength of ascenders at most. As long as he could have the power to slay ascenders, it didn't matter what kind of interstellar family you were, on the mother planet, you'd still have to lie low. It was different from killing the Super Source Dragon on Ring Mountain Planet. On the mother planet, ascenders weren't constrained by the environment or affected by the Dragon Slayer's talent, making even a first-turn ascender very difficult to kill. Just like the previous battle with Zhang Guyuan, Lin Shen was at an absolute disadvantage, and this time there would be no black-capped mushroom beast to help him. Moreover, given the Wan family's resources, they likely had more than just first-turn ascenders, they probably had even stronger ascenders. Lin Shen didn't want to waste the strike of the sacrificial halo on just a first-turn ascender. Summoning the evil dragon, Lin Shen planned to find as many mutated crystal-based warriors as possible. Besides wanting to obtain mutated-based mutation fluid, Lin Shen also had to train his combat skills. Competing in attributes and physical strength with ascenders was definitely a lost cause. He could only rely on pets and skill to perhaps gain a glimmer of a chance for victory. Isn't that the Mount of Tien? How come it is with you? Lin Miao was somewhat surprised to see the evil dragon. Because I am Tien, Lin Shen said with a smile. You're Tien. Lin Miao looked Lin Shen up and down as if she was meeting him for the first time. I used that pseudonym for some reasons. Now is not the time to explain. We need to make the most of our time, Lin Shen said as he took Lin Miao with him, allowing the evil dragon to fly in the sky searching for mutated crystal-based warriors. Finding a purple crystal warrior surrounded by a cluster of green crystal warriors, this time Lin Shen didn't let his pets take action but went down to fight by himself. When the black carapace appeared on Lin Shen's body, Lin Miao fully believed that her brother really was that Tien who had made such a great impression at Skystar Slope. At this moment, Lin Miao didn't know whether to feel happy or fortunate. She had tried very hard to ensure Lin Shen could have a peaceful life. But today, she realized, fortunately, Lin Shen had grown up, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to protect her younger brother at all. He even integrated the finger skill of Red Heart A, but right now, aside from the stabbing skill, Lin Shen's proficiency in the other skills was still lacking. Watching Lin Shen, an alloy mutator, being able to slaughter effortlessly among a group of over 100 crystal-based warriors, Lin Miao felt both distressed and proud. Distressed because she hadn't been able to take good care of Lin Shen and had even put him in danger because of herself. Proud because her younger brother, like his older brothers, was one of the rare individuals in the world. Seymour, MVL Empire. Apart from drinking base mutation fluid, Lin Shen was engaged in fierce combat every day, honing his skills through actual fighting. He had never put in such hard work before. After experiencing numerous real battles, Lin Shen realized that the techniques once difficult to master weren't so hard after all. It was just that he had never committed enough effort and focus to them before. Even the technique of the overlapping wave skill, Lin Shen had come to understand the substance of momentum through actual combat. He wasn't deliberately practicing the overlapping wave skill, but in the continuous use of stepping on the immortal court, Lin Shen suddenly realized that the so-called overlapping wave skill shared a miraculous commons with the unending momentum of stepping on the immortal court. With this new understanding, Lin Shen suddenly saw the light. He was able to effortlessly execute the overlapping wave skill. The fisherman's rod skill was also partially abandoned by him. He only practiced those moves that felt more natural to him. It wasn't that the other techniques were inferior, but because time was of the essence, he didn't have the opportunity to ponder those that were more challenging for him to master. Now, he needed to refine his skills as much as possible, otherwise he wouldn't stand a chance in a fight against the Ascenders. As for that particular finger skill of Red Heart A, Lin Shen had put in a great deal of hard work, and it was, in fact, the skill he practiced most diligently. In battle with the Ascenders, if he couldn't rely on anything else, he would have to rely on the acupoint sealing skill. Mastering this finger skill, combined with acupoint sealing, would be his ultimate weapon. Luckily, the finger skill taught by Red Heart A was very similar to the stabbing skill taught by Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu's stabbing skill could directly serve as the foundation for the finger skill. The more Lin Shen studied this finger skill, the more he found it to be mystically unfathomable. As for the new message sent by Red Heart A, Lin Shen hadn't had time to read it. It wasn't until one day when Lin Shen encountered a bottleneck while practicing the finger skill that he decided to check what Red Heart A had sent him. Only then did he take a glimpse at it. With just one glance, Lin Shen's eyes went wide. In the image there was an extremely strange creature, a wolf clad in a cloak at first sight, baring its teeth as if smiling at him. One look at the smiling wolf's face and Lin Shen suddenly felt his mind grow fuzzy. His thoughts scattered uncontrollably as if bewitched, and his body began to move on its own. Lin Shen picked up his wristwatch, selected Red Heart A from the contacts, and then pressed the communication button. In the Demon tribe's mother planet, Catherine was attending an important gathering. Suddenly, she felt her wristwatch vibrate. She glanced at it and realized it was a communication request from Spade A, her eyes immediately sparkling with delight. "Excuse me, I have something to attend to. Please continue," Catherine said, paying no attention to the reactions of the others as she swiftly left the hall. Once outside, she eagerly pressed the acceptance button. Chapter 224, Netherworld Sulphur Wolf. But the moment Catherine pressed the agree button, the communication was suddenly cut off, and the image on the other side hadn't even had a chance to project. "To break the Netherworld Sulphur Wolf's illusion so quickly, it's no wonder it's you," Catherine said, not angry at all, her face filled with satisfaction. Her expression was like someone who had found a fun game and wanted to keep playing indefinitely, not wanting it to end too soon. So even if she lost the game, she was still very happy. Let me think, how should I continue this game? Catherine mused, her red lips curving slightly in thought. Lin Shen broke out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for evolution theory taking effect in time, allowing him to regain a bit of his senses, the communication would have already been connected. Just through a segment of footage, it can control a person's brain. What exactly is that creature? Lin Shen fretted inwardly, feeling that he needed to be even more careful from now on. He couldn't casually look at the messages sent by Red Heart A. It wasn't long before Red Heart A sent another message, but this time Lin Shen had no intention whatsoever of opening it. Putting Red Heart A's matter to the back of his mind, he continued to intensely train various skills. As the days went by, Lin Shen's various skills became more refined, and his base mutation rate was also about to reach 100 points. At Seacorn Base, not long after Lin Shen had entered Realm King Planet with Lin Miao, all members of the Lin family caravan were brought into the living room. Give me a result, Wan Guotao said coldly as he scanned them, and his men knew what to do, taking the people away to prepare for severe torture. Did I go to the wrong place? Isn't this Seacorn Base rather than Splendid Era Base? A voice came from the outside, and Instructor Mew pushed the door open and walked in. After receiving the message, he rushed over immediately, but it was still too late. Mu Qingchuan, this is a matter for my Wan family, and it has nothing to do with you, Wan Guotao said coldly. You come to Seacorn Base wanting to beat or kill my student, and yet you say it has nothing to do with me. I wonder what then is my concern. Instructor Mew said as he walked next to Lei and others, looking at Wan Guotao. Wan Guotao seemed to have some apprehension towards Instructor Mew, and was not as domineering as when he spoke with Lin Shen and the others. Lin Miao took something from my Wan family. I must get it back, Wan Guotao stated. What did Ah Miao take from you that warrants such a major effort from your Wan family? Instructor Mew asked, frowning. It's none of your business. I must take that item back, even if it means using all of the Wan family's resources, Wan Guotao declared, making his stance clear. Instructor Mew was somewhat surprised in his heart. This statement from Wan Guotao was to tell him that if anyone attempted to interfere with the Wan family, they would go as far as mutual destruction to persist, without leaving any room for negotiation. Lin Xiangdong's performance at Jinshui Lake, you must be aware of it too. It's best to leave some leeway in life, for future encounters. Let me mediate for you. Take the item and leave them with their lives. It would be beneficial for both the Wan family and the Lin family, Instructor Mew suggested. There is no room for discussion. I must get the item back, and their lives I am also determined to end. If your disciple Lin Xiangdong wants to fight to the death, let him come to my Wan family. As long as he has the ability, he can kill anyone from my family. Wan Guotao flatly rejected Instructor Mew's proposition. Instructor Mew was shocked and had no clue what Lin Miao had taken from the Wan family that made them so determined to take her life. The Wan family has so many ascenders, he alone, no matter how formidable, couldn't withstand them all. Even if all the ascenders from Seacorn Base were added together, their strength wouldn't be much stronger than the Wan family's. These people are just employees of the Lin family's trading convoy. The affairs of the Lin family have nothing to do with them. I vouch for them, they won't get involved in the Lin family's matters anymore. Please, let them live, Instructor Mew said, pointing at Lei and the others. Fine, I'll give you Mu Qingchuan this face, but you can't interfere in this matter anymore, Wan Guotao said. Instructor Mu frowned slightly, but then Lei suddenly bowed deeply to Instructor Mu. Instructor Mu, I am truly grateful to you. Although my surname isn't Lin, I have followed the Lin family my whole life, and I don't plan to leave. I consider myself a member of the Lin family. They are targeting the Lin family, and I can't abandon the Lin family. See more free web novel. Even if I die, I cannot watch them harm my masters and Mr. Lin Shen. Therefore, I don't need your vouch, and you don't need to promise them anything on our behalf. Just be yourself. Instructor Mew, we also don't need you to make any promises for us. Please just be yourself. A few of the old household members of the trading team stepped forward and bowed to Instructor Mew. They weren't dismissing their lives. Rather, they were using their lives to ask Instructor Mew not to give up on Lin Shen and Lin Miao. Many of the old household members had been with the Lin family since the days of Lin Shen's parents, having shed blood and risked their lives with several generations of the Lin family. They were not just ordinary employees. They all had life and death ties with the Lin family, and even in their old age, they continued to work for the Lin family not only for the salary but also for the deep, life-honored bonds. They feared death, yet their sense of honor made them willing to face the terror of death. Just as there were such courageous individuals, there were also many who were afraid of dying, quickly raising their voices to ask Instructor Mew to save them. There was nothing wrong with that. It was just a job after all, with no need to die for someone else. Instructor Mew looked at Lei and the others, sighing softly. If you die like this, you won't solve anything, and the Lin siblings won't have the face to see your families again. The situation here is not as simple as you think. Leave now. There will naturally be someone to deal with this situation. Having said that, Instructor Mew turned to Wan Guotao and spoke. I'll take the people with me, and I won't intervene in matters here anymore. Good, I trust your character, Mu Qingchuan. Release them, Wan Guotao gestured, signaling the mutators guarding Lei and the others to stand down. Let's go, we can talk more outside. Instructor Mu interrupted Lei, who seemed to want to say something, and started leading him out. He wouldn't leave without the old household members, and as for the others, they didn't need telling, as they were already running outside. It wasn't until they had left the courtyard that Instructor Mu let Lei and the others explain the situation clearly. He only knew that people from the Wan family were looking for trouble with the Lin siblings, but he was unclear about the details. Lei and the others weren't sure what was going on either and guessed it might be related to Wan Nianbei, although their explanation was vague. This matter is not so simple, Instructor Mu said with a frown after listening. Instructor Mu, you must save our masters and Mr. Lin Shen. Why do they insist on taking their lives and not just the items? Lei implored. This matter is no longer something I can resolve by stepping in. But don't worry, I will go find Haidoxiu right away. Only Haidoxiu's intervention might save their lives. You go to the Asura training camp and stay there for now. I'll go to High Mansion. Instructor Mu instructed Lei and the others to head to the training camp before he proceeded to High Mansion. Upon hearing that Instructor Mu was going to seek Haidoxiu's intervention, Lei and the others showed expressions of relief. Chapter 225, A Deadly Situation Discover, Free Web Novel Novels. Haidoxiu's surname isn't really Hai, it's just her nickname. In Seacorn Base, with its many training camps grouped into a training camp association, Haidoxiu is the association's president and the actual ruler of Seacorn Base. Only Haidoxiu had the authority to mobilize the Ascenders of Seacorn Base, and Instructor Mu had some ties with her, so persuading Haidoxiu to step in wasn't difficult. After all, this was Seacorn Base. The Wan family's members acting recklessly, killing at will as the ruler of Seacorn Base, Haidoxiu couldn't just stand by and let this happen. After Instructor Mu met with Haidoxiu, things went quite smoothly. Haidoxiu had long been aware of Wan Guotao's situation and had been intending to see him. The reason she had waited until now without visiting was that she was waiting for Instructor Mu to come to her. I can help you, but I have a condition, Haidoxiu said to Instructor Mu with a smile. The Asura training camp is yours. Instructor Mu knew what Haidoxiu wanted and didn't wait for her to say anything, handing over the deed to the training camp directly to her. He had already made his decision when he went to find Haidoxiu. All right, let's go then, Haidoxiu said without wasting words, leading her people to the guest house where Lin Shen and his group were staying. Instructor Mu was no longer in a position to come forward and could only wait for Haidoxiu to return. After a long wait, Haidoxiu finally came back, but her expression seemed somewhat off. I can't accept your training camp, Haidoxiu said, returning the deed to Instructor Mu. What do you mean? Instructor Mu didn't take it, frowning at Haidoxiu. He didn't believe that Haidoxiu couldn't handle even a Wan Guotao. With Haidoxiu's power, even if she beat up Wan Guotao today, the Wan family couldn't do much about it. Instructor Mu thought that Haidoxiu had taken a larger benefit from the Wan family, and that's why she was letting him go unchecked. Haidoxiu discerned Instructor Mu's thoughts and sighed. Old Mu, you're mistaken. If I accept your training camp, I wouldn't give a second glance to anyone else's offer, no matter how great. Then why aren't you intervening? Are you still the Haidoxiu of Seacorn Base or not? Instructor Mu asked, puzzled. Aside from Wan Guotao and another Ascender, the Wan family has 12 other Ascenders outside the base, including Wan Shuiliu. The Wan family is determined to get the Lin siblings and would not hesitate to start a war over it. They're serious, not joking, Haidoxiu sighed. Old Mu, you should understand my dilemma. If a war starts, regardless of victory or defeat, the cost would be too great. I cannot wage war with the Wan family over the Lin siblings. Instructor Mu's expression turned grave. The Wan family has brought 14 Ascenders, even Wan Shuiliu, just for the Lin siblings? How is that possible? It's just 2 mutators. I don't think it's necessary either, but they have indeed come. The 12 Ascenders, including Wan Shuiliu, are just outside the base. They haven't entered Seacorn Base out of respect for me. What can I do? We can't really go to war with the Wan family, can we? We can't let so many people die over 2 individuals, Haidoxiu said helplessly. Instructor Mu also knew it was impossible to expect Haidoxiu to go to war over Lin Shen and Lin Miao, so he left her place. With some inquiries, he quickly confirmed what Haidoxiu had said. The Wan family's 12 Ascenders were stationed just outside the base and weren't difficult to find. You rascals, just how did you manage to anger the Wan family? Instructor Mu was worrying when Goddess Consort Bai arrived at the training camp. Instructor, what happened on Lin Shen's end? Goddess Consort Bai knew something but wasn't clear on the details. I haven't figured it out myself yet. All I know for now is that Lin Miao and Wan Nianbei of the Wan family were together before and later separated due to the Wan family's opposition. Recently, Wan Nianbei failed in ascension and died. The Wan family's people suddenly came looking for the Lin siblings, demanding something from them, and for this, they did not hesitate to deploy 14 Ascenders. Now, 12 are outside the base, including Wan Shuiliu. Instructor Mu repeated the events in detail. It's not a matter of giving or not giving. The Wan family is determined to take the lives of the Lin siblings, explained Instructor Mu, feeling helpless. Where are Lin Shen and Lin Miao now? Asked Bai Shenfei after a moment of thought. They should have teleporters on them. I'm not sure to which planet they teleported, but for the time being, they've saved their lives. However, as you know, the teleporters on the mother planet are time limited, and they will have to come back eventually. Wan Guatao and another ascender from the Wan family are waiting at the spot where they teleported away. Once they return, their death will be inevitable. After hearing this, Bai Shenfei turned and walked away. Instructor Mu called after her, "Where are you going?" "I need to go back to my family's house," replied Bai Shenfei before she quickly left the training camp. After leaving the training camp, Bai Shenfei immediately departed from Seacorn Base and rushed back to the Bai family overnight in hopes of using the Bai family's power to persuade the Wan family to spare the Lin siblings' lives. Upon hearing what Bai Shenfei reported, family head Bai Jingxing looked at her and asked, "Have you made a choice for Lin Shen?" "Yes," replied Bai Shenfei without hesitation. She knew that only by doing so was there a chance that Bai Jingxing might intervene to save Lin Shen. "Consider someone else. No one can save his life," said Bai Jingxing. "Why? If the Wan family wants something, why not just give it to them?" Bai Shenfei was shocked, having not expected even Bai Jingxing to say that the siblings' lives could not be saved. "I know a bit about Wan Nianbei's situation. The thing must be returned, and the Wan family certainly won't let the Lin siblings off," Bai Jingxing explained. "Why?" Bai Shenfei asked, puzzled. "Wan Nianbei caught the eye of a princess from the Demon tribe. After her ascension, she was to go to the Demon tribe and become that princess's favored concubine. The Wan family did not ask for Wan Nianbei's consent and was keen on facilitating this matter. However, Wan Nianbei had already favored someone else, presumably Lin Shen's older sister. With Wan Nianbei's talent and abilities, it's impossible for her ascension to fail. Anybody could guess that the only reason for her failure was that she'd rather die than be forced into the Demon tribe, he said. So the reason the Wan family dispatched so many ascenders determined to put the Lin siblings to death is because of that Demon princess." Bai Shenfei, having understood, felt despair. It must be related to that Demon princess. Otherwise, why would the Wan family make such a grand move over such a trivial Lin family? They are merely ensuring that the Demon princess has not even the slightest dissatisfaction. The world is this cruel. A mere whim of the powerful can cost the weak their lives, or even the lives of their entire clan. Remember, only by becoming stronger can we control our destiny and not end up as ants trampled under the feet of the mighty, Bai Jingxing said indifferently. Regardless, the fate of the Lin siblings is sealed. Ouyang Yudu is a great choice. You've been at the base mutation level long enough. It's time for you to break through. Bai Shenfei fell silent, wanting to save Lin Shen but not knowing how. If it were just one ascender, she might risk everything in a fight, but no one stood a chance against 14 ascenders from the Wan family. After some thought, Bai Shenfei turned to leave. She was headed to Darkbird Base to try her luck. For now, only Lin Xiangdong might have the ability to save Lin Shen and the others. She knew of the incident where Lin Xiangdong had destroyed the life bases of 5 ascenders from Wanderer Base with a single strike. There might be a slim chance. The critical issue was that at this juncture, apart from Lin Xiangdong, it was impossible to ask anyone else to intervene. Only the major interstellar families had the power to stop the Wan family, but no major family would go to war with the Wan family over the Lin siblings. Backed by the Demon tribe, the Wan family was already among the leading human forces on alien worlds. Chapter 226, 6 Paths, Phoenix Lin Shen and Lin Miao continued to hunt base variant creatures in the desert, where Lin Miao got to witness Lin Shen's strength and his many powerful pets. Lin Shen indeed had many mutated pets that were quite strong, but there was still a gap compared to the Ascenders. Lin Shen gave Lin Miao 2 pet launchers, and most of the mutated crystal-based pets were also stored inside those 2 pet launchers for Lin Miao to familiarize herself with controlling them during this time. Once the battle with the Ascenders began, it was essential for Lin Miao to have the ability to survive. Lin Shen himself only kept death powder and some ordinary crystal-based pets, whereas others, including Jiwais, Frost Swordsman, Sea Demon God General, and so on, were temporarily used by Lin Miao to help her get through this difficult time first. Lin Miao was very intelligent by nature and her level was at crystal-based level. It was only because she had always managed the family business that she hardly had any actual combat experience before. But her talent was evident as she was very quick to learn. Her ability to command multiple pets in battle far surpassed that of an average person. Most people would be in a flurry if they had to command several pets at once, but Lin Miao could simultaneously direct more than a dozen pets in battle, and she could take care of every detail of each pet's positioning and more. On the 23rd day after arriving on Realm King Planet, Lin Shen's base mutation rate reached 100%. Lin Shen found a spot nearby that was free of base variant creatures and asked Lin Miao to protect him while he took out the primeval egg given by Tu Xiaodao, swallowed it, and began ascending to Crystal Base. As Lin Miao watched the amazing changes occurring in Lin Shen's body, she dared not be distracted and released all the pets to stand guard around Lin Shen to prevent any accidents. There shouldn't have been any accidents since it seemed there were no base variant creatures around. While thinking this, Lin Miao's gaze swept around her, but her expression suddenly changed drastically. Brought to you by Free Web Novel, she saw numerous green crystal warriors appearing on the sand dunes surrounding them, and they were everywhere, with numbers that seemed to exceed 1,000. How could this happen? Lin Miao looked worriedly at Lin Shen, who was in the process of ascending to Crystal Base and had no choice but to grit her teeth and set up formations with her pets. But as more and more green crystal warriors appeared, Lin Miao began to feel a sense of foreboding. Lin Shen had specifically looked for red crystal warriors and couldn't find any, yet one had appeared here now. And there was not just one red crystal warrior. As more and more green crystal warriors showed up, the number of blue and purple crystal warriors also increased, and 2 red crystal warriors had already made their appearance. The number of green crystal warriors had exceeded 10,000 and was still surging out continuously. Lin Miao's mind raced as she thought about how to defend against the terrifying numbers of crystal-based warriors. A deep red warrior appeared, his body like a crystal formed from coagulated blood, shimmering with a blood-colored halo in the sunlight, and in his hand was a blood crystal spear. He actually had a weapon, which the other warriors didn't have. With a battle cry from the deep red warrior, the green crystal warriors and warriors of different colors charged like a tide towards where Lin Shen was positioned. In the more than 20 days Lin Shen had spent in the desert, he had killed wantonly, and having consumed the base mutation eggs of various warriors, he had already provoked their wrath. This ambush was clearly premeditated. As the commander of the ambush, the Deep Red Knight's intelligence must be high, otherwise he wouldn't have chosen such a critical moment. Seeing the warriors surging towards her like a tide, Lin Miao could only be thankful that the pets Lin Shen gave her were strong enough and numerous enough. Lin Miao multitasked, controlling a host of pets to staunchly defend against the tide-like offensive. Under Lin Miao's command, the pets coordinated seamlessly, with frontline tanks, backline damage dealers, and maneuverable pets ready to support any potential breaches. Lin Shen's pets were indeed strong, but if it weren't for Lin Miao's command, any slight breach that allowed those warriors to penetrate their ranks and disturb Lin Shen, who was in the middle of a base mutation, would pose a major problem. 2 red crystal warriors sought to entangle Jiwi's, yet Lin Miao didn't give them the chance. The pet army continually rotated their attacks, with each pet moving and weaving, never confined to one spot. The deep red warrior, frustrated from being unable to break through, let out an angry war roar once again. At his roar, all the warriors seemed to go mad, their eyes bloodshot as they charged at the pet formation even more fiercely. Lin Miao struggled to hold on. Killing the charging warriors wasn't difficult. The challenge was to guard the utterly immobile Lin Shen and prevent any warrior from breaking through. Fortunately, Lin Miao managed to do so. With the cooperation among her pets, she forcibly stopped wave after wave of attacks. Seeing Lin Shen's transformation seemed about to finish, Lin Miao let out a slight sigh of relief. Once Lin Shen successfully ascended, they would no longer need to tangle with these warriors. They could just ride the evil dragon and fly away. After all, these warriors couldn't fly and would be helpless against them. Not daring to relax, Lin Miao constantly scanned the battlefield while adjusting her pets' positions. Suddenly, Lin Miao noticed something wrong with the sand below. Realizing something, Lin Miao rushed towards Lin Shen instantly. The ground below erupted as a deep red, seemingly blood crystal-carved giant scorpion emerged, its tail turning into a streak of bloodlight aiming for Lin Shen. Lin Miao had already used all her pets to block the tidal wave of warrior attacks. She had no pets left to deploy, and with Lin Shen undergoing ascension and unable to move, she had no choice but to stand her ground and catch the scorpion tail, which struck like lightning. However, it was clear the scorpion tail's strength was augmented by some skill. Lin Miao, clutching the tail, struggled to halt its powerful thrust. The tip of the tail seemed poised to pierce right into her chest. Suddenly, a golden light blossomed from within Lin Miao's embrace. The scorpion tail struck against the golden light and was forcefully repelled. The ball of golden light flew out from Lin Miao's embrace and, swelling as if catching the wind, instantly transformed into an enormous 6-winged phoenix, even larger than a helicopter. The phoenix's golden radiance was dazzling, and with a skyward cry, it stilled the entire battlefield. The next second, the 6-paths phoenix flew behind Lin Miao, embracing her from the rear. 4 of its wings wrapped around her body while the other 2 sets of wings flapped, lifting Lin Miao into the sky. After spiraling through the air, the 6-paths phoenix turned into a golden streak of light. Bang, 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 bang! Like golden lightning exploding across the desert, it instantly sliced the bodies of all the warriors within several hundred meters around Lin Shen in half. The deep red giant scorpion desperately tried to burrow back into the sand, but its tail couldn't retract in time and was severed as well. Atop the once battle-scarred desert, only a golden trail of light harvested life, cleaving everything in its path without giving anyone a chance to react. Even the red crystal warriors were no exception. Their upper bodies were instantly separated from their lower halves. In the blink of an eye, within a kilometer's radius, there were no longer any intact creatures left aside from Lin Shen and those pets. Chapter 2027, Promotion to Crystal Base. Lin Shen had successfully advanced to Crystal Base. When he opened his eyes, he was startled to see a scene filled with the corpses of green crystal warriors strewn all over the ground. He instinctively searched for a glimpse of Lin Miao, fearful that something might have happened to his older sister. Given the number of crystal-based creatures and the ferocity of the battle, even if his pets were strong, it would be difficult for them to emerge unscathed and to achieve such a terrifying victory. However, when Lin Shen saw Lin Miao, he couldn't help but be taken aback. Just as Lin Miao landed on the ground, a golden phoenix with 3 pairs of wings was slowly spreading its feathers, unwrapping around Lin Miao. After setting Lin Miao down, the 6-winged phoenix circled her in a spiraling dance, growing smaller and smaller until it became a tiny egg-shaped spirit base in Lin Miao's hands. The gray patterns of the 6-winged phoenix within lost their luster. It was the same spirit base that Lin Shen had seen before. Lin Shen was greatly surprised in his heart. Theoretically, a spirit base should only function when activated by an ascender. The spirit base left by Wan Nianbei was defective, an unsuccessful remnant that had not yet fully formed. For a defective spirit base to activate on its own, and even possess a will of its own, was simply incredible. Big sister, what's going on? Lin Shen walked over and asked Lin Miao. Lin Miao, holding the 6 paths phoenix spirit base, recounted the recent events. Lin Shen was silently startled. The intelligence of these base variant creatures truly could not be underestimated. They had set up such a deadly trap. Thankfully, the 6 paths phoenix spirit base was there, otherwise their plot might have succeeded. No wonder the Wan family, no matter what, wanted to retrieve this spirit base. It seems the spirit base left by Wan Nianbei is no ordinary item, thought Lin Shen, mistakenly assuming that was why the Wan family wanted the spirit base back. In any case, with the 6 paths phoenix spirit base, Lin Miao's safety was secured. It wouldn't be so easy for the ascenders to target her now. Without the need to look after Lin Miao, Lin Shen could now fully focus on battling Wan Guotao and the other ascenders from the Wan family. Although Lin Shen had only seen Wan Guotao and another ascender, he was mentally prepared to face the whole Wan family in the future. What he didn't know was that there were 12 more ascenders from the Wan family outside the Seacorn base. Fortunately, those 12 ascenders were wary of entering Seacorn base, which provided Lin Shen with an opportunity. Sis, go ahead and try to communicate with the 6 paths phoenix and try to master it as much as possible, Lin Shen suggested to Lin Miao, while he examined his newly acquired abilities after advancing to Crystal Base. During his advancement to Crystal Base using the primeval eggs, his base mutation carapace underwent another transformation. The design of the carapace became more angular and distinct, and while still black in color, it had turned into a semi-transparent black-gray crystal. The hieroglyphic patterns were still there, but were less conspicuous, as if they were embedded inside the black-gray crystal. From the outside, the changes to the base mutation carapace didn't seem especially significant, nowhere as drastic as the changes during the alloy upgrade. But Lin Shen was well aware that the enhancement brought by advancing to Crystal Base was no less than the upgrade to alloy. User, Super Base Crystal Base Creature Evolvable, Strength 55, Speed 41, Toughness 41, Toughness 41, Base Mutation Rate 1%, Theoretical Active Lifespan Limit 400, Base Change Talent, Super Base Change, Super Base Pattern, Super Base Recast. Super Base Recast, power that cannot kill you will eventually make you stronger. All pain and ordeal shall become the foundation on which you rebuild your glory. Lin Shen felt very fortunate that the talents he had acquired were not only non-repetitive but also a perfect fit. The talent Recast, for the time being, appeared to be a very powerful recovery ability. His base variant carapace could be cracked, pierced, or even shattered, but as long as Lin Shen was not dead, the carapace could be recast and healed. Coupled with the enhancement from Super Base Change and the continuous absorption of the world's force by the Super Base pattern, Lin Shen was tantamount to a fighting machine that was very hard to kill. As for how effective the recast talent could be, its true measure would need to be tested in actual combat. Lin Shen found a green crystal warrior to try it out, but a regular green crystal warrior could hardly damage his crystal-based carapace, unable to leave a mark on it. Even the mutated blue crystal warriors and purple crystal warriors, using their full power with a skill, could only scratch the surface of his carapace, and these scratches would heal instantly. Lin Shen even allowed Jiwis to attack his carapace. After using a skill, Jiwis could damage it, but it would recover in a flash all the same. Lin Shen found that the recast talent's effect was not limited to the base variant carapace. The effect was equally effective on his flesh and blood, just not as noticeable as with the carapace, and the recovery was slightly slower. With not much time left, Lin Shen collected the base mutation fluid from those mutated warriors to continue increasing his base mutation rate, preparing for his eventual ascension. Once he was able to ascend, he would not need to fear anyone any longer on his home planet. Without going after more mutated warriors, Lin Shen devoted all his time to practicing various skills and familiarizing himself with his talents. Jiwis, the Frost Swordsman, and the Death Powder were used as his sparring partners. Both Jiwis and the Death Powder were strong enough arguably at the peak of base mutation, but as long as Lin Shen used his talents, defeating them was not difficult. Unfortunately, there were no ascended creatures on Realm King Planet. Lin Shen really wanted to go to the Ring Mountain planet to test his combat power against the Super Source Dragons, but this was not currently possible. There's a ready-made Ascension-level combatant right here. Giving up hope on the super source dragons, Lin Shen set his sights on the Six Paths Phoenix. The Six Paths Phoenix was indeed no ordinary spirit base. It was able to respond to Lin Miao's thoughts, and its combat power was terrifyingly immense. Read on free web novel. In terms of speed alone, it was faster than Zheng Guyan's Red Jade Sword from before. Moreover, the Six Paths Phoenix could achieve an assault merge, wrapping its wings around Lin Miao and engaging in combat together with her. Regrettably, the Six Paths Phoenix could only respond to Lin Miao's thoughts. Lin Shen had also tried to control it, but with no response at all. Lin Shen was very skeptical that it was the stubborn attachment of Wan Nianbei that clung to the Six Paths Phoenix, which allowed Lin Miao, a mutator, to control it. Big sister, have the Six Paths Phoenix attack me, Lin Shen said. His training against regular crystal-based creatures could no longer improve him much. He needed greater pressure to forge himself. No way, I can only communicate with it simply and cannot control it precisely. If I let it attack you, it would treat you as an enemy, showing no mercy. Lin Miao immediately refused. No need for mercy. When I face the ascenders of the Wan family, they will show no mercy either. If I can't even handle a single strike from the Six Paths Phoenix, then our return will also be a dead end, Lin Shen said. Lin Miao understood this principle and, despite her worries, she could only do as Lin Shen had said. Chapter 228, Growth is the Result of Helplessness. Lin Shen first activated the Super Base Pattern, Super Base Change, and Super Base Recast. On the black ash-gray crystalline carapace, pictographic text began to glow and heat up. The entire carapace also started to redden gradually, and before long it turned golden yellow, becoming more and more resplendent. Finally, after suddenly cooling rapidly, Lin Shen's carapace turned crystal clear, as flawless as transparent crystal. Within the crystal, each pictographic character took on a three-dimensional form, constantly rotating, each emitting a brilliant radiance like ancient, mysterious incantations. With all his skills fully activated, Lin Shen seemed like a deity from ancient times, radiating a sacred aura entirely different from his usual black carapaced appearance. In this state, Lin Shen could only sustain some scratches from Death Powder's full-powered strike, unable to deal him a severe blow, not even fully penetrating the carapace. Come on, Lin Shen fixed his eyes intently on the Six Paths Phoenix in the sky. Be very careful, Lin Miao repeatedly cautioned before communicating with the Six Paths Phoenix and permitting it to launch an attack on Lin Shen. Six wings shook, transforming into a bolt of golden lightning, flashing instantly past Lin Shen. Lin Shen's body was sent flying backward, the carapace on one side of his chest shattered and blood splattered. Lin Shen flew back hundreds of meters, crashing onto a sand dune, creating a large crater, with sand scattering everywhere. Little 5. Lin Miao was startled and quickly rushed over. I'm fine. Lin Shen climbed out of the sand pit, his wounds and carapace visibly healing at a rapid pace, allowing Lin Miao to relax upon seeing this. No good, my speed is still quite inferior compared to an ascension level. I can't just stand and wait to be hit. I can only start moving to stand a chance against ascension level. Lin Shen knew where his problem lay. This time, holding the death powder, he used the movement technique of stepping on the immortal court, his figure rapidly shifting positions as he launched another attack on the Six Paths Phoenix. Lin Miao communicated with the Six Paths Phoenix once more, instructing it to strike Lin Shen again. The flash of golden lightning passed by, and Lin Shen's hand wielding the death powder didn't even have time to swing as his shoulder was torn. However, the wound this time was clearly much lighter than the last, and he didn't fall like he did before. Again, Lin Shen knew he was on the right track. Using the technique of stepping on the immortal court, he had a chance to contend with ascension level. With each subsequent battle, Lin Shen sustained injuries, but he was also constantly improving. Lin Shen continuously integrated various skills into stepping on the immortal court, the unorthodox rhythm, aerial leverage techniques from Stairway to Heaven, and the momentum building of overlapping wave skill. Lin Shen needed to be able to fight ascenders in the air. Relying solely on ground combat skills would never let him touch an ascender's body. Ascenders could simply watch the battle from the sky and slay Lin Shen using their spirit base. In that case, Lin Shen stood no chance at all. Stabbing techniques, finger skills, and rod skills, Lin Shen was gradually mastering them. He would ignore what he couldn't comprehend or execute and focus solely on practicing what he could understand and knew how to use. In his hands, the death powder turned soft and hard unpredictably, stabbing and whipping with all sorts of techniques, unpredictably insidious. Just with this one technique, there were probably already few among the mutators who could pose a challenge to him, but his opponents were ascenders, so this alone was not enough. Watching Lin Shen getting injured by the Six Paths Phoenix time and again, and then getting back up to fight each time, Lin Miao felt very conflicted. Growth is the product of helplessness, Lin Miao sighed inwardly. If given the choice, she wished Lin Shen would never have to grow up. The win the desert environment, the world's force absorbed by the super base pattern allowed Lin Shen to maintain his super base change state for nearly an hour. During this time, Lin Shen discovered another characteristic of the super base pattern. The more intense the battle, the stronger the power fluctuations produced in the fight, the more world's force it absorbed. Once, Lin Shen had a few tough exchanges with the Six Paths Phoenix, and the shock waves from the power vibrations were severe, noticeably increasing the amount of world's force absorbed by the superbase pattern. Of course, what's called a tough exchange was actually Lin Shen being unable to evade the Six Paths Phoenix's attacks, forcibly confronting them while getting injured himself, resulting in no damage to the Six Paths Phoenix, but serious injuries to Lin Shen. If it wasn't for his recast talent ability, he might not have been able to get out of bed for 10 days to half a month. As time passed, Lin Shen was able to maintain the battle against the Six Paths Phoenix for longer periods. He also gradually realized that the Six Paths Phoenix didn't rely solely on speed, but also had its own movement techniques, which were quite strange and mysterious. To understand the behavior patterns of the Six Paths Phoenix, Lin Shen tried mimicking its movements and found that some poses allowed him to move more fluidly in the air, but only a small part of the movements were useful. Most were of no use. This discovery immensely excited Lin Shen, and he promptly integrated it into the stepping on the immortal court, making his aerial combat more fluid. With deeper research, Lin Shen increasingly felt that he only had a chance of winning in close combat with ascenders, and absolutely could not afford to distance himself, or else he would definitely suffer a great loss. Although stepping on the immortal court also required distance to increase speed, Lin Shen could move in a comparatively small space, not needing such a long straight line distance. As long as he could hit an ascender, Lin Shen was not afraid of not being able to kill them. Typical ascenders have an attribute limit of 80, but most first-turn ascenders definitely do not reach this limit. Only ascenders with multiple turns can break through the limit of 80. Lin Shen's current strength attribute was 56, which was because the death powder was continuously growing, and influenced by the boundless strength contract, Lin Shen's strength was also constantly increasing. With a strength of 56, plus the enhancement of superbase change, Lin Shen's strength attribute was already no less than that of an average ascender, and even stronger than some with lower strength. Paired with the skills of the death powder and his own strength enhancement, piercing through the carapace of a typical ascender was no problem. Even if he couldn't pierce through, there was acupoint sealing to use. The only concern was whether he could get close enough. If he couldn't get close, Lin Shen's disadvantage became too great, and he didn't have a life base to use for long-range strikes against ascenders. Luckily, Wan Guotao and the others were definitely waiting in the room for Lin Shen, so initially there was no problem with getting close. A few days later, Lin Shen was still no match for the Six Paths Phoenix, but it wasn't so easy for the Six Paths Phoenix to injure him either. Lin Shen attempted to battle with the Six Paths Phoenix from the moment he initiated superbase change, instead of waiting until the final form was complete before taking action, which greatly extended the duration of superbase change. However, at the beginning of superbase change, the enhancing effect on the body was not as strong, resulting in lower defense and more severe injuries for Lin Shen. Yet, Lin Shen also discovered a very peculiar phenomenon because of this, a phenomenon that could only possibly occur during the warming phase of superbase change. Chapter 229, Great Love is Heartless. In the process of superbase recast intensifying, if the carapace sustains an injury, then the recast ability will rapidly heal it. The more severe the damage the carapace suffers during this process and the more times it is recast, the strength of the injured and recast area will significantly increase after undergoing a rapid cooldown phase. Unfortunately, this enhancement is not permanent. Once superbase change becomes ineffective, this effect will also disappear. Lin Shen could confirm that this was a special transformation produced by the combination of superbase change and superbase recast, only possible when one has both of these innate skills together. This discovery gave Lin Shen increased confidence. Using superbase change in combat meant the initial beatings he took could be converted into increased hardness of his carapace later on. Of course, Lin Shen could even find someone to beat him up before a fight, allowing his carapace to become hard enough after superbase change, then go on to battle ascenders. That old saying is really true. To learn how to beat others, one must first learn to take a beating, Lin Shen reflected. By continuously practicing various techniques, his base mutation rate was slowly increasing, and death powder had given him a bit more strength. He now had 57 points of strength. Lin Miao was very worried about Lin Shen's situation. Indeed, Lin Shen was constantly growing, but he could never defeat the Six Paths Phoenix. Lin Shen saw his sister's worry and said with a smile, "I don't need to shatter those ascenders' life bases, just killing them will suffice, and that's far simpler than shattering life bases." There was another thing Lin Shen didn't say. Life bases didn't have acupoints, so he couldn't target them anyway. Goddess consort Bai Shenfei was anxiously waiting at Darkbird Base, hoping for Lin Shangdong's return. Unfortunately, Lin Shangdong had not returned to his home planet and was unaware of the events there. How could he just happen to rush back in time? Goddess consort didn't wait for Lin Shangdong but encountered Wei Wufu, freshly returned from Changcheng. After Goddess consort relayed the events to Wei Wufu, he didn't hesitate and immediately set off for Changcheng again. Wei Wufu knew that he couldn't prevent the Wan family from killing Lin Shen and Lin Miao with his power alone, and could only ask his family elders to intervene. However, Wei Wufu had no confidence whether the family elders would actually take action, but this was the only path left to try regardless of the outcome. Goddess consort Bai Shenfei knew what Wei Wufu intended to do, but she held very little hope for the Wei family. She had once heard from her elders that a Wei family member had perished outside, but the family elders hadn't sought vengeance for him. If they treated one of their own in such a manner, would the Wei family elders truly leave Tiancheng for Lin Shen, who wasn't one of them? Goddess consort Bai Shenfei wasn't sure if the Wei family would make an exception for Wei Wufu, but her hope was incredibly slim. She could only continue to stay at Darkbird Base, hoping Lin Xiangdong would come. Goddess consort Bai Shenfei had been keeping in touch with Instructor Mu and knew Lin Shen hadn't been teleported back. There was still a sliver of hope. After Wei Wufu hurried back to Qiancheng, he went straight to Townland Hall. This was a stronghold built by the Wei family to suppress the underground space and represented the human defensive frontier's vanguard. Wufu, why have you returned so soon? Wei Changqing was slightly startled to see a look of urgency on Wei Wufu's face. He knew his grandson well enough that, even should knives and axes fall upon him, it wouldn't change his expression. Sir, Wufu, please help. Wei Wufu knelt directly before Wei Changqing and knocked his head on the ground, refusing to stand up again. What has happened? Wei Changqing's expression was solemn. Wei Wufu usually spoke with difficulty, each word struggling out. Today's sentence was already considered extraordinarily fluent for him. Lin Shen, friend, in great danger. Wei Wufu still didn't lift his head, merely speaking out. Wei Changqing listened attentively until he understood Wei Wufu's meaning, then reached out to help Wei Wufu's meaning, then reached out to help Wei Wufu up. But Wei Wufu refused to rise, insisting, Sir Wufu, I beg you, any of the Mr. Lin Zongzhengs could save a life. The fact that you would do this for him means he is very important to you, right? Wei Changqing asked softly. Yes, Wei Wufu replied with just one word. Wei Changqing nodded, then continued. Is his life more important than your own? Yes, Wei Wufu answered without hesitation, another single word. Wei Changqing nodded again. You are willing to trade your life for his because you feel he is very important to you. You are not wrong. Just as Wei Wufu thought there was hope and looked up to see Wei Changqing, he heard him continue. However, to me and the Wei family, no one's life is more important than this defensive line. If any one of us, your other grandfathers, were to leave this place, we would surely be seized upon by those terrible creatures in the underground space. Then it wouldn't be just 1 or 2 people dying, but tens or hundreds of thousands. In nearly 10 years, let alone outside of Tiancheng, even within this Townland Hall, we have been unable to leave even half a step without risking catastrophe. To save one person at the expense of tens of thousands, Wufu, I have no choice. The greatest love is to have no love. To be sentimental is to be ruthless. It's indefinable, and it can't be clearly explained. Wei Changqing closed his eyes, unable to face the pleading look of his grandson. Sir, Wufu understands. After Wei Wufu kowtowed 3 times to Wei Changqing, he said, Mr. Lin Zongzheng entrusted me. Wufu is going now. Sir, take care. With those words, Wei Wufu stood up and left. Since the elders at home could not go to Seacorn Base, he only had himself to rely on. He didn't seek a guaranteed result, only a clear conscience. Wei Wufu, where are you going? Are you going to look for Tian? Wei Wufu hadn't left Tiancheng when Ouyang Yudu stopped him in his tracks. Yes, Wei Wufu answered. Ouyang Yudu's eyes lit up immediately. He had come to Tiancheng to find Tian. But having asked everyone in Tiancheng, no one except Wei Wufu seemed to know this person named Tian. When previously asked, Wei Wufu had always refused to reveal who exactly Tian was. Unexpectedly, today Wei Wufu readily admitted he was going to find Tian. I'll go with you to find him, Ouyang Yudu said. No, Wei Wufu flatly refused. Why? Ouyang Yudu frowned. Death trap, Wei Wufu said with a grave expression. Explain clearly, what death trap? Ouyang Yudu's frown deepened. Wei Wufu explained briefly, and although it was hard to understand, Ouyang Yudu got it. Are you saying Tian is Lin Shen? Ouyang Yudu's eyes widened. Isn't Lin Shen practicing talent theory? No, Wei Wufu shook his head. Haha, interesting, really interesting. Let's go, I'll go with you. How can I miss such an interesting event? Ouyang Yudu said as he pulled Wei Wufu and started heading out of the city. Chapter 230, Not a Beggar, haha, I have finally returned. In the midst of the desert, Zeman Swordsman excitedly let out a long howl to the sky. He had finally teleported back to this desert. He wanted to quickly find the location of that sand shell in the hopes of getting there before that person and digging out all the green crystal eggs. Summoning a mount, Zeman Swordsman surveyed the environment and then galloped off in one direction. After half a day's travel, Zeman Swordsman suddenly heard some noises from the left side of the desert. Curious and hesitating for a moment, he headed left to see what was happening. Not far into his run, he saw the corpses of green crystal warriors scattered everywhere, likely numbering in the thousands, along with the bodies of blue crystal warriors and purple crystal warriors, and even a red crystal warrior. Near these bodies, a man and a woman stood watching him. The playboy? Zeman Swordsman took a careful look and recognized the man, his heart growing cold. He knew of mutator Lin Shen and had seen some images of Lin Shen, but his impression was that Lin Shen only had some special things about him, and his strength itself didn't seem formidable. But seeing so many green crystal warriors and mutated warriors killed, if it was the work of Lin Shen, then his strength was not as simple as it seemed. With a thought, Zeman Swordsman rode his mount closer to Lin Shen, dismounted, and said with a smile, "I am Zeman Swordsman. I have long heard of the Playboy's great name, and truly, beneath a famous name there is no lack of substance. To be able to kill so many green crystal warriors and mutated warriors, your strength is indeed greater than the rumors have suggested." "You flatter me," Lin Shen responded politely. He had heard the sound of hooves just a moment ago, and he had not expected Zeman Swordsman to be the one who came. He thought to himself, what fate to encounter this guy in the desert again. Lin Shen had no intention of dwelling on past issues with him, and planned to pacify him with a few words and send him on his way. As for the corpses on the ground, Lin Shen had no intention of taking them. If Zeman Swordsman wanted them, he could take them. Zeman Swordsman was about to say something when he suddenly took a strong sniff with his nose, as if he detected an odd smell in the air. "Are you the harsh one?" Zeman Swordsman's expression suddenly changed, pointing at Lin Shen, and exclaimed. Lin Shen was slightly startled, not expecting Zeman Swordsman to recognize him. The environment had been so dark, and Lin Shen had been wearing a battle helmet. His face had not been exposed, so Zeman Swordsman shouldn't have been able to recognize him. Thinking about Zeman Swordsman's forceful sniffing action just now, Lin Shen had a sudden realization. Is this guy a dog or what? He can distinguish people by scent. Very well, very well. I had not expected the Playboy to be such a harsh person. "Today is a good day to settle our score," Zeman Swordsman exclaimed, drawing his sword and pointing at Lin Shen. "We don't have much of a grudge between us, do we? It's just each seeking their own advantage." Lin Shen, who had other things on his mind, was not in the mood for a lengthy discussion, and pointing to the bodies on the ground, he said, "If you feel short-changed, you can take all these as compensation." At these words, Zeman Swordsman was taken aback and then became furious. "What do you take Zeman Swordsman for? I am not a beggar. If I want something, I will take it by force. I don't need charity from others." Lin Shen listened, completely baffled, thinking, what sort of logic is this? You refuse what's offered and insist on taking by force. Is being a robber now a matter of pride? As if noticing Lin Shen's thoughts, Zeman Swordsman proudly flicked his sword and declared, "Waiting for others' charity is gaining without effort. Robbing by one's own hand is relying on skill, and the effort you put in makes it completely different." "You don't seem to be wrong." Lin Shen suddenly felt that the Zeman Swordsman seemed to make some sense. Of course, that's assuming the Zeman Swordsman wasn't robbing him. If it's his stuff being stolen, then all that reasoning goes out the window. "All right, you tell me how you want to rob. The items are right here. Feel free to take them," Lin Shen said, pointing to the body of the mutant warrior on the ground. Now the Zeman Swordsman was stumped. Lin Shen had made it clear that he could take whatever he wanted. If he robbed him, it seemed inappropriate, but not robbing also seemed wrong. "Still not enough for you? I also have some base mutation fluid. You can take that too," Lin Shen said as he threw several bags of base mutation fluid on the ground. After all, he was going to be teleported back soon, and during the imminent life or death battle, having these encumbrances wouldn't be convenient. He never intended to take them with him anyway. The Zeman Swordsman was a bit taken aback. Why were today's tough guys so different from the tough guys from that day? If it weren't for his absolute confidence in his sense of smell, the Zeman Swordsman would almost suspect he had tracked down the wrong person. The Zeman Swordsman wasn't afraid of a fierce opponent, but Lin Shen's behavior was so unexpected that he didn't know how to proceed. "If you're worried I have some scheme up my sleeve, or afraid that I might ambush you, that's fine, we can leave now," Lin Shen said as he prepared to leave with Lin Miao. Wait a moment. The Zeman Swordsman saw Lin Shen really meant to leave immediately, and his suspicions suddenly decreased by a great deal. "Is there anything else? If you want something else, just say it." Lin Shen turned back and asked, "Have you contracted some incurable disease?" The Zeman Swordsman stared at Lin Shen and asked tentatively, "If someone doesn't have a terminal illness, how can they suddenly become so devoid of desires? Especially someone like Lin Shen who, in the past, would rather resort to such extreme measures rather than let him take anything. It was even less likely for him to be without desires." If Lin Shen had indeed been diagnosed with a terminal illness, then no matter how much the Zeman Swordsman stole, it would all feel pointless, and he, the Zeman Swordsman, hadn't fallen so low as to steal from a dying man. Incurable disease? Lin Shen was taken aback. "If it's not a terminal illness, what does this mean?" the Zeman Swordsman asked, pointing to the things on the ground. "They're no longer needed," Lin Shen said with a smile. "How can they not be needed? That's mutated base mutation fluid, isn't it? Don't tell me your base mutation rate is already full." The Zeman Swordsman didn't believe Lin Shen's words. Who would think there's too much mutated base mutation fluid? Even if he couldn't use it himself, he could sell it for a good price. "You don't know what happened at Seacorn Base?" Since this matter was bound to be widely known later on, Lin Shen had nothing to hide and briefly explained his current predicament. "The mutator from the Wan family trapped you at Seacorn Base, and you teleported to Realm King Planet?" There were no images of you in the Sky Vault projections before, that is to say, you have a teleporter that can get you to Rome King Planet any time? The Zeman swordsman suddenly thought of a lot of things. Correct, Lin Shen readily admitted. After the battle with the Wan family, probably no one would be unaware of this, so there was no point in hiding it anymore. I see, the Simon swordsman pondered for a moment and nodded. No wonder you're so without desires. It's more or less the same as having an incurable illness, since it's a guaranteed death situation anyway. Why don't you give me all the good stuff you have on you now? Your pets are pretty good, and the pet launcher is nice too. And the thing that the Wan family wants, give it to me now, so that those people from the Wan family won't get it cheaply, and you can also vent some anger for yourself. The Simon swordsman's face was filled with the words, shameless. Chapter 231, Unloading Force. Fine by me, Lin Shen said indifferently upon hearing him rationalize such an unscrupulous act as if he had done a great deed. He was too lazy to waste any more words on him. Have you really thought it through? Zeman swordsman asked, elated at the response. I've thought it through. As long as you can defeat me, take whatever you want, Lin Shen said, drawing out the death powder and pointing it at Zeman swordsman. Then it's a deal. Zeman swordsman didn't waste words and thrust his sword directly at Lin Shen. His sword was fast and its blade was thin, not suitable for hacking but for thrusting, aiming purely for speed. His sword might be fast, but Lin Shen's spear was faster and even longer. Zeman swordsman's sword couldn't touch Lin Shen. The spear was already in front of him, forcing Zeman swordsman to dodge and try to close in. Lin Shen's spear missed, and as Zeman swordsman managed to close the distance, it seemed Lin Shen was out of good options. Seeing his chance, Zeman swordsman aimed to sever Lin Shen's spear-wielding hand with a swift stroke, but Lin Shen parried across with his spear, blocking the blow. You're still young, said Zeman swordsman as his sword touched the spear only briefly, not using brute strength but maneuvering to slash at Lin Shen's neck. Unfortunately, as soon as his sword moved, the death powder in Lin Shen's hand, like a venomous snake, had already coiled around Zeman swordsman's sword-wielding arm. Zeman swordsman had never seen such an odd weapon and immediately tried to grab the death powder with his other hand, attempting to pull it off. But as soon as his hand touched the death powder, it wrapped around further, entangling his other arm as well. Lin Shen, holding the other end of the death powder, gave it a forceful swing, sending Zeman swordsman flying. Swirling the death powder above his head like a lasso, Zeman swordsman, with both arms caught, was swung around and around in the air, his head spinning. It was unfortunate there weren't any large trees or beams to hang him from. Suddenly, a carapace appeared on Zeman swordsman's body, inflating like a balloon, and then contracted sharply, creating a gap in the death powder's entanglement. Seizing the opportunity, Zeman swordsman broke free and landed on the ground, staring intently at Lin Shen. Not bad. Is that thing a weapon or a pet? Who said pets can't be used as weapons? Lin Shen responded with a smile. That's true. No one said pets can't be weapons. Zeman swordsman nodded, his gaze still fixed on Lin Shen. Lin Shen kicked the sword that had fallen to the ground back to Zeman swordsman. Your sword. I can't use a sword against you anymore. Zeman swordsman caught the sword but planted it into the ground instead. So you're saying you're more formidable without your sword than with it? Lin Shen asked, his interest piqued as he assessed him. That's for you to judge, Zeman swordsman replied, charging at Lin Shen once more. Lin Shen didn't notice anything special about his punch. Its speed and strength were not greater than when he had wielded his sword. Lin Shen swung the death powder, launching another straight thrust. Zeman swordsman brought his hands together and astonishingly caught the spear between them. The death powder, attempting to repeat its earlier trick, started to coil again. However, this time, Zeman swordsman rubbed his hands together and the death powder's body immediately began to spin like a drill bit. Taken by surprise, Lin Shen's hands were jolted from the death powder. Zeman swordsman grabbed the spinning death powder, swung it around in his hands a few times, and then tossed it back to Lin Shen. Now we're even, Zeman swordsman said with an icy face. This spiral force is a bit formidable. Lin Shen caught the death powder, which was still spinning in his hand. He gripped it tightly before it finally stopped. No one said you couldn't use spiral force, did they? Zeman swordsman said as he charged forward again. Lin Shen didn't use his full strength, only maintaining his power at a level similar to Zeman swordsman's, and battled with him. Soon, Lin Shen noticed that this X-Men swordsman wasn't as dominant as Ouyang Yudu, nor did he possess the comprehensive combat skills of Wei Wufu, but his ability to control force was very special. Back at Skystar Slope, Ouyang Yudu had also used the technique of leveraging force, but for Ouyang Yudu, it was just that, a technique. Yemen's swordsman seemed to have become a converter. Any force that reached him could be transformed. Others used the technique of leveraging force, but he used the force of others as if it were his own. When a spear tip struck him, his muscles indented inward, and then he managed to bounce the spear tip back out. Is this guy really human? He's trained his body to such an extent he's practically a monster. Lin Shen knew there were only two ways to break Yemen's swordsman's technique of deflecting force. One was to use absolute strength or speed, so that he didn't have time to transform the force, and naturally, it could be broken. Lin Shen's strength was sufficient, and with Death Powder's armor-piercing and instant speed skills, there was a good chance of breaking it. The other method was to find his flaw and use skill to break Simon Swordsman's technique of deflecting force. No matter how well a person trains their body, it's impossible to train every bit to deflect force. As long as you find the part of his body that can't deflect force, which is his weak point, you can break his technique of deflecting force. Lin Shen was quite interested in his technique of deflecting force, so he didn't use the method of overpowering him. Instead, he took the opportunity to test the results of his hard practice over this period of time. Although Simon Swordsman could deflect force with his entire body, Lin Shen's moves were too unpredictable and bizarre, especially when paired with Death Powder, reaching an absurd level. Many moves were unseen and unheard of by Simon Swordsman, which made it very difficult for him to cope. It wasn't easy for Simon Swordsman to borrow Lin Shen's force and counterattack. Especially when Death Powder wound around him, it made Simon Swordsman very uncomfortable. He wasn't afraid of solid weapons, but this kind of soft weapon was very unfriendly to him. "I'm done fighting." Simon Swordsman suddenly retreated, jumping out of the fray and shaking his head, he said. "Why are you stopping?" Lin Shen asked in confusion. "Your pet weapon's moves are too damn sneaky. It's uncomfortable to fight," Simon Swordsman said, then mounted his ride, turned around, and left. "Don't you want your stuff?" Lin Shen called out. "Can't win, no face to take it. Next time I beat you, I'll take your stuff." Simon Swordsman didn't look back and sprinted away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "That guy's pretty interesting," Lin Miao said with a laugh. "If you were weaker than him and he was your enemy, then you wouldn't find him interesting." Lin Shen had no interest in Simon Swordsman. With the countdown just a few days away, he had to keep working hard. Simon Swordsman was just a mutator, and it wasn't easy to win against him with skill, let alone against an ascender. Lin Shen didn't know that Simon Swordsman was someone who had the record of killing ascenders, not just an ordinary crystal base. Even if Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu came, they couldn't be sure they could beat him. A few days later, when the countdown ended, Lin Shen and Lin Miao were ready, waiting for the last second of the countdown to arrive. Finally, when the countdown hit 0, the two felt the scenery before their eyes shift, and they found themselves back in that familiar living room. Chapter 232, One Shot to Kill Wan Guotao and Leave Chengshui had been waiting in the courtyard for 30 days. Because they had not yet seen Lin Shen and Lin Miao teleport back, they inevitably became somewhat impatient. Stay updated with free web novel. But no matter how impatient they were, they could only wait. They had to kill Lin Miao and take back the unformed spirit base of Wan Nianbei. The support of the Wan family on the alien world was the demon tribe. Should they defy the commands of their masters, naturally they would meet with a bad end. Although Catherine had only mentioned taking back the unformed spirit base of Wan Nianbei, the Wan family wondered, why did Catherine definitely want that practically useless broken spirit base? The most likely reason was to send a message to the Wan family. Catherine must have learned about Wan Nianbei and Lin Miao, and after the death of Wan Nianbei, she knew that his last wish was to give his unformed spirit base to Lin Miao. That's why she wanted to take Wan Nianbei's spirit base. The most satisfactory action for Catherine would naturally be to retrieve the spirit base and kill Lin Miao. Only by doing so could they preserve Catherine's face, and the Wan family could continue to grow under the protection of the Demon tribe. They had also considered that Catherine might not know about Lin Miao at all, but they were not willing to take risks. In their opinion, even if it meant destroying a small family clan on the mother world, it was much less risky than betting on the chance that Catherine didn't know. What did it matter if the Lin family had ascenders? Just 1 or 2 ascenders after all, no matter how strong. What could they do? The interstellar Wan family had plenty of ascenders. A few ascenders dying, even if the Wan family on the mother world was destroyed, it was better than having a thorn in Catherine's heart. They just hadn't expected that a small family like the Lin family would actually have a personal teleporter with them. During the 30 days, the interstellar Wan family kept urging them. Wan Guotao and the others were already very anxious, but they could only continue to wait patiently. Damn Lin Shen and Lin Miao, the moment they teleport back, we must make them disappear from this world at the first opportunity, and not give them any chance to activate the teleporter again. Wan Guotao and Li Chengshui stared intently at the spot where Lin Shen and Lin Miao vanished. The moment they teleported back, he would launch an attack without hesitation and not give them any further opportunities. Suddenly, at the spot they had been watching, 2 figures appeared out of thin air. Without the slightest hesitation, Lev Chengshui and Wan Guotao called forth their life bases from within their bodies. Although ascenders generally had ascension pets, their first reaction was usually to use their life bases, because the life base was like a part of the body, as natural as limbs, with the fastest response time. Using pets, even with advanced pet launchers, required the action of drawing out the pet launcher and pressing the trigger, which obviously was not as fast as using the life base. The life bases of the 2 men emerged from their bodies and respectively thrust towards Lin Shen and Lin Miao. When Lin Shen and Lin Miao returned via teleportation, Lin Miao was already enveloped by the 6 Paths Phoenix, and Lin Shen's carapace shone brilliantly, with an extra layer of blood membrane on the outside. Their innate skills were fully activated, and beforehand, they had allowed the Six Paths Phoenix to repeatedly break and recast the carapace, taking the strength of the cooled carapace to a terrifying level. Lin Shen was well aware that the moment they returned was the most dangerous. As long as they could get past this hurdle, they could think of other strategies later. Wan Guotao's life base was a sword that charged directly at Lin Miao, while Li Chengshui's life base was a knife, cutting through the air with frightening strength towards Lin Shen, moving so fast that it was impossible to dodge. The wings of the Six Paths Phoenix on Lin Miao's body flapped hard, blocking Wan Guotao's sword with great effort. And as Lin Shen watched Li Chengshui's knife slash towards him, he didn't retreat but advanced, his hand like a lance made of death powder, thrusting directly at Li Chengshui. Seeing this, Li Chengshui let out a cold laugh. He didn't even use his base mutation carapace because there was simply no need. The speed of the life base was far faster than that of a mutator. There was no way Lin Shen's spear could reach him without his body being chopped in half by the life base blade. Ascenders facing mutators meant an absolute overwhelming advantage. Indeed, just as Li Chengshui predicted, his life base blade struck Lin Shen first, but the cut did not sever him in two as expected. The blow only managed to carve a wound into the carapace on Lin Shen's shoulder, penetrating just over an inch before it could go no further. The carapace, having been recast with the help of Six Paths Phoenix, was already of exceptional strength, and for good measure, Lin Shen had also invoked the blessing skill of the Blood Jade Mountain God. Li Chengshui, being a common ascender with a strength attribute around 60, found it quite difficult to cleave Lin Shen's body in twain. Li Chengshui couldn't have imagined this outcome, much less the spear in Lin Shen's hand suddenly accelerating so fast that it almost caught him off guard. It mainly came down to the short distance. A great hall was only so big, and Lin Shen, holding the death powder, could almost pierce through Li Chengshui's body with an outstretched arm. With such proximity, and Li Chengshui's initial lack of defense, now there was no time to dodge. But an ascender was still an ascender, and in that split second, Li Chengshui managed to deploy his mutator carapace. Even up to that moment, Li Chengshui had not taken Lin Shen's attacks seriously, the attacks of a mutator having a hard time even leaving a mark on his carapace, let alone harming him. However, when the death powder stabbed into his chest, Li Chengshui's pupils sharply contracted as if he had witnessed something inconceivable. Lin Shen's spear forcefully pierced through his mutator carapace, impaling his heart and protruding from his back. Impossible. That was the thought in Li Chengshui's mind, as well as in the minds of everyone present. What was supposed to be a moment charged with tension instead fell into an instant of silence. Li Chengshui could not believe his carapace, with a hardness of 64, had been pierced by a mutator. Wan Guotao could not believe such a thing was possible, and the other mutators of the Wan family were even more incredulous. Yet there it was before their eyes, Li Chengshui, an ascender whose life base had failed to kill Lin Shen, countered by Lin Shen's spear that pierced straight through his heart and mutator carapace. They all were shocked and in disbelief, but Lin Shen did not hesitate even for a moment as he pulled the death powder out decisively. With the extraction of the death powder, blood gushed out like a fountain from the wound. Clutching the wound on his chest, Li Chengshui stared at Lin Shen with wide eyes while blood continued to surge from the injury on his back. He took a few steps back and fell to the ground, struggling to rise but unable to, trying to say something but only blood spewed forth. An ascender had died just like that, leaving Wan Guotao both shocked and enraged. Lin Shen, however, did not pause for a second. Moving like lightning, he thrust his spear toward Wan Guotao. Now that it had come to this, it was kill or be killed, there was nothing left to say. The only thing to do was to eliminate the enemy and survive. Chapter 233, Slaying the Ascendant. To the surprise of everyone, Wan Guotao suddenly soared into the air and smashed a huge hole through the roof, intending to escape. Wan Guotao was noble and aloof, but that was when he had the absolute power to crush his opponents. That Lin Miao possessed the Six Paths Phoenix spirit base had already exceeded his expectations. It was a known fact that Wan Nianbei's ascension had failed, and he was already dead, his life base not fully formed. Theoretically, it should be a useless spirit base, impossible to wield. Even if it were fully formed, without an ascender's strength, activating the spirit base should be impossible. Yet, an incomplete and discarded spirit base was unexpectedly activated by a mutator, surpassing his understanding. What was more terrifying was that Lin Shen, a mutator, managed to impale and kill the ascender, Li Chengshui, with a single thrust of his spear. Though it was a major factor that Li Chengshui had been exceedingly arrogant, not using any skills or techniques and getting stabbed to death right away, it was still a horrifying event. At the very least, it was evident that Lin Shen, the mutator, had the capability to kill ascenders. Facing two opponents, Wan Guotao did not feel certain. He did not wish to take the risk. Outside the base, the Wan family had 12 ascenders. Both Lin Shen and Lin Miao were in a fatal situation. He did not need to take risks under these circumstances. Without any hesitation, Lin Shen sprang towards the sky, chasing after Wan Guotao through the hole he had created. Instructor Mew had been closely monitoring the situation from a nearby small building, and when he suddenly heard the terrifying noise coming from the courtyard, he gritted his teeth and prepared to rush over. But before he could make a move, he saw a figure burst out of the house, and it was none other than Wan Guotao, followed by another figure in pursuit. This scenario was something Instructor Mew had never anticipated, and he was momentarily stunned. Not only was Instructor Mew caught off guard, but an ascender sent by Haidaxu to monitor the situation was also bewildered by these events. He had considered various possibilities, but never expected that Wan Guotao would be the one fleeing. The person chasing after Wan Guotao donned a mutator carapace so splendid it seemed as if a deity from ancient times had emerged, its whole being seemingly radiating a sacred glow. He had never seen anyone's mutator carapace shine so brilliantly. Although it was just a base mutation level, the sight of that armor alone gave off an overwhelming impression of power. After Lin Shen emerged from the house, he immediately used death powder like a javelin, flinging it at Wan Guotao in midair. Wan Guotao saw the dark red lightning-like death powder flying towards him and sneered internally, seeking death. The mutator carapace enveloped his entire body, and at the same time, he drew a spirit-based sword, slicing at the incoming death powder. The death powder's speed was certainly fast, but in Wan Guotao's eyes, it wasn't swift enough, giving him ample time to cut it down with his sword. At the same time, his life-based sword also pierced through the roof from inside the house, striking upwards towards Lin Shen, who was midair. However strong a mutator might be, they were still just mutators, devoid of the power to fly and unable to alter their trajectory in the air to dodge the life-base's attack. Almost at the moment Wan Guotao's spirit-based sword slashed into the death powder, his life-based sword had reached Lin Shen below. Everything happened so quickly that by the time Instructor Mew realized the person coming out from behind might be Lin Shen, it was already too late to intervene and rescue. But then, a bizarre scene unfolded. When Wan Guotao's spirit-based sword hit the straight spear, the spear suddenly became impossibly pliable. When the spirit-based sword struck it, no force could be applied. Instead, the death powder wrapped around like a rope, using the force of his slice to coil around, binding not only the spirit-based sword but also Wan Guotao's sword-wielding hand. On the other side, Lin Shen, hovering in midair, tapped his left foot on the back of his right, forcibly shifting a distance away as Wan Guotao's life-based sword grazed by, leaving a long scratch on Lin Shen's carapace as it soared into the sky. Boom! The golden six paths. Phoenix burst through the air, transforming into a bolt of golden lightning and charging toward Wan Guotao in the sky. The speed of the six paths Phoenix was simply too fast. Wan Guotao couldn't dodge in time, nor could he manage to shake off the death powder wrapped around his arm, and was forced to strike at the six paths Phoenix with his sword. Brought to you by free web novel Insidiously. The death powder slithered along his arm, wrapping itself around Wan Guotao's body, as the spirit-based sword in his hand clashed harshly with the wing of the six paths Phoenix. The spirit-based sword was severed by the wing of the Phoenix, and Wan Guotao's body was sent reeling backward in the air, flying directly towards where Lin Shen was. Still in mid-recoil, Wan Guotao discarded the broken sword, grasped a pet launcher, and fired directly at Lin Shen a few meters away. This was an Ascension-level pet launcher with a speed of 80. He had realized that Lin Shen's strength was incredibly powerful, outrageously so, even comparable to some Ascenders. But Lin Shen's speed was still not fast enough, as he had failed to fully dodge his previous life-base attack. With the pet launcher's speed of 80, the Ascension pet it fired was something Lin Shen absolutely couldn't evade. The Ascension pet struck Lin Shen squarely, unable to kill him but certainly enough to take half his life, leading him to a dead end regardless. However, in the instant he fired, Lin Shen's speed surged crazily, reaching an inconceivable velocity. Lin Shen hadn't expected such good fortune, that Wan Guotao would actually use a high-level pet launcher against him. With the activation of 7 steps of conflict, Lin Shen's speed shot up to 80, and he instantly crossed the few meters distance, hurtling forward to confront Wan Guotao in midair. Wan Guotao was both shocked and furious, unable to comprehend how Lin Shen's speed could surge to the point where he was left behind. Reaching out to strike at Lin Shen, his arm felt as though it was bound by rubber bands, stretching out by force but significantly slower. The death powder wrapped around him stretched long and thin but didn't break. Lin Shen zipped past him, dodging his punch while fiercely jabbing a finger under his ribs. Wan Guotao thought he could withstand Lin Shen's jab without an issue, but once the finger landed on him, he suddenly felt his body stiffen, unable to move. The six paths, Phoenix swooped down from above, as Wan Guotao desperately tried to control his life base to return and block it, but it was still a step too late. The six paths Phoenix dashed past Wan Guotao's side, slicing his body cleanly in two. Wan Guotao's upper and lower halves separated, his eyes bulging to the extreme, and until death he couldn't believe that he would die here. Don't kill him. Almost at the same moment, Wan Guotao was bisected. Instructor Mew's voice carried over, but it was a bit too late. Instructor Mew? Lin Shen landed on the rooftop, looking at Instructor Mew with some confusion, not understanding why he would plead for Wan Guotao. Noticing Lin Shen's thoughts, Instructor Mew said with a wry smile, "By killing Wan Guotao, you've made a mortal enemy of the Wan family." It was already mortal enmity. The Wan family has 12 ascenders just outside the base, each no weaker than Wan Guotao, and among them is Wan Shuiliu, a 7th turn ascender. Instructor Mu sighed. 12 ascenders. Lin Shen's expression also changed. He had thought that after killing Wan Guotao and Liu Cheng Shui, there would be some time before the Wan family sent more ascenders after him, long enough for him and his sister to flee. He didn't expect the Wan family to have 12 ascenders waiting just outside the base. Yet Lin Shen had no regrets about his choice. Even if he hadn't killed Wan Guotao, the Wan family would not have spared him. Chapter 234, taking the initiative. TOD Wan Guotao and Liu Cheng Shui were both just first turn ascenders, and among the 12 ascenders outside, there was the existence of a 7th turn, which was quite frightening. A first turn ascender's attribute could at most be 80, but a 7th turn ascender, equivalent to an increase of 60% in attributes, could reach 128 if calculated using the top attribute of 80. Just the absolute suppression of attributes alone could crush a fellow first turn ascender. Yet Lin Shen wasn't too worried about this 7th turn ascender because, over such a long time, the attributes accumulated by the sacrificial halo had exceeded 150. Added to his own innate attributes, when he struck with full force, his other attributes could surpass 190, with strength even breaking 200. As long as he seized the opportunity well, he had a great chance of killing a 7th turn ascender with a single strike. But even if his strike was powerful, it could only kill one ascender, and there were still 12 others outside. After killing the 7th turn ascender, the remaining ascenders would still easily encircle and kill him and his sister. Even if all of them were first turn ascenders, Lin Shen and Lin Miao still stood no chance, not to mention that it was impossible for them all to be first turn ascenders. Instructor Mu wanted to say something else, but suddenly saw over a dozen figures appear in the sky outside the base, attempting to forcefully breach into the base. The ruckus of the earlier fight had been enormous. Wan Shuiliu and the others outside heard the commotion and saw Wan Guotao's life-based sword soar into the sky, and knowing that something had happened, they no longer cared about Hai Duxiu's dignity and directly attempted to storm into Seacorn Base. Hai Duxiu had been prepared for a long time, originally just to guard against the Wan family taking advantage of the situation to harm Seacorn Base, and had not expected Wan Guotao and Liu Cheng Shui to be killed. But no matter what, Hai Duxiu couldn't allow the Wan family's people to start a battle within her base. Hai Duxiu, leading many ascenders from Seacorn Base, rose into the sky and blocked the 12 Wan family ascenders who were trying to storm Seacorn Base. Wan Shuiliu had already seen Wan Guotao lying dead on the street and also saw Lin Shen and Lin Miao standing with Instructor Mu and the Six Paths Phoenix, greatly surprised in his heart. He recognized at a glance that the Six Paths Phoenix was Wan Nianbei's spirit base, and was surprised that the supposedly defective spirit base could be used, and he also deduced that Wan Guotao had been slain by the Six Paths Phoenix. Could it be that Catherine wanted Wan Nianbei's spirit base for some other reason? A thought flashed through Wan Shuiliu's mind. Hai Duxiu, a member of my Wan family, has died in your Seacorn Base. Are you planning to shield the murderer, or did you originally intend to start a war with my Wan family? Wan Shuiliu said, seizing the moral high ground with his words. Hai Duxiu spoke indifferently. The one who killed your Wan family's ascender is from the Lin family and has nothing to do with my Seacorn Base. However, this Seacorn Base is not a place to be trampled upon by others. I don't care about a fight to the death among yourselves, but if you want to fight, take it outside. No one is allowed to run rampant in my base. So if they stay inside your Seacorn Base for a lifetime, do I have to wait outside for a lifetime? Wan Shuiliu said coldly. Within today, members of the Wan family and the Lin family must both leave Seacorn Base, settle your own disputes. Neither party is allowed to harm the people and property of Seacorn Base. Otherwise, if you want to fight or battle it out, Seacorn Base will accompany you to the end. Hai Duxiu resolutely confronted Wan Shuiliu. Fine, Seacorn Base has its rules. I respect your rules, Hai Duxiu and Seacorn Bases. I will wait outside until midnight, Wan Shuiliu said, his gaze sharp as a blade as he glanced at Lin Shen and Lin Miao inside the base and then turned to leave the base. Seeing Wan Shuiliu and his people waiting outside the base, Hai Duxiu instructed the other ascenders to stay and watch, while she herself flew over to Lin Shen and Instructor Mu. You heard what was just said? I can only keep you here until midnight. Otherwise, if a battle breaks out among ascenders within the base, countless people might be caught in the crossfire, and that is a cost I cannot bear, Hai Duxiu said, looking at Lin Shen. She was quite curious about Lin Shen, a mutator who had emerged from a place like Darkbird Base and was capable of killing an ascender above his level. It was indeed surprising. How is them leaving now any different from sending them to their deaths? Instructor Mu sighed. I'm sorry, Seacorn Base isn't mine alone. I don't have the authority to use others' lives to save someone, Hai Duxiu said. You've helped us by so much time already. My sister and I are extremely grateful, Lin Miao said, bowing slightly. Lin Shen knew that Hai Duxiu had no familial ties with them and was under no obligation to make enemies of so many ascenders from the Wan family on their behalf. The fact that Hai Duxiu did not immediately send them away was out of consideration for Instructor Mu, and that itself was a great help in buying them so much time. Lin Shen now had the option to teleport to an alien world again, but if he did that, when he and Lin Miao returned, they would have to face not only the Wan family, ascenders from Haidoxiu and Seacorn Base would become their enemies too. Haidoxiu had secured them a day's time. Running now would be the same as forcing Haidoxiu and his people to side with the Wan family, with even more serious consequences. Lin Shen knew that he couldn't run now. His only choice was to take a risky gamble. He didn't plan to wait until midnight to leave. The biggest advantage of the one-day Haidoxiu had secured for them was that he could go out alone first, while his elder sister could still stay inside the base until midnight. With this difference in time, the siblings would not be attacked together. They definitely couldn't win a fight. If both went out together and were surrounded, not even the Six Paths Phoenix could ensure Lin Miao's safety. Now, Lin Shen only had one chance. If he could take out Wan Shuiliu, a seventh turn, in one strike and intimidate the rest of the Wan family's ascenders, he could last through the day. Lin Shen retracted the base mutation carapace from his body and turned to Instructor Mu to say, "Instructor, I am considering leaving the city by myself. Please take care of my elder sister for the time being." Hearing Lin Shen speak, both Instructor Mu and Haidoxiu were taken aback. They exchanged looks, not understanding Lin Shen's intention. Lin Miao began to say something upon hearing this but was interrupted by Lin Shen. "Elder sister, this time you must listen to me," Lin Shen said, unable to explain but looking resolutely at Lin Miao. Although Lin Miao didn't know what Lin Shen was planning, she chose to trust him. At this point, their situation was dire, a dead end. Before her impending death, she was willing to place her trust in Lin Shen. "You and your sister can only stay in the base until midnight." Haidoxiu misunderstood Lin Shen's intent, thinking that Lin Shen still wanted Instructor Mu and Seacorn Base to protect Lin Miao, which was of course impossible. Even if Lin Shen were to die, the Wan family people would not let Lin Miao go, and Haidoxiu would not be able to protect her. Free web novel exclusive, I understand. Lin Shen nodded slightly and then took out his watch. Haidoxiu saw Lin Shen take out the watch and couldn't help but frown slightly, thinking that Lin Shen intended to teleport to the alien world again. Lin Shen handed the watch to Lin Miao and said, "Keep the teleporter on you, and if you see a chance, rush out of the base and then use it to teleport away." Lin Miao, however, showed no intention of taking it and calmly said, "You and I, brother and sister, can only live or die together. There should be no surviving alone." All right, Lin Shen knew his elder sister's temperament and that teleporting would indeed only save their lives temporarily and would not solve the real problem. After putting away the watch, Lin Shen bowed again to Instructor Mu. "Instructor Mu, I must entrust my elder sister to your care for now." Having said that, Lin Shen turned and walked towards the base's main gate. Chapter 235, Hammering Armor. What on earth is this guy up to? A man sat in a private room on the second floor of the tea house, watching Lin Shen walk alone toward the base entrance, his eyes filled with curiosity. "Big brother, is that the playboy Lin Shen you mentioned?" "It's such a shame not having had the chance to speak with him before he's about to die," said the girl beside him, who had a somewhat boyish look, sighing. "There's nothing that can be done about it. The Wan family has 12 ascenders, including the 7th turn ascender Wan Shuiliu. There are fewer than 10 families on the mother planet capable of suppressing them, and unfortunately, those few probably have no reason to save the Lin siblings," Ch201 said, shaking his head. "Didn't you say you have a good relationship with that Lin Shen? Are you not going to see him one last time before he dies?" The girl asked again. "If he dies, it will all disappear like smoke in the air. There's no point in saying anything now. Let's hope someone can lend him a hand." Ch201 shook his head. Lin Shen arrived at the entrance of the base and from a distance saw the 12 ascenders of the Wan family standing not far outside the base. They also saw Lin Shen, their gazes coldly fixed on him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shen stepped out of the base and alone headed toward the 12 ascenders of the Wan family. Lin Shen had Wan Guotao's sword and Lib Chengshui's knife strapped to his back, and Wan Guotao's 80-speed pet launcher hanging at his waist. Regrettably, he couldn't activate his spirit base, and he likewise couldn't use the ascendant pet launchers. Wan Shuiliu and the others were somewhat surprised to see Lin Shen walk out alone, not expecting him to come out so soon. As he walked, Lin Shen removed the knife and sword from his back and tossed them onto the ground. The Wan family members were somewhat puzzled by what Lin Shen was doing and did not attack him for the moment. Their primary targets were Lin Miao and Wan Nianbei's spirit base. Killing Lin Shen was merely incidental. They hadn't witnessed the deaths of Wan Guotao and Li Chengshui, assuming both were killed by the Six Paths Phoenix, and thus did not take Lin Shen very seriously. Without a word, Lin Shen continued walking forward, simultaneously removing the pet launcher from his waist and throwing it onto the ground as well. Haidoxiu and Instructor Mu, watching from atop the protective wall, were also puzzled by Lin Shen's actions, unsure what he was up to. After discarding the pet launcher, Lin Shen still moved toward Wan Shuiliu, his gaze fixated on him the whole time. Wan Guotao and Li Chengshui were both slain by me. The ascenders of the Wan family are nothing special. Wan Shuiliu, since you are intent on stubborn lone will and wish to seek death, then come out and meet it, Lin Shen said as he walked toward Wan Shuiliu. Upon these words, everyone watching secretly showed a look of astonishment on their faces. They racked their brains but had not anticipated that Lin Shen would say such things after he came out alone. Haha, this man is really interesting. It's just a pity he's about to die. Zeman Swordsman sat on the wall enjoying the spectacle, laughing out loud hearing Lin Shen's words. Instructor Mu and Haidoxiu were both stunned. They had seen boldness before, but never had they seen a mutator be so bold in the presence of ascenders. Is this student of yours really not ill in the head? Haidoxiu asked Instructor Mu, his expression complex. He should not be ill. Instructor Mu couldn't figure out what Lin Shen was up to either. The ascenders of the Wan family were not enraged. They simply looked at Lin Shen as if he were a clown. In their view, Lin Shen's words were merely an attempt to shoulder the blame himself, to clear Lin Miao of any association. But such a thought was obviously too naive. The Wan family had come specifically for Lin Miao, and even if that hadn't been the case, killing Lin Shen certainly wouldn't have meant sparing Lin Miao. Since they'd made their move, they were determined to eliminate the roots of potential trouble, leaving no threat behind. Wan Shuilu glanced at Lu Zhong, the ascender standing beside him, who understood his intention and immediately summoned his life base. A luli-like giant hammer tore through the air, aiming straight for Lin Shen. Although hammer-type life bases weren't as fast as sword types, their destructive power was generally a lot stronger. Lin Shen's base mutation carapace appeared on his body, and as the luli giant hammer swooped down, he shifted to the left like a phantom in a split second. Lin Shen was fast, but still considerably slower than the hammer, and he failed to completely dodge it. The hammer struck Lin Shen's shoulder, shattering the carapace there. Fortunately, it had only hit his shoulder and had not struck any vital parts. The hammer spun in the air and lunged at Lin Shen again, this time with increased speed. Lin Shen moved swiftly, but clearly couldn't keep up with the hammer, which swept past his ribs, leaving a large crack in the carapace and blood seeping out. He talked so big earlier, I thought he had some real skills, but it turns out he's just like this, the girl beside Tu Xiaodao said a bit disappointed. He must have his reasons for doing this, Tu Xiaodao said with a frown. He's been beaten to such a state. What reason could there be? A few more blows and he could be smashed to death. Does he plan to go argue with Yama? The girl snorted. Big brother, you said this guy was so powerful, but I think he's all talk. You must have been fooled by him. Maybe, Tu Xiaodao said, choosing not to say anything further. Lu Zhong's hammer struck Lin Shen time after time, fracturing the carapace all over his body, but it still didn't kill him. At this point, some people began to notice something odd. Lin Shen's carapace was regenerating at a visibly rapid pace, growing redder and more golden like a piece of iron heated in the forge. Every time Lu Zhong's hammer hit the carapace, it sprayed out sparks like molten lava. Yet it still failed to kill Lin Shen on the spot. On the contrary, Lin Shen seemed to be getting faster. What kind of innate ability is this? It seems to get stronger as the battle progresses, the girl was surprised. Not just her, everyone watching was surprised by Lin Shen's performance. A mutator, taking so many hits from an ascender, increasing in speed, and with a carapace that regenerated so quickly, was not something an ordinary mutator could achieve. Could it be that he was able to kill Liv Chung Shui because this ability is quite powerful? Haidoxiu speculated with an epiphany. The hammer continued to beat on Lin Shen, hammering the carapace out of shape as if forging an iron billet. Finally, the brilliantly translucent carapace, now radiant and splendid, suddenly cooled and white mist rose. Within that mist, Lin Shen, aglow with resplendent radiance, threw a punch at the luli giant hammer life base that was again descending upon him. Boom! The luli giant hammer was actually split open by Lin Shen's punch, his force able to contend with the ascender's life base. Chapter 236, Blood Prison King Lin Shen's punch wasn't merely a simple punch. He had been using stepping on the immortal court to dodge the hammer's onslaught, and although he could have completely avoided it, he chose not to do so. Instead, he dodged the critical spots and used the hammer's force to temper his carapace and enhance its strength. At the same time, during this process, he was also accumulating force with stepping on the immortal court. Stepping on the immortal court is inherently a technique where each step is stronger than the last, sharing a unique harmony with the overlapping wave skill. It would be more accurate to say that Lin Shen had mastered the flexible use of stepping on the immortal court rather than having comprehended the overlapping wave skill. With each step Lin Shen took, his momentum grew stronger, and after so many steps, his momentum had swelled like a colossal wave, as if to shock the heavens. Under such stacking force, Lin Shen, whose strength was not much less than Lu Zhong's to begin with, managed to send the hammer flying back with a full power strike. The continuous wave-like force, akin to surges of giant waves, was so powerful that the hammer couldn't be stopped. It smashed into the ground right in front of Lu Zhong, creating a large crater. Instructor Mu's eyes shone brightly. You little rascal, having trained your overlapping wave skill to such an extent, you didn't show it during class. Were you playing tricks on me? Big brother, this guy is really quite strong, the young girl said in surprise, looking at Tu Xiaodao. He was always strong, but such strength is still not enough to fight an ascender, let alone to drive back Wan Shuiluo. It's still a dead end, Tu Xiaodao sighed. This punch is quite interesting. Zeman Swordsman's eyes narrowed to slits. Seeing his own life base being smashed to the ground by a mutator, Lu Zhang was immediately enraged. With a grasp, the hammer flew back into his hand, and he was about to charge out to annihilate Lin Shen. I do not slay the nameless under my hand, Wan Shuilu. There's no need to send your men to their deaths, Lin Shen stated indifferently. You're seeking death, Lu Zhang roared furiously at these words, charging out like a tiger released from its cage, hammering directly at Lin Shen's head. Lightning-like halos appeared on the hammer, a sign that Lu Zhang had imbued his innate ability onto the life base, determined to kill Lin Shen with a single blow. Wan Shuiliu and the other ascenders just watched, showing no intention of intervening. Lin Shen was indeed very strong, an invincible existence among the mutators, but still not impressive enough for the ascenders. The full force of Lu Zhang's blow was not something Lin Shen could withstand. Lightning tore across the sky, reaching Lin Shen's head in an instant. Yet, Lin Shen seemed to be too late to dodge as he watched Lu Zhang's dual grip swing from the heavens, the hammer's electric light sparkling, seemingly about to crash on Lin Shen's head. At this moment, with no dodge in sight, everyone thought Lin Shen was done for. But somehow, Lu Zhang inexplicably paused mid-air. In just that moment of hesitation, Lin Shen's figure suddenly moved. In an instant, his hand transformed death powder into a long spear, and he leaped up, crossing paths with Lu Zhang in mid-air. Death powder pierced through Lu Zhang's throat, and as Lin Shen crossed paths with Lu Zhang in that split second, he reached from behind to grab death powder and pulled it out. Lu Zhang fell heavily to the ground, clutching his profusely bleeding neck, struggling to rise, but it was already too late. Fresh blood gushed from his mouth, and the large hole in his neck spewed blood like a fountain. It was clear he was not going to survive. Everyone was shocked. They hadn't seen how Lin Shen had killed Lu Zhang. Lin Shen's strength was indeed formidable, even outrageously so. It was a power that mutators should not possess. It appeared to them as if Lu Zhang hadn't resisted at all, simply running into Lin Shen's spear. Just how Lin Shen managed it, they still hadn't figured out. Wan Shuiliu, I've already said this. Don't send your underlings to their deaths, Lin Shen said, holding his spear and pointing at Wan Shuiliu. When Lin Shen said this before, all of the Wan family's ascenders thought he was insane. But now, with Lu Zhang lying beside them, not yet dead, and his blood pooling on the ground, nobody could take Lin Shen's words as the ramblings of a madman anymore. Your teleporter isn't bad, Wan Shuiliu said calmly. Lin Shen immediately felt a chill in his heart, realizing Wan Shuiliu had seen through his trick. The spear strike just now was indeed not the true extent of his strength. He had simply opened a message on his watch when Liu Zhang charged, allowing Liu Zhang to see the Netherworld Sulphur Wolf's grinning image sent by Red Heart A. Liu Zhang instantly became confused, not offering any resistance, and was pierced through the neck by Lin Shen's spear. He had thought this tactic could be used once or twice more, but Wan Shuiliu had identified it much too quickly. But so what if he had seen through it? As long as they viewed the footage, their minds would still be affected. Unless they refused to look at Lin Shen, which would still leave Lin Shen with the upper hand. Now that his tactic had been exposed, Lin Shen simply projected the image from his watch for all to see. He had watched it many times, and with the help of evolution theory, he had become immune to the Sulphur Wolf's grin. Others, however, would inevitably be affected by it. Sure enough, every person who saw the image of the Netherworld Sulphur Wolf's grin paused with a vacant expression. Without hesitation, Lin Shen charged towards Wan Shuiliu and the others. But before he could reach them, an eerie blood-colored particle rose from Wan Shuiliu's body. These blood-colored particles congregated above his head, forming an ancient life base with 1,000 hands and eyes, 3 heads, and 8 legs. The blood-colored life base was demonic and ghost-like, its myriad arms unfolded, and each palm had an eye that was closed. It had 3 heads. The frontal one resembled Buddha, the left one was a bird's head, and the right a tiger's. The tiger head roared, and those who were beguiled by the Netherworld Sulphur Wolf's grin snapped back to clarity with its roar. The Buddha face at the front emitted murmurs akin to a devil's whisper, and the sounds caused Lin Shen's watch to fail its function, as if its energy had been depleted. The projected image disappeared on its own. Originally, I intended only to take your life, but you've used such despicable means to kill an ascender of my Wan family. Now, even if you wish for death, it will not come. Flaying and bone-stripping will not pardon your crimes. I will make you experience all the pain in this world, unable to live or die. As Wan Shuiliu spoke venomously, the demon-like life base opened the eyes on its hands, as if coming to life. Blood-red eyes emitted a sinister blood-colored halo, like the gaze of malevolent spirits from hell. 7th turn life base, Blood Prison King, Instructor Mu's complexion changed drastically. He hadn't expected Wan Shuiliu to use his 7th turn life base to deal with a single Lin Shen. Chapter 237, Prison King's Eye. Lin Shen stared at the 7th turn life base Blood Prison King, yet he still charged forward at full speed. The reason he had abandoned his knife and sword, even going so far as to throw away Wan Guotao's pet launcher, was simply to attract the attention of Wan Shuiliu and the others, preventing them from launching an attack as soon as they laid eyes on him. Distance was crucial. He needed to close the gap. Only when he was close enough would he stand a chance of striking a lethal blow. However, to others, Lin Shen's act of charging straight towards the Blood Prison King seemed akin to seeking his own death. Ascender's life bases gain a 10% enhancement in attribute after the first rebirth, but it's not just the attributes that are enhanced. The capabilities of base change talent also improve with each rebirth. At the same time, the innate talents of the life base itself are enhanced. Ordinary life bases generally don't possess base talents. Only mutated life bases do. With each rebirth of the life base, the power of the life base skills also continues to increase. The 7th turn Blood Prison King, a very rare triple talent mutated life base, possessed the Prison King's Eye, a dominating base talent. It was also considered highly ranked among human ascenders. Normally, if ascenders have the opportunity to advance, most would choose not to undergo too many rebirths. Excessively frequent rebirths demand an enormously large amount of resources, and after reaching the 5th turn, most human ascenders try to break through instead of dwelling indefinitely at the ascension level. Read first at free web novel. Remaining at the ascension level for an extended time results in an investment that doesn't proportionally match its returns. For the 10% enhancement provided by each rebirth, the vast amount of resources and time subsequently expended are not worthwhile for most ascenders. Only those truly exceptional in talent and with unique base talents in their life bases pursue higher numbers of rebirths. Wan Shuilu was such a person. With his capabilities, he had a great chance to break through the ascension level at the 5th turn, but he chose to stay at the ascension level to pursue the limit of 10 turns. After the 5th turn, each subsequent rebirth required an overwhelming amount of resources, and only now had he reached the 7th turn, nearly breaking through to the 8th turn. Countless hands of the Blood Prison King bore eyes that radiated light, intertwining halos of numerous light resembling the gaze of many demons locking onto Lin Shen. Lin Shen, who had been charging forward furiously, suddenly came to a halt as if bound. It seemed as if the only things remaining before his eyes were the demonic and ghastly Blood Prison King and the bizarre sea of blood-colored eyes observing him. I've always heard that the Blood Sea reincarnation scripture of the great cosmic clans Hai Ao could give the chance to congeal the mutated life-based Blood Prison King after ascension, and that with a minuscule probability, this can result in the Prison King's Eye talent that is capable of transforming the power of the life base into a gaze that can imprison all beings. Today I have finally witnessed it with my own eyes. It is indeed formidable, Ch201 praised. Does Lin Shen have any chance of breaking the Prison King's Eye? The young girl asked, unsure if it was out of sympathy for the underdog or for some other reason. She did not wish for Lin Shen to be killed just like that. It's difficult, Ch201 mused before saying, as far as I know, there are only 2 methods to break the gaze of the Prison King's Eye. What methods? The young girl quickly inquired. There are some life-based skills that can counter the Prison King's Eye. For example, Phoenix Purple Chi Ju practiced by Wei family, where after ascension there's a chance to congeal a Purple Chi Phoenix life base. Some Purple Chi Phoenix life bases possess an innate skill known as Purple Chi Eastward Divine Light, which can break the imprisoning power of the Prison King's Eye's gaze. There are several other similar base talents as well, but unfortunately Lin Shen is still a mutator, so this method is not feasible. Is there another way? The girl asked urgently. The other method is rather simple. The gaze of the Blood Prison King originates from the strength transformed from the Blood Prison King himself. As long as one's strength surpasses that of the Blood Prison King, one can shatter the gaze of the Blood Prison King with absolute force, Ch201 said. Lin Shen is just a mutator. No matter how strong he is, it's impossible for him to be more powerful than a 7th turn life base. Doesn't that mean he's doomed? Is there really no other way? The girl said. At least I have not heard of any other methods. The reason Wan Shuilu pursues higher-level rebirths is to maximize the effect of the Blood Prison King's gaze. Among ascenders, unless someone undergoes more rebirths than Wan Shuilu, it would be very difficult to break his Blood Prison King's gaze. Ch201 shook his head. Ch201 was aware of this, and so were Instructor Mu, Hai Doxiu, and others. Hence, the moment Wan Shuilu deployed the powers of the Blood Prison King, Instructor Mu knew that Lin Shen was in trouble. Instructor Mu stood up, but he was held back by Hai Doxiu. Your teaching ability is unmatched, but your life-based rebirth count is too low, not enough to rival Wan Shuilu's, so breaking the Blood Prison King's gaze won't be possible, and your effort would be in vain. Hai Doxiu shook his head. It was I who kept Lin Shen here. If I do nothing and just watch him be killed, how will I face Yangdong, that little brat, in the future? I can't let him point at my aged face and curse me, right? Instructor Mu said. You promised Wan Guotao not to interfere with Lin Shen's affairs with the Wan family again, Hai Doxiu added. I'd rather be the despicable one who breaks his word to fatten my conscience. After all, it's just an aged face. I don't need it, Instructor Mu said as he tried to push Hai Doxiu's hand away. However, Hai Doxiu's hand was like an immovable mountain, pressing down so firmly that Instructor Mu couldn't budge. Instructor Mu's complexion changed instantly. Old Mu, you can disregard your face, but not your life. You can blame me if you want, but I have to keep you alive. Hai Doxiu's body surged with water-like life-base energy, encapsulating Instructor Mu in a sphere of water. Within the sphere, serpentine dragons entwined around Instructor Mew's body, rendering him unable to move. Instructor Mew tried with all his might to break free from the grasp of the serpentine dragons and stand up, but he struggled to break through Hydoxu's life base. It's over. Zeman Swordsman, sitting on the wall top, stood up, planning to leave the place. He met Lin Shen in the desert and learned about this affair. After teleporting back from the Realm King planet, he came straight to Seacorn Base for the spectacle. Indeed, he witnessed quite a drama. Lin Shen was very powerful, but facing a 7th turn Blood Prison King, there was no chance at all. Lin Miao, come out, or I'll start slicing off pieces of Lin Shen's flesh, making him wish he could die but unable to. Wan Shuiliu reached out a hand and drew the spirit-based knife that had been laying on the ground near Lin Shen into his palm, then slowly walked toward Lin Shen. The Blood Prison King hovered above his head, its gaze from the Prison King's eye completely immobilizing Lin Shen, so he couldn't move at all. Lin Shen's body still shimmered with the brilliant light of the super base pattern, but no matter how desperately he tried to unleash his strength, he couldn't move in the slightest, the death powder in his hand equally immobile. Wan Shuiliu walked up to Lin Shen, and still, with no sign of Lin Miao, he hesitated not a moment longer and brought his knife down toward Lin Shen's arm, aiming to whittle him down to nothing. Aren't you supposed to have incredible regenerative abilities? Let's see if you can regrow a severed limb. If you can, I'll cut you 1,000 times, 10,000 times. If Lin Miao doesn't show up, then the cutting will go on forever. Wan Shuiliu's eyes bore extreme coldness. Chapter 238, Terrifying Fist Power. Stop. A golden streak of light flew out from the Seacorn base, revealing itself to be Lin Miao wrapped in the aura of the Six Paths Phoenix. Lin Miao couldn't stand idly by and watch Lin Shen be killed. If anyone should die first, it should be her, as this was originally her matter to face. Wan Shuiliu saw Lin Miao and also heard her voice, but he had no intention of stopping. The spirit-based knife in his hand continued to slash down. Lin Miao clenched her teeth, her eyes nearly spitting fire in frustration, yet she was utterly helpless. Hydoxu witnessed this scene and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. The girl beside Tu Xiaodao couldn't bear to watch anymore and turned to say to him, "Brother, let's go." Tu Xiaodao silently rose. He wanted to help Lin Shen, and he wasn't afraid of the Wan family, but he was no match for Wan Shuiliu. To step forward would be to court death. Moreover, 11 ascenders from the Wan family were watching intently like tigers waiting to pounce, and he certainly didn't have the ability to take on so many alone. "Sigh, it was you who taught me to keep a low profile, to accumulate strength," Tu Xiaodao lamented inwardly, turning his head for one last look at Lin Shen. However, upon this glance, Tu Xiaodao's pupils suddenly contracted, his face taking on an expression as though he had seen a ghost. Lin Shen, restrained under the might of the 7th turn Prison King's eye, suddenly emitted a burst of bloodlight, and his body began to move. Impossible. Everyone who witnessed this scene had their eyes widened to the extreme, their eyeballs nearly popping out. How could a mutator break free from the restraint of the 7th turn Prison King's eye? It defied all logic. Hydoxu, Instructor Mew, Tu Xiaodao, and the many ascenders of the Wan family all stared at Lin Shen with their eyes wide open, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Wan Shuiliu, who had swung his knife at Lin Shen's arm, was also in disbelief. How could a mere mutator break the confinement of the 7th turn Prison King's eye? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wan Shuiliu was horrified and at a loss, for not only had Lin Shen broken free from the restraint of the Prison King's eye, but his fist, at a speed Wan Shuiliu couldn't match, carried a terrifying shrill scream as it thundered toward him. It was so fast, too fast, even Wan Shuiliu, a 7th turn ascender, felt like his movement speed had slowed to that of a turtle under such velocity. At such a short distance, with such a swift punch, Wan Shuiliu had no chance to dodge. The base mutation carapace emerged on his body as he desperately tried to change the course of his knife to meet Lin Shen's fist head-on. The 7th turn Blood Prison King above his head and the eye in the palm of his hand unleashed powerful beams, doing their utmost to restrain Lin Shen's movements. Useless, utterly ineffective. The blood halo of light was as if warped by a terrifying force, completely unable to bind Lin Shen's body. Boom! Lin Shen's fist, radiant with brilliant light and tainted with blood, met Wan Shuiliu's long knife. In the brief moment of contact, the first turn spirit-based knife shattered into fragments, exploding like tofu under the might of Lin Shen's fist. Without the slightest pause, Lin Shen's fist, accompanied by the sound of thunder, struck Wan Shuiliu squarely in the chest. Blood, shattered bones, viscera, and fragments of carapace erupted from Wan Shuiliu's back as if from a volcanic explosion. Standing behind Wan Shuiliu, the Wan family ascender who was directly facing him was hit by the erupting debris. His body was covered in holes and blood formed a large fan-shaped spray pattern behind him. Nearby ascenders who had been splashed with blood stepped back in shock as they came to their senses, retreating from the wounded ascender. When they subconsciously turned to look at Wan Shuiliu, they were even more horrified and backed away repeatedly. Wan Shuiliu's entire chest had been blown open, leaving a gaping hole. Both his 7th turn ascender's body and base mutation carapace had been punched into pulp. Many of the Wan family's remaining 10 ascenders felt the urge to turn tail and flee, taking to the skies. In their eyes, Lin Shen had become something other than human, nothing short of a monster. The body of a mutator releasing such terrifying strength, if not a monster, then what? Tu Xiaodao's mouth hung open for a long while without closing, while the Zeman swordsman, who had been ready to leave, froze on top of the wall, staring blankly as Wan Shuilu's mangled body slowly fell. Haidaxiu was also stunned in place, motionless for a long while. Instructor Mu's eyes were filled with ecstatic joy, but then he was overrun by countless doubts. Could that kid actually be an alien monster in human skin? Even Lin Miao, who had rushed out from inside the base, stopped in midair, unable to believe what she saw as she looked at Lin Shen and the falling body of Wan Shuiliu. As Wan Shuiliu's body thunderously collapsed, his Blood Prison King life base above his head also lost its vitality, falling to the ground. The numerous eyes of the Prison King in the palms also closed, no longer radiating with halos of light. Lin Shen slowly withdrew his fist, turning his gaze to the other Wan family ascenders. Swept by his look, those normally haughty ascenders involuntarily stepped back, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. "MPR, aren't you after my life?" "I'm right here," Lin Shen said calmly, appearing like the Grim Reaper gazing at the ascenders, but internally he was frantically panicked. Why aren't these guys running away? The power of my sacrificial halo is already spent. I can't possibly be a match for these 10 ascenders if we continue to fight. What am I supposed to do now? Provoked by Lin Shen's words, the ascenders seemed to wake from a dream and turned to flee into the heavens. "Everyone stop," a sword light flashed, blocking the ascenders who were about to take flight. One of the ascenders stood his ground without fleeing, still staring coldly at Lin Shen. Above his head, a great sword gleaming with the golden light of the sun swirled around, blocking all the ascenders attempting to escape. "Wan Guliu, what are you doing? If we don't leave now, do you want us all to die here?" One of the ascenders bellowed in anger. "No one will die," Wan Guliu said without looking at him, only staring at Lin Shen as he coldly spoke. "A base mutation capable of unleashing such power, do you think that's normal? If he still had the ability to unleash that strength, do you think he would let us go? The only possibility for his not attacking us is that he has no more strength left to do so. This is all your speculation." The ascender's words were cut off by Wan Guliu. "That's why I'll be the touchstone. If he still has the power to kill me with that strength, then it won't be too late for you to escape. If he can't even kill me, a mere first-turn ascender, it's just one base mutation. What are you so afraid of?" With that, Wan Guliu's sun-like magnificent great sword transformed into a golden rainbow, charging at Lin Shen. "We're so close to success, yet it's a pity. The Wan family is not an ordinary clan after all. At a critical moment, someone can stand up." The Seaman swordsman narrowed his eyes, his judgment matching that of Wan Guliu. He too believed that it was unlikely Lin Shen could unleash that horrific strength the second time. Chapter 239. "Wan Guliu, don't come over. I'm enough here by myself," Lin Shen called out to stop Lin Miao, who wanted to rush over to help. His eyes narrowed slightly. He took a step forward and dodged Wan Guliu's sword with the posture of stepping on the immortal court. Almost at the same time, Lin Shen opened the information on his watch, and the smiling face of the Netherworld Sulphur Wolf was once again projected out, forming a not-so-large holographic image above his arm. It was because of the suppression by the Blood Prison King that the watch could not be activated, but now that the Blood Prison King had lost control, Lin Shen naturally wouldn't leave it unused. The moment the image of the Netherworld Sulphur Wolf was projected, Wan Guliu's sword, which was like the sun, suddenly erupted with intense light, radiating like a mini-sun. The light and shadows from the holographic image projection were interfered with by the light from the sword, distorting and blurring the image, making it difficult to exert its effects. Lin Shen could only continue to move quickly, as the life-based sword, like a mini-sun, kept coming at him with attacks, its speed already quite fast within the realm of the first turn. Luckily, Lin Miao understood his intention and didn't rush over to help, just watching from a distance. Even with their sibling teamwork, they were still no match for so many ascenders, and the deterrence from the previous punch would also be completely lost. Lin Miao not coming over was a deterrent in itself, but the deterrence did not come from Lin Miao. Although this Wan Guliu is only at the first turn, he is more troublesome to deal with than Wan Shuiliu. Lin Shen knew he had really met his match. Although Wan Shuiliu was powerful, he never considered Lin Shen to be a rival, and arrogance was his original sin. Even though Wan Guliu was far from as strong as Wan Shuiliu, he made Lin Shen feel more troubled. Lin Shen had thought he was about to scare off all these ascenders from the Wan family, but unexpectedly, Wan Guliu turned the tables. It just goes to show that one mustn't underestimate these families capable of leaving their home planet. You never know how many talented individuals are among them, Lin Shen sighed inwardly. Do you see? He no longer has the ability to launch that strike. He's just a mutator, at best slightly stronger than an average mutator, with strength and speed not even on par with a common first-turn ascender. Let's join forces to kill him in just an instant, Wan Guliu shouted to the other ascenders. He had no other choice, for he possessed only one life base, without pets or other spirit bases on him. Wan Guliu was not supposed to be this destitute, but who would have let Wan Shuiliu be his elder brother? Because Wan Shuiliu had nurtured the Blood Prison King life base, all of their family's resources were poured into Wan Shuiliu, hoping to raise his life base to the 10th turn as soon as possible. If Wan Shuiliu, who possessed the Blood Prison King life base, were born to the interstellar Wan family, the Blood Prison King would have reached the 10th turn long ago. Unfortunately, he was born to the Wan family on the home planet. Though also of the Wan family, those who stayed on the home planet were, frankly, akin to being eliminated. The resources and the environment in the universe are naturally far better than on the home planet. Anyone with the capability would choose to establish themselves in the universe, so why would they stick to the home planet? Those who are able to venture out are like the talented individuals who emerge from remote valleys, carving out their own place in the world, whereas those who cannot leave are relatively less capable. Although Wan Shuiliu could venture into the universe, there is still a big difference between the Wan family of the home planet and the Hanji Star's Wan family. Resources and other aspects will not be inclined in favor of Wan Shuiliu. They all bear the surname Wan, but their bloodlines have already branched off. In order to allow Wan Shuiliu to grow quickly, their branch of the family bloodline did their utmost to support him, and Wan Guliu, being Wan Shuiliu's younger brother, was also willing to give everything he could. Even though his contributions were insignificant and he could only hunt down some first-turn ascended creatures, he gave all the spirit base he could obtain to Wan Shuiliu. Wan Guliu was very clear-headed, knowing that as long as Wan Shuiliu grew strong, as long as he broke through ascension, only then could their branch of the Wan family bloodline leave their mother star, and one person's success would lift all associates to heaven. Yet Wan Shuiliu, the one on whom their family had placed great hopes, was murdered on their mother's star by a mutator. This was nothing less than a catastrophic blow to Wan Guliu's branch of the Wan family bloodline. A 7th turn ascender who had nearly no rivals on their mother star had died like that, beyond anyone's expectations. Wan Guliu, too, had found it inconceivable. How could a mutador kill a 7th turn ascender? But he no longer had the time to dwell on these issues, for with Wan Shuiliu's death, the Wan family still had to survive. He had to minimize the losses. He believed that Lin Shen couldn't unleash a second strike with that same strength. This notion wasn't purely speculative. In fact, he had noticed some details. When Lin Shen used that terrifying strength, a blood-colored halo bloomed around him. After using it, Lin Shen's blood-colored halo shattered and rose as if dispersing, which was unlike a normal innate skill where, after use, the glow would retract normally. Based on various inferences, Wan Guliu concluded that Lin Shen couldn't launch a second strike. He was prepared to risk a bold gamble. He needed to retrieve the Blood Prison King life base. Only by doing so could he maximally mitigate the loss. But Wan Guliu couldn't retrieve it himself. He had observed that Lin Shen kept hovering around the Blood Prison King, never straying far from it. Clearly, Lin Shen also understood the importance of the Blood Prison King and wouldn't allow him to take it. Wan Guliu also had gained a clear understanding of Lin Shen up close. Lin Shen had the ability to kill ascenders, so he must not give Lin Shen the chance. Now, as long as the other ascenders attacked Lin Shen together, Lin Shen would undoubtedly die. Even if he didn't die, as long as he was forced to leave the vicinity of the Blood Prison King, once Wan Guliu got hold of it, Lin Shen would still be on the path to death. Then, for these ascenders, the question wouldn't be about killing Lin Shen, but rather, even escaping would be very difficult. Guliu, this man is extremely sly and cunning, an ascender said. Just now in his fight with Lu Zhong, he deliberately concealed his true strength, tricking Brother Shuiliu into entering the fray, resulting in a one-strike kill. We must not be deceived by his treachery again. Let's retreat for today and discuss a longer-term strategy afterward. Wan Guliu nearly spat blood in anger. He had never expected to have such cowardly teammates who were pigs only in name at his side. Even at this point, they didn't even dare to make a move. Haha, are all of the Wan family's ascenders such cowards? Lin Shen laughed heartily, taunting them. Wan Guliu forcibly suppressed the rage in his heart and said in a grave voice, "You should all be very clear about the orders coming from Hanji Star. If we fail to retrieve the object this time, you should know the consequences. Think carefully." The ascenders, who had originally thought to run away without regard for Wan Guliu, hesitated once more upon hearing his words. Chapter 240, Intimidation. They were well aware that if they failed to retrieve Wan Nianbei's spirit base, the Wan family would undoubtedly face the wrath of the Demon tribe, potentially leading to the family's ruin. However, as they looked towards Lin Shen, listening to his taunting words, they felt a deep sense of fear and dared not attack rashly. Lin Shen's punch had truly terrified them. They were afraid it was exactly what Lin Shen was waiting for them to do. "What are you all watching for? Attack together and kill him. It's the only way we can survive," Wan Guliu said once again. The ascenders, who had been somewhat persuaded by Wan Guliu and were thinking of attacking, now hesitated once again. Yeah, Brother Guliu, why don't you join the fight? The eyes of the Ascenders immediately turned towards Wan Guliu. With Lin Shen's remarks, they realized that Wan Guliu had only unleashed his life base and he had not joined the fight himself. If Lin Shen was as he claimed, with a strength that was at best comparable to an ordinary first-turn Ascender, or even less, then why hadn't Wan Guliu rushed forward to join forces with his life base to kill Lin Shen? Ascenders preferred to battle using their life bases, mainly because close combat was extremely difficult in Ascender fights, so they rarely engaged in melee combat, but that didn't mean they lacked the ability to do so. In fact, the combat abilities of an Ascender themselves were not inferior to those of a life base. Lin Shen was not an Ascender, he couldn't fly, nor did he possess ranged attack abilities, so why didn't Wan Guliu attack him? Wan Guliu, filled with frustration and unable to kill these fools with a single blow, had to suppress his anger and said, "You just need to do as I do, use your life base from a distance to strangle him. If you're worried about your life base getting damaged, then let your pet capsules out. There's no risk involved." Wan Guliu knew that he couldn't explain the situation now. If he were to say that Lin Shen had the ability to kill Ascenders in close combat, it would only increase the doubts in the hearts of these Ascenders. Wan Guliu, oh Wan Guliu, you really do want me dead. Then stop hiding and let your pets out, Lin Shen said. Seeing the Ascenders hesitate once more, Wan Guliu felt a surge of rage. He could only lament that the Ascenders from their home planet, due to their inherent strength limitations, became excessively cautious after leaving it, leading many to become paranoid and fearful of taking any risks. When they were unchallenged and domineering on their home planet, they indeed had the air of lords, acting as if no one else mattered. But as soon as they encountered something they couldn't understand, on alien worlds struggling to survive, their true nature would reveal itself. Ascenders who were truly powerful and capable would not stay on their home planet indefinitely. After all, among these Ascenders, the only ones truly bearing the Wan surname were Wan Guliu and another first-turn Ascender, Wan Feixiang. Other Ascenders had joined the Wan family to seek shade under a great tree, using the Wan family's interstellar resources to hunt ascended creatures on alien worlds. When the time came to truly risk their lives, how many were actually willing to do so? Wan Guliu had no choice but to keep silent about the fact that he had no pets. How could others believe that the younger brother of the seventh-turn Ascender Wan Shuiliu did not even have an Ascension pet? He said that others wouldn't believe him, they would only become more suspicious. Uncle Shang, if they don't understand the weight of that command, don't you either. If we can't retrieve the item, how are we supposed to explain it to the princess of the Demon tribe? Wan Guliu planned to start with Wan Feixiang. Uncle Shang, I don't need you to make a move, just release your flame giant dragon, leave the rest to me. Once the deed is done, the Blood Prison King spirit base of my brother shall be yours, Wan Guliu said. Wan Feixiang's expression changed unpredictably upon hearing this, his gaze toward the Blood Prison King filled with greedy desire. Lin Shen saw the look in Wan Feixiang's eyes and knew things were about to take a bad turn. As expected, Wan Feixiang was moved by Wan Guliu. Indeed, as Wan Guliu had said, failing to complete the task and being investigated by the Demon tribe, their end would not be a good one. Now, without having to take any risks, he only needed to release the flame giant dragon. If the plan succeeded, great. If not, he could run away. And if it really did succeed, the seventh-turn Blood Prison King was of incalculable value, something he could never obtain in his lifetime. All right, Nephew Guliu, I'll assist you. While he said so, he also stepped back slightly, pulling out his pet launcher and firing a pet capsule toward Lin Shen. Stop. Wan Guliu truly hadn't expected Wan Feixiang to be so wicked as to actually target Lin Shen with the flame giant dragon. Wan Feixiang could have kept the flame giant dragon by his side and simply commanded it to attack Lin Shen from a distance using its life base, but nobody expected him to shoot it toward Lin Shen. Wan Guliu was too late to stop it and could only seize the opportunity to attack Lin Shen without hesitation. If Lin Shen rushed to deal with the flame giant dragon, then he could take the opportunity to take the Blood Prison King. If Lin Shen dodged the flame giant dragon's attack, then he would be forced to retreat, and with the addition of Wan Guliu's life-based sword attack, they could still force Lin Shen back, giving Wan Guliu a chance to take the Blood Prison King. If Lin Shen chose to fight head-on, then he wouldn't need to go after the Blood Prison King. Coordinating with both the flame giant dragon and his own life-based sword, the three of them could encircle and ensure Lin Shen's death. That Wan Feixiang is really amusing, using the Ascension pet like that. Does he have a hole in his brain? The girl beside Tu Xiaodao chuckled, thinking Wan Feixiang was truly foolish. However, Tu Xiaodao said, if you really think Wan Feixiang is foolish, then the one who's actually funny is yourself. What do you mean? The girl was full of question marks. Do you really think he's gone mad to shoot the pet at Lin Shen? If you think that way, you're too naive. He did it on purpose to force Wan Guliu to act. Only by doing so could they test whether Lin Shen can still use that terrifying strength, Tu Xiaodao said dismissively. You think they are so scared, why haven't they left? They also suspect that Lin Shen might not be able to unleash that strength anymore, and they also want the seventh-turn Blood Prison King. But they are scared to take the risk, so they can only let Wan Guliu take the gamble, Tu Xiaodao continued. Ah, so Wan Guliu has been tricked by him, how pitiful, the girl said. No, Wan Guliu is actually very aware of what Wan Feixiang is thinking, and that's probably what he wanted. Tu Xiaodao shook his head. While they were speaking, the flame giant dragon had already landed in front of Lin Shen, opening its mouth to spew out its life base. Lin Shen, instead of retreating, dodged the sword artifact's assassination attempt and charged at the flame giant dragon, throwing a punch directly at it. Seeing this, Wan Guliu was overjoyed as he used his life-base sword to cut off Lin Shen's retreat and sped up to seize the Blood Prison King life base. Chapter 241, Overwhelming Wan Guliu. But as Wan Guliu pounced toward the Blood Prison King spirit base, he suddenly saw a huge figure appear out of thin air behind the Blood Prison King spirit base. Opening a mouth like a shredder, it swallowed the Blood Prison King spirit base in one bite. Wan Guliu was both shocked and enraged. He punched the huge creature with the intent to blow it up on the spot. It was just a crystal-based creature, and he believed that with his own strength he could blow it up instantly and empty out the Blood Prison King from its stomach. But when his punch landed on the body of the huge creature, it was like hitting a balloon, causing the creature's belly to cave in to an exaggerated degree, as if it was about to burst at any moment. In the end, it didn't burst. Instead, the huge body was propelled outwards, flying far away and crashing into the alloy wall of the base, collapsing a large gap in the wall. Lin Shen, using the steps of the immortal court step, dodged the claws of the flame giant dragon, and with the momentum of the surging waves brought up by each step, he punched the red spot under the dragon's belly, while the angel revolver in his other hand was pressed against the dragon's belly and fired a shot. The sound of the gunshot and the impact of the punch almost occurred simultaneously, but the capsule in the gun collided with the dragon's belly and did not fire. But that was enough, because the pet capsule that Lin Shen fired contained the Dragon Slayer G-Wise. Although not fired, the pet capsule's collision with the flame giant dragon was sufficient to allow G-Wise's innate skill, Dragon Slayer, to take effect and weaken the dragon's strength. Lin Shen's punch, with the force of the huge overlapping waves, struck heavily on the acupoint under the dragon's belly. With the force of one punch, he burst open the dragon's weak spot, his fist penetrated into it, and ascension liquid sprayed out, drenching Lin Shen. Under the astonished eyes of the onlookers, the flame giant dragon that was about to spew out its life base shot up into the air, then crashed heavily to the ground without any further movement, its claws no longer even twitching. Wan Feixiang and the others were shocked. Lin Shen had killed the flame giant dragon with a single punch, which made them more suspicious that Lin Shen still possessed that terrifying strength, filling their hearts with growing doubt and paranoia. They didn't know that the flame giant dragon was not actually dead, but had merely been struck by Lin Shen at its acupoint and was now unable to move. They didn't know that there was such a skill as acupoint sealing in the world, so seeing the flame giant dragon motionless, they assumed it was dead. Lin Shen took another step, his terrifying momentum carrying him towards Wan Guliu. His body seemed to be pushed forward by layer upon layer of giant waves, giving the impression of being unstoppable. Wan Guliu harbored the same idea but knew he absolutely couldn't retreat. If he retreated this time, the morale of the other ascenders would completely shatter, and they would never be able to aid him in killing Lin Shen again. Wan Guliu gritted his teeth and stood his ground as his aura erupted, his fist swinging with the force of a meteor crashing toward Lin Shen. On his body, the carapace stood up like the reverse scales of a dragon, its edges flashing with light, reverse scale killing fist, the most destructive skill among his innate abilities. Lin Shen too had no intention of backing down. With the momentum of the immortal court step ramping up his speed and summoning the force of towering ocean waves, he confronted Wan Guliu's reverse scale killing fist. Boom. Like the explosion of an atomic bomb, the shockwave expanded in a ring, while dust rose like a mushroom cloud skyward upon detonation. Wan Guliu's ascender body couldn't withstand the might of Lin Shen's towering force and was blasted back repeatedly. His legs carved out two deep grooves in the ground. Strong, really too strong. Tu Xiaodao's eyes sparkled brightly. He realized that this punch was Lin Shen's own strength, and the fact that a single punch could repel an ascender was already quite astonishing, even if it was done with gathered momentum. The punch that obliterated Wan Shuiliu, after all, was external power. In Tu Xiaodao's eyes, it didn't represent much. Wan Guliu was pushed back, suffering only a light injury. He forcibly swallowed the blood that had reached his mouth, his eyes revealing a touch of joy instead. A sword shadow attacked from behind Lin Shen. Because of the impact of his full-strength strike, he had not completely shaken off the force from the collision, which slightly impaired his control of his body. By the time he noticed his sword artifact, normally radiant like the sun, had somehow lost all its light and was attacking like a ghostly shadow, it was somewhat late. He could only manage to dodge the vital areas. The sword artifact passed through his waist, piercing the carapace on the left side and revealing the injured muscles underneath. Blood immediately began to flow. You see, his strength is just so, at best almost comparable to a first-turn ascender. If you don't kill him now, when are you waiting for? Wan Guliu roared at Wan Feixiang and the other ascenders. Then, let's battle, Lin Shen said firmly, stepping forward and recklessly charging towards Wan Guliu, seemingly disregardful of Wan Feixiang and the others. The shattered carapace and wound at his waist also healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Shen's punches surged like primordial giant fists, one punch after another, continuous jabbing punches combined with whip-like leg techniques, unleashing waves of terrifying force. He actually managed to suppress the ascension-level Wan Guliu, forcing him to retreat step by step. Haven't you seen? What are you still waiting for? Kill him together, it will only take a moment. As Wan Guliu battled furiously with Lin Shen, he roared up to the sky. Yet Wan Feixiang and the others were still hesitating. Lin Shen's recklessness had left all his back openings exposed to them. They seemed to have the opportunity to directly strike him down if they used their life base. But it was exactly because of this that they hesitated even more. A bunch of trash, no matter how many times you call out, they won't come down, Lin Shen said contemptuously while his relentless attack continued. Guliu, he's just trying to provoke us into acting, surely there's a scheme. We must not fall for his wishes, better to retreat quickly, one of the ascenders suggested. Wan Guliu couldn't hold back, spewing out a mouthful of blood and anger. He was already finding the fight extremely tough. His reverse-scale killing fist had immense destructive power, tearing apart Lin Shen's carapace and leaving deep marks each time. But Lin Shen's carapace healed too quickly. The deep tears mended almost immediately. What made Wan Guliu even more uncomfortable was that Lin Shen's strength kept growing stronger, his speed increasing. More importantly, his rhythm was extremely strange, each hit timed to disrupt Wan Guliu at the most unsettling moments. The life-based sword flew around them but rarely found an opportunity to strike at Lin Shen, who seemed to have become his own shield. Yet he couldn't shake free. Lin Shen's punching and leg techniques were also peculiar. The punches were fast and fierce, appearing simple, but they were unpredictable in their execution. The leg techniques were even more bizarre, each kick non-standard, often swinging out from unexpected angles like a steel whip, strange and insidious. Chapter 24-2, Reinforcements. Under the onslaught of Lin Shen's relentless attacks, Wan Guliu's situation had turned grim. It seemed he wouldn't last much longer. Yet Wan Feixiang and the others were still hesitating. Onlookers watching secretly had already concluded that the outcome was set. Once Wan Guliu died, 9 out of 10 of the Wan family's ascenders would likely retreat. At this moment, Wan Guliu suddenly bellowed, "If the Lin siblings do not die, all of you will." This sudden statement left everyone bewildered as to its meaning. With things having progressed this far, and his own safety already compromised, what use was there in making threats? But in the next second, Wan Guliu forcibly retreated. Although he could not break free from Lin Shen's continuous onslaught, it was enough for him to raise his hand and take out a watch-shaped teleporter, directly pressing the teleportation switch. Lin Shen had already anticipated something when he shouted that phrase and furiously lunged at Wan Guliu with all his might, but it was still a step too late. His charge hit nothing but air, as Wan Guliu's figure vanished into thin air, presumably having teleported away. At this, the faces of Wan Feixiang and the other ascenders changed dramatically. The Wan family had a teleporter to the Hanji star, and they had always thought it was on the family head. They never expected it to be in Wan Guliu's possession. Damn it! Wan Feixiang cursed under his breath. Today's events had definitely been recorded by Wan Guliu. Now that he had teleported back to the Wan family on Hanji star and would hand over the video, their fate was easy to predict. Wan Feixiang had considered the possibility that the teleporter wasn't with the family head, but he had never imagined it would be with Wan Guliu. He had always thought the most likely person to hold it would be Wan Shuiliu, as he was the most important figure being cultivated by the Wan family from their home planet. If it were in the family head's hands, they wouldn't be too worried, as they were the main force of the Wan family from their home planet. If the family head betrayed them, it would be tantamount to destroying their home planet's Wan family. But in Wan Guliu's hands, it was different. He had killed his own elder brother and been repeatedly pushed away by them, refusing to help. Wan Guliu would definitely not show any mercy to them. It was as Wan Guliu had said before teleporting away, if the Lin siblings did not die, they all would. This was not merely a threat. The only solution now was to kill the Lin siblings and snatch back Wan Neon-based spirit base. Otherwise, when people from the Wan family on Hanji Star arrived, their fate would be worse than death. Brothers, if we don't settle this matter today, we will probably suffer worse than death. Don't hold back anymore. Fight for your lives, Wan Feixiang said, immediately taking out his pet launcher and firing another Ascension pet, while also summoning his life base. These ascenders were all shrewd people. How could they not understand the current situation? They had also seen that although Lin Shen was formidable, he had not unleashed that terrifying power again. If they joined forces, they should be able to kill Lin Shen in a short time. Several ascenders gritted their teeth and launched their ascension pets one after another. The pets landed on the ground. Watching those ascension pets land, ready to unleash their life bases, Lin Shen inwardly sighed in distress. Wan Guliu's move was indeed cunning, forcing Wan Feixiang and the others to fight desperately. Now, Lin Shen had no way to deal with so many ascension pets. His pets were of base mutation level, an entire grade lower, not to mention he was also at a numerical disadvantage. Even if G-Wise and Death Powder could battle against first-turn Ascension pets, the other pets lacked that capability. Moreover, he had to deal with the spirit bases of Wan Feixiang and the others. No matter how he thought about it, he had no chance of winning this battle. It looks like I can only teleport to Realm King Planet and survive a little longer, Lin Shen thought, already contemplating retreat. There was no point in risking his life when the cause was hopeless. Better to keep the Green Hills intact than to needlessly burn the firewood. Just as he was considering retreating and taking his elder sister to Realm King Planet, he suddenly heard an abrupt sound of hooves. The sound of hooves at this time was extremely inopportune. Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned toward the direction of the hoofbeats, and they saw two riders sprinting wildly towards the battlefield. As they rode, their mounts frothed at the mouth. Before even reaching the battlefield, the two mounts collapsed on the ground, and the riders sprang into the air, not caring for the lives of their mounts as they rushed into the fray. Lin Shen was slightly startled to see that the arrivals were Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu. "Let's talk after the fight," Wei Wufu said, with his purple crystal armor materializing around him as he charged at an ascender. "Tian, you've tricked me so badly," Ouyang Yudu said to Lin Shen, then turned towards the ascenders, locking eyes with one, squinting, and said, "First, I'll deal with them, and then I'll come settle the score with you." The Wan family had 12 ascenders outside the base. 3 had died, and 1 had fled, leaving only 8. "Wei Wufu, this matter has nothing to do with the Wei family," Wan Feixiang said, seeing that Wei Wufu was paying him no attention and had already charged at an ascender. He turned to Ouyang Yudu and continued, "Does the God's Love base truly intend to become enemies with the Wan family? Can you, Ouyang Yudu, make that decision?" "I can't, but it doesn't matter," Ouyang Yudu said, and had already lunged at the ascender. "Quick battle, quick decision," Wan Feixiang ordered the two ascenders to suppress Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu first. He, along with 5 other ascenders, continued to besiege Lin Shen, seeking the quickest way to take him and Lin Miao down and reclaim the Six Paths Phoenix Spirit Base. "This one's mine." Ch201 flew out from the base and intercepted one of the Wan family's ascenders. In such a short time since they'd last met, Ch201 had ascended. Wan Feixiang's expression turned extremely ugly. Just as he was about to say something, he saw another figure leap down from the wall of the base, holding a thin sword and blocking another ascender. "Seaman swordsman, you, a wandering mutator, dare to stand against my Wan family?" Wan Feixiang said, furious. Ch201 was a born ascender, and coming from the overseas superbase, he dared to step forward, which Wan Feixiang could understand. But how could Seaman swordsman dare to step up? When had the Wan family fallen so low that anyone seemed able to take a shot at them? "I didn't intend to be an enemy of the Wan family. It's just that I saw a mutator killing ascenders as if it were mere child's play, and I also wanted to try what it feels like to kill an ascender with my own hands," Zeman Swordsman said as he already charged forward. Lin Shen was somewhat stunned. He could understand Wei Wufu coming to help him, but why had Ouyang Yudu and Zeman Swordsman also jumped in, and how had Ch201 ascended so quickly? It hadn't been long since they'd last seen each other. Lin Shen had intended to flee, but with so many people joining in, things weren't as dire anymore, and he decided not to run. "Big sister, since others have come to help, let's join in as well." Lin Shen called out to his older sister for help, unable to handle that many ascension pets and ascenders on his own. Lin Miao didn't hesitate to communicate with the Six Paths Phoenix, which turned into a streak of golden light and shot into the battlefield. Lin Shen wasn't idle either. He released Jiwis to face off against a dragon-type ascension pet. Death Powder was not to be counted on. Having swallowed the 7th turn Blood Prison King life base, it was unable to digest it and twisted and struggled in agony, seemingly bereft of combat capability. "If you can't swallow it, can't you spit it out? You're really TM greedy. Greedier than I am," Lin Shen cursed inwardly. If it hadn't been for the dire situation at the time, he would never have allowed Death Powder to come into contact with the Blood Prison King life base. That was a 7th turn mutated life base after all. Chapter 243, Chaos Lin Shen charged into the crowd of Ascension pets with the momentum of stepping on the Celestial Court, fighting alongside the Six Paths Phoenix against those Ascension pets. "Let's kill him together." Wan Feixiang commanded his life base to bombard Lin Shen, and the other 3 Ascenders also directed their life bases to attack Lin Shen in unison. A multitude of Ascension pets spewed forth life bases, sending countless streaks of light towards Lin Shen and the Six Paths Phoenix, lighting up the sky with their luminescence. Explosions and shockwaves ruptured continuously, causing the surrounding space to become unstable, with violent gusts of wind everywhere. Lin Shen charged into the swarm of Ascension pets, his movement technique incredibly elusive, darting within the group, inadvertently turning those Ascension pets into obstacles for Wan Feixiang and his colleagues trying to kill Lin Shen. The speed of the Six Paths Phoenix was simply too fast, its postures and movements steeped in mystery, making it even harder to injure. At this point, regret filled the hearts of Wan Feixiang and his companions to the brim. It was clear to anyone that Lin Shen truly could no longer unleash that terrifying punch. If they hadn't been so suspicious, if they had just taken action with Wan Guliu right then, they would have already killed Lin Shen, and how could have things turned out like this? It's not too late to kill him now. Don't worry about the six paths Phoenix. Focus on eradicating Lin Shen, Wan Feishong roared as he directed his ascension pets to distance themselves from Lin Shen. In the distant sky, another huge dark bird suddenly appeared, with a graceful figure leaping from its back and plunging toward one of the Wan family's ascenders. That ascender had no choice but to recall his life base to confront this unexpected adversary. Bai Shenfei, how did she get here too? How can there be so many helping that Lin family kid? Could it be, this is a conspiracy against my Wan family? Wan Feishong felt increasingly uneasy as the thought crossed his mind. With individuals like Bai Shenfei of the Bai family, Wei Wufu of Tiancheng, Ouyang Yudu of God's Love Base, and Tu Xiaodao of the Overseas Super Base standing behind them, each of their families was someone the Wan family would not fear but still needed to give due respect. Now that so many were stepping out to help Lin Shen and oppose the Wan family, it was impossible not to overthink. But it was too late for regrets now. They could only fully focus on eliminating Lin Shen and Lin Miao to retrieve the Six Paths Phoenix Spirit Base, which was their only way out. Step by step, Wei Wufu advanced towards another ascender, his armor layering upon itself, transforming him into something resembling a heavily armed mecha warrior, making the already imposing figure of Wei Wufu appear all the more domineering. The Wei family has guarded a city for 1,000 years. I have always admired that. The Wei family has always been non-confrontational. Why bother getting involved in all this? Zhu Kailing levitated his 1,000 purples and reds life-snatching hook beside him as he spoke to Wei Wufu. If I am here, he is here. Wei Wufu continued to approach step by step. Do you know that I am a third-turn ascender? Zhu Kailing added. Yes, it is you, said Wei Wufu, choosing Zhu Kailing, the toughest nut to crack. I pity your Wei family and do not wish to harm you, but if you insist on driving me to a dead end, then don't blame me. Zhu Kailing's gaze hardened as the 1,000 purples and reds life-snatching hook transformed into a rainbow light and shot towards Wei Wufu. Ouyang Yudu wasted no time in idle talk. His body protected all over by white jade armor akin to celestial armor, and he directly pounced on another second-turn ascender. That ascender's life base was a fairly common sword artifact, which brought forth thousands of sword shadows, enveloping Ouyang Yu. Ouyang Yu's eyes surged with blood. He didn't even bother to discern whether those sword shadows were real or illusion, and lunged forward directly. The myriad sword shadows vanished, and a sword artifact pierced through Ouyang Yu's chest. Ouyang Yudu, no matter how renowned you are or how strong your gift theory is, you're just a mutator and have not yet earned the right to be arrogant in my presence. The ascender, looking at Ouyang Yu pierced through the chest, said coldly. Ouyang Yudu had no interest in speaking at all. His body pierced by the sword, merely paused for a moment before he pounced on the ascender again mid-air. The ascender snorted coldly, intending to let the life-based sword pierce through Ouyang Yudu's body and strike him yet again. But the sword, trembling incessantly within Ouyang Yudu's chest, failed to fly out. Thin streams of pale red blood flowed down the blade, not dropping off but instead coating the life-based sword. The color of Ouyang Yudu's blood was frighteningly light, a mere hint of pink, almost unnoticeable as blood. The ascender surged upward, trying to ascend into the sky to widen the gap between him and Ouyang Yudu. In a battle between an ascender and a mutator, creating distance is an absolute advantage, yet now it was somewhat too late for him to do so. Ouyang Yudu pounced in front of him like a specter, tenaciously grappling with the ascender, each move disregarding his own safety, intent on a mutual destruction. In the beginning, the ascender still had some reservations about the Ouyang family from God's Love Base, and did not deal a lethal blow to Ouyang Yudu. But he soon realized that Ouyang Yudu was fighting like a madman, attacking without any defense, which made him extremely uncomfortable. You forced this on yourself, the ascender said, no longer holding back, and aimed a punch directly at Ouyang Yudu's chest. As a second-turn ascended being, how could he fear the strength of a mutator? Even if Ouyang Yudu's strength was immense, it couldn't break through his carapace. The target of the ascender's punch was the hilt of the life-based sword embedded in Ouyang Yudu's chest. With this punch, the life-based sword could directly pierce through Ouyang Yudu's body and fly out from behind. His punch struck the hilt squarely, and the life-based sword instantly sped through Ouyang Yudu's chest, but Ouyang Yudu merely grasped his punching arm. But at that moment, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on Ouyang Yudu's lips, his hands tightened on the arm, and with a fierce twist of his body, he slammed his back into the ascender's embrace in a motion akin to an over-the-shoulder throw. The life-based sword, which had pierced through Ouyang Yudu's chest, now also impaled the ascender's chest. The ascender's eyes bulged. He had never seen a human fight like this before. Such moves were unheard of in the world. Ouyang Yudu was the first to end the fight. Elsewhere, Tu Xiaodao, confronting another ascender from afar, had not even begun to engage. Friend, you're not a direct descendant of the Wan family. Why go to such lengths to die for them? Tu Xiaodao, upon stopping a first-turn ascender, showed no intention of fighting and went straight into persuasion mode. If I fail to kill the Lin siblings today, the Wan family from Hanji Star will not let me off, the Ascender replied, knowing Tu Xiaodao's identity and hesitating to make a move. That's easy, just don't go back to the Wan family. Join me instead. What can the Wan family from Hanji Star do? Tu Xiaodao said with a smile. This left the Ascender hesitating. Society isn't about fighting and killing, you have to follow the right people. With the character of the Wan family, you dedicate yourself to their cause only to worry about being killed by them. Is such a Wan family worth your life loyalty? Follow me, and as long as you serve me well, you would never end up in such a situation, Tu Xiaodao continued to persuade. But my family is with the Wan family. The Ascender hesitated but suddenly caught sight of a flash of cold light and a life-based throwing knife buried in his heart. The Ascender couldn't believe that Tu Xiaodao was actually a second-turn Ascender. What was more unexpected was that a second-turn Ascender would actually scheme to ambush him, a first-turn Ascender. It is the way of the strong to prevail over the weak. Even the lion exerts full strength to hunt a rabbit. Remember this lesson well in your next life, Tu Xiaodao said indifferently. Chapter 244, Monsters and Demons. The Xaimen swordsman's sword had been severed by the spirit-based knife, and the second-turn Ascender, wielding a crimson spear with life base, kept attempting to kill the Xaimen swordsman time after time. The Xaimen swordsman seemed weightless. The sonic booms and gales generated by the spear were enough to blow him away. As the second-turn Ascender watched the seemingly limp, wind-borne Xaimen swordsman, it looked as if he could easily be killed. However, whenever the life base passed by, the power on the spear simply pushed the Xaimen swordsman away, as if his body had no weight at all. Unless the spear was devoid of any power, it could not touch the Xaimen swordsman. This feeling was extremely frustrating for the Ascender, as the Xaimen swordsman and his life base seemed like the positive ends of two magnets facing each other. There seemed to be something in between them, and no matter what, the life base could not get close to the Xaimen swordsman. What was even more annoying was that every time his life base spear retreated, the Xaimen swordsman would charge again, causing the Ascender great discomfort. Unable to kill him but unable to ignore him was more vexing than being hounded by a persistent nuisance. The sword in the hands of Goddess Consort Bai managed to withstand the onslaught of the life base of a first-turn Ascender without any damage, clearly not an ordinary item. Her swordsmanship and movement technique were in extreme harmony with talent theory, and it could be said that all the years the Bai family had spent researching talent theory culminated in Goddess Consort Bai. The strength and speed she could unleash, along with her movement technique and swordsmanship, made her combat capabilities far surpass those of an ordinary mutator. Although having difficulty to slay an Ascender and having a hard time gaining the upper hand, it was also not easy for that Ascender to injure her. Wei Wufu, who single-handedly took on the third-turn Ascender Zhu Kailing, was like a walking arsenal of the human world. His skills and combat experience were incredibly extensive, allowing him to close in on Zhu Kailing, who thus found it difficult to maintain distance. His life base became clumsy and was unable to unleash its true combat power. At first, Zhu Kailing thought to rely on his hard carapace to endure Wei Wufu's attacks and seize the opportunity to seriously injure him, a shameless tactic that banked on a higher level and stronger attribute to bully Wei Wufu. But after taking a punch from Wei Wufu, he no longer dared to entertain such thoughts. Wei Wufu's fist power ignored his carapace defense, injuring his flesh and internal organs. Fortunately, his ascended body was robust enough that if he had been a regular Ascender, perhaps his organs would have been shattered by Wei Wufu's strikes. Zhu Kailing greatly regretted that he should never have spoken all that nonsense at the start, giving Wei Wufu the chance to close in. What sorts of demons and monsters are they? Hai Daxiu commented on the battle before her, though her eyes couldn't hide her admiration. Everyone involved in today's battle was like a ghost, and even someone like Hai Daxiu couldn't help but feel moved. When she was their age, she was nowhere near as formidable. These young people should be among the most promising of our home planet's younger generation to venture out, Instructor Mew remarked with good spirits and then huffed. Hai Daxiu, are you still not going to let me go? I am definitely going to let you go, just not right now, Hai Daxiu replied. Hai Daxiu, you really are regressing as you age. All those young people dare to step forward. Where has your former spirit gone? Instructor Mew said, annoyed. I'm getting older and they can afford to be reckless, but I can't afford to act carelessly, Hai Daxiu replied, not perturbed, and said with a smile. If they mess up, there are elders to clean up after them, but if I screw up, who's going to wipe my butt? At my age, I can only be the one doing the cleanup. Old Moo, you're not young either. You should tone down your temper. If it weren't for your temper back in the day, how could your life base have had that problem? With your talent, how could you have only achieved so much now? Haven't you learned your lesson? Living is about more than just going far. I just want to walk my own path and see the sights I like, Instructor Mew declared. You're noble, you're free-spirited, but when your disciples get into trouble, who cleans up their mess? If your life base hadn't had issues, would the Lin siblings be bullied by the Wan family today? Hai Daxiu's words rendered Instructor Mew speechless. Lin Shen and the Six Paths Phoenix joined forces against numerous Ascension pets and people like Wan Feixiang, pushing the stepping on the Immortal Court to its limits. Their speed kept increasing, and so did the momentum it generated. Each step he took carried the sound of thunder and wind. stirring up the surrounding chaotic air currents as if riding the wind and treading on waves. His speed was now on par with ascension level, and the waves of air he kicked up grew larger with each step. The ongoing battles around him only amplified the effect of the superbase pattern, allowing him to absorb more and more of the world's force. The superbase change continued unabated, showing no signs of weakening from a lack of strength. Lin Shen alone moved among a multitude of ascension pets while also facing numerous attacks from life bases, becoming increasingly dominant. Wan Feixiang began to sense that something was amiss. The three ascenders and all these ascension pets still couldn't suppress the Lin siblings. What was worse, as the ascenders fighting with Ouyang Yudu met with accidents, the participating ascension pets also withdrew from the battlefield, making the restrictions on Lin Shen weaker and weaker. What kinds of monsters are these? The sight of Wei Wufu fighting evenly with Zhu Kailing, who had undergone the third turn, sent chills down Wan Feixiang's spine. Seeing that the ascenders battling Ouyang Yudu and Tu Xiaodao had already been killed, he no longer dared to continue the fight. Brothers, it's either they die or we perish today. We can only survive if we kill them. Let's go all out, Wan Feixiang roared, seemingly ready for a deathmatch. But when the other two ascenders charged forward, he suddenly teleported, retracted his life base, and took to the skies to flee, leaving even his ascension pets behind. This move baffled the other two ascenders who were pumped to fight to the death. Their momentum vanished instantly, leaving them with no will to continue the battle. Wan Feixiang was startled to see Lin Shen chasing him through the sky and, without a moment's hesitation, threw out his life base trying to block Lin Shen. As a mutator, Lin Shen lacked the ability to fly and couldn't leverage the air in the sky. Just a moment's block with the life base would mean Lin Shen wouldn't be able to pursue any further. A damaged life base wasn't a big concern compared to his life. Of course, it didn't matter anymore. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. Lin Shen in midair leaped again like a strange bird, dodging Wan Feixiang's life base. His speed only increased. His body broke the sound barrier, trailing long white airwaves behind him, like a white dragon streaking across the sky, catching up to Wan Feixiang from behind. Die! Wan Feixiang, in utter terror and seeing no escape, suddenly produced a third-turn spirit base knife and swung it at Lin Shen, pursuing him. In front of Wan Feixiang, Lin Shen leaped once more, evading the strike of the spirit base knife like a dragon lifting its head. He stepped right onto Wan Feixiang's head. Boom! White airwaves crossed the sky, causing clouds to disperse, and the shock wave exploded, creating wave after wave of clouds in the air. Lin Shen, standing atop Wan Feixiang's head, plummeted to the ground, smashing forcefully to create a crater over 10 meters in diameter. The earth and stones around it erupted into a ring that rose several meters high. As the dust settled, Lin Shen was seen standing in the crater, his foot on Wan Feixiang, whose head had burst open like a smashed watermelon. Chapter 245, This is just the beginning, it's over. Instructor Mu let out a long sigh of relief as Haidaxiu's life base was retracted, freeing him from suppression. No, this is just the beginning, Haidaxiu shook his head. Instructor Mu stared at Haidaxiu, seemingly realizing something, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Haidaxiu also looked at him and said calmly, You have been away from the home planet for too long. Do you know the extent to which the Wan family has developed now? Without waiting for Instructor Mu to answer, Haidaxiu continued, The Wan family, now mainly based on the Hanji star, a subordinate planet of the Demon tribe, already has its own strongholds on more than 30 alien worlds. Just openly, it boasts over a dozen Nirvana beings on Hanji Star, and the number of ascenders has reached the tens of thousands. Nirvana beings cannot return to the home planet, and the new humans born on alien worlds can't return either. If they don't use the teleporter from the home planet, they have no way to come back, Instructor Mu mused. You're right, Nirvana beings cannot return to the home planet, and the new human ascenders also can't reach it. Then do you know how many of the Wan family members who left the home planet are now ascenders? The number will not be less than 1,000, and most of them have undergone years of training. They won't be low-level ascenders. Instructor Mu's expression grew more somber, and he knew what this implied. If the Wan family were truly determined to kill the Lin siblings, having viewed the footage of this battle, then it's possible that hundreds of advanced ascenders might teleport back to the home planet. Looking out the window at the setting sun, Haidaxiu said, Their battle has ended, but ours has just begun. Do you want to help Lin Shen and the others? Instructor Mu asked, both shocked and delighted. Not just them, but all the young people from the home planet without backgrounds. They've proven their worth and have also moved me, Haidaxiu said earnestly. What do you plan to do? Asked Instructor Mu. Join me in convincing those old folks at the Human Supreme Hall to at least get half of them to agree on passing a home planet legislation that limits the excessive intervention of alien world families in home planet affairs, Haidaxiu said as he glanced outside at Lin Shen and the others. Until we succeed, they can only temporarily leave the home planet. Go where? Instructor Mu pondered. The others have their own families to make arrangements for them, but for Lin Shen and Lin Miao, as well as that Zeman swordsman, if they are willing, they can first head to Giant Ring Star. Haidaxiu had already planned in his heart. Why Giant Ring Star? Instructor Mew was confused. To his knowledge, that location was not under the influence of Haidaxu's backing. The Wan family is backed by the Demon tribe. If they were to go to any of our planets, the Demon tribe's reach would still extend there. Giant Ring Star is under the jurisdiction of the Celestial race, and you don't need me to tell you about the relationship between them and the Demon tribe. The Demon tribe cannot reach there. Only on Giant Ring Star can they truly be free from the threats of the Wan family and the Demon tribe, Haidaxu explained. That indeed seems feasible, Instructor Mew said pensively. Instructor Mew, let's start over. It's not too late. I know you've dedicated much to training the young people of the home planet over these decades, but you must also acknowledge that the majority of teleporters leaving the planet are controlled by the major families. No matter how many youngsters you train, in the end, they can only turn to those families. You need to pave a path of advancement for them, not just train them. Haidaxu stared at him with burning eyes. I know starting over is difficult, but I believe you can do it. Instructor Mew looked at Haidaxu in stunned silence, then finally managed a wry smile. As long as you don't mind me holding you back. Who would dare say that Mu Qingchuan of Martial Star is holding anyone back? Back in the day, you were without equal. Haidaxu also smiled. What, Martial Star? You're slapping my face? Instructor Mew said with a bitter smile. No, in my heart you were always that Mu Qingchuan who once suppressed his contemporaries. Haidaxu's gaze was serious, with not a hint of jest. Except for Wei Wufu, all the fighting had ended. Apart from Zhu Kailing, the 14 Ascenders from the Wan family who came to the Seacorn base had been virtually annihilated. The Ascender battling ex-Seaman Swordsman ultimately died at the hands of his own life base, killed by Seaman Swordsman using his own strength against him. Zhu Kailing wanted to escape, but he couldn't shake off Wei Wufu. Are you alright? Lin Shen went over to check on Ouyang Yudu's injuries. Being injured just makes me feel a bit more comfortable, Ouyang Yudu said, not minding the wound on his chest. The wound hadn't healed, and strangely, though his flesh was split open and the injury looked severe, it was not bleeding anymore. Lin Shen, assured that Ouyang Yudu's injuries didn't need attention, finally relaxed. He really hadn't expected Ouyang Yudu to help him. What puzzled Lin Shen even more was Seaman Swordsman. Seriously speaking, he and Seaman Swordsman were enemies rather than friends. The fact that Seaman Swordsman helped him was even more surprising than Ouyang Yudu lending a hand. But when Lin Shen went to look for Seaman Swordsman, he only caught sight of his retreating figure, already riding his mount into the distance. Zhao Dao, thank you, Lin Shen said sincerely to Tu Zhao Dao, who was approaching with a young girl. It was within my power, Tu Xiao Dao replied, pointing to the girl beside him. This is my younger sister, Tu Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao? Lin Shen was slightly surprised, then glanced at the girl's waist, which was indeed very slender. The girl chuckled and spat. Where are you looking? It's Yao, as in demon, not waist. I see, said Lin Shen, finally understanding. It hasn't been long, and yet you're already a second-turn ascender, Lin Shen remarked to Tu Xiao Dao after greeting Tu Xiao Yao. It was your inspiration that made me realize that everything else is illusory, and only level and strength truly matter. I don't need to challenge those above my level, I just need to always be of a higher level and stronger than my opponents. Crushing them is all that matters, Tu Xiao Dao said, assessing Lin Shen. Originally, I wanted to come out and crush you and Ouyang Yudu, but it seems my level isn't high enough yet. I need a higher level and stronger strength. After I return this time, I won't come out again until I reach 10th turn. After that, we'll meet again. With that, Tu Xiao Dao took his leave with Tu Xiao Yao. Lin Shen watched Tu Xiao Dao go, not remembering when he'd ever inspired him. Wei Wufu was as stable as a machine, so flawless in his conduct that he almost never made a mistake in any situation. But Zhu Kailing didn't have such a good temperament. So many Ascenders had come together, and now he was the only one left who hadn't died. Lin Shen and the others were watching the battle, and Zhu Kailing was starting to get impatient, even desperate to shake off Wei Wufu and flee. But the more he wanted to escape, the less he could get rid of Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu remained calm and cautious, always fighting Zhu Kailing with the most perfect tactics. Zhu Kailing, seeing Lin Shen as though he was about to help, chose to take a dangerous risk. However, he gave Wei Wufu the opportunity he needed. Wei Wufu landed a punch on Zhu Kailing's back, the force piercing straight through to his heart, causing Zhu Kailing to violently cough up blood. Not only did he fail to escape, but his situation worsened rapidly. Wei Wufu, expressionless, kept a tight hold on Zhu Kailing and continued his steady assault. Zhu Kailing, who had lost his will to fight and was injured, couldn't withstand the blows, being hit by Wei Wufu repeatedly, though how many times was unclear. In the end, he spat out fragments of his shattered organs and was close to the end of his life. Wei, you really are strong. Lin Shen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. This man had really taken on a third-turn Ascender head-on without a scratch. Chapter 246, Open Information. Although the Ascenders from the Wan family can hardly be considered elites as most of them belong to the lower echelons of Ascenders, the very fact that a mutator was killing Ascenders was already a shocking affair. It's just that because these people were too strong, it gave the impression that Ascenders seemed not so powerful. Lin Shen originally intended to look for Uncle Lei and the others, but he was stopped by Instructor Mew. Instructor Mew told Lin Shen that Uncle Lei and the others were all at the Asura training camp and there was nothing to worry about at the moment, which greatly relieved Lin Miao. Even though he knew the Wan family probably wouldn't go on a killing spree within the Seacorn base, Lin Miao was still afraid of the off chance. Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu followed Lin Shen to the training camp, and naturally Bai Shenfei joined them as well. Instructor Mew did not avoid them and directly mentioned sending Lin Shen and Lin Miao to the giant ring star. Lin Shen, who had been planning to find a place to ascend as soon as possible, was greatly tempted after hearing about the giant ring star. His previous plan was to seek temporary refuge on his home planet, then teleport to Realm King Planet and not come back for a long time. Going to the giant ring star seemed to be a better plan than that. If we leave, what's going to happen to Dark Bird Base? Lin Miao was worried about the people from the Lin family. The Wan family wants you, killing those who don't share the surname Lin has no meaning to them. However, to be on the safe side, it's best to disband them for now. Core members can temporarily stay at Seacorn Base until you return to the Lin family later, advised Instructor Mew. When can we come back? Lin Miao sighed. That depends on when the Human Supreme Hall can pass that bill, sighed Instructor Mew. It wasn't something he could influence with his power. It would require approval from more than half of the Supreme Hall members to pass the bill. The Supreme Hall was composed of human forces that had ventured out from their home planet. Most members came from the great families of those alien worlds. The Human Supreme Hall was established at first because humans found it difficult to survive in the universe, and they could assist each other. However, as it evolved, the Supreme Hall has now become a platform for various human forces to seek their own interests, and that was about the primeval eggs required for ascension, which they had yet to acquire. If he went to the giant ring star and couldn't find primeval eggs when he needed to ascend, he would have no choice but to use a regular ascension egg instead. While he could teleport back from the giant ring star, getting back there afterward would be difficult. Opening a teleporter to the giant ring star just once requires a great deal of resources, and no one would likely do it just for him. Instructor Mew, can you give us some time to discuss this? Asked Lin Shen. Yes, but be quick. Wan Guliu should have teleported to the Hanji star of the Wan family by now, and the Wan family's people will likely arrive at the home planet soon. You don't have much time left, said Instructor Mew. All right, I understand, Lin Shen said, and then called Wei Wufu aside to speak with him privately. In a secluded spot, Lin Shen asked Wei Wufu, Wei, are there any primeval eggs left for ascension in Tianqing? Wei Wufu looked at Lin Shen and said, everything, for eggs. Upon hearing this, Lin Shen was overjoyed. He understood that Wei Wufu meant he wanted to exchange all of this time's gains for primeval eggs. The harvest this time was indeed substantial, with more than a dozen ascension pets and even more base mutation pets, all high-grade goods. Coupled with the spirit base and the pet launcher among other things, it amounted to an immense fortune back on the home planet. But then Lin Shen's smile faded as another thought struck him. Old Wei, tell me the truth. You're not planning to give me the primeval egg you have reserved for your own ascension, are you? Lin Shen stared at Wei Wufu, speaking earnestly. No, Wei Wufu shook his head. Lin Shen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although those items were valuable, the primeval egg reserved for ascension was priceless. Truth be told, exchanging those goods for a primeval egg meant Lin Shen would greatly benefit from the deal. That said, all was negotiable as long as the egg wasn't the one Wei Wufu meant to use for his own ascension. Any owed favors could be repaid over time. After discussing with Wei Wufu, Lin Shen decided to first head over to Giant Ring Star with Lin Miao. Wei Wufu took the items back to Tianqing. Once he finished handling affairs there, he would go to Giant Ring Star to find Lin Shen and bring him the primeval egg. After Lin Shen had finished discussing with Wei Wufu and returned to Instructor Mew and the others, he saw that Ouyang Yudu and Bai Shenfei had been taken away by two separate groups. Their escorted appearance was much like that of prisoners, surrounded by people on all sides, and it was obvious at a glance that these weren't ordinary individuals. Lin Shen surmised that they were most likely ascenders. When Lin Shen looked at Ouyang Yudu, Ouyang managed to turn around and smile at him. He said something, but no sound came out. Lin Shen guessed at his words by reading his lips. It seemed he was saying, I'll come find you again. Bai Shenfei also glanced at him, but said nothing before she followed the others and left the training camp. What's happened to them? Lin Shen asked Instructor Mew with curiosity. They helped you kill Wan family's ascender. It's no small matter, but you needn't worry. Both the Bai family and the Ouyang family have considerable influence in the Supreme Hall. The Wan family won't be able to do much to them, nor dare to make enemies of the Bai family and the Ouyang family at the same time. Instructor Mew paused, then continued. Taking Bai Shenfei and Ouyang Yudu back is mainly for their protection, to avoid any accidents. What about you? Have you made your decision? Could you please convey our thanks to Haidoxu for us? Lin Shen said to Instructor Mew. We would like to travel to Giant Ring Star and want to know how much it will cost. We'll try to gather the amount. If we can't raise it all now, could we pay in installments? I've already discussed this with Haidoxu. Asking you to pay for the teleportation now would be difficult for you. You can take your time to repay it once you arrive at Giant Ring Star, replied Instructor Mew. Instructor Mew sighed and added, Actually, now isn't the best time for you to leave the home planet. With the resources from Realm King Planet, it's more suitable for mutators to develop here. Going to an alien world after ascension would be the better choice. Though the resources on Giant Ring Star are much more abundant than those of the home planet and even Realm King Planet, the mutation resources at the base mutation level don't compare to those on Realm King Planet. There aren't many planets in the universe that can match Realm King Planet in terms of mutation resources. Lin Shen wasn't worried about this issue. As he had the teleporter, even if he went to Giant Ring Star, he could still enter Realm King Planet at any time. Lin Shen didn't think it best to keep this from Instructor Mew, so he explained how his watch could teleport to Realm King Planet. So the place your teleporter connects to is Realm King Planet. That's excellent. You can first achieve a complete base mutation rate on Realm King Planet. After Ascension, the resources on Giant Ring Star will also be a tremendous help to you. Let me think. There are a few areas on Giant Ring Star that would be suitable for your development. Instructor Mew took the watch to have a look and started planning Lin Shen's future. Lost in thought, Instructor Mew absent-mindedly fiddled with the watch, which suddenly vibrated. A message had arrived. As Instructor Mew's fingers brushed the watch, unintentionally touching the message opened and an image was projected out. Chapter 247 Moon Rabbit Queen Lin Shen hadn't expected such a coincidence that Instructor Mew would have just glanced at it for a moment when Red Heart A happened to send a message. The image in the message was directly projected, appearing before the group. Lin Shen subconsciously wanted to close his eyes, but after closing them, he realized that if there had truly been a problem, it would have been impossible just to close his eyes to avoid it. Worried that Instructor Mew and Lin Miao might be in danger, Lin Shen hurriedly opened his eyes again to look at Lin Miao. Seeing Lin Miao's expression, Lin Shen realized that the image sent by Red Heart A definitely had an issue, but it was different from previous issues. Lin Miao was staring intently at the image, her face taking on a very strange hue. She turned to look at Lin Shen, and that odd expression made him even more aware that something was off. Lin Shen then looked at Instructor Mew, whose expression was still quite calm, but his eyes were just as strange as Lin Miao's. In Lin Shen's mind, there was confusion, but he could be sure that this image message didn't have the capability to bewilder the mind. Both his sister and Instructor Mew were lucid. What strange image did Red Heart send that made my sister and Instructor Mew look at me with those eyes? Lin Shen couldn't restrain his curiosity and looked at the image. The image in the message was actually of a rabbit girl dancing. You say it's revealing, but the rabbit girl didn't show even a bit of flesh below her neck. You say it's conservative, but the black stockings reached the tops of her thighs. The key point was the dance she was doing. It was hard to say exactly what was wrong with it, but anyone who looked at it would have wandering thoughts. Lin Shen, you've finally grown up. Lin Miao patted Lin Shen's shoulder, her face full of relief. It's very normal for a man. But don't get too carried away. Moderate it so it won't damage your body or hinder your cultivation. Instructor Mew handed the watch back to Lin Shen, saying profoundly, "It's not that," Lin Shen tried to explain, but Instructor Mew gave him a knowing look, patted his shoulder, and then walked away. Inside, Lin Shen felt really frustrated. If he had actually seen it, there wouldn't be anything to it, quite ordinary indeed. The point was, he hadn't seen it, which made things rather stifling for him. This figure, it's really not bad. Holding the watch, Lin Shen glanced at it again. It was indeed quite attractive. What was most noteworthy was that this rabbit girl really looked like an actual rabbit girl, not wearing fake rabbit ears, but truly having a pair of pink rabbit ears. What's Red Heart trying to say, sending me this for what? In order to understand Red Heart A's intentions, Lin Shen seriously watched it all the way through once more. The image was just over 3 minutes of dance footage. There was nothing else, no text, no sound. It was puzzling what Red Heart A meant by sending it to him. Lin Shen remembered that before this, Red Heart A had sent a message that he hadn't opened. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Shen retrieved the unread message, guessing it should contain the reason why Red Heart A had sent him the rabbit girl footage. No matter how formidable Red Heart A was, at most they could influence his brain through the information. With evolution theory in place, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. As soon as he opened the message, he saw that it contained only text with no images. "You've indeed not died. Why did you cut off communication? You should have at least sent a message back. It's okay if you don't want to talk to me, but I've recently discovered something fun and wanted to share it with you." It said that within the footage of the Moon Rabbit Queen, there lies the mystery of the Moon Rabbit clan's disappearance. Take a good look, and if you find anything, please reply. After reading it, Lin Shen still didn't understand what Red Heart A meant. From the content, it appeared that the main character in the footage should be the Queen of the Moon Rabbit clan. However, Lin Shen had never heard of the Moon Rabbit clan before, and it seemed as though Red Heart A was implying that the clan had mysteriously vanished, but it didn't seem to have anything to do with him. Lin Shen watched the footage again, and no matter how he looked at it, it was just a normal dance with nothing special. But a dance like this seemed inappropriate for a royal figure. She looked less like a queen and more like a dancer. I have no idea where this Red Heart A comes from, how they can afford to have nothing to do all day but mess with these strange things. Lin Shen closed the message, planning to pack his things as he would be leaving for Giant Ring Star tonight. There wasn't much else to pack. His usual belongings were all portable and could be carried in a bag. The only trouble was death powder, which had swallowed the 7th turn Blood Prison King and remained indigestible, its body still in an enlarged state. Once it shrunk, its stomach would bulge out with a huge lump, not to mention fighting, even moving was difficult. The creature seemed to be suffering, although it no longer twisted and writhed in pain, lying there motionless. It apparently was not feeling well. With no time left to wait for it to digest, Lin Shen had no choice but to revert it to its capsule form. After meeting with Haidoxiu briefly explained the route to Giant Ring Star and gave them some information, which they could look over after arriving at Giant Ring Star. After bidding farewell to Uncle Lei and the others, Lin Shen and Lin Miao headed to where the teleporter was located. It was different from what Lin Shen had imagined. Looking at the teleporter that seemed as big as a small hill, Lin Shen thought to himself, this is really different from the Realm King cultivation device. No wonder Wei didn't recognize it before. The real teleporter is way too large. Seemingly catching Lin Shen's thoughts, Haidoxiu explained, the wristwatch is only the trigger for the teleporter. This is the actual body of the teleporter. The wristwatch trigger is just for activating the teleporter and doesn't need much energy, but starting a teleportation with the teleporter always requires energy. This one is considered small, and many are much larger. Teleporters of the size of the Realm King cultivation device are quite rare in the universe. This teleporter can only do point-to-point transfer. After it teleports you to the main body of the teleporter on Infantry Star, you'll follow the previously arranged plan, where the owner of High Mansion will arrange for you to continue teleporting. You'll have to go through 4 teleportations to reach Giant Ring Star, Haidoxiu reminded them again. Shall we set off now? Asked Lin Shen after Haidoxiu finished speaking. Wait a moment, there's one more person who will be going to Giant Ring Star with you. Haidoxiu checked the time. They should be arriving soon. Just as they were speaking, someone was brought over. Lin Shen recognized the newcomer as Zeman Swordsman only after seeing the person clearly. Once you leave the mother planet, you'll need to look out for each other. Humans have a tough time out there. Help each other if you can, said Haidoxiu. Afterwards, she urged them to enter the teleporter. I'm used to being a lone wolf. I don't like helping others or being helped. Let's just go our separate ways after this, Zeman Swordsman said dismissively. Lin Shen and Lin Miao both smiled and didn't say anything. The 3 of them entered the teleporter as arranged by Haidoxiu, and after a dizzying spin, the scenery before their eyes had already changed dramatically. Chapter 248, Giant Ring Star. The volume of the Giant Ring Star is many times larger than the human mother planet, estimated to be at least several hundred times larger. The gravity here is also much higher than that of the human mother planet, nearly the same as that of the Realm King planet, or even stronger. The living environment is somewhat similar to that of the human mother planet. The oxygen content in the atmosphere is higher, and the composition is slightly different. Ordinary humans can hardly survive on the Giant Ring Star. Even mutators, upon arriving here, would encounter many problems. They would need some time to adapt and the aid of certain medicinal concoctions to live normally on the Giant Ring Star. When Lin Shen and his 2 companions first arrived at the Giant Ring Star, they clearly felt it difficult to breathe. Despite the ample oxygen, it felt suffocating, as if they couldn't draw air properly. Their digestive systems were also affected. After arriving here, they started to suffer from vomiting and diarrhea, with headaches as if their brains were being sliced by tiny knives, and their entire scalps stung as if pricked by needles. They also developed many black spots on their bodies, composed of black velvety fur. The 3 of them looked like moldy steamed buns, accompanied by fever and edema. All 3 were of the crystal base level, and even after drinking special potions, the situation was still not optimistic. For mutators of a lower level, it would be hard to say whether they could survive. Zeman Swordsman had originally planned to venture out alone on the Giant Ring Star after teleporting here, but now, this guy was barely managing between the bed and the toilet, so frail that a gust of wind could knock him over. Forget about venturing out, even walking was unsteady. Lin Miao wasn't much better off. Lin Shen initially felt a bit uncomfortable, but thanks to the effects of evolution theory, he was fine after lying down for less than 10 hours. Brother Lin, of all the human mutators I've received, you are the first to adapt to the Giant Ring Star so quickly. Have you been here before? Yu, who was boiling water and cooking at the entrance of the stone house, was somewhat astonished to see Lin Shen walking out as if nothing had happened. I've been to planets with similar environments before, Lin Shen said, surveying the surroundings. Isn't the Giant Ring Star a planet under the Celestials' control? Why are the conditions so poor here? In Lin Shen's opinion, the living conditions here were worse than during the era of cold weapons in human history. The houses were built by piling up stones, arranged in rows, 4 rows in total. The Celestials revere nature, so they prohibit the use of high-tech products on the Giant Ring Star, as well as any construction in factories. These are all temporary dwellings to make do. Most humans and alien species come here to hunt base variant creatures and are not too particular about other things, Yu explained with a smile. I didn't expect the Celestials to be so considerate, Lin Shen commented admiringly. Considerate is for foreign races. The Celestials themselves are not so fastidious. They don't live on the ground. What the ground is like doesn't affect them, Yu said, curling his lip. If they don't live on the ground, then where do they live? Lin Shen asked curiously. Over there, Yu pointed to the sky. Lin Shen looked up to see a giant ring in the sky, encircling the planet like a colossal rainbow, floating continuously above. That's the star belt of the giant ring star, made up of countless floating ring islands. The Celestials live up there, and some elite alien species can also reside there. They have everything they need for eating, drinking, and entertainment. As for us humans, even with money, we're not eligible to enter those floating ring islands and can only live on the ground. Yu shared some details about the giant ring star while he continued cooking. There were many ascended creatures on Giant Ring Star, but most on the ground were only base variant creatures. If one wanted to hunt ascended creatures, they would need to visit those floating ring islands above the star belt, which offered a greater chance of encountering them. The so-called floating ring islands are actually numerous meteorites of various sizes. Legend has it that these meteorites originally belonged to another planet, even larger than Giant Ring Star. For some unknown reason, that planet exploded into many fragments, which were drawn to Giant Ring Star like the moon orbits the Earth. Eventually, numerous fragments formed what is now the star belt. Yu said that some of those floating ring islands were even larger than the moon, and many were inhabited by ascended creatures, with even nirvana creatures purportedly among them. Yu, what are you cooking? Lin Shen had thought Yu was preparing a meal, but upon closer inspection, he realized that Yu was boiling various herbs in the pot. These are some of the plants from Giant Ring Star. If you boil and stew them like this, they can benefit humans and alien species who have just arrived on this planet, helping them to quickly adapt to the environment here. Normally, you'd have to drink those potions for at least 2 or 3 months to adapt. Of course, you're an exception. Drink this soup and you'll adapt completely in half a month. I'll give your 2 companions a bowl each later, 3 times a day, guaranteeing they won't have any issues in half a month. After drinking it for 2 or 3 days, they won't feel as bad, and a bowl today will help prevent too severe a burn. Yu said while ladling out the soup. Thank you, Lin Shen said gratefully as he took the full bowl of soup. No need for thanks. It's only fitting, 1 heavenly currency per bowl, Yu said with a smile. We've just arrived on Giant Ring Star and didn't bring any money. Can we put it on the tab or use something else to settle the debt? It was only then that Lin Shen realized these things were not free. Lin Shen considered this normal, as it was reasonable for someone with no close relationship to them to charge for their services. Sure, I'll put it on your tab, Yu agreed readily, passing the bowl to Lin Shen and continued, seeing how quickly you've recovered, I bet you can start earning money tomorrow. What level are you? Crystal base? Lin Shen replied casually, not bad. As long as you're not too shabby, earning 7 or 8 heavenly currency a day won't be hard. That should cover the cost of the medicine. Yu was jotting down the tab in a little notebook while chatting and laughing. Lin Shen glanced at his notebook and noticed it was densely filled with accounts owed to Yu. Yu, your business seems quite extensive, doesn't it? Lin Shen had no idea of the value of 1 heavenly currency, but he saw debt amounts written in the book that went up to 5 digits. Who would come to a godforsaken place like this and put up with bad food and sleep, not to mention living in fear every day if not to make some money? You could lose your life any day. Yu closed his notebook solemnly and stored it close to him before he spoke to Lin Shen. Is this place really that dangerous? Lin Shen hadn't sensed any danger here, nor had he seen any base variant creatures lurking nearby. Heh, you've just arrived and haven't experienced the nights here yet. You'll understand when it gets dark. Let me give you a piece of advice. Yu's eyes narrowed into slits, and his face twitched as he spoke in an eerie tone. When it gets dark, never go outside. Lin Shen had already noticed that they had been on Giant Ring Star for over 10 hours, yet it was still very bright with no sign of nightfall. In fact, Lin Shen had never actually seen the sun, as if all the light in the sky emanated from the star belt. Chapter 249. The night Lin Shen carried the medicinal soup into the room, drank a bowl himself, and felt no reaction before he delivered a bowl each to Lin Miao and Shiman Swordsman. Lin Miao and Shiman Swordsman were both still feverish and somewhat delirious. Lin Shen had no choice but to pinch their jaws open to pour the soup down their throats. This medicinal soup was indeed effective. After drinking it, within a while, their fevers evidently began to subside. Taking out the information provided by Hai Daxiu, Lin Shen carefully studied the data on Giant Ring Star. The method of timekeeping in the universe was very special. Most habitable planets had their own way of keeping time, but regardless of the method, a day was 24 hours long, though the actual length of those 24 hours differed from planet to planet. Therefore, there was a universal system of timekeeping that was consistent across the universe, regardless of the time on any given planet. Universe time was calculated based on the time of the teleporter, where 1 hour on the countdown of a watch equaled a standard cosmic hour, and all teleporter timings were synchronized without exception. Strangely, this universal time closely matched the time on the human mother planet. Even the calculation of the entire universe time was astonishingly close to the timekeeping methods of the human mother planet. A cosmic year was roughly equivalent to a year on the human mother planet, usually differing by just a few days, at most a fortnight or half a month. Since its discovery, Giant Ring Star had only been through 17 cosmic years and was a planet with a relatively low level of development. Currently, the only known teleporter capable of sending people to Giant Ring Star was in the possession of the Celestial race. No teleporter infrastructure had been found on Giant Ring Star. Visitors who teleported there would all find a black watch appearing on their wrist, also displaying a 3-day countdown. However, at the end of the 3-day countdown, one wouldn't be automatically transported away. There was a choice to either stay or return. As long as one didn't choose to go back, they could remain on Giant Ring Star indefinitely. This is almost identical to the pattern of teleportation from Gourd Mountain to Realm King Planet. Could it be that Gourd Mountain itself is a teleporter? Lin Shen speculated inwardly. Continuing to read the information on Giant Ring Star, it was roughly consistent with what you had said. Giant Ring Star was enormous, home to many base variant creatures, with the creatures being prevalent inside the planet, and ascended creatures inhabiting certain areas. Above the star belt, there was an abundance of ascended creatures, which often came down to hunt for prey. Since the planet was recently discovered and developed, there wasn't much data available. The document then emphasized some of the taboos of Giant Ring Star. Most of these were about what should not be touched and which areas should be avoided, but one particularly conspicuous warning was to stay inside enclosed spaces after dark and not to venture out at random, or it could be life-threatening. The specific reason was not stated in the document, only mentioning that Giant Ring Star was located on the edge of its star system with very low stellar influence, and it even risked detaching from the star system to become a rogue planet at any moment. The illumination of Giant Ring Star mainly came from the star belt, which wasn't the floating ring islands themselves that emitted light but the star belt itself. The luminescence of the star belt ensued a dark period after every 80 or so cosmic hours, lasting nearly 40 hours. This period was the night of Giant Ring Star. Lin Shen couldn't comprehend what it meant for the star belt itself to emit light. Wasn't the star belt formed by those floating ring islands? If the floating islands didn't emit light and the star belt itself did, it seemed contradictory. Unfortunately, the document offered no answers, and Lin Shen asked Yu for clarification, but even Yu couldn't explain it. He handed Lin Shen a timetable showing the dark periods of Giant Ring Star and once again reminded him that when night came, it was imperative to return indoors and lock the door. If he failed to make it back in time, he should find a cave outside, block the entrance with something, and wait for night to pass. Of course, for these pieces of information and the timetable, Lin Shen had again incurred a debt of 2 heavenly currency. The stone cottages were naturally not free of charge, each requiring 1 heavenly currency per day for rent. Having looked over the timetable, Lin Shen realized that there were less than 3 hours left before the next black night would descend. He naturally did not wish to take any risks by venturing out and decided to wait out this black night before making further plans. After consuming the medicinal soup, Lin Miao and Jimin Swordsman both felt somewhat better. Lin Shen meticulously relayed to them the information he had gathered to prevent them from ignorantly running out during the black night, which could have disastrous consequences. Originally, each of the 3 had their own stone cottage, but Lin Shen asked Yu to cancel one rental, thinking it would be sufficient for him and Lin Miao to share one. Yu agreed to the cancellation, but insisted that today's rent could not be reduced. Lin Shen wasn't trying to save money per se, Giant Ring Star was just too eerie. He feared that something might happen and felt more at ease being with Lin Miao. Lin Shen also asked Yu to prepare a few more bowls of medicinal soup, which he poured into water bags to drink when the black night came. Yu quite fancied people like Lin Shen who ran up debts so readily and was not at all worried about Lin Shen defaulting on his debts. Leaving a water bag full of medicinal soup for Ziman Swordsman, he cautioned him that the black night was approaching and to absolutely not go outside. In fact, Ziman Swordsman was in a very weakened state, covered with black spots, and had difficulty even getting out of bed. It was unlikely that he would go out. Ziman Swordsman didn't say much, but his gaze towards Lin Shen was somewhat peculiar. How come Lin Shen, like me, on his first visit to Giant Ring Star, seems untroubled? Where exactly did I fall short? Ziman Swordsman felt extremely dejected. It's almost time. After I leave, lock the door from the inside. Lin Shen, seeing that his spirit had improved significantly, at least to the point of being lucid, then left, closing the door behind him. Having returned to the elder sister's stone cottage, Lin Shen closed the door, locked it from the inside, and gave another bowl of medicinal soup to her. The elder sister was not as uncomfortable now and was finally able to get some sleep. There wasn't much in the stone cottage aside from a stone bed. There wasn't even a stool, just several larger stones that seemed to serve as seats. Lin Shen chose a stone that felt relatively comfortable to sit on and sat waiting for the coming of the black night. What exactly will this black night bring? Lin Shen wondered to himself. Finally, when the time for the black night arrived, although there were no windows in the stone cottage, the light seeping in through the cracks in the door suddenly disappeared. It wasn't the kind of darkness that comes with the slow setting of the sun. It was more like the sudden extinguishing of a light in an already dark room. Dark, pitch dark, without a glimmer of light, the kind where one cannot see their own hand in front of their face. Lin Shen tried to peer through the crack of the door to see what was happening outside, but couldn't see anything at all. There was not a trace of light outside, rendering his eyes completely useless. Lin Shen had thought that, after a while, his eyes would adapt and he might see a little light, but after waiting a good while, his eyes never adjusted. It was as if he had gone blind, seeing nothing. Suddenly, Lin Shen heard a sound, faint and elusive, as if someone were singing in the next room. Chapter 250, Bloodface Bug Tea. Lin Shen listened carefully and discovered that the sound was coming from the left side of the stone house. The stone house where they lived was in a row. On the right was the stone house where Shiman Swordsman lived, and to the left was the stone house Lin Shen had occupied during the day. Did you rent out that room so quickly? Lin Shen thought to himself that this was quite normal. It was probably someone who had gone out during the day and hurried back before nightfall. There were a total of 4 rows of stone houses with over a dozen rooms in each row. Besides you, Lin Shen had only seen a few people during the day. Most must have been out hunting base variant creatures. Lin Shen listened again and speculated that there must be a woman in the left stone house. Even though she was just humming casually, not very loudly, the voice was quite tasteful and seductive. After listening for a while, a dim yellow light appeared on the wall, as though from a lamp shining through the cracks. The stone houses were originally constructed from irregular stones stacked together, with a white type of ash used as mortar at the seams. It was normal for the ash to fall off over time, creating gaps. If it were any other time, Lin Shen wouldn't care about such a thing. But in this dark environment, and in this particular place, he actually felt the urge to peek through the crack to see what the woman living in the neighboring stone house looked like. Peeking at someone's privacy isn't right, and since I've just arrived here, being discovered would ruin my reputation. Lin Shen steadied his mind and decided not to look. However, the nights on Giant Ringstar were too eerily quiet and too fiercely dark, making the faint glimmering light even more eye-catching. Lin Shen couldn't make out what the woman was humming, but it sounded like she was in a very good mood. It seems she had a very fruitful day and is in a great mood. I wonder what she caught. I'll just take a look at her prey, Lin Shen reasoned with himself after resisting for a while, but he ultimately couldn't hold back. He tiptoed to the wall and leaned his eye close to the crack. The crack was tiny, just the size of a peanut, allowing only a small hole for Lin Shen to look through. Lin Shen was lucky. He immediately saw a room filled with a dim yellow glow. A woman was sitting on a tall stone, her back to Lin Shen, casually humming an unintelligible song while combing her hair with a brush. Because all he could see was her back, he couldn't make out much, only that she was a woman in a white spaghetti strap long dress, sitting in such a way that her hips looked exceptionally round. Her black hair hung down like a waterfall, and as she placed the brush on it, one couldn't help but imagine that if she let the brush go, it would slide straight down. Lin Shen glanced once and then shifted his gaze away, sitting back down on the stone. He was just a bit curious, not a real peeping Tom. A glance was enough for him. The woman seemed to be in a good mood, humming continuously. Lin Shen listened for a while and felt inexplicably irritable. Since it's night now and no one dares to go out, let's try if the mechanical watch can be used here. Lin Shen took out his mechanical watch, unsure if it would work in this place. He already had a Giant Ringstar teleportation watch on his hand. Whether he could use another teleportation watch to go to other planets while on Giant Ringstar was another matter. Lin Shen gave it a try, setting the time very short. After pressing the teleport switch, the scenery before his eyes suddenly changed and he found himself back in the familiar desert. Because he had set coordinates before leaving, he arrived back at the same place he had left. On the ground lay the bodies of many green crystal warriors. Atop the corpse of the green crystal warrior, crawled numerous fist-sized, ladybug-like black bugs. These black bugs were feasting on the green crystal warrior's corpse, their numbers terrifyingly vast, with each corpse swarming with them. The corpses of the blue crystal warrior and purple crystal warrior were in the same condition, covered with such bugs. Lin Shen hurriedly looked over to the corpse of the red crystal warrior, which he hadn't been able to take with him last time. All the bodies had been left here, and Lin Shen had intended to retrieve the mutant warrior's corpses when he had time. Upon closer inspection, there weren't as many bugs on the red crystal warrior's corpse. Whereas the other corpses were covered with a dense mass of black bugs, on the red crystal warrior's corpse, there was unexpectedly just one black bug with red stripes. This peculiar red-striped black bug looked very strange. The rest were entirely jet black like obsidian. The red stripes on the bug's back resembled glowing red-hot iron wires, sketching out an abstract human face pattern. The pattern was somewhat reminiscent of ancient theatrical face paint, but all the lines were red, giving it a very bizarre appearance. Since Lin Shen was still a distance away from the green crystal warrior's corpse, the bugs were busily devouring the bodies and hadn't noticed him. Lin Shen thought for a moment, didn't rush over, but rather slowly lay down and quietly observed the bugs. The bugs were too numerous, with thousands upon the green crystal warrior's corpses. Each body had at least several dozen bugs, with some possibly hosting over 100. If all these bugs were crystal-based creatures, then there would be tens of thousands of them, and Lin Shen didn't know what abilities they possessed. If they were to attack in a swarm, Lin Shen didn't know if he could handle them. The key point was that these bugs, like ladybugs, had wings and were capable of flight. Where did so many bugs come from? Lin Shen couldn't figure it out at the moment. Fortunately, he had set the teleportation to occur after a short time. He would be leaving in an hour. When the time for teleportation was near, he could release his pets to kill some of the bugs to see what they were capable of. Lin Shen's calculations in his mind were sound, but he had underestimated the bugs' rate of consumption. In just about 15 minutes, the bugs had already devoured a large portion of the corpses. At this rate, it would take at most half an hour for all the bodies to be consumed by them. The blood-faced bug had nearly finished with the Red Crystal Warrior's corpse, leaving only remnants and scraps. Lin Shen instinctively retreated further to avoid being discovered by the bugs after they finished their meal. As Lin Shen had thought, it took only a few minutes for the blood-faced bug to completely consume the Red Crystal Warrior's corpse, leaving not a trace behind. The other black bugs didn't take much longer to devour all the warriors' bodies, leaving nothing behind. Lucky I arrived just in time, otherwise I would have thought that someone had taken away the bodies, who would have guessed they'd been eaten by the bugs. As Lin Shen was thinking this, he witnessed an eerie sight. Chapter 251, The Stone Statue. After the bugs had devoured all the corpses, the blood-faced bug abruptly took flight with a flutter of its wings. Lin Shen originally thought it was about to leave the area, but to his surprise, it only hovered in the air while the other bugs followed suit, each speeding toward the blood-faced bug. What does this mean? Are they fighting amongst themselves after eating? Are they not satisfied and turning to cannibalism? Lin Shen was astonished within. What shocked him even more was that, upon colliding with the blood-faced bug, the black bugs actually merged with it. Lin Shen couldn't describe what he was seeing. It was as if the two bugs were overlapping each other. One by one, the bugs crashed into the blood-faced bug, continually merging together in a bizarre and magical sight. In no time at all, the myriad of bugs had disappeared, leaving only a single blood-faced bug behind. The blood-faced bug fluttered its wings, wobbling in the direction it chose to fly. What exactly is going on? Were those black bugs clones created by the blood-faced bug? Can the blood-faced bug create shadow clones? But that can't be right. Clones are illusions with no physical form, so how could they consume the bodies of the green crystal warriors? And all those bodies, if they were devoured by clones conjured by a single bug, how does it digest them? Lin Shen was full of question marks. After some thought, Lin Shen quietly followed the blood-faced bug, wanting to find out where its lair was so that he could deal with it another time. The blood-faced bug flew ahead in a shaky manner, while Lin Shen discreetly followed from a distance, careful not to get too close for fear of being discovered. A crystal-based creature capable of creating tens of thousands of clones was more frightening than some ascended creatures. Fortunately, the blood-faced pattern on the bug's back was always glowing, which made it easy to track from a distance and ensured he wouldn't lose sight of it. At this point, Lin Shen was only worried that the blood-faced bug's lair was too far away. If an hour passed and it hadn't returned to its lair, that would be quite frustrating. Thankfully, that didn't happen. About 10 minutes before the countdown ended, the blood-faced bug landed somewhere and vanished in the blink of an eye. Lin Shen approached cautiously and was surprised to discover that where the blood-faced bug had disappeared stood a human-shaped stone statue. To call it human-shaped was a stretch. It resembled a child snowman with just a head and a body and no limbs at all. If you didn't look closely, you might mistake it for a long column of stone. It was considered a statue because it definitely had facial features, clearly not formed naturally. Lin Shen didn't dare to get too close and simply observed the stone statue from afar, standing only 2 meters tall with wildly exaggerated features. The place where the blood-faced bug disappeared must be the location of the stone statue. But Lin Shen watched for a while and still couldn't spot where the blood-faced bug was. After looking more carefully for some time, Lin Shen had a rough idea of where the blood-faced bug might have gone. The stone statue's ears indeed had holes, and Lin Shen speculated that the blood-faced bug must have crawled into one of these ear holes. How is there a stone statue here, and why would the blood-faced bug consider it its lair? Could it be that someone has been raising this blood-faced bug here deliberately? Lin Shen was filled with speculation. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he suddenly heard human voices and the sound of hooves not far away. Lin Shen quickly spotted a troop heading their way. At first glance, he thought they were from the Ultra-Burning Corps because they were all mounted on great black oxen, wearing ultra-burn helmets and battle clothes. Upon closer inspection, something seemed off. They should be mutators, significantly smaller in stature compared to the Ultra-Burn tribe, and without any horns on their heads. Lin Shen was also wearing battle clothes and an Ultra-Burn helmet, but his were red and of a higher grade than those of the people approaching. Just as he puzzled over who these people might be, he heard their conversation. As soon as he heard their voices, Lin Shen immediately recognized who they were. How did they end up here? Lin Shen was surprised. He was very familiar with these people. They were from the Dark Bird base associated with the Qi family and the Wang family. The two leading figures were, without doubt, Ch201 and Wang Tian'er. The goddess consort was just taken back to the Bai family. She probably wouldn't have gone to the Dark Bird base, would she? Without the Dark Bird controlled by Bai Shenfei, how did they find their way to Gourd Mountain? After pondering briefly, Lin Shen considered a possibility. It was very likely that Ch201 and Wang Tian'er had not left after following Goddess Consort last time and had remained hunting on Realm King Planet. It seemed that they had quite a successful haul, managing to acquire so many ultraburn helmets, battle clothes, and beast mounts. Lin Shen estimated that Ch201 and Wang Tian'er may have advanced to crystal base level by now. Otherwise, just with their own skills, they would be no match for ordinary soldiers of the ultra-burning corps. What a terrible place this is. We've been running through this desert forever and still can't find a way out. We haven't even seen the shadow of a base variant creature. Just our bad luck, complained Wang Tian'er, whose voice Lin Shen could hear from afar. I've seen Zuo Qinglong and others have been through a desert like this before, but they had a frost giant tree in their area. Here, there's nothing at all. It's hard to tell if it's the same desert. Ch201's voice also carried over. Lin Shen found their conversation rather strange. This area should be swarming with crystal-based warriors, yet from what they said, they hadn't encountered a single one on their way here, which was curious. Could it be that after the 6 Paths Phoenix killed so many crystal-based warriors last time, it scared the others away from this region? Lin Shen thought it unlikely. But if that wasn't the reason, why had Wang Tian'er and his group not encountered any crystal-based warriors? It might be explainable for mutated humans to be scarce, but green crystal warriors were supposed to be everywhere. The fact that they hadn't seen even one was highly unreasonable. Could it be because of the blood-faced bug? Lin Shen thought of a possibility and felt a chill in his heart. If it was indeed because of that blood-faced bug that so many crystal-based warriors had vanished, then the bug was perhaps even more horrific than he had imagined. As for Wang Tian'er, Ch201, and their company, it was hard to say whether they were extremely lucky or unlucky, but they had quite coincidentally headed towards the location of the statue. There's a statue over there. Ch201 and the others had spotted the statue. They were quite cautious, studying it from a distance for a while before sending over their pets to scout. After discovering nothing out of the ordinary, they assumed it was safe near the statue and prepared to venture over to see what it was exactly. Aside from the Realm King Tower, there were hardly any man-made objects on Realm King Planet. A sudden statue aroused their curiosity naturally. It might be something valuable. Chapter 252, Uninhabited. Seeing Wang Tian'er and Ch201 head toward the stone statue, Lin Shen couldn't help but frown slightly. He didn't care much about their lives, but the Lin family at Darkbird Base was reduced to a few caretakers. If the Wang and Qi families fell too, Darkbird Base would probably become deserted soon, with no one left to stay there. A base without any human presence wouldn't be guarded by anyone for long. If it really came down to just some old, feeble widowers unable to venture out, no one would be left with the ability to clear the nearby base variant creatures, and Darkbird Base would quickly become a dead city. Forget it, let them guard Darkbird Base. With that thought, Lin Shen summoned the Great Red Bull, mounted it, and took a position on a sand dune, making himself highly visible. Wang Tian'er and Ch201 indeed saw him, and they quickly halted their mounts, looking towards Lin Shen's location. That person looks like the Great Red Bull Knight, right? Wang Tian'er said in a low voice to Ch201, noting Lin Shen's outfit. Not necessarily. There are others now who have the big Red Bull mount and red battle clothes and helmet, not just the Great Red Bull Knight. Ch201 pondered. Whether or not he's the Great Red Bull Knight, anyone who owns that gear must be extraordinary, and we're no match for him. His appearance here is most likely related to the stone statue. It seems he is blocking our way. We better leave, said Wang Tian'er, unwilling to take a risk. Most importantly, they were illegal residents who had entered from Gourd Mountain and didn't want their existence to be discovered. That sounds good, Ch201 said after looking at the Great Red Bull Knight on the sand dune, agreeing with Wang Tian'er's decision. With their strength, to have made it this far on Realm King Planet and also to have reaped considerable rewards, they owed it mainly to their caution. The group turned around and went back without exchanging any pleasantries. Lin Shen had been thinking about how to persuade them to leave without revealing his identity, but to his relief, they turned around and left without saying another word. Wang Tian'er and the others hadn't gotten far when suddenly a series of noises came from the distance. They turned to look and saw a swarm of green crystal warriors rushing from the desert on one side, startling them. Upon closer inspection, they realized that these green crystal warriors weren't charging at them, but towards where the Great Red Bull Knight was. They stopped in their tracks on the dune, watching the swarm of green crystal warriors rush towards the Great Red Bull Knight's location, but when their gaze returned to where the Great Red Bull Knight had just been, his figure was nowhere to be found. Where did he go? Wang Tian'er and the others were puzzled. Soon they discovered that those green crystal warriors were not aiming for the Great Red Bull Knight, but for the stone statue. Before long, the troops of green crystal warriors reached the stone statue. However, before they could attack it, countless black beetles flew out from the ears of the statue. Wang Tian'er and his companions witnessed an unforgettable scene. Hundreds of green crystal warriors were engulfed by the dark cloud of black beetles and, in a mere moment, not even crumbs of them were left. Wang Tian'er and the others were terrified and dared not linger any longer, wildly urging their mounts to flee from the statue. The Great Red Bull Knight's appearance there must have been to warn us not to get close to the statue, right? Once they were far enough not to see the black beetles or the statue, Ch201 slowed down his mount and spoke with an unsettled voice. That must be it. If he hadn't stopped us, we'd be the ones left with no remains instead of those crystal-based warriors. Wang Tian'er was also frightened, realizing how close they had come to death. Such a life-saving favor, we should properly thank him if we get the chance. I used to scoff at the radio hosts who praised the Great Red Bull Knight as the protector of humans. Today I realized it was my past ignorance. From now on, if anyone says the Great Red Bull Knight isn't a protector of humans, I'll give them a piece of my mind. Having narrowly escaped death, everyone felt deeply grateful to the Great Red Bull Knight, but unfortunately, they could no longer see him. Lin Shen had also witnessed the scene where the black beetles devoured the green crystal warrior and discovered that their flight speed and strength were both top-notch, likely possessing 40 in both speed and strength. Moreover, they seemed to be nearly immortal. One purple crystal warrior had crushed the carapace of a black beetle to tatters, yet the beetle had quickly recovered to its original state. Lin Shen conjectured that to kill these black beetles, one would probably have to kill the blood-faced bug first. Killing only the black beetles would be futile. His set time had arrived, so he returned to the stone house on Giant Ringstar. The room was still pitch dark. Taking out a flashlight, he shone it around. His sister was still lying on the bed asleep with no anomalies. With 6 paths phoenix around his sister, she would not be harmed by a common ascension, about which Lin Shen was quite reassured. After turning off the flashlight, there was no longer any light in the room, and he looked at the wall subconsciously. The dim yellow light no longer seeped through. He listened attentively for a while but heard no more singing from the woman, presuming she had already gone to sleep. Lin Shen sat on the stone, began to practice the immortality scripture, and decided to endure through the night. Recently, Lin Shen had no immediate plans to travel to Realm King Planet. He would first secure his footing on Giant Ringstar. With plenty of time in the future, he could travel to Realm King Planet with each coming nighttime, unnoticed by anyone. As the night stretched out, Lin Miao drank another bowl of medicine soup, improving bit by bit. The fever had subsided, leaving only a slight one behind, but the black spots on her body had not yet faded. The dawn on Giant Ringstar came abruptly, lighting up the sky in an instant without a gradual transition from darkness to light. Hearing some commotion outside, Lin Shen pushed open the door to look and saw many people emerging from their stone houses. Some were packing up their belongings, while others appeared ready to leave this village-like place, seemingly prepared to hunt for base-variant creatures. Lin Shen glanced at the neighboring room. The door was open, and it was empty. That woman sure is diligent leaving so early, Lin Shen thought to himself. Just as he was about to go see the Zeman swordsman, he saw him staggering out, looking as if his fever had broken, and the black spots on his skin were not as dark. His recovery seemed to be progressing even better than Lin Miao's. "Where are you going?" Lin Shen asked, blocking the Zeman swordsman as he wobbled towards the outskirts of the village. "Hunting base-variant creatures to earn some money," the Zeman swordsman replied. "You're in no shape to hunt base-variant creatures. You should rest for a few days, get better first," Lin Shen advised. "No money, no rest," the Zeman swordsman said and kept walking, ignoring Lin Shen. "Your friend is quite stubborn," you commented, walking up with a smile. "Is it dangerous around here?" Lin Shen asked you. "Within a dozen miles from here, as long as you don't go up into the mountains, there are mostly steel and alloy creatures around, not too dangerous. But with your friend's condition, he probably doesn't have the combat capability, does he?" you remarked. "I'll check it out in a bit," Lin Shen said before asking casually about the neighboring woman. "You, who was that woman staying next door yesterday? A woman? What woman?" You was slightly taken aback. "The one who stayed in that room." "I heard her singing next door," Lin Shen pointed at the stone house. "Nobody stayed in that stone house yesterday." Yu's expression turned somewhat grim. Chapter 253, The Celestial of Giant Ringstar. Lin Shen also paused for a moment, but then laughed and said, "I must have heard wrong." He figured the woman might have been secretly living in Yu's stone hut, and if he insisted there was a woman inside, Yu would find her and ask for rent, which wouldn't be very nice. Yu nodded, then cautioned Lin Shen, "After dark, no matter what happens outside, don't go out." "Okay." Lin Shen returned to his room and saw that the older sister had already awakened and could sit up by herself. He gave her a bottle of base mutation fluid to drink, and she managed to keep some down, unlike the previous day when she vomited everything up. "Big sis, you rest up. I'm going to look around. If I don't come back, don't open the door for anyone," said Lin Shen. "You think after all the years I've traveled from the south to the north that I need you to tell me that?" The older sister shot him a look, then added, "First, figure out what the situation is here, especially regarding necessities like food, clothing, shelter, and all kinds of supplies." "Understood, big sis." Lin Shen knew his older sister was not one to sit still. She definitely wanted to start doing business here. Upon leaving the stone hut and watching his big sister bolt the front door, Lin Shen was about to head in the direction Zeman's swordsman had left, but Yu called out to him, "Here's a map of the nearby area. It marks the distribution of base variant creatures within 100 li, as well as notes on some dangerous zones. It's yours for 1 heavenly currency. Interested?" Yu said, smiling as he held out a piece of paper. "Can I pay later?" Lin Shen asked. "Of course you can. Just bring back some good stuff to offset the debt," Yu readily said, handing over the map and noting down the debt in his little book. Lin Shen had been here just 1 day and already owed Yu over a dozen heavenly currency. Lin Shen quickly glanced at the map. It was hand-drawn, simply marking out various regions, what base variant creatures were mainly found in each region, and which areas were more dangerous, all noted in handwriting. The small village they were in was in the mountains, surrounded by many mountain ranges. Just outside the village was a canyon. Both the mountains and the canyon were home to base variant creatures, with steel creatures in the canyon that likely posed no threat. The mountains had crystal-based creatures and alloy creatures, but considering Simon Swordsman's physical condition, it was unlikely he could handle the mountains and had probably followed the canyon instead. Lin Shen summoned the evil dragon, ready to ride it to check on Simon Swordsman's current condition. A flying crystal-based pet. You actually have a flying crystal-based pet. You, who had been busy in the village, saw the evil dragon Lin Shen had summoned outside the village, and his eyes lit up, running out towards it. Lin, my man, why didn't you say you had such a great thing sooner? Are you interested in a partnership, helping me deliver some goods? I'll pay you 10 heavenly currency per trip, you said excitedly as he touched the evil dragon's scales. Where are the deliveries to, and what's the cargo? Lin Shen had initially intended to refuse, but recalling his big sister's instructions to gather information, he casually asked. Of course, they're up there, you replied, pointing towards the sky. Otherwise, why would I need your flying pet? You, bro, that's a bit of a tall tale. The star belt is a long way from Giant Ring Star. It requires breaking out of the atmosphere, and who knows how many days that round trip would take. And you're only offering 10 currency? Lin Shen said, curling his lip. It's not too little. If flying pets weren't so scarce, you wouldn't even get a chance at this job. Tell you what, I'll add one more to it. 11 heavenly currency per trip, you said somewhat reluctantly. Forget it. I'd rather go hunting base variant creatures on my own, Lin Shen said as he hopped onto the back of the evil dragon. Lin, let's discuss this some more. You didn't want to give up. I need to go check on my friend first, and we'll talk when I get back, Lin Shen said, without outright rejecting the suggestion, delaying instead. Then we'll talk when you return. Remember, you must come back before dark. You absolutely can't stay out overnight, you earnestly reiterated several times. Lin Shen had originally thought that someone in Simon Swordsman's physical condition wouldn't be going up the mountain, but who would have known that the kid would actually choose the mountain path? Luckily, Lin Shen had the evil dragon to fly in the sky, or else it really wouldn't have been easy to find him. Simon Swordsman was riding a gray crystal triangular sheep, which galloped across the steep mountain paths as if it were flat land, running at breakneck speed. However, Simon Swordsman's physical condition was terrible, swaying on his mount, nearly getting thrown off several times. When Lin Shen, riding the evil dragon, caught up, he saw Simon Swordsman facing off against a snow-white, jade-like giant ape. Lin Shen had assumed that Simon Swordsman would use his pet to deal with the giant ape, but instead, the man dismounted from the gray crystal triangular sheep and, wavering unsteadily, charged at the ape. Is this guy's brain not right? Lin Shen was ready to provide support at any moment. Unexpectedly, despite being in such poor physical state, Simon Swordsman was not overcome by the crystal-based creature ape. Simon Swordsman's mastery of force was indeed impeccable. The entire fight was about leveraging force, with him barely exerting any effort himself. When Lin Shen saw the giant ape's claws pierce into its own chest, he knew his previous worries were indeed unnecessary. After killing the giant ape, Simon Swordsman sat down on the ground with a thump. Even though he had relied on leveraging force and not exerted much himself, his body was too weak, and even such a small degree of fighting intensity had left him gasping for breath. Lin Shen, I'll say it again, I didn't kill the Wan family's ascender for you. I just wanted to test my own abilities, and it has nothing to do with you. Stop following me. Simon Swordsman, who had long noticed Lin Shen, said coldly while sitting on the ground. I know, and I have no other intentions. I just forgot to give this to you just now. Lin Shen, jumping down from the evil dragon, handed the map to Simon Swordsman. I don't need it. Simon Swordsman coldly declined to take the map. Lin Shen, I'll say it again, there is no relationship between us. Don't think that a little favor can buy me over. If there's a chance in the future, I would still rob you just the same. It doesn't matter. Can't you see I'm just indulging in my hobby of helping others for fun? Lin Shen directly flicked the map into Simon Swordsman's hand. No, Simon Swordsman replied without hesitation, throwing the map back to Lin Shen without so much as a glance. Lin Shen, resigned, picked up the map, preparing to leave, when suddenly he noticed something glowing in the sky, moving at a very high speed toward them. Celestials. Simon Swordsman also noticed the fast-moving glowing object, which soon turned out to be an extremely cool flying vehicle adorned with various streamlines of light. The flying vehicle came near them and hovered next to the cliff, its top opening like a convertible sports car, with an angelic woman seated within. She was dressed in glowing battle clothes that resembled the ultra-burn battlesuit, but appeared more technologically advanced and elegant in design, certainly sculptured and not just a simple bodysuit. Human, your pet looks quite nice. 1,000 heavenly currency, I'll take it, the Celestial said, hovering in the air and eyeing the evil dragon beside Lin Shen. Chapter 2054, Tianxun Shimen Swordsman's gaze slightly condensed. Giant Ring Star was the territory of the Celestials, and if one were to offend a Celestial here, no one knew what the consequences would be. He looked at Lin Shen, wanting to know how Lin Shen would handle the current situation. Lin Shen stared at the Celestial as if he had been startled and didn't know how to deal with the situation for a moment. "Human, I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me?" The Celestial woman slightly furrowed her brows, already somewhat dissatisfied with Lin Shen's rude behavior of staring at her continuously. 1,000 heavenly currency cannot buy my pet capsule, Lin Shen spoke out. The reason he was staring at the Celestial woman wasn't because he was scared or had any other ulterior motives, it was because he simply couldn't see clearly what the Celestial woman looked like. He only saw a mosaic. For Lin Shen, the Celestial woman wrapped in mosaic was more attractive than any peerless beauty. Actually having a living person with a fire seed and, moreover, a member of the Celestial race, could the fire seed on her be related to the heaven-defying bone? Or is it another completely new type of fire seed? From the moment he saw the Celestial woman, countless thoughts had flashed through Lin Shen's mind. This was the first time he had found a fire seed outside of his home planet, and it was on a living person, which forced Lin Shen to overturn his previous conjecture that fire seeds existed outside of his home planet as well. 2,000. The Celestial woman actually doubled the price. This move made Lin Shen realize that Celestials were capable of communication, at least the one in front of him, the Celestial woman who didn't directly use force to snatch it away. "Sorry, this pet capsule holds a special meaning for me. No matter the price, I will not sell it." Lin Shen shook his head and said again. Seeing Lin Shen refuse, Zeman's swordsman nodded to himself, feeling that Lin Shen still had some backbone. 4,000. The Celestial woman continued to raise the price as if she hadn't heard him. "As I've said before, no matter the amount, even if it were 40,000 or 400,000, I would not sell it. To me, it is no different from a relative." "Would you sell your own relatives?" Lin Shen said calmly. Zeman's swordsman saw the Celestial woman furrow her brows and couldn't help but relax his fists. Others tense up their fists when preparing to fight, while it's the opposite for Simon's swordsman. He opens his clenched hand and tries to relax as much as possible. "However, if you want it, I can gift it to you." Since Lin Shen couldn't see the Celestial woman's expression, he didn't wait for her reaction and continued to speak. This statement, however, made both Simon's swordsman and the Celestial woman pause. "It seems that you know who I am." The corners of the Celestial woman's mouth revealed a faint smile. "If you're willing to tell me your name, then I'll know who you are from now on," Lin Shen said with a smile. "You don't recognize me?" The Celestial woman was somewhat surprised. "I would like to get to know you," Lin Shen said. "If you don't recognize me, why would you want to give the pet capsule to me?" The Celestial woman looked at Lin Shen with interest. She was wondering whether Lin Shen truly didn't recognize her or was pretentiously claiming ignorance. "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" Lin Shen countered instead of answering. "A lie?" The Celestial woman's smile faded. She had seen too many such tactics, and she had no interest in such men. In fact, she had already guessed that Lin Shen would next compliment her on her beauty, and when she would ask Lin Shen what the truth was, he would say she was even more beautiful. "I want to marry you." Lin Shen's answer made the Celestial woman pause, as it wasn't quite what she had expected. "Is that the truth?" the Celestial woman asked, blinking. "The truth is a bit offensive, so I'd better not say it," Lin Shen said as he recalled the evil dragon back into its capsule form and tossed it to the Celestial woman. "The pet is for you. Can you tell me your name?" "As punishment for the offense, I cannot." She caught the pet capsule, a sly smile playing on her lips, then drove off in her flyer. Lin Shen watched the Celestial woman depart, feeling no regret for giving away the evil dragon. Compared to the fire seed on the woman, what was an evil dragon pet? It was an investment that would pay off later. "It seems your effort was in vain," Zeman's swordsman said with a sneer. Zeman's swordsman had originally thought highly of Lin Shen, but Lin Shen's actions today had somewhat lessened his respect. A man could be bad, cheap, or ruthless, but he shouldn't grovel. That was Zeman's swordsman's principle. Not entirely in vain, I suppose. "At least now she holds no malice towards us, which will facilitate future contact." Lin Shen hadn't even considered that angle. His mind was preoccupied with how to obtain the fire seed from the Celestial woman. Is the fire seed on her 1/10 of a heaven-defying bone? I wonder how strong she is, whether base mutated or ascended. Is there a chance to tie her up and have a sleep? Lin Shen pondered all possibilities. Dream on. Celestials are a powerful cosmic race, and humans are no different from pets or slaves in their eyes, Zeman's swordsman said before turning to walk away, no longer paying attention to Lin Shen. Lin Shen knew he could take care of himself, so he didn't bother further. He checked the map and headed in a different direction. Zeman's swordsman was right. It was normal for the Celestial race to look down on humans. Under normal circumstances, getting this Celestial woman to sleep with him would be impossible. The most effective method would still be to capture her. However, he needed to find out the woman's identity and strength first to avoid serious trouble. The Celestial woman liked pets. Lin Shen planned to find out more about her, then use other pets as bait to find an opportunity. Considering she showed interest in a crystal base level pet, it seemed unlikely her rank was very high. With this initial interaction, she probably wouldn't be too wary of him. With a good plan, finding a chance for them to be alone shouldn't be difficult. Of course, the precondition was that capturing the celestial woman wouldn't bring too much trouble. He didn't know how much longer he'd have to stay on Giant Ringstar and couldn't afford to be without a foothold there. Losing the evil dragon was partially due to that consideration. Offending a celestial right after arriving would likely make his future life difficult. Lin Shen planned to scope out the nearby situation first and hunt some base variant creatures to settle his debt with Yu. The celestial woman flew straight to the small village where Lin Shen lived in her flyer. Lord Tianshun, what brings you here in person? Yu was taken aback upon seeing the celestial woman in the flyer and hurriedly performed a celestial salute. Have there been any newcomers here recently? Tianshun fiddled with the pet capsule in her hand, casually asking. Yes, Lord, 3 new people arrived, 2 men and 1 woman. You dare not conceal anything and relayed detailed information about Lin Shen and his 2 companions. Yu was inwardly baffled. Why would someone like Lord Tianshun personally come to such a place to inquire about 3 newcomers? It was as if a sovereign had ventured into a remote slum to ask about a few paupers. Chapter 255, fortunately, did not make a move. Tianshun listened and left without comment, piloting the flying craft away. She had merely been passing by and had not originally planned to come here. Tianshun passing by here and asking about those 3 people, was it unintentional or intentional? Yu's expression kept changing. Theoretically, Tianshun should not be interested in 3 human mutators, but if it was a coincidence, why did she pass by here specifically at this time, and why did she inquire about the new arrivals? Do those 3 have some background? Yu silently speculated. Without the evil dragon, Lin Shen had no choice but to switch to a mount that could not fly. In these mountains, it was truly inconvenient to move without a flying mount. He did a large loop around the area. There were indeed many base variant creatures, but the number of mutated creatures was far less than on Realm King Planet. Instructor Mew was right, it's better to first develop on Realm King Planet. Lin Shen casually killed a few crystal-based creatures, collected the base mutation fluid, and dragged their carcasses back as well. These 2 snow monkeys are of decent quality, counting as 1 heavenly currency. The rest are common goods, all together count as 1 heavenly currency. Lin Shen took his prey to Yu to offset his debts, only to find they amounted to just 2 heavenly currency. Lin Shen initially thought Yu was cheating him, but when other mutators came to sell things, the prices were roughly the same. Heavenly currency is worth more than I thought. Living in a stone house costs 1 heavenly currency per day. That's a bit too expensive. Lin Shen originally thought those items were just 1 heavenly currency each, seeming not too pricey, but when actually calculated, they were not cheap at all. But Lin Shen didn't care about this. As long as Yu's service was satisfactory, paying a bit of money was nothing. Yu, did a celestial visit the village today? Lin Shen casually asked. Why are you asking this? Yu scrutinized Lin Shen and asked in return. So, she did come. Lin Shen feigned dejection and sighed. Originally, hadn't I agreed to help you deliver goods with my flying pet? But today I encountered that celestial, and my flying pet is gone. Yu was taken aback upon hearing this, and then he suddenly realized and patted Lin Shen's shoulder, saying, Brother, you're lucky to be alive. Do you know who that celestial you encountered is? I don't know. Lin Shen shook his head. On Giant Ringstar, celestials are absolutely not to be provoked, and among them, 3 celestials hold the power of life and death over everyone. One is Ch201, who governs the land, another is Ch201, who governs the oceans, and the last is Tianshun, who governs the star belt, Yu said. It's just a pet, if it's gone, it's gone. But had you offended her, you wouldn't even know how you died. And Ch201, Ch201, why do celestials have such strange names? Lin Shen chuckled. You must not have dealt with the celestial race before. Yu lowered his voice and said, There are only 3 surnames among angels, Qi, Tian, and An. Within these 3 surnames, only the Tian surname has its own given names. Those with surnames Qi and An are ranked by their strength. The meaning of An-117 is that he ranks 1/17th in the strength of the An family, and Ch218 follows the same principle. Ranking 1/117 and 1/18, what kind of strength is that? Lin Shen felt that something was off. Such illustrious figures, how would we know? But to be in charge of an entire planet, they must at least be Nirvana-level powerhouses, Yu remarked. That means Tianshun is also at the Nirvana level. Lin Shen secretly broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that the Tianshun who showed interest in the crystal-based pet was actually a being of Nirvana level. Thinking back, he had contemplated capturing Tianshun to have her spend a night with him and take the fire seed from her body. Fortunately, he had not acted, otherwise the ensuing trouble would have been enormous. Definitely. So you see, you're lucky to be alive. It's just a pet. It's no big deal as long as you're alive, Yu sighed. It's a shame you won't be able to do the delivery job anymore. Why would a Nirvana-level powerhouse be interested in my pet? Lin Shen was still puzzled. Although the evil dragon was good, to a Nirvana being, it shouldn't be any different from trash. Who knows? We don't understand the affairs of celestials, and we'd best not ask too many questions. Yu seemed to know a bit more but was unwilling to say. Nirvana level, huh? That's troublesome. Lin Shen felt slightly gloomy. He had originally thought that if Tian Xun were just an ascender, with his strength, it wouldn't be impossible to have a chance. He could figure out some way to capture her and sleep with her, taking the fire seed from her body. But now it turned out she was at the Nirvana level. Where would Lin Shen dare to make a move? He could only put that idea to rest for the time being. His elder sister's condition was getting better. She had drunk 3 bowls of herbal soup today and no longer had a high fever. The dark spots on her body also seemed to have faded somewhat. Lin Shen relayed all the information he had gathered and the situation nearby to his elder sister. The value of the Celestial Clan's heavenly currency is much higher than our Mother Star's currency. With our siblings' abilities, it should not be hard to earn money here. His elder sister was already planning how to build her commercial empire here. Big sis, we came here to take refuge, earning money is secondary, let's try to keep a low profile. Lin Shen promptly interrupted his sister's reverie. If she continued, she might even start planning how to earn enough money to buy Giant Ringstar. She really dared to dream big. His elder sister suddenly lost her enthusiasm, saying weakly, but we have to earn some money to live, right? We can't work for you every day, can we? That's true, the conditions here are too poor, and we'd best find a more comfortable place to live. Lin Shen thought of the singing woman from the previous night and asked his elder sister, Big Sis, did you hear a woman singing next door last night? I felt so terrible yesterday, I was out of it. How could I listen to anything? Lin Miao said. Suddenly her eyes lit up. There's a woman next door? What does she look like? How old is she? Is she married? Sis, what are you thinking about? What's our situation now? And you still have the mood to think about these things. Lin Shen knew what his elder sister was thinking about and was rather speechless. The old saying goes, set up a family before you start a business. Although conditions are a bit tough now, harsh conditions cannot delay dating, right? Besides, men and women working together makes work less tiring. In this godforsaken place, having a beautiful girl struggling alongside you is better than being alone, isn't it? Tell your sister, what's that girl really like? How would I know? I haven't seen her. I just heard a woman humming songs next door at night, Lin Shen said with a wry smile. She lives right next door to us, so there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I'll help you check her out later, and, if she's decent, Lin Miao's eyes started to sparkle. Lin Shen was left speechless and decided to ignore her, getting his things ready for the imminent arrival of darkness. Chapter 256, the non-existent woman Eximan swordsman returned rather late, with only a few catches. When he passed by Lin Shen's door, Lin Shen greeted him. But he ignored Lin Shen and closed the door of his stone house as soon as he got inside. The dark night descended suddenly, and because there was nowhere to charge, although Lin Shen possessed a flashlight, he was reluctant to use it. The two chatted in the dark, planning for the future. Although the environment on Giant Ringstar was harsh, the ascension resources here were much better than on their home planet, and Lin Miao's idea was to ascend as soon as possible. Her base mutation rate had long reached 100%, lacking only an ascension egg to directly ascend. Lin Shen thought of the mutated pterosaur egg on Ring Mountain planet. Too many things had happened recently, and he hadn't had time to bring it back. If his sister wanted to ascend, that mutated pterosaur egg could be used. The problem now was that the ascension egg needed some processing before it could be used by the average mutator. One could also directly consume the liquid inside the ascension egg, but that was far too risky. It was best to process it before use. It was uncertain if there was anyone here who could make an oral solution from the ascension egg, and even if there was, Lin Shen wouldn't trust an outsider with the mutated ascension egg. Leaving home brings many difficulties. Lin Shen decided with his sister to take it slow, to understand the situation here before considering bringing back the mutated ascension egg. His sister's health was still not good, and she easily grew tired, falling asleep after a short while. Lin Shen sat on a stone to rest. Not long after, he heard the faint humming sound coming from next door again. That woman has sneaked into Old Yu's house again. With Old Yu being so greedy, how could he not have noticed her? Lin Shen was somewhat puzzled. But since it was someone else's business, he didn't bother to meddle and continued to close his eyes and rest. When my sister gets better, during the long nights, I can take her to Realm King Planet. The nights here are just too long for a normal person to sleep through. The nights on Giant Ringstar, apart from being especially dark, didn't seem any different to Lin Shen. The woman seemed to be in a good mood, humming an unclear song over and over with the same melody each time. Listening to it for too long inevitably became annoying, and Lin Shen wanted to tell her to stop singing but then thought better of it. In the middle of the night, if he called out like that, wouldn't everyone hear? Old Yu would also discover that the woman was squatting in his house. Fortunately, after the woman sang for a while longer, the sound stopped, and the faint light coming through the wall also disappeared. Lin Shen continued to practice the immortality scripture, and the night passed easily. Come dawn, Lin Shen left his room first thing to speak with the woman next door, asking her not to sing at night anymore. When Lin Shen came out, no one else from this row of stone houses had yet appeared. But when he reached the neighboring stone house, he found its door open. Glancing inside, he saw no one there. Strange, I came out as soon as it got light. How could that woman have been quicker than me? That doesn't make sense. Lin Shen frowned slightly. Little brother Lin, why are you up so early? Old Yu, who lived in the first room of the row, came out and was mildly surprised to see Lin Shen up so early. Old Yu, was anyone staying in this room last night? Lin Shen asked with a frown, turning towards old Yu. No, there are only so many of us here, with set rooms for everyone. It's just the three of you newcomers, there's nobody else. Yu seemed to have thought of something, looked around, then pulled Lin Shen to one side, his eyes staring into Lin Shen's as he lowered his voice and asked, What exactly do you mean? Didn't I tell you last time that I heard a woman singing in the next room? Last night I heard it again, Lin Shen said. Yu's face turned very ugly. Lin, you can't just spout nonsense like that. I really heard it, Lin Shen affirmed with certainty. He couldn't have misheard. On the first day, he had even seen that woman. Seeing how certain Lin Shen was, Yu's expression shifted uncertainly for a long while before finally gritting his teeth and saying, Lin, it's enough that you and I know this matter. Absolutely do not go spreading it around. Why not? Lin Shen was puzzled. Just don't ask, and don't tell. I'll waive the rent for your room. And, whatever you do, don't even think about going to the stone house next door at night, not even stepping outside. Yu seemed afraid that Lin Shen would continue to ask and quickly left. A short while later, Yu took a large lockout from his own room and locked the door to the stone house next to Lin Shen's. No matter what Lin Shen asked him thereafter, he refused to say anything more. Soon, more people began to emerge, with most heading straight out to hunt. Zyman's swordsman was looking much better than the day before, at least stable enough not to sway while riding on the gray crystal triangular sheep. After exchanging glances, Lin Shen smiled and greeted him, but Zyman's swordsman simply turned his face away and left the village without looking back. Lin Shen didn't mind and went to ask Yu for information again. At first, Yu was somewhat annoyed, but once he realized Lin Shen wasn't asking about the woman, he immediately put on a smile. One piece of heavenly currency for a piece of news, Yu said with a grin. Lin Shen asked about Ascension and Ascension eggs, and Yu provided clear explanations. Humans here lacked the equipment to turn Ascension eggs into oral liquids. Most humans would choose to leave Giant Ring Star, seeking Ascension on another planet. If one insisted on ascending on Giant Ring Star, they would have to enlist the help of Celestials or the advanced species living in the star belt. Lin Shen had no choice but to put aside the thought of helping his elder sister ascend for the time being. He dared not show the mutated Ascension egg to the Celestials or those advanced species. It would be like handing over a hefty gold nugget for thieves to handle. The humans here rarely interacted with each other, even showing a degree of coldness. Apart from Yu, everyone seemed to be avoiding interaction as much as possible. During the day, the village was entirely deserted. Yu said that most people who came to Giant Ring Star had no choice, compelled by desperate reasons. After all, who would come to such a godforsaken place? After packing his things, Lin Shen planned to explore farther afield. If he found nothing new, he was ready to find a secluded place to teleport to Realm King Planet. Before he could even leave the village gate, he saw a bright light flying in the sky. Could that be Tianshun? Lin Shen frowned. Before, he had thought about taking advantage of Tianshun, but he no longer had that intention. At least, he did not have the capability now. Sure enough, the flying object landed in front of Lin Shen. After the canopy opened, a pixelated figure was revealed. Get in. Tianshun opened the door to the passenger side and gestured for Lin Shen to hop in. Chapter 257, Star Belt. Lin Shen didn't hesitate and immediately took his seat. After all, he was no match for Tianshun, and this was Tianshun's territory. There was no need for coy calculations. There were hardly any people in the village to begin with. Only Yu had witnessed this scene, his mouth agape, unable to close it for a long while. Damn, did that kid just get incredibly lucky, and Tianshun took a liking to him? That can't be right. How could a big shot from the celestial race fancy a human mutator? You felt like he was really getting old and couldn't understand the world anymore. If Tianshun wanted to trouble Lin Shen or had any matter to discuss with him, she certainly wouldn't need to come to find him personally, let alone let a human mutator aboard her flying vehicle. This Lin Shen is no simple guy, Yu calculated inwardly, wondering if he should try to improve his relationship with Lin Shen in the future. After Lin Shen boarded the flying vehicle, Tianshun immediately took off into the sky. You're not going to ask why I'm looking for you, Tianshun, seeing Lin Shen sitting there quietly and not saying a word, couldn't help but become curious. Isn't it because of what I said about wanting to marry you, and you're here to settle the score? Lin Shen wore a face of surprise. Of course not, Tianshun rolled her eyes. You know who I am now, right? I do, Lin Shen nodded. Still want to marry me? Tianshun asked him with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Yes, Lin Shen nodded earnestly. You can think about it, but if you don't want to die, keep your mouth shut. Tianshun dropped her smile and continued while piloting the flying machine. There's something I need you to do. Once it's done, I'll give you a status allowing you to live on my paradise island. What status? Lin Shen asked in surprise, looking at Tianshun. What status do you want? Tianshun asked with narrowed eyes. Anything, Lin Shen, eyes downcast, dared not say anything too bold, knowing when to stop. In a few days, my little nephew will be coming to Giant Ring Star, and I plan to give him a small gift as a welcome present. The item is on a floating island in the Star Belt. I can't go onto the island. You go and get the item for me, and I will give you permanent residence on Paradise Island, Tianshun revealed her purpose. If you can't manage to get there, how am I, a mere mutator, supposed to complete such a daunting task? Lin Shen frowned. With that kind of courage, you still plan to go after me? Tian Shun mocked. Don't worry, there's a nirvana creature on that floating island which is extremely unfriendly towards the celestial race, but very friendly towards humans. You just need to go there and take an item. Unless you're seeking death and provoke it by going into the creature's lair, there's no danger. As she spoke, Tian Shun gave the evil dragon capsule back to Lin Shen. I can't get too close to that place and can't let it notice that you're with me. Otherwise, as soon as you land on the island, you're as good as dead. For the last stretch, you'll have to go by yourself. Are you sure there's no danger? Lin Shen took the capsule and asked again. Do you think, with my status, I would waste my time on such trivial matters? Tian Shun was already somewhat displeased. I have a sister, Lin Shen thought for a moment and said. 2 permanent residencies, Tian Shun offered generously. Can you tell me what's on the island in detail? I should at least know where to go and what to fetch, Lin Shen thought for a moment, feeling it would be better to learn more. On that island, there's only one nirvana creature named the Hell Gatekeeper. It's quite hostile to other races, but fairly friendly towards humans. Once you're on the island, as long as you don't do anything foolishly suicidal, you'll be fine. After you land on the island, just follow the staircase upwards. There will be many corpses, wreckage, and various spirit bases and so forth on both sides. Look for a sword-shaped spirit base there. Take it and bring it back. Tian Shun pressed something and a holo image of a large sword appeared on the screen of the flying vessel. The hilt of the sword featured an angel figure with outstretched wings that formed the sword's guard. The blade was like white jade, with a holy radiance flowing within, resembling a surging sacred spring. After seeing this, Lin Shen didn't ask anything and was surprisingly silent, which made Tian Shun a bit astonished. Aren't you going to ask about the origins of this sword? Lin Shen shook his head. It's not important. After all, it's not being given to me. 10th turn spirit base, Archangel Sword. Even though Lin Shen did not inquire, Tian Shun felt compelled to tell. Being your nephew must be such bliss. Are you in need of any more nephews? Tian Shun couldn't help but roll his eyes again. If you don't want to die, you should only take the Archangel Sword. Don't touch anything else, not even a thread or a needle. Otherwise, don't blame me if you end up dead. Got it, I'm not greedy. Lin Shen suppressed his curiosity, not asking why the 10th turn Archangel Sword had been left there. Even if he didn't ask, Lin Shen could guess some of it. It was very likely that the celestial race had once besieged the nirvana creature on the island and failed, resulting in the loss of many celestials there, unable to even retrieve their spirit bases. The place must be quite dangerous, but Tian Shun's confidence in sending him there meant that it wasn't a fool's errand, and there was no point in wasting time and energy otherwise. If there was any danger, Lin Shen had a teleporter at hand, so he still had some means of escaping with his life. As the two spoke, the flying vessel had already burst through the atmosphere, getting closer to the star belt. The star belt was much larger than Lin Shen had imagined. The closer one got to the star belt, the more magnificent it seemed, endless like a celestial river. Looking back, Lin Shen could take in the entirety of the giant planet. It was a green planet, mostly covered in vegetation, with just a small part being blue ocean. With no points of reference, it was hard to determine just how many times larger the giant ring star was compared to the human mother planet. As they neared the star belt, Lin Shen noticed a problem. Indeed, the star belt was made up of countless floating meteorites of various sizes. But between those meteorites there appeared to be a layer of transparent substance, like a misty veil, connecting them. And the true source of the illumination were those substances. Countless meteorites, like the pebbles in a river, were immersed in the misty, veil-like light. The spectacle was magical and stunning, indescribably moving. What is that glowing thing? Lin Shen curiously asked. Star rings. The reason the giant ring star is called so is because of the existence of these star rings, Tian Shun said impassively. We're almost there. I can only take you this far. The floating ring island you need to go to is right there. You have to manage the rest of the journey on your own. Within the star rings, you don't have to worry about breathing. The star rings are very friendly toward life. The environment here is much better than inside the giant ring star. Following the direction pointed out by Tian Shun, Lin Shen looked and immediately knew which floating ring island Tian Shun was referring to. Because that floating ring island was simply too large, if not seen from here, Lin Shen felt it would be more appropriate to call it a planet. Lin Shen personally thought that just the volume of that one floating ring island might be greater than the human mother planet. Chapter 258, reserved for the destined person. Lin Shen rode the evil dragon through the star belt, and just as Tian Shun had said, humans could indeed survive very freely in the star belt. The breathing was very smooth, much more comfortable than inside the giant ring star. The sensation within the star belt was incredibly wondrous, made up of a marvelous substance that seemed to exist between liquid and gas. He could sense its slight resistance and viscosity, yet he couldn't quite grasp it. Breathing it in made his body feel comfortably warm. If there were a bed here, Lin Shen reckoned he could fall asleep immediately. All around were massive floating ring islands, with the larger ones comparable to planets and the smaller ones the size of real islands. Each floating ring island was covered in lush vegetation, colorful and pleasing to the eye. The floating island that Tian Shun referred to was the largest one, covered in all sorts of flowers and plants, like an enormous airborne garden. Strangely, on that floating island, there was a distinct scar-like area, void of any plant life, ugly and lifeless as if a long wound on a planet's surface. There must be some trick to that spot, right? Could it be that walking this path would drain a person's life force, deplete their lifespan, and that's why Tian Xun wanted me to go? Lin Shen had never truly trusted Tian Xun from the start, he just lacked the strength to refuse her. He possessed the evolution theory within him, so he wasn't too afraid of these unique environments. Let's go down and take a look, Lin Shen said as he rode the evil dragon onto the vast floating ring island. Unlike Giant Ring Star, the floating ring island itself was immersed within the star belt, with no atmosphere to protect it. Lin Shen easily entered the island, his finger constantly on the button of his wristwatch, ready to initiate an emergency transmission escape at any sign of danger. As he got closer, Lin Shen could see more clearly. The ugly scar turned out to be a stone staircase running through the mountains. With barren mountains on either side of the stairway, it appeared quite stark from above. Once he landed at the start of the stone path, he immediately saw many skeletons lying around. Some of them still had their clothes intact, many of which were very high-quality battle clothes, much more advanced than the ultra-burn battlesuits. Most of those skeletons had wing-like bones, presumably belonging to the celestial race. Scattered around were various spirit bases, covered in thick dust, their original appearances obscured. Some skeletons clearly didn't belong to the celestial race, showing all sorts of strange characteristics. It seems that those who once surrounded the Hell Gatekeeper weren't just from the celestial race. Lin Shen continued upwards along the stone steps, occasionally glancing at the information on his wristwatch. His theoretical lifespan limit hadn't changed, indicating that his earlier thoughts might have been an overreaction. At least this path didn't seem to consume his lifespan. Since his body felt no discomfort and the evolution theory wasn't activated, the path turned out to be unexpectedly easy to traverse. As Lin Shen walked, he searched for the Archangel's sword. He hadn't found the sword yet, but the various skeletons and items he encountered greatly surprised him. Every short distance he came across numerous skeletons and broken spirit bases. Who knows how many Ascenders had died here? He had only walked a short distance and had already seen no less than 1,000 skeletons. Tian Xun, on another ring island far away, was using the equipment on the flying vessel to remotely monitor every move that Lin Shen made. Good, he hasn't been greedy enough to take those spirit bases. But this isn't the real test yet. It should be coming up soon. Will he still be able to control his greed after he sees that? Tian Xun watched Lin Shen with great interest. She wasn't concerned with Lin Shen's life or death. If Lin Shen died, she could find another human to retrieve the sword for her. Eventually, someone would be able to bring back the Archangel's sword. As long as they weren't greedy, it wouldn't be a difficult task. Under Tian Xun's watchful eye, Lin Shen reached a section where the stone steps were damaged. The stone steps in this section were severely damaged. It was almost impossible to see any intact ones, and the mountainsides on both sides had collapsed extensively, forming two massive pits. There were many fallen rocks on the stone steps, so Lin Shen had to climb up using both hands and feet. The main issue was that he didn't know where the Archangel's sword was located, and Tian Xun had also warned him that after ascending the stone steps, he couldn't use pets for flying, and it was best not to use other pets either. Suddenly, Lin Shen noticed a person sitting on a large rock inside one of the pits at the side. The reason he said it was a person, and not a skeleton, was because that person wore a complete suit of carapace armor. Dressed in purple jade armor, the figure sat cross-legged on the large rock, as still as an old monk in meditation. Not a speck of dust on him. There was not a single scratch on his armor. It didn't look like he was a dead man at all. Can a dead person still maintain armor? Lin Shen had never seen a dead person maintain their armor, but according to Tian Xun's tone, there shouldn't be any living people here. Suddenly, Lin Shen saw that between the hands of that person, there was a purple egg. Lin Shen had never seen such an egg before. It resembled a profound miniature universe, with countless stars moving within, their light flickering and vanishing, numerous galaxies spinning and speeding, possessing an indescribable mystery. Not knowing what creature's egg it was, Lin Shen just took a few glances and prepared to continue upward. As his eyes swept across the large rock under that person, Lin Shen stopped in his tracks again. Inscribed on the rock were several lines of text, in the common human language that Lin Shen could understand. Here lies my friend, the Slaughterer King, in transformation. The nirvana egg of the god-devouring beast awaits the destined. Forbidden for non-humans, or calamity shall befall. Damn, is that a nirvana egg? Lin Shen couldn't believe his eyes as he stared wide-eyed. Gazing at the egg of the god-devouring beast for a good while, Lin Shen really felt tempted. The value of a nirvana egg was unimaginable. The resources just one of these could bring were more than enough for Lin Shen's 10th turn ascension, not to mention the inscription said it was forbidden for non-humans. After staring at the nirvana egg for a good while, Lin Shen took a deep breath, withdrew his gaze, and continued to climb. It's a good treasure, but I fear I might not live to enjoy it, Lin Shen murmured to himself. If the nirvana egg was so easy to take, why would it simply be left here, not taken by anyone? The celestial race wasn't foolish, and it would be no trouble for Tian Xun to bring thousands of humans here, so if it were possible to take it, it would have been taken long ago. Its current presence here could only mean that no one was able to take it. Lin Shen always believed that life was more important than anything else. If not for the lack of ability to refuse, he wouldn't have agreed to Tian Xun's request to come here for the Archangel's sword. To resist the temptation, your nature is not bad. Tian Xun was quite relieved to see Lin Shen not touch the Nirvana egg, and could at least confirm that her judgment wasn't wrong, and she hadn't chosen the wrong person. Just when she was feeling reassured, Lin Shen, who hadn't walked far, turned back, his eyes intently fixed on the corpse of the Slaughterer King. Chapter 259, 28 Fists. Tian Xun's eye twitched, and she couldn't help but mutter softly, "I knew it. Men are unreliable, whether they are celestials or humans." Lin Shen had returned, not because of the god-devouring beast's egg, but because he had thought of something else. His gaze was not on the Nirvana egg, but on the several lines of text below it. "My friend Slaughterer King passed away here. What does this sentence mean? Does it mean that he had a friend who killed a king of people and then passed away here? Or does it mean his friend was called Slaughterer King? According to normal reasoning, the latter should be correct. There are not many people surnamed Tu. Those who managed to break out into the universe and had some achievements. I seem to have heard of just one family," thought Lin Shen, naturally referring to the Tu family of Tu Xiaodao. If this Slaughterer King really was a human, then the likelihood that he came from the Tu family was extremely high. Lin Shen took out a small notebook and pen that he carried with him, planning to sketch down this Slaughterer King and later show it to Tu Xiaodao to see if he was from their family. If he indeed belonged to the Tu family, perhaps the Tu family would have a chance to take the god-devouring beast's egg. Lin Shen's memory was rather average, and he couldn't remember things that were not too important after a while, so it was more reliable to sketch down the details. Unfortunately, he had not learned to draw properly when he was young. His artistic skills were not even entry-level. He was only capable of stick-figure-level drawings. Fortunately, he only needed to capture some details. Such a high level of drawing skill was not necessary. Tian Xun, who watched from a distance, was somewhat baffled by Lin Shen's actions, not understanding what he was doing or why he would want to draw a dead person. While drawing, Lin Shen suddenly noticed something. The carapace of Slaughterer King was covered with some strange patterns. It's normal for carapaces to have patterns. Many advanced evolution skills result in various designs and patterns. The problem was that these patterns didn't seem to be naturally part of the carapace, but rather engraved onto it later on. Because the carapace naturally had patterns, those engraved patterns mingled with the natural ones, and because the techniques used were so similar to the natural ones, it was usually hard to spot that some of the patterns were added later on. Lin Shen wanted to sketch the patterns to help the Tu family identify them, and it was while tracing them that he discovered some patterns were later engravings. He didn't notice by looking at the engraving marks, but rather the edges and corners where those patterns lay made him extremely uncomfortable while drawing, giving him the sense that they were somewhat out of place. Why would someone engrave patterns on a carapace? Were these patterns engraved while he was alive, or after he died? Lin Shen was very curious, flipping a page in his notebook, and on the new page he separately drew those engraved patterns. As he drew, Lin Shen felt that these patterns somewhat resembled human movements, though they were drawn in a very abstract way, even more minimalistic than stick figures. At first, Lin Shen was a bit uncertain, but he tried to mimic the movements suggested by the patterns, and to his surprise, they formed a coherent sequence of motion. What are these movements for? Why would they be engraved on someone's carapace? After trying the movements, Lin Shen suddenly felt that the base mutation strength within his body began to flow with these movements. This thing can actually mobilize base mutation strength. Lin Shen was even more astonished within his heart. While Lin Shen was astonished here, Tian Xun, on the other hand, was even more astonished. "My friend's 28 fists, how could it?" Tian Xun watched Lin Shen incredulously. The postures he took left her feeling unimaginable. Lin Shen's understanding of that sentence was somewhat off. It meant neither that a human called the Slaughterer King had passed away here, nor that his friend had slaughtered a king and then passed away here. This person's name was actually my friend, and the king he slaughtered wasn't a human, but a Nirvana creature. If Lin Shen had been able to see his face, he wouldn't have mistaken him for a human. Unfortunately, it was hidden by a carapace, and Lin Shen couldn't see it. What's the deal with this person? Where did he learn the 28 fists from? Could it be that he's related to my friend and came to Giant Ringstar for this purpose? No, that's not right. He's a human. How could my friend possibly teach his 28 fists to a human? Not to mention humans, even for a great race like us. Celestials, he's always been disdainful. Tian Xun was well aware of what not for non-racial beings meant. The term racial beings referred not to humans, but to all humanoid species. But if he has no relation to my friend, how could he know the 28 fists? Could it be that he just learned them now? Tian Xun found it hard to believe. How could one learn the 28 fists from a dead person? My friend's body had been examined by many celestials and individuals from other species. Many had even tried to take the god-devouring egg, meeting horrendous fates without even ashes left behind. Nobody discovered that my friend had left behind the 28 fists when he died. If so, it should have been found long ago. What exactly did that guy do? Ch201 watched Lin Shen in amazement. She could clearly see that Lin Shen's initial movements were very unpracticed. He must have just learned them. But how did he manage to learn the 28 fists from a dead person? Ch201 couldn't see what Lin Shen had drawn in his notebook, so she couldn't guess. Can humans actually practice the 28 fists? If humans can do it, can I possibly do it too? Ch201 couldn't help but ponder. Despite its commonplace-sounding name, Ch201 knew just how terrifying the 28 fists were. In the past, my friend had used the 28 fists to roam the universe and essentially suppress all Nirvana-level powerhouses of his generation. The 28 fists isn't precisely an evolution skill, it's more like a method of utilizing strength. It can work like an innate skill, producing miraculous effects, yet it isn't an innate skill, it's more like a skill acquired through later training. Being able to practice the 28 fists theoretically equates to possessing an additional skill, and a particularly terrifying one at that. Compared to the Archangel's sword, the 28 fists are 1,000 times more precious. With this discovery, Ch201 no longer cared about the Archangel's sword. A 10th turn spirit base wasn't difficult for her to find, and she could give her nephew other gifts, but the 28 fists were a unique cosmic treasure. After my friend's Nirvana, the 28 fists had vanished from the universe. Unexpectedly, Ch201 saw them once again in Lin Shen today. However, Ch201 still couldn't be sure whether Lin Shen had just imitated the appearance or had really learned the 28 fists. If it was just the appearance of the movements, then it was of no use. Ch201 now wished she could drag Lin Shen back and ask him clearly to forget about retrieving the Archangel's sword, but unfortunately she couldn't go to the island and had to forcefully wait for Lin Shen's return. Chapter 260 Archangel's Sword. Lin Shen followed those abstract movements for practice, and, unexpectedly, it stirred the flow of base mutation power within his body, which felt incredibly miraculous. However, he had previously practiced such base mutation techniques that could be initiated through movements, so he wasn't too astonished. The only difference was that the stepping on the immortal court mainly focused on leg and movement technique, whereas these movements exercised the arms. Of course, it wasn't only the arms being activated, the whole body was involved, but ultimately, the direction of the power flow was toward the arms. Once all the body's strength was drawn to his arms, Lin Shen felt an urge to swing his arms and punch, as if it would be unsatisfying not to do so. Acting on instinct, Lin Shen threw a punch, and then something unbelievable happened. The force within his punch actually burst forth from his fist like a missile being launched. Bang! Lin Shen was about a dozen meters away from the corpse, and yet his punch managed to hit the body from that distance. Seeing this scene, Ch201 was both shocked and enraged. What shocked her was that Lin Shen had indeed mastered the 28 fists, but what made her furious was that the young man was courting death by daring to hit her friend's corpse. Let alone a mere mutator, even if a Nirvana being dared to touch her friend's corpse, they would undoubtedly bring disaster on themselves. It's over. It's over. That kid is done for. He is only himself to blame for seeking his own death. But that 28 fists, Ch201 felt her brain flooding with blood, wishing she could slap Lin Shen to death. How could Lin Shen have known his fist power would burst out from the fist, striking the corpse from over a dozen meters away? That just wasn't scientific, okay? Not even ascenders could launch fist attacks out of thin air. Long-range attacks relied on life base. There were also some long-distance innate skills, but those mostly involved light-based skills, and most weren't directly harmful, with the more common ones being illusion techniques. A talent like the Blood Prison Kings, which could bind enemies from a distance, was already exceptionally rare for long-range skills. Lin Shen's pure strength-based long-range ability was even rarer. It's not to say none existed, but they were very seldom seen. The spatial fist power hit the corpse, and it gradually disintegrated into countless particles right before Lin Shen's eyes, scattering and disappearing. In a moment, the corpse vanished without a trace, leaving not even a speck of ash, only the Nirvana-level god, devouring beast egg rolled to the ground. Lin Shen was dumbfounded. How could he have imagined that his punch would obliterate the corpse? It's over. It's over. If this was indeed an elder's corpse from the Tu family and I obliterated it with a punch, how am I supposed to explain this to Tu Xiaodao? Lin Shen's face changed unpredictably. Ch201's face also underwent an array of changes upon witnessing this scene. She could now be certain that Lin Shen had learned the 28 fists from her friend's corpse, and that this was indeed the inheritance of the 28 fists deliberately left by her friend. Even Lin Shen's final punch on her friend's body must have been calculated by her friend, otherwise it wouldn't have been her friend's body that disappeared under that punch. Moreover, the fact that the Hell Gatekeeper had not appeared meant that this happened according to her friend's wishes. Otherwise, the Hell Gatekeeper would have definitely shown up. My friend, such cunning planning, your 28 fists have eventually been passed down. But did you ever consider that the one inheriting your 28 fists is but a human? Ch201's expression was complex. A human who had inherited the 28 fists. If his innate talent wasn't too poor, and even if resources were recklessly used, as long as he reached the Nirvana level, he would surely become a force that could shake the universe. Although he might not be able to suppress his peers like my friend, he wouldn't be too far off. Now, what Tianxun is thinking is whether he could learn the 28 fists from Lin Shen. With her innate skills and abilities, as long as she could master the 28 fists, she might be invincible among her peers in the future. Lin Shen was stunned for a good while, helplessly shaking his head and giving a wry smile. He put away his notebook and continued walking forward. Although accidentally destroying the corpse was not his intention, things had come to this point, and if this person really was a senior member of the Tu family, he could only confess to Tu Xiaodao. Lin Shen did not take the god-devouring beast egg, heeding Tianxun's words. Aside from the Archangel's sword, he wouldn't touch anything else. Survival came first. Tianxun, seeing how Lin Shen ignored the god-devouring beast egg, was somewhat at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Is there really someone that timid who wouldn't even be tempted by a nirvana egg just because the inscription reads non-human clans do not take? Does he truly not feel even a trace of desire? Lin Shen had his own thoughts. Although he didn't know what level the Slaughterer King was, since he had the Nirvana egg and nobody else could take it away, it was highly probable that he was of Nirvana level. Even beings of the Nirvana level died here, which suggested just how terrifying the Hell Gatekeeper on the island must be. He mustn't lose his life over wealth. As he continued upward, the number of bones and various objects diminished, but the quality appeared to be better than those he had seen before. There were glowing armors of various kinds, pet launchers of different styles, and Lin Shen even spotted something resembling a Gatling gun pet launcher. Lin Shen really wanted to take that gadget, but ultimately he resisted the urge. He lifted his head to look up, seeing that the path ahead was still very long. The intervals between the appearance of skeletons were getting longer. Sometimes he'd walk for over 10 miles before seeing a single set of bones. Suddenly, Lin Shen saw a corpse. It wasn't a skeleton, but a real, fresh corpse. The clots of blood formed on the corpse suggested it was fresh. Human, Lin Shen observed the human who died next to the steps. The person was lying there, clutching something tightly in hand, his body covered with wounds that looked as though he had been hacked multiple times by a blade. He didn't die from the cuts, but rather bled to death here. Lin Shen felt a chill in his heart and knew that this person was most likely the one Tianxun had sent to retrieve the Archangel's sword earlier. For some reason, he couldn't resist the temptation and reached for something beside the stairs, dying in the process. After glancing at him, Lin Shen no longer paid attention and continued forward. Whether others could survive, he didn't know, but he was determined to survive. Quickening his pace, he continued onward. After an unknown period, he finally saw the Archangel's sword. The Archangel's sword was embedded in a rock, with half of its blade sunk in. Yet, from the exposed portion, one could be very certain it was the Archangel's sword. Next to the rock lay a celestial skeleton. He leaned against the rock in death, and it was unclear whether he himself had thrust the Archangel's sword into the rock before dying. Lin Shen took a deep breath, approached the rock, placed one hand on the hilt of the Archangel's sword, and the other hand in his pocket, holding on to a mechanical watch. If anything went wrong, he would immediately teleport away. Fortunately, the dangers he had anticipated did not arise, and with a slight effort, Lin Shen managed to pull out the Archangel's sword. The sword was unexpectedly light, so light it seemed weightless, almost like a feather despite its size. Chapter 261 regretted it. Upon seeing Lin Shen acquire the Archangel's sword, he turned around and came back without a moment's hesitation, leaving Tianxun with no choice but to sigh at how steady Lin Shen truly was. Lin Shen ran back without stopping for a breather, only summoning the evil dragon again after he was out of the stone steps area, and then he rode the dragon and departed the ring-shaped island. From beginning to end, he never saw the Hell Gatekeeper and didn't want to. Mission accomplished. Back inside the flying machine, Lin Shen handed the Archangel's sword to Tianxun. Very good. Tianxun, however, didn't care much for the Archangel's sword, simply placing it aside. What were you doing beside my friend's corpse just now? Tianxun didn't start the flying machine, instead focusing her gaze on Lin Shen as she inquired. His name was my friend? Lin Shen was slightly startled, immediately realizing from Tianxun's words that he might have misunderstood something before. You didn't know? Seeing Lin Shen's expression wasn't feigned, Tianxun knew her previous guess was correct. There was no relationship between Lin Shen and my friend, and he didn't even know of this person. A human with no connection to my friends managed to learn the 28 fists from my friend's deceased body. Does this fellow truly possess such remarkable intelligence? Tianxun's expression turned complex. She had seen my friend's body many times herself, but had never made anything of it. Was Lin Shen's talent surpassing her own? No idea. Never heard the name before. I thought his name was Slaughterer King, Lin Shen explained. If you didn't know him, why were you taking notes in a little notebook? Tianxun stared at Lin Shen as she asked. I have a friend whose surname is also Slaughterer. I thought the corpse's name was Slaughterer King and perhaps a relative of his, so I wanted to sketch it to show him later. If it turned out to be a relative, it would be like doing a good deed, Lin Shen explained, pulling out the notebook and showing Tianxun the sketch he made of my friend. Tianxun glanced at it and found that was indeed the case, though Lin Shen's drawing skills were truly rough. Had she not seen the real thing, she would never have guessed what it was supposed to be just by looking at Lin Shen's sketch. However, when comparing the sketch with the real thing, there was indeed a resemblance. You're not going to tell me that you understood the 28 fists just by drawing his likeness, are you? Tian Xun's voice was somewhat cold. What 28 fists? Lin Shen feigned confusion, then had a sudden realization. You mean those movements? I saw them on his body and just imitated them casually. Lin Shen knew that every word and action of his was being monitored by Tian Xun, and it was certain there was no way to hide anything. He had no intention of hiding from Tian Xun. He turned to the next page in his notebook and then handed it to Tian Xun. While sketching, I noticed some odd patterns on the carapace, some that weren't naturally formed but were engraved later, so I drew them. Later on, I realized these patterns resembled human movements, so I tried imitating them. I never expected they would turn out to be actual human movements, let alone that such movements could wound with fist power from a distance. It was truly unexpected. Lin Shen did not conceal anything and spoke the truth. Tian Xun, unable to spot any inconsistencies, started to examine the patterns Lin Shen had drawn. Lin Shen's drawing skills were quite abstract, with his pattern renderings being much simpler than the originals, striving primarily for an essence of the likeness. As Tian Xun studied them, she really couldn't see how the patterns were related to human movements. This made Tian Xun momentarily doubt her own intelligence and comprehension abilities. Could it be that this human has a stronger capacity for understanding than I do? Tian Xun watched Lin Shen for a while but said nothing, instead starting the flying machine and navigating with Lin Shen through the star belt. Where are we going? Lin Shen realized that Tian Xun had no intention of taking him back to the village. This was the wrong road. To my place, we'll have a good chat about these movements, Tian Xun said. That's no problem, but before we go, could I first return home? It's getting close to dark, and if I don't go back, my sister will worry. Lin Shen's round trip had taken more than 50 hours, and including the time taken by the aircraft from the village to the star belt, it had been more than 60 hours. In less than 20 hours, it would be dark again. If he didn't return before nightfall, Lin Shen feared his sister would go out looking for him, regardless of the risks. Don't worry, I've already sent someone to fetch your sister. You'll be meeting her soon, said Tian Xun as she piloted the aircraft. As long as his sister was safe, Lin Shen pondered in his heart whether Tian Xun might silence him. Although Tian Xun hadn't shown it, Lin Xun could tell she placed great importance on the so-called 28 fists. Lin Shen wouldn't mind giving her the drawings of 28 fists, even teaching it to her personally was no issue. What Lin Shen feared was that after learning 28 fists, Tian Xun might eliminate the one person who knew it him. Is 28 fists very powerful? Lin Shen tentatively asked. Of course, it's extremely powerful. Tian Xun did not intend to hide it, continuing to fly the aircraft as she spoke. It was a fist technique that amazed an era. Hearing her say this, Lin Shen's heart skipped a beat. With such a powerful technique, the chances of her silencing him seemed even higher. Such an amazing fist technique must have had many practitioners, right? Lin Shen continued to probe. Initially, it was only known to my friend. Now it has long been lost. Perhaps you are now the only person in the universe who knows 28 fists. Tian Xun saw through Lin Shen's thoughts and said with a smile while looking at him. Lin Shen sighed softly, asked no more questions, and closed his eyes to rest against the back of the chair. He now regretted meddling. He shouldn't have bothered with drawing the likeness. If he hadn't drawn it, he wouldn't have discovered those special patterns. And having discovered the patterns, he shouldn't have imitated them on the spot. It was curiosity that killed the cat, after all. Seeing Lin Shen's bitter expression, Tian Xun burst into laughter. This guy really is as timid as a mouse, said Tian Xun with a smile. Regretting now? Unfortunately, it's too late. Now that you're the only person in the universe who knows 28 fists, I have no choice but to silence you. You won't do it, Lin Shen said with his eyes still closed, actually feeling more relaxed. Oh, you think I won't? Tian Xun's expression turned cold, and her eyes were as sharp as knives. You haven't learned it yet. What if you can't learn it? If you can't, would you still have the heart to kill the only person who knows 28 fists? Lin Shen spoke calmly. You think if you don't teach, I can't learn it? Tian Xun said coldly. Not only will I teach, but I'll also teach with dedication and attention to detail. What if you still can't learn it then? Lin Shen opened his eyes and looked at Tian Xun as he spoke. Chapter 262, No Technique. What if I did manage to master it? Tian Xun was already somewhat angry. Lin Shen's words were clearly disparaging her, a direct insult. If you manage it, I, Lin Shen, am willing to follow by your side, at your beck and call, without a word of complaint for the rest of my life. If you don't succeed, I'm not asking for anything else, just for a chance to pursue you, Lin Shen pronounced righteously. Hearing Lin Shen's words, Tian Xun laughed in anger. You're thinking too beautifully, aren't you? Whether I succeed or not, you get to live. This calculation of yours really makes the whole universe resonate. Is that not acceptable? Lin Shen sighed. Of course not. If I manage it, I will chop off your head, Tian Xun snorted coldly. Can we not chop it off? Lin Shen asked helplessly. That's also fine, Tian Xun unexpectedly replied. Then it's a deal, Lin Shen immediately said. It's a deal. If I manage it, I'll keep your head up there and chop off the rest below, Tian Xun pretended to say casually. Then you might as well kill me. I haven't yet spread the branches of my family, which would be more painful than killing me, Lin Shen sighed. We agreed on a deal, so how could I possibly break my promise and grow fat on it? You better pray I don't succeed, otherwise Tian Xun didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. Lin Shen didn't make a sound, unsure whether Tian Xun was really serious or just trying to scare him. But even if she was serious, Lin Shen wasn't entirely without chances of winning. His claim that Tian Xun couldn't succeed wasn't just empty talk meant to scare. He had practiced stepping on the celestial court before and knew that this evolution skill was not something one could master just by getting the movements right. The crux of the matter was understanding the essence of the technique. Without grasping the momentum, perfect movements would still lead to failure. Stepping on the celestial court also includes a few prefaces explaining its artistic conception, which are of great help for comprehending its momentum. 28 Fists, however, only offers movements and no other hints whatsoever. The key to mastering 28 Fists lies in the momentum hidden within those patterns. Now that the original patterns have disappeared, only the ones Lin Shen drew remain. Yet what he had drawn was too crude, markedly different from the original, and lacking the essence of momentum. Just by looking at those patterns he drew, it would be very difficult to grasp the momentum of 28 Fists. He could teach Tian Xun all the standard movements, but without the underlying artistic conception, whether she could master it was genuinely uncertain. Lin Shen was not hoping that Tian Xun would fail to master 28 Fists, because he clearly understood that his survival did not depend on whether Tian Xun could master it, but on whether Tian Xun wanted to kill him or not. Even if Lin Shen won the bet, if Tian Xun wanted him dead, she could find a myriad of reasons to carry it out. So, during this time, what Lin Shen needed to do was not to win the bet but to make Tian Xun abandon the idea of killing him. Paradise Island was no smaller than the ring-shaped islands they had visited before, and indeed, compared to the environments within the giant ring star, it could truly be described as paradise. Castles, gardens, statues. Everywhere on the island was filled with buildings brimming with artistic flair, forming a stark contrast to the village Lin Shen had previously lived in. Beautiful girls of the celestial race played the harp by the fountains, while the celestial warriors, adorned in splendid armor, patrolled the island in formation. As the flying vehicle descended, the dome of a palace-like building within the castle automatically opened to allow the vehicle to land inside. Then the dome closed again on its own. Stepping out of the flying vehicle, Lin Shen scrutinized the various magnificent statues and murals inside the building. Even the pillars were carved with reliefs that took one's breath away. Such a magnificent structure, Lin Shen had only seen in video recordings. From before the base variant creatures arrived, when humanity was at its peak, would such buildings have been possible? Now, human architecture is all about practicality, solid metal fortresses completely unlike the buildings of the past. Yet within this vast palatial building, there wasn't a single person. Your elder sister has already been taken to her guest room, and you can now talk to her. Tian Xun received a message, directly opened the communication mode, and handed the communicator to Lin Shen. Lin Shen saw the projected image from the communicator. It was indeed his elder sister, Lin Miao. The two talked briefly, saying too much wasn't appropriate. Lin Shen simply reassured his sister, asking her to settle down for now. Now let me see how difficult your pose is, and whether I can actually learn it or not. Tian Xun sat down on a chair in the hall, chin in hand, and watched Lin Shen speak. Lin Shen nodded, initially wanting to demonstrate the whole set of movements, but he found that he couldn't remember them all without looking at the little booklet. Could you give me back my booklet? I need to take a look to jog my memory, Lin Shen said helplessly. You can't even remember the moves? Tian Xun frowned slightly, thinking Lin Shen was fooling her. A genius who could comprehend 28 Fists. How could he possibly not remember the moves? Doesn't a genius need to have a photographic memory? I know this is hard to believe, but I can only ask you to trust me. My memory really is quite poor. I don't have the ability to remember everything I see. I was just imitating those patterns earlier. I really didn't remember them, Lin Shen explained with difficulty. He too wished for an extraordinary memory, but unfortunately he lacked that talent. Tian Xun, seeing that Lin Shen did not seem to be lying, still found it hard to believe that a human with such poor memory could have such strong comprehension. However, after a moment of thought, Tian Xun still returned the small booklet to Lin Shen. Lin Shen took the booklet, flipped open to the patterns he had drawn, and imitated the movements depicted once again. As he watched and mimicked, indeed, the base mutation strength within his body was stirred up, and with a final punch, another spatial fist power was launched. The fist power struck a metal column, leaving behind a punch imprint on it. Seeing his clumsy movements, Tian Xun grew more puzzled. Could the 28 Fists really be that simple to learn that you could manage this? The moves are just like this. Try them for yourself. I'll teach you one by one, Lin Shen said. Tian Xun didn't pay him any heed and directly repeated Lin Shen's movements. One has to say Tian Xun's memory was indeed too strong. She had watched from afar just once before, and now again only twice in total, and she was able to perform each move without error. Not only were the moves correct, they were even smoother and more graceful than Lin Shen's, as if she had practiced them countless times before. However, until the very last punch, there was no spatial fist power coming from her fist. Have you ever practiced 28 Fists before? Lin Shen asked Tian Xun, astonished. No. If you haven't practiced, how could you be so skilled? Lin Shen asked again. Such matters you, a mere mortal, cannot understand, Tian Xun said lightly, the corner of her mouth slightly upturned. The moves are correct. Now tell me the secret technique. Secret technique? What secret technique? It's only these patterned moves. There's no secret technique. Lin Shen shook his head. Chapter 263, The Devout Seraph H.F. If you think that by not telling me the technique you can blackmail me, then you are sorely mistaken. Tian Xun's gaze turned icy, leaving no doubt that if Lin Shen dared to say there was no technique, she would subject him to 1,000 cuts. That person's corpse, you must have seen it many times by now. If there really was such a thing as a technique, could you have missed it? Lin Shen flipped to the sketch he had drawn of his friend and handed it to Tian Xun. Though my drawing may not be pleasant to the eye, the details should all be there. Do you think there could be any technique hidden within it? Tian Xun took it and looked it over, finding it indeed matched her memory. The details were all correct. With her memory, she should not be mistaken. However, she couldn't bring herself to believe that just these movements alone could develop the 28 fists. It was illogical. At that time, I simply imitated these movements, and the base mutation power within me naturally responded. There really isn't any technique. Lin Shen paused, then continued, I feel that this evolution skill doesn't need a technique. One just needs to grasp the essence of these movements to trigger the base mutation power within. It's a pity that the man's corpse was destroyed. If we could see the original carapace engravings, we might be able to sense some essence. Lin Shen shared his insight openly, withholding nothing. Tian Xun remained doubtful, yet also found Lin Shen's words to carry some truth. If there really was a technique, she couldn't have possibly missed it. It seemed there might truly be no technique. Tian Xun pondered for a moment, then tried again. This time her movements were even more fluid, and there was a sort of momentum that was indescribable with words. But when the final punch was thrown, there was still no appearance of spatial fist power. You have to believe me, I wouldn't joke with my own life. How about I demonstrate it one more time? Lin Shen hurriedly performed the sequence again. But because he hadn't looked at the manual, after over a dozen movements, he couldn't remember the ones that followed, so he had to pick up the manual and practice while looking at it. Indeed, when the final punch was delivered, the spatial fist power was unleashed again, and this time it seemed even stronger. The impression of the fist left on the metal pillar was now a few fractions deeper than before. Tian Xun watched and said nothing, then repeated the sequence herself, still to no effect. Before Lin Shen could speak again, Tian Xun tried several more times, even deliberately imitating Lin Shen's movements, making her own look less smooth and as clumsy as Lin Shen's. The outcome was still the same. She could not unleash the spatial fist power no matter how hard she tried. You're playing with me, aren't you? Tian Xun stared intensely at Lin Shen, feeling insulted in her intelligence. She, a brilliant member of the celestial race, had achieved nirvana at 10th turn in just a little over 30 years, becoming a great nirvana, being at the youngest age the celestial race had seen in centuries. Her talent was rare even among the powerful cosmic races. If she couldn't master the 28 fists, while Lin Shen, who couldn't even remember the moves properly, could do so effortlessly, she was convinced that Lin Shen was hiding the true technique of the 28 fists, not that her talent was insufficient. I know you won't believe anything I say now, but there really isn't a technique. Even if you killed me, I couldn't just conjure a technique to give you, Lin Shen said helplessly. No need to kill you. I have my ways to make you speak the truth, Tian Xun declared, as countless pristine white light particles rose within her body. These white light particles coalesced before her, quickly forming a six-winged angel holding a scepter topped with a halo, the blazing angel's base. This is my life base, the devout blazing angel. Tian Xun looked at Lin Shen as the blazing angel raised its scepter high, the gem at the top emitting a sacred halo. Like ripples in the water, the halo spread out in waves, enveloping the entire hall within a halo of light. What's your name? Tian Xun suddenly asked. Lin Shen? Lin Shen didn't understand the point of Tian Xun's question. He felt nothing unusual within the halo. Do you wish to kill me? Tian Xun continued. No, Lin Shen answered cautiously. Tian Xun slightly startled. This answer left Tian Xun slightly startled, as if she had not expected such a response. A flicker of surprise passed through Tian Xun's eyes before she asked again, Do you want to sleep with me? I do. Lin Shen had intended to say something else, but as the words reached his lips, they turned into a single word of affirmation. A shock went through Lin Shen's heart as he roughly guessed what Tian Xun was up to. Her devout blazing angel's base actually had the ability to make people incapable of lying. This is bad. Lin Shen inwardly cursed, realizing that if Tian Xun kept asking questions like this, and if she asked something truly incriminating, he would be as good as dead. The only consolation now was that he genuinely did not wish to kill Tian Xun, which inadvertently allowed him to avoid one disaster. This was not because Lin Shen was particularly noble or because he wanted to repay evil with kindness. It was simply because he knew he was no match for Tian Xun at the moment, so he never even thought about solving his problems by killing her. No. Lin Shen replied quite straightforwardly. This answer completely surprised Tian Xun. She could not believe that Lin Shen had managed to master 28 fists solely through those movements without any mantra. Tian Xun began to doubt whether the devout blazing angel was malfunctioning, questioning whether her skill was effective. Why did you come to Giant Ring Star? Tian Xun continued to inquire. Though she couldn't believe a human mutator could resist her life-base ability, she was even more reluctant to believe that this human had so easily mastered the 28 fists that she herself could not. Lin Shen knew he couldn't resist the blazing angel's ability and intended to keep his answer simple. While under the premise of not lying, he hoped to omit any crucial information. But once he opened his mouth, he blurted out the entire backstory of his arrival at Giant Ring Star without the ability to omit or lie about his thoughts. Lin Shen wanted to control his mouth, but no matter how much he resisted or struggled, he couldn't keep it shut. From Lin Shen's resistant behavior, Tian Xun deduced that the blazing angel's powers had not failed him and that he was telling the truth without lying. In fact, even without observation, Tian Xun knew that a mere mutator could not possibly resist the power of a blazing angel. You've actually offended Catherine? Tian Xun expressed some shock after hearing the whole story. As the Celestial Race and Demon Tribe were sworn enemies, Tian Xun naturally knew how terrifying that woman Catherine was. Is Catherine that demon princess? Lin Shen asked in return. Yes, Tian Xun replied. I didn't want to, but there was no other choice, Lin Shen said. Does the Six Paths Phoenix spirit base that your sister possesses truly have a consciousness of its own? Tian Xun seemed interested in the Six Paths Phoenix spirit base. Lin Shen didn't want to answer, but he couldn't control his mouth. Evolution theory had already begun to operate, but his body needed time to strengthen and mutate, and he was still incapable of countering the blazing angel's power. It does, Lin Shen replied with difficulty, his eyes filled with bloodshot streaks. If I were to take your sister's Six Paths Phoenix spirit base, what would you do? Tian Xun continued to press. I would pretend to submit to you at first, and once my strength was sufficient, I would kill you to retake the Six Paths Phoenix spirit base, Lin Shen blurted out uncontrollably. Right now? Do you want to kill me? Tian Xun continued her probing. Chapter 264, really can't master it, I do. Lin Shen was still unable to lie. Tian Xun looked at Lin Shen, her heart already convinced that there was indeed no mantra for the 28 fists. Yet she still found it hard to accept that Lin Shen could easily master the 28 fists, which she could not. Demonstrate the 28 fists again, Tian Xun said, diverting the topic from her previous question. Lin Shen began to demonstrate the 28 fists, but after showing 20 or so movements he could not continue and had to refer back to the manual again. Tian Xun's expression turned quite peculiar. Now she could be certain that Lin Shen had never lied, but with such memory, how had he managed to master the 28 fists? It defied logic. Following the manual, Lin Shen mimicked it once more, the 28 fists just like before, and in the end he unleashed the spatial fist power again, this time even stronger than the last. What do you feel when you use the 28 fists? Tian Xun refused to believe she could not master the 28 fists, thinking there must be a problem somewhere. Lin Shen described in detail his experience of practicing the 28 fists. After listening, Tian Xun had a thought, and the devout seraph ceased using her skill, dissolving into countless particles and returning to her body. Catherine wants you dead, but I'm determined to keep you alive. You can stay on Paradise Island. If I have any questions, I'll come find you. Now leave, Tian Xun said, and a celestial maid entered to guide Lin Shen out of the grand hall toward the guest room where Lin Miao stayed. I refuse to believe that a human mutator like him can master the 28 fists and Tian Xun, cannot. Tian Xun could not accept this outcome. She picked up the drawings Lin Shen made, compared them with the patterns in her memory, and attempted the 28 fists again. The result was even less acceptable to Tian Xun. No matter how many times she practiced, there was no response at all. Where did it go wrong? Tian Xun pondered painfully, yet could not come up with where the problem lay. Upon entering the guest room, Lin Shen saw his elder sister. Without waiting for her to ask any questions, he swept the room to ensure there was no monitoring equipment. To be extra cautious, Lin Shen still lowered his voice, speaking softly enough that only the two of them could hear, and detailed the entire situation from beginning to end. Big sis, do you think we can stay on Giant Ring Star? Lin Shen asked his elder sister. Whether we can stay or not, we have to remain here. We have no other choice. His elder sister reflected for a moment before adding, Tian Xun didn't harm you just now, nor did she take the Six Paths Phoenix. She shouldn't have the intent to kill us for the moment, but if she masters the 28 fists, that might change. After some thought, she continued, but if she can't master the 28 fists, then your chance will come. Lin Shen was slightly taken aback. Do you trust me? His elder sister seemed somewhat excited, locking eyes with Lin Shen as she asked. You're my actual sister. Who else can I trust if not you? Lin Shen found her question rather superfluous. A woman knows a woman best. I think Tian Xun has some feelings for you. Securing her could not only save our lives, but also expand the Lin family. It's killing two birds with one stone, his elder sister explained. Big sis, what kind of joke is that at a time like this? Lin Shen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. It's not a joke. Have you forgotten what happened with Wan Nianbei? His elder sister said earnestly. Although I don't mind being a kept man, and I'm open to marrying into other races, I'm not Wan Nianbei. I don't have the capital to be a kept man. Lin Shen felt his sister's idea was not at all reliable. Wan Nianbei was the man who had perfected the Six Paths Phoenix, and the one thing the Princess of Dimon coveted was that very Six Paths Phoenix. Lin Shen didn't possess it, so what made him think he could win over Tian Xun? How can you say you don't have the capital? You've mastered the 28 fists, which she couldn't. Isn't that capital? Women understand women best, trust me, you definitely have a chance, the eldest sister said with certainty. However, Lin Shen still found it unreliable. The Six Paths Phoenix was heritable, while the 28 fists were merely a skill that couldn't be passed down genetically. There was simply no need for intermarriage. Of course, though Lin Shen said he didn't mind, deep down he still felt a slight inability to accept marrying someone from another race. He still preferred human women. The eldest sister wanted to say more, but suddenly there were footsteps outside, followed by a knock at the door. Who is it? The two exchanged glances, and Lin Miao asked, It's about to get dark. Guests, please return to your rooms and do not leave before daylight. The voice outside, somewhat familiar, was that of the celestial maid who had guided Lin Shen here. Sister, let's take it one step at a time, Lin Shen said as he stepped out of the room and returned to the one next door, his own room. If Tian Xun were to harm them, siblings, there was no defense that would suffice, so Lin Shen no longer stayed beside his sister. Back in his room, Lin Shen lay on the bed, and soon the world outside the window darkened abruptly. There was a light in the room, but it too seemed to have gone out, leaving him unable to see his own hands in the pitch darkness. This place shouldn't be short of electricity, so why did the power go off as soon as it got dark? Lin Shen tried the light switch a few times, but it was still pitch black and he couldn't see a thing. Lin Shen had a thought and took out a flashlight to try it, only to find that it did not work either. So it seems it's not the absence of electricity, but rather that once it gets dark, the lights also lose their function. Lin Shen suddenly remembered something. If even the lights were useless, then where had the light in the stone house he used to live in come from? How strange. What's the deal with that woman? Lin Shen couldn't figure it out, nor had he the energy to ponder it further. Lin Shen had to prepare for the worst. If Tian Xun suddenly decided to kill them one day, he needed to know how to survive. The method the elder sister suggested, Lin Shen thought it was utterly unreliable. The best way was to leave Giant Ringstar immediately, but Tian Xun probably wouldn't let them go. Forcing their way out would only provoke Tian Xun's murderous intent. Luckily, they both had teleporter devices on their watches, which could teleport them away from Giant Ringstar at any moment. This was their greatest assurance. But the main body of the teleporter was controlled by the hands of the celestial race, so they'd need to devise a way to escape the celestial race's sphere of influence after being teleported. Luckily, this was all feasible. They could choose a time unknown to Tian Xun for teleporting, such as during a night like this. Teleporting now, and by the time daylight came and Tian Xun found them gone, they'd have several dozen hours head start. If used well, they might even be able to escape the celestial race's sphere of influence. Of course, unless it was absolutely necessary, Lin Shen did not want to take this route. Making enemies with both the Celestials and Demon would make life difficult later on, and it wasn't certain that they could escape the celestial race's influence in such a short time. Even if we have to leave, we need to plan our escape route thoroughly, Lin Shen thought. The elder sister wasn't wrong about one thing. Tian Xun probably didn't have the intention to kill them yet. Chapter 265, Ocean Heaven Island. Lin Shen was pondering all kinds of possibilities and pros and cons when he suddenly saw a glimmer of light. Turning his head to look out the window, he saw a red silhouette dancing in the distant pitch-black night sky. Lin Shen couldn't help but walk to the window to observe carefully, only to see the red silhouette flickering in and out of visibility, lighting up one moment and disappearing the next, appearing in different places, giving the impression that it could teleport or turn invisible. Because darkness robbed him of a sense of distance, it was hard to judge just how far away it was, but it seemed very far. The red light was like a beautiful phoenix dancing playfully in the night sky. Why does it look somewhat familiar? Lin Shen watched for a while and then remembered why it seemed familiar. During a previous visit to Gourd Mountain, he had seen a peculiar silhouette like a phoenix, but that silhouette was orange, and this red one looked a bit different. Aside from the color, however, the two appeared very similar. Both had an outer circle of light, while their interiors seemed like black holes. Lin Shen couldn't be sure if they were actually the same, as it was too dark here and he could only see the red silhouette, not making out the rest clearly. The phoenix-like silhouette drew closer and closer, and soon passed overhead, making Lin Shen feel even more that it closely resembled the one that appeared on Gourd Mountain. Could it be that the same creature exists on different planets? Lin Shen wondered in secret. The guest room had only this one window. Once the silhouette flew to the other side, it was out of view, and darkness engulfed the outside once again. Lin Shen drew the curtains and began to recall all the movements of 28 fists. Since there were so many movements, he only remembered some of them, and with the notebook in Tian Xun's possession, he couldn't even practice by looking at it. Lin Shen could only practice the movements he remembered, missing many he couldn't recall and mixing up the sequence of some. Thinking that it certainly wouldn't be effective in such a state, he was shocked when the base mutation energy in his body started to stir, prompting him to stop hastily. If he accidentally unleashed spatial fist power and damaged something in the guest room, that wouldn't be good. This 28 fists isn't that difficult after all. Even missing so many movements, it can still be used. Why couldn't Tianxun get it right? Could it be because of evolution theory? My talent has also improved? Lin Shen thought about it and felt it probably wasn't for that reason. Although evolution theory was miraculous, it wasn't to the extent of enhancing learning ability. Otherwise, his memory wouldn't remain as average as it was. If it's not because of evolution theory, could it be just because I've seen the original pattern and felt its artistic conception? Lin Shen felt it was partly for that reason, but it didn't seem to be the whole explanation either. Unable to figure it out, Lin Shen decided not to think about it anymore. He now wanted to know if this spatial fist power could be combined with acupoint sealing and used from afar. If possible, there would be no need to get close to an opponent to seal acupoints. Moreover, he wanted to know how far he could project spatial fist power. If the range was sufficient, he wouldn't be at such a disadvantage when battling ascenders. He wanted to go to Realm King Planet to try it out right away, but fearing he was under surveillance by Tianxun, he eventually gave up the idea and got a good night's sleep. When day broke, Lin Shen got up and opened the curtains, seeing the courtyard outside bustling with people going to and fro, servants of all races busy with something, as though they were setting up the yard. Lin Shen even saw someone who looked like a toad. He had no idea what race they belonged to. After freshening up and leaving his room, he was about to knock on his sister's door when she coincidentally came out of hers. The two exchanged a glance and headed downstairs in silent agreement, discovering that no one was restricting their movements. When a maid with deer antlers passed by, Lin Shen stopped her and asked, "Is there some sort of celebration going on today? I don't know." The antlered maid seemed truly clueless, shaking her head before she left. Lin Shen remembered that Tianxun had mentioned a few days ago that her little nephew was coming, and the Archangel's sword was the gift Tianxun had prepared for him. It seemed likely that the decorations outside were for welcoming her nephew. The two of them walked into the courtyard and, with no one paying them any attention, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Tianxun had not restricted their personal freedom. It seemed she wasn't planning on doing anything to them for the time being. "Mr. Lin, our host invites you to join her for breakfast," said a celestial, dressed quite finely, as he approached Lin Shen and Lin Miao with an elegant demeanor. "Just me?" Lin Shen asked. "Yes, please follow me," the celestial said and turned to leave. "I'll take a look around. You go ahead," Lin Miao said, waving her hand to indicate that Lin Shen should go. Lin Shen followed the celestial to the palace-like building where they had been the previous day and saw Tianxun in an enormous dining room. Her dining table was even longer than a conference table meant for many people, and Lin Shen felt that if he sat across from her, they would have to shout to converse lest she would not hear him. The table was laid with an array of food, all beautifully presented. Fortunately, there was something akin to a rotating hot pot in the center of the table, otherwise one would have to walk over to pick up anything they wanted to eat. "Did you rest well last night?" Tianxun asked softly after taking a sip from her cup filled with a liquid unknown to him and placing it down. She had studied all night and had still not managed to fully understand the 28 fists. "Not bad," Lin Shen paused before asking. "If there's nothing else, I'd like to return to Giant Ring Star to hunt base variant creatures. What you wish to do is your freedom, and there's no need to report to me." "However, if I were you, I wouldn't return to Giant Ring Star," Tianxun said with a smile. "Why?" Lin Shen thought to himself. "She says she doesn't restrict my freedom, but in the end, it's the same thing. The environment of the star belt and its base mutation resources are far superior to what's inside Giant Ring Star. Mutated creatures are hardly seen down below, but on these floating islands they are relatively easy to find." Tianxun took another sip of her liquid before continuing. "And now that you are a resident of Paradise Island, hunting in Giant Ring Star, which is under the jurisdiction of the An family, could be improper if you're discovered by someone from the An family." As she spoke, Tianxun used a communicator to project a map filled with various floating islands. With a few gestures, she selected one island and enlarged its image. "Here's what we'll do. This Ocean Heaven Island is one of the islands I use for vacations. It has a villa I used to stay in. I'll give it to you and your sister as a residence. It has some base mutation resources and mutated creatures too. The surrounding islands have plenty of base variant creatures, which you can hunt. Besides, it's close to Paradise Island, so when I'm practicing the 28 fists, if I have any problems, it'll be convenient to consult you," Tianxun said, her smile implying something more. Chapter 266, Cosmo. Lin Shen didn't say much, as he hadn't really expected Tianxun to actually let him leave. Being able to leave Paradise Island was already a very advantageous situation for Lin Shen. At least when they used the watch to teleport away, it would be difficult for Tianxun to discover immediately. Tianxun didn't say anything more either, and after breakfast, had someone take Lin Shen and Lin Miao to Ocean Heaven Island. Compared to Paradise Island, Ocean Heaven Island is naturally much smaller but still sufficiently large. The island even boasts an inland sea, and Tianshun's vacation home is built right on the sandy beach. The sea here doesn't have tidal movements. When there's no wind, the water acts like a mirror, reflecting the sky as if heaven and earth merged into one. It has to be said that Tianshun knows how to enjoy life. The environment here is simply too beautiful. Because the inland sea occupies most of the island, there's barely any land area left, just a ring of mountains at the edges. Therefore, the resources of base variant creatures on Ocean Heaven Island are all in the sea. Lin Miao and Lin Shen are both landlubbers, completely unfamiliar with water, so going underwater to hunt base variant creatures would clearly be challenging. Although Lin Shen possesses the floating on water skill, it only allows him to walk on water and doesn't enable him to dive for turtles. Lin Miao is quite pleased with the environment. The seaside villas are built like little princess castles, perfectly in line with her aesthetic tastes. Lin Shen isn't very particular about where he stays. Once settled in, he plans to go hunt base variant creatures. Of course, hunting base variant creatures isn't the main goal. Lin Shen mainly wants to see just how powerful the 28 fists really are. He initially didn't plan to go into the sea, but then he thought that if Tianshun was secretly spying on him, being underwater would avoid her surveillance. Although Lin Shen can't swim, he can hold his breath. He could simply walk on the seabed, no need to swim. Just as Lin Shen was preparing to go underwater, he suddenly saw a flying vehicle descend, stopping on the sand above. Lin Shen thought it was Tianshun, but the vehicle wasn't one of Tianshun's, and the person who came out wasn't Tianshun either. Human? Lin Shen was somewhat surprised. The one who came out of the flying vehicle was indeed a genuine human. However, he was dressed in glowing armor, with golden long hair and turquoise eyes, very much resembling the Celestial Clan leader except for the lack of wings. Are you Lin Shen? The newcomer sized up Lin Shen with a rather condescending air. And who might you be? Lin Shen wasn't too fond of his attitude. Cosimo of the Medici family. The man said his name proudly, as though it symbolized honor itself. Lin Shen had to admit that he had indeed heard of this family. The Medici family is also a superfamily, but they had already shifted their focus into the universe. Not many of them remained on their home planet, but they were still a very powerful force there. Do you want something from me? Lin Shen was puzzled. How could Cosimo know that he was on Giant Ringstar? Are you the Lin Shen who offended the Wan family? Cosimo asked again. What on earth do you want? Lin Shen frowned. It seems it really is you. I heard that a human named Lin Shen joined Paradise Island and thought it was just a coincidence of names, but it turns out to be you. Cosimo looked at Lin Shen and said, since you're here, follow me from now on. Why should I follow you? Lin Shen was already very annoyed. This person was simply making no sense. You probably don't realize your current situation, said Cosimo indifferently. Escaping from your home planet only offers temporary refuge. If High Mansion's proposal fails to pass in the Supreme Hall, you might have to wander the universe for a lifetime. Currently, High Mansion has secured less than half of the required votes, and with the influence of my Medici family, we can decide the voting rights of at least 20 seats. So what? Lin Shen looked at Cosimo and said, of course, if you wish to wander the universe, it's your choice, but my Medici family has some influence on those planets you can visit. For instance, here on Giant Ringstar, if I want you to live, you can live well. If I want you dead, you won't see tomorrow's light. Cosimo always spoke in a condescending tone. After saying so much, what exactly do you want me to do? Lin Shen had already guessed why Cosimo had come to him and was not angry, speaking slowly and deliberately. Was it Lord Tianshun who personally brought you to join Paradise Island? Cosimo seemed to think that Lin Shen was already his subordinate, asking commandingly. Yes, Lin Shen nodded in reply. Did you retrieve the Archangel's sword from Hell Island? Cosimo obviously knew something. Correct, Lin Shen admitted directly. Very good, from now on you will follow me, said Cosimo, preparing to head towards the seaside villa. What are you going to do? Lin Shen reached out to stop Cosimo. The environment on Ocean Heaven Island is quite nice. I will reside here from now on, Cosimo said, as if it were a given. Did I invite you to stay here? Lin Shen's expression darkened. It seems the lesson from the Wan family hasn't made you see reality clearly. Then, let me teach you again, said Cosimo, and suddenly moved, appearing in front of Lin Shen like a phantom, a large hand reaching for Lin Shen's head. The person who had previously taken the place of Lord Tianshun to retrieve the Archangel's sword from Hell Island was from the Medici family, but unfortunately they failed. Cosimo thought that Tianshun had given Ocean Heaven Island to Lin Shen simply because he had retrieved the Archangel's sword. Such a person wouldn't matter to Tianshun. Moreover, since it was an internal affair of their own humankind, Tianshun, given his temperament, would be even less likely to intervene. Besides, the Medici family had long been affiliated with the celestial race, and in recent years their relationship with Tianshun had become quite good. Otherwise, Cosimo would not have come to a newly developed planet like Giant Ringstar. The Medici family had expended so much manpower and resources to help Tianshun develop Giant Ringstar. The resources of Giant Ringstar itself were secondary. The main goal was to maintain a relationship with Tianshun. The Medici family even hoped that Cosimo could attain Tianshun's favor, taking their cooperative relationship to the next level. In the eyes of the Metici family, Tian Xun, a once-in-a-century talent, was bound to achieve great things within the celestial race in the future, and investing in her would surely yield immense returns. However, the celestial race is different from the Demon tribe, as the celestials rarely intermarry with other races, so the difficulty is much greater. Fortunately, Tian Xun is somewhat different from the typical members of the celestial race. Perhaps because she is not a pure-blood celestial but a very rare mixed-blood celestial, she does not have the same aversion to interbreeding with other races as pure celestials do. She even has a rebellious streak and deliberately associates with other races, which is why the Medici family entertains such thoughts. Tian Xun is exceptionally talented, but because of her mixed heritage, she has always been marginalized and suppressed within her clan. Otherwise, it would not have been the Medici family's turn to cooperate with her. Chapter 267. Out of proportion. Lin Shen had been on guard against Cosimo, and almost at the same moment Cosimo made his move, Lin Shen's carapace had already enveloped his entire body. Cosimo's movements were extraordinarily fast, likely at the ascension level. Lin Shen had intended to avoid the strike first by using stepping on the immortal court, but then he caught sight of a familiar aircraft appearing in the sky. Almost instantaneously, Lin Shen abandoned the idea of dodging and threw a punch towards Cosimo's palm. With the enhancement of the boundless strength contract, Lin Shen's strength had almost reached 60, not inferior to a typical ascender. Even without using his innate skill, ordinary ascenders couldn't deal with him. But the moment his fist collided with Cosimo's palm, Lin Shen felt an enormous force attack him, a force he could not contend with. Lin Shen hadn't used his full strength and immediately used the momentum to fly backwards. It looked as if he had been slapped hundreds of meters away by Cosimo's palm, crashing directly into the sea. Unfortunately, Lin Shen didn't know the technique of using force to neutralize force, and the power from Cosimo was too great. His entire arm felt almost as if it had been shattered, causing him to grimace in pain. Cosimo, that guy, must be a high-level ascender. If I knew the Ximon swordsman's technique of using force to counteract force, I wouldn't have suffered this loss, Lin Shen assessed internally, thankful for his extraordinary recovery ability as his injuries quickly healed. Lin Shen also knew that the Ximon swordsman's technique of using and counteracting force, aside from one's practice skills, must also be supported by the base change talent, otherwise it wouldn't be so freakish. Just practicing it wouldn't have been enough. Cosimo had punched Lin Shen and sent him flying, but felt something was amiss. Before he could figure out what was wrong, he saw an aircraft descend and land not far from him. Seeing that aircraft, Cosimo immediately knew Lin Shen had intentionally let himself be hit, cursing internally, "What a sly and cunning rogue." The door of the aircraft opened and Tian Xun walked out. "Star-Lord." Cosimo started to say something but was stopped by a gesture from Tian Xun. Only the planetary ruler holds the title of Star-Lord, and Tian Xun wasn't truly a Star-Lord yet. As Giant Ring Star was still being pioneered, she only had control over the star belt. Cosimo had used the title Star-Lord directly to show his respect for her. Tian Xun's gaze turned towards the sea, where she saw Lin Shen staggering up from the water, his clothes completely soaked and a trace of fresh blood at the corner of his mouth. Seeing Lin Shen in such a state turned Cosimo's face green with frustration. He knew that his palm strike must have hurt Lin Shen, but still, the carapace should have remained intact irrespective of the injury. Lin Shen being shaken up to the point of losing his carapace was sheer acting, obviously to make Tian Xun witness his miserable condition. This deceitful creature, Cosimo now only regretted that his palm strike hadn't been lethal, that he hadn't used his full power to kill Lin Shen. If he knew the fresh blood at the corner of Lin Shen's mouth wasn't caused by his strike but from Lin Shen biting his own tongue, he might have been even angrier. Lin Shen staggered out, then plonked down on the beach, struggling several times without being able to stand up. "You're acting? Keep acting." Cosimo coldly watched Lin Shen, not believing Lin Shen could do much to him. No matter what, the Medici family was a partner of Tian Xun, and she was unlikely to cross the Medici family over such a cur who had fled the human mother planet. "Lin Shen, what happened here?" Tian Xun asked knowingly. "Star-Lord," Cosimo opened his mouth to speak again, but a look from Tian Xun stopped him, and he swallowed his words back down. "Star-Lord, I really don't know what happened. This man came here to seize the island you gave me. I refused, and he tried to kill me. Cough cough." Lin Shen spoke while feigning coughing up blood. Unfortunately, he had only bitten his tongue slightly, and no blood came out, so no matter how much he coughed, nothing came. "Cosimo, is that so?" Tian Xun turned to Cosimo and asked. "Star-Lord, he's lying. As a member of the same race, I came just to see him and talk about our hometown. I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to look after him on account of our shared heritage. But he was insolent, and I only taught him a lesson," Cosimo said. "Star-Lord, please see clearly. Cough cough. On this ring island you bestowed upon me, I was beaten to this state. Cough cough, please. Star-Lord, do justice for me. Cough cough." Lin Shen coughed desperately, not caring whether he could cough up blood or not. The atmosphere had to be set right. Cosimo wanted to say something but was stopped by Tian Xun. Tian Xun said indifferently, "Cosimo, no matter your reasons, this is not your ring island, and the injured person is not you. Star-Lord, he is my guest, and the ring island was my gift to him. Are you slapping his face, or are you slapping my face?" When Cosmo still tried to justify himself, Tianshun's expression cooled. Cosmo's face changed drastically, and he quickly gave a respectful gesture. Please don't misunderstand, Star-Lord. The Medici family has always been loyal to you and would never dare to offend you in any way. It truly was a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding or not, you injured him. You owe him an apology, Tianshun said with a cold look at Cosmo. Cosmo's face turned extremely sour. Apologizing to Lin Shen was something he just couldn't bring himself to accept. What? Is my guest, Tianshun's guest, not even worth an apology from you, the Medici family? There was no longer any expression on Tianshun's face. Seeing that Tianshun seemed genuinely angry, Cosmo dared not say anything further. He turned to Lin Shen and said, Lin Shen, my apologies. It was all a misunderstanding earlier. I didn't mean it. Just say whatever compensation you want. Is that how the Medici family teaches you to apologize? The celestial race doesn't have such manners. Before Lin Shen could say anything, Tianshun's icy voice rang out again. Feeling the chill in Tianshun's eyes, Cosmo no longer dared to treat the matter lightly. He bowed deeply to Lin Shen with clenched teeth. I'm sorry, it was my fault. You may go and don't ever set foot on Ocean Heaven Island again. Tianshun waved his hand, signaling Cosmo to leave, as if he couldn't bear to look at him any longer, almost with disgust. Without daring to say another word, Cosmo bowed and left, boarding his flying machine. As he was leaving, he gave Lin Shen a look that clearly held no goodwill. Now that he's gone, why are you still putting on an act? Tianshun looked at Lin Shen, who was still coughing and sitting in the sand, and sneered. Did you come here to talk to me about the 28 fists? Lin Shen had no choice but to stand up and brush the sand off his body. What, after all I've done for you? Not even a word of thanks? Tianshun looked at him with a half smile. You did help me, that's true, but this grudge has landed on my head now. Lin Shen didn't know if Tianshun was taking the opportunity to suppress the Medici family, or if he intentionally made Cosmo bear a grudge against him, forcing him to follow Tianshun with no other paths available. No matter the situation, Lin Shen felt he didn't need to thank Tianshun. Are you afraid? Tianshun, far from being angry at having his thoughts revealed, actually laughed. Indeed, I am a bit scared. You know I had to flee because I couldn't make it on the human mother planet. I've only just arrived at Giant Ringstar not long ago, and now I've offended the Medici family, whose power is not weaker than the Wan family. I really fear that I will not have a place to stand here in the future, Lin Shen said. As long as you follow me wholeheartedly, you have nothing to fear, Tianshun said lightly. Chapter 26-8 Angel Rebirth. What exactly does wholehearted dedication mean? Lin Shen was much reassured by Tianshun's words, as they at least indicated that Tianshun intended to recruit him and his sister rather than silence them with death. Aren't you trying to pursue me? I'll give you a chance, but it's up to you whether you dare take it or not, said Tianshun with a smile. What chance? Lin Shen was slightly stunned. He didn't believe in such thing as a free lunch falling from the sky. Kill Cosmo, and I'll seriously consider giving you a chance, Tianshun said, surprising Lin Shen immensely. But isn't the Medici family your ally? Lin Shen was puzzled. Doing such a thing, wasn't it like cutting off one's own limb? The Medici family indeed is my ally, but unfortunately, in the past few years, they've become too inflated and lost sight of their place. You saw it just now. An ascender from the Medici family, when I commanded him to apologize, had to be told so many times. A dog needs to have the consciousness of being a dog. A dog that doesn't listen to its master deserves a lesson, Tianshun said indifferently. Lin Shen roughly understood what Tianshun meant. The Medici family had been in an alliance with Tianshun but had become too self-important. Tianshun wanted to teach them a lesson and yet expected them to continue serving her, so she couldn't carry out the deed herself. It just so happened that Lin Shen had a conflict with Cosmo and Tianshun was fanning the flames. Given the current inflated attitude of the Medici family, Cosmo probably would not let Lin Shen off. As long as Lin Shen could make good use of this opportunity, he could legitimately eliminate Cosmo. Lin Shen got Tianshun's drift but did not agree to her proposal. Firstly, he didn't know how strong Cosmo actually was, but he estimated that Cosmo was of a high level and Lin Shen might not be capable of killing him. Secondly, he was afraid that Tianshun was merely using him, and after using him, she might hand him over to the Medici family to vent their anger, making him the sucker. It seems you're not wholeheartedly willing to follow me. Tianshun saw right through Lin Shen's thoughts and said with a cold face. I too want to kill Cosmo, but unfortunately I'm just a mutator and not even an ascender, so how could I possibly kill Cosmo who is at least a 5th turn ascender? Lin Shen said tactfully. 9th turn ascension, only 1 turn away from completion, Tianshun said calmly. If I asked you to kill him, I obviously wouldn't send you off to die for nothing. It depends on whether you dare or not. If you don't, I won't make it difficult for you, but then our previous bet is nullified and whether you live or die will no longer concern me. What bet? Lin Shen didn't catch on at once. I promised you an opportunity to pursue me if you couldn't master the 28 fists, and now I indeed can't, so you've won. That's why I'm giving you this chance, and if you don't dare take it, you can't blame me, said Tianshun with a smile. Only then did Lin Shen realize what Tianshun was referring to with the bet. It wasn't that he was forgetful, but that he had never thought Tian Shun would take that bet seriously, much less that she would admit she had lost. You have to let me know how exactly I'm supposed to kill Cosimo, right? Lin Shen thought it over and decided that even if he didn't agree to Tian Shun's proposal to kill Cosimo, Cosimo probably wouldn't let him go anyway. He would be facing the Medici family all the same, so he might as well hear what plan Tian Shun had. What is your base mutation rate now? Asked Tian Shun. 17%, Lin Shun answered truthfully. I will give you high-grade base mutation liquid essence to achieve 100% base mutation rate within 2 days, and then I'll give you an ascension egg to reach ascension level. After that, I'll teach you how to kill Cosimo. With the 28 fists in your possession, your chances of success are very high. Is 28 fists really that powerful? Lin Shen didn't think that 28 fists was all that impressive. It just seemed like a technique that could transfer strength into long-range fist power. To say that merely using 28 fists a first turn could kill a 9th turn, Lin Shen was somewhat skeptical. That's because you have no idea just how strong 28 fists really is, Tian Shun said with a somewhat resentful look at Lin Shen. She truly couldn't understand why Lin Shen could manage to learn 28 fists, yet she couldn't. In the past, my friend could defeat almost any Nirvana invincible with just the 28 fists. Do you know why it's called 28 fists? Tian Shun asked. Lin Shen shook his head, indicating he didn't know. He had never even heard the name 28 fists before. When my friend faced an enemy, no matter who it was, it typically took just 2 punches to end the fight. Why 2 punches? Shouldn't a true powerhouse be able to kill with 1 blow? Lin Shen asked, curious. 1 punch to discourage, the second to kill. A 1-blow kill could be due to just reaching that level of strength, or it could be luck. To take your life with 2 punches is to tell you your life can be taken at any time. And what does the 8 stand for? By the time he threw the second punch, the enemy was 80% likely to be dead. Well, that still leaves a 20% chance of survival. Yes, that 20% chance for survival was already given to you at the first punch, Tian Shun said with a smile. My friend's boxing technique didn't have a name. The name 28 fists was just something others started calling it, and over time it stuck. So, that's the story behind 28 fists, Lin Shen murmured, even more puzzled. But I don't feel that 28 fists is that fierce. It only allows me to project fist power through the air. That's because you've only just begun, and you haven't been able to truly unleash the power of 28 fists. Don't worry, you can practice gradually. 3 days should be enough for you to grasp the threshold. To kill Cosimo, getting started is sufficient, Tian Shun said. Lin Shen still hesitated. It wasn't that he was hesitant about killing Cosimo, but rather about whether or not to use the ascension egg given by Tian Shun for his ascension. He was still waiting for Wei Wufu to send him primeval eggs. Using primeval eggs for ascension would allow him to possess 2 life bases. If he used the ascension egg given by Tian Shun, he would naturally lose those benefits. If you're afraid, let's call the whole thing off, Tian Shun said, already somewhat displeased seeing Lin Shun's hesitation. I've already decided on the ascension egg to use for my ascension, and it isn't convenient to change to another. Can we wait a bit longer until my friend delivers the ascension egg, and then I'll make my move on Cosimo after ascending? Lin Shen felt compelled to say. There's no need to wait. Whatever ascension egg you were planning on using before, it likely won't be better than the one I'm offering you. It's from an ascended creature that only exists on the home planet of our celestial race. Upon using it for your ascension, your life base will receive a special base talent, and this base talent is an important part of your ability to kill from the first turn to the 9th turn. Without that base talent, even if you knew 28 fists, accomplishing a first turn kill on the 9th turn would be very difficult. Tian Shun directly rejected Lin Shen's request. What sort of base talent is so powerful? Lin Shen was genuinely curious now. Angel Rebirth. Every time your strength is depleted, Angel Rebirth can revive your body to its peak condition, as if reborn anew. This ability is extremely important for you, as 28 fists consumes a lot of your bodily energy. After 1 punch, you're nearly incapable of fighting again. Only with Angel Rebirth can you continuously perform 28 fists. The two together make an unbeatable combination, and are the essential foundation for killing from first turn to 9th turn, Tian Shun explained slowly. Chapter 269, Base Mutation Pool. Lin Shen felt tempted, but upon further thought, he realized that the energy provided to him by his super base pattern in actual combat was already nearly sufficient. Moreover, it allowed him to constantly draw upon the world's force to replenish his body's expenditure, without having to wait until his strength was exhausted. It was more convenient than Angel Rebirth, and he truly did not need another Angel Rebirth skill. Of course, having that ability would be better, but it was not worth exchanging his life base for it. I still hope to ascend with the ascension egg I've prepared. After some consideration, Lin Shen refused Tian Shun's suggestion. You need to think this through. I don't have time to wait for your ascension. Within 3 days, you must kill Cosimo. You have only this one chance. If you fail to kill Cosimo, you might not be able to protect yourself in the future. Thinking Lin Shen was backing down, Tian Shun turned to leave. Who says I can't kill Cosimo without ascending? Lin Shen's sudden question stopped Tian Shun from leaving. Who do you think you are? A mutator killing a 9th turn ascender? DAC wasn't this presumptuous even at his crystal base level. Tianxun found it somewhat laughable. Looking at Lin Shen, she said, "You might have killed a few trash ascenders on humanity's mother planet, and now you think killing ascenders isn't that hard. But those who have reached the 9th turn of ascension are not there by chance. They are not beings a mutator can contend with. Don't kid yourself. Angel rebirth combined with 28 fists is your only chance, and even that is just a chance. Whether you succeed or not will depend on how you execute it. I don't know who DEC is, and I know it's hard to kill a 9th turn ascender, but giving me a chance wouldn't be a loss for you, right? If I kill Cosimo, you achieve your goal. If I am killed by Cosimo, you have an excuse to deal with him. Whether I succeed or fail, you still win. It's just a matter of how much you win by." Lin Shen's words gave Tianxun a slight pause. She looked at Lin Shen as if he were mad. "I'm now a bit curious about this ascension egg you've prepared. What is it that makes it worth risking your life for?" "No, it shouldn't be called taking a risk, but rather a surefire death," Tianxun said as she looked at Lin Shen. "There are still 3 days. It might be enough time. You could save a mutated ascension egg that's so rare and precious. However, you still need to provide the base mutation liquid. If my friend can make it to the giant ring star within 3 days, I might still have a chance to ascend," Lin Shen said. "All right, if you can slay Cosimo with your mutator status, you can skip that step. I'd make you my little lover on the spot," Tianxun said with a seductive smile, opening the door to the co-pilot's seat. "Come on, you must use that high-grade base mutation liquid essence at my place. You also need to familiarize yourself with Cosimo's information and my plan." Lin Shen boarded the flyer and once again arrived at Tianxun's palace-like building. This time, the flyer that landed inside the building descended again. The ground turned out to be an elevator leading deep underground. Sitting inside the flyer and looking through the skylight as the elevator continued to descend, Lin Shen estimated that he must now be tens of thousands of meters underground by the time the elevator stopped. Tianxun pushed the door open and walked out of the flyer, and Lin Shen also got out on the other side, only to see that outside the elevator was a cavern, half natural and half man. In the cavern, there was a black pool filled with an extremely viscous black liquid that emitted heat and bubbles, resembling molten asphalt. "Is this the base mutation liquid essence?" Lin Shen looked at the black liquid in the pool, asking with some uncertainty. "Yes, this is a secret technique of the celestial race, referred to within the clan as the base mutation pool. The material used in this pool consists entirely of crystal base level mutated base mutation liquid, specially treated to remove the impurities and retain the essence, with other ingredients added to significantly improve absorption and transformation efficiency. 2 days is enough for your base mutation rate to increase to 100%. How do I use it? Do I just drink it?" Lin Shen looked at the pool of what seemed like tar and found it hard to imagine how he could possibly drink it down. "There's no need for that kind of hassle. Strip naked and jump in. Simply soaking inside is enough, as this is the very essence of essences. Even skin contact is sufficient. If you were to drink it, a mutator's body might not be able to withstand it." Tianxun looked at Lin Shen and said, "You don't have much time. What are you hesitating for? Get in the pool already." "Could you step outside for a moment, please?" Lin Shen hadn't trained his skin to the extent that he could strip naked in front of an unfamiliar woman. "I need to watch over you in case you have an accident and your body can't handle it, so I can pull you out. Besides, time is pressing." "After you enter the base mutation pool, I have to brief you on Cosimo and other matters," Tianxun said, smilingly looking at Lin Shen, clearly without any intention of leaving. "At the very least, could you please turn around? Can you face away from me until I get into the pool?" Lin Shen said with a wry smile. "I'm a woman, and I don't mind. What are you fussing about, acting all shy?" Tianxun said, but she still turned around, giving her back to Lin Shen. Lin Shen squatted by the pool and dipped his finger into the base mutation pool to test it. The temperature wasn't as high as he had imagined. It was warm, but not enough to harm his body. Just touching it with his finger let Lin Shen feel strands of strange energy conducting into his body, similar to the sensation after drinking base mutation liquid, but even purer. The evolution theory started to operate automatically. Without further hesitation, Lin Shen stripped off his clothes and jumped directly into the base mutation pool. Soaking his whole body in the viscous black liquid, an enormous amount of pure energy penetrated into his body, and the evolution theory immediately began to operate wildly. Tianxun didn't turn her head to look at Lin Shen, but instead sat down on a nearby stone platform, her back still facing Lin Shen, and said, "Cosimo is quite a stunning figure among your humans. The evolution skill he practices is known as Divine Emperor skill, created by one of our celestial race's exceptionally strong individuals. It begins at an extremely high level, with entry starting directly from the crystal base without any preliminary parts." Lin Shen knew why there was no preliminary part, as most children of the celestial race were born at the crystal base level and therefore didn't need such a part. Their starting point was already at the crystal base. After obtaining the Divine Emperor skill, the Medici family spent many years researching, experimenting, and trying to complete it. Still, no one could master it until the emergence of Cosimo, who surprisingly managed to do so, which is quite a miracle indeed. Tianxun continued, to my knowledge, Cosimo's unique abilities include Celestial Descent, Crown of the King, and Imperial Kill Fist. Celestial Descent is a skill that can enhance his attributes for a short duration, nearly doubling them for about 10 seconds, and can be used once every 24 universal hours. Crown of the King is a skill that increases the strength of his carapace. After using Crown of the King, it would be difficult for strength of the same level to break through his carapace. This lasts for about a minute, and can also be used once every 24 universal hours. Imperial Kill Fist enhances strength to a certain degree, but that's not important. Even if his strength isn't increased, you still won't survive his attack. What you should watch out for is that Imperial Kill Fist inflicts tearing damage. With the strength of your body and carapace, I'm afraid just one punch from him could tear your body and carapace apart. Chapter 270, a bit hard to kill. Lin Shen felt a surge of surprise. Cosimo's innate abilities were indeed outrageously strong. If it weren't for having other plans, Lin Shen would not have even considered challenging Cosimo. These aren't even the deadliest. Cosimo's life base is a Divine Emperor's Scepter, with the ability called God-given Imperial Authority, which can form a halo area. Within this halo, the 4 attribute scores of everyone but himself will be significantly weakened. Even for a Nirvana being, without the corresponding ability to counteract, their 4 attributes would be weakened by the God-given Imperial Authority's halo, just not as severely. You are only a mutator, with the highest attribute scores barely reaching 41. Inside the God-given Imperial Authority's halo area, I fear not even half would remain. Do you still think that with your base mutation body, you can slay the 9th turn Cosimo? Tianxun looked at Lin Shen with a smile that was more mocking than genuine. She chose to tell Lin Shen all this now to get him to dismiss such ludicrous thoughts, to have him use her ascension egg for ascension. That way, by relying on angel rebirth and 28 fists, along with her intricate layout and design, there might be a chance of success. Lin Shen in the pool was silently astounded. Cosimo was absurdly strong indeed. With each ascension, an ascender's attribute scores increase by 10% based on their original scores, without repeating the increase in subsequent reincarnations. That is to say, if Cosimo's base score was 80, then after the 9th turn it would mean an 80% increase in his attributes, bringing his true scores close to 150. If you add the enhancement of Celestial Descent, in those 10 seconds, Cosimo's combat power could be terrifying to an unimaginable degree. Moreover, taking into account the weakening effect of God-given Imperial Authority, killing such a Cosimo is beyond hope for even the strongest mutator. His 3 base change talents are also very strong. Celestial Descent, Lin Shen's super base change, and Wei Wufu's Phoenix Mystique talent have something of the same cleverly achieved purpose. Celestial Descent directly doubles the 4 attributes without any cost, but its duration is relatively short. Lin Shen's super base change also strengthens all 4 attributes, but at the cost of consuming a large amount of energy. If he has enough energy, super base change can double the attributes or even more. However, usually, the energy that Lin Shen has is insufficient to support a doubling of attributes through super base change. Even the world's force absorbed by the super base pattern cannot reach that level unless the environment at the time is extremely particular, allowing for a massive absorption of world's force. Only then is it possible to double the attributes. Wei Wufu's Phoenix Mystique is an innate skill gained when advancing to Crystal Base, similarly enhancing the 4 attributes. It can also double the attributes and is very enduring, unlike the short duration of Celestial Descent, and is not as unstable as Lin Shen's super base pattern, although it also requires a certain amount of energy, just not as much as the super base pattern. However, Phoenix Mystique has its drawbacks too. Once it is used, one must continue fighting to the end, no matter how strong the opponent. Any retreat or cowardice will cause Phoenix Mystique to backlash against its user, which can be lethal. Wei Wufu managed to kill the 3rd turn Zhukeling largely thanks to Phoenix Mystique. The beauty of Celestial Descent is that it doesn't require any cost. It only has a short duration, but that's enough to end a battle at a crucial moment. When combined with the Crown of the King and Imperial Kill Fist, it is theoretically impossible for a mutator to kill a fully skilled Cosimo. Of course, Lin Shen believes he has a chance to kill Cosimo not merely on his own strength. Since his arrival on this planet, the sacrificial halo has often signaled an increase in sacrifices. It's estimated that as the Celestial Race's Pioneer Corps continues to pioneer, the continual death in battle results as sacrifices for the sacrificial halo. According to the calendar of Giant Ring Star, I've only been here for 3 or 4 days, yet the attributes bestowed by the sacrificial halo have already exceeded 100 points. At this rate, within 3 days, the attributes endowed by the sacrificial halo should reach at least 150 points or even more. Adding to my own original attributes, my strength could break through 200. Unfortunately, the attributes increased by the sacrificial halo do not stack with the enhancement effect of super base change, which can only strengthen the attributes I originally possess. I had thought that with such an enhancement in attributes, it shouldn't be difficult to kill the 9th turn Ascender Cosimo. After all, with nearly the same attributes, I easily blasted away Wan Shuiliu, a 7th turn, who is only 20% stronger than a 7th turn. The chances should still be quite high. But hearing what Tian Xun said, it seems that killing Cosimo with such attributes may not be so easy. After all, Wan Shuiliu didn't have an abnormal attribute enhancement skill like Celestial Descent, nor the desperate ability to forcefully burst seeds. The attribute enhancement provided by the Sacrificial Halo's offerings means the higher the attributes, the more offerings are required. To add a single point of attribute in the beginning, a common steel level offering might suffice, but later on, even 10 crystal base offerings might not be enough to add 1 point of attribute. If a few ascenders died, or a nirvana level offering perished, then the attributes of the Sacrificial Halo could see a significant increase. Originally, it took me so long to accumulate the Sacrificial Halo's power, and only after the battle at Skystar Slope did I accumulate over 150 points. In just 3 or 4 days on Giant Ringstar, the attributes of the Sacrificial Halo have already broken 100, which shows how brutal the pioneering on Giant Ringstar is. Unless the attributes of the Sacrificial Halo can significantly increase in the next 3 days, killing Cosimo will indeed not be easy. If I don't succeed in one strike, then I'll only be able to teleport away from Giant Ringstar to seek refuge, Lin Shen calculated silently in his heart. Have you thought it through? Are you still insistent on slaying a 9th turn ascender as a mutator? Seeing that Lin Shen had been silent for a long time, Tian Xun turned around, looked at Lin Shen with a smile, and asked, "You are the Lord of Giant Ringstar. You should be aware of the current pioneering situation on Giant Ringstar, right?" Lin Shen paused before asking. "I can only be considered 1/3 of a Star Lord. I manage the Star Belt area. The land is being pioneered by the An family, while the sea is being pioneered by the Chi family. I do know a bit about their pioneering situations." "What do you want to ask this for?" Tian Xun asked, puzzled. "Just curious, how many people have died during the pioneering?" Lin Shen asked casually. Tian Xun misunderstood the implication and responded indifferently. "We wouldn't send Cosimo for pioneering, it's just some cannon fodder from other races." If it were that easy to use this as an excuse, why go through such a hassle and take such a big detour to get you involved? Lin Shen knew that Tian Xun had misunderstood him, but he didn't explain and continued to ask, "What level are those cannon fodder from other races? How many are there? How many die each day? Most of them are mutators. It's hard to say exactly how many there are. When a batch dies, another batch is replenished. Each family probably has about 100,000 mutators now. There are some ascenders too, but not in large numbers. As for how many die, that depends on what is encountered in the pioneering area. If they disturb an unknown nirvana creature, they could all be wiped out at once. If they encounter a large number of ascended creatures, quite a few will also die." Tian Xun didn't understand what Lin Shen was getting at with these questions. Isn't that all just luck? Lin Shen was somewhat speechless. If those cannon fodder were unlucky enough to disturb nirvana creatures, resulting in an annihilation, then Lin Shen's Sacrificial Halo would immediately take off. If the Pioneer Corps doesn't encounter any dangers within these 3 days, then it's hard to say how much the Sacrificial Halo's attributes could increase. Chapter 271, The Tian Xun Project. Lin Shen, no matter how he calculated, found it wouldn't be easy to kill Cosimo under normal circumstances unless he could first eliminate his innate skill. Of course, this was also very difficult, as Cosimo wouldn't recklessly use Celestial Descent unless it was a matter of life and death. After using Celestial Descent, he probably wouldn't give anyone else a chance. Tian Xun stopped suggesting that Lin Shen use her Ascension Egg to ascend. However, she believed that Lin Shen had no other choice but to follow her plan in the end. Besides Cosimo's own strength, the teleporter he possesses is another issue. He can teleport away from Giant Ringstar at any time, so to kill him, you'll also need to deal with this problem, Tian Xun continued. How should we resolve this? Lin Shen only then remembered that not only he had a watch teleporter on Giant Ringstar to escape with at any moment. Therefore, you can only kill him in a special place. There are a few places within the Star Belt where the teleporter cannot be activated, such as Hell Island where you went before. Only then did Lin Shen learn that teleportation was impossible on Hell Island. Thinking back, he felt somewhat frightened. Thankfully, there was indeed no significant danger on Hell Island. This was also the first time Lin Shen knew that the use of teleporters could be restricted. From now on, he had to plan an extra step ahead. You want me to kill Cosimo on Hell Island? Lin Shen frowned. Of course not. If you two start fighting on Hell Island, it's most likely that you'll all be killed by the Hell Gatekeeper. Besides, Cosimo won't go to Hell Island, since it would be a dangerous action for him too. Tian Xun paused before continuing. The place I've arranged for you isn't far from Ocean Heaven Island. It's a floating island ring named Razorfang Island. There are many base mutation level Razorfang beasts on that island, which resemble a hybrid of wild boars and porcupines with a high mutation rate. There are also a few Ascension level Razorfang beasts. After several explorations, no advanced life forms or other anomalies have been discovered on Razorfang Island. But there are 2 restrictions there. One is that you cannot fly, and the other is the inability to use teleporters. You gave me Ocean Heaven Island. Had you already calculated everything from the start? The news of me joining, was that also deliberately let out by you for Cosimo to know? Lin Shen suddenly realized many things. I didn't release any news. However, the news that I brought a human to my place, anyone determined enough, would not be unaware of it, said Tian Xun with a smile. Would Cosimo go to a place like Razorfang Island? Lin Shen felt if it were him, he would not trouble himself by going to such a place. You don't understand Cosimo, nor do you understand the Medici family. They can't tolerate you. Of course, this is assuming Cosimo is completely confident that he can kill you without risk. For a 9th turn ascending being to kill someone at first turn, the concerns are much less. Of course, if you were still a mutator, then he would have no concerns at all. Razorfang Island would be the perfect place to kill you, where you wouldn't even have the chance to teleport and escape. Tian Xun believed Lin Shen no longer entertained the idea of killing Cosimo as a mutator. Lin Shen was now not considering whether or not to kill Cosimo as a mutator, but whether to continue with the plan at all. On Razorfang Island, Cosimo couldn't escape, but neither could he. This kind of fight with no backup plan was something Lin Shen greatly disliked. The key point was the lack of a retreat. Such fights were suitable for Wei Wufu, not for someone like him who bore the crucial responsibility of branching out and propagating. Lin Shen thought to himself, how could he terminate this plan without angering Tian Xun? I was careless, Lin Shen sighed in his heart, but could think of no good solution. Only now did he realize how much he had relied on the sacrificial halo. Without it, he would never have considered Tian Xun's proposal, much less agreed to it. It's inevitable that people become complacent at times. No wonder the Medici family got ahead of themselves. Lin Shen decided in his heart that in the future he must exclude the sacrificial halo in his deliberations. Otherwise, if this continued, he was bound to suffer losses sooner or later. Seemingly grasping Lin Shen's thoughts, Tian Xun continued, you don't need to worry too much. I have made thorough preparations for your battle. The enhancer secretly produced by the celestial race can greatly strengthen your body in a short period, boosting both your strength and speed significantly. The side effect of this enhancer is that it will leave your body extremely weak afterward, but with Angel Rebirth you can ignore that side effect. I have also prepared a special set of celestial battle armor for you. This armor is capable of withstanding a full-powered attack from Cosimo. Tian Xun continued. In addition, I have prepared a weapon for you. With your strength, even without celestial descent, you could not break through the reinforced carapace of the crown of the king. With this weapon, you will have a chance to kill Cosimo. Didn't you say 28 fists are the key to killing Cosimo? Why the need for a weapon now? Lin Shen was somewhat puzzled. Yes, 28 fists are the key to killing Cosimo, but your level is too low right now, and you have only just begun to learn the basics of it. You have yet to grasp the true essence of the skill. So, a backup is necessary. The weapon I've prepared for you is a pair of gauntlets which can enhance your fist power, Tian Xun explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Shen understood that such weapons existed. Why does Cosimo have to be killed within 3 days? Isn't it possible to do it later? Lin Shen felt that there was indeed a chance to kill Cosimo after hearing Tian Xun's plan. The issue was, this plan was predicated on Lin Shen using her Ascension Egg for Ascension to attain Angel Rebirth. Because in 4 days, a Nirvana being from the Medici family will arrive at the giant ring star. After staying here for a while, he will leave with Cosimo. Would you rather kill Cosimo under the watch of a Nirvana being, or chase after them? Tian Xun said with a smile. Having heard this, Lin Shen was even more inclined to call off the operation. A Nirvana-level powerhouse was about to arrive. If he killed Cosimo first, it would be like thrusting his neck onto their blade. Would Tian Xun truly protect him then? Lin Shen did not want his fate in someone else's hands. Lin Shen was already planning to find a time to flee from the giant ring star, or he could go to the Realm King planet, set the time to the maximum, and hide for a while. Scared? Tian Xun seemed to discern Lin Shen's intentions, speaking indifferently. Quite scared, actually. That's a Nirvana-level powerhouse. Killing me is barely more troublesome than squashing an ant, Lin Shen said with earnestness on his face. Tian Xun burst out laughing. You're quite candid about your fear of death. Aren't you just afraid of being the scapegoat? I'll give you protection, Tian Xun said as he stood up and began to unbutton the top button of his shirt. Chapter 2072, Soul Gem Lin Shen saw Tian Xun as nothing but a mosaic of human shape, and the seductive gesture didn't elicit any special feeling in him. Tian Xun originally intended to tease Lin Shen, but seeing him with no reaction at all, as if his gaze upon her was no different from staring at the air, she felt somewhat uncomfortable for reasons unknown. She was supposed to undo just the first button, but she undid too, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin and a deep, unfathomable cleavage. Regrettably, this beautiful scene was not for Lin Shen to enjoy. It was all mosaics to him. Tian Xun saw no change in Lin Shen's gaze, as if the most beautiful mountain scenery were no more than pork to him, stirring in her a nearly murderous impulse. Holding down the rage in her heart, Tian Xun's fingers slid over her sensuous collarbone, in between her collarbones, on the snow-white skin. An odd crystal seemed to have grown, as though congealed from fresh blood. Lin Shen couldn't see the strange crystal on Tian Xun's body and had no idea what she was doing, blankly watching her. Tian Xun, now devoid of any smile on her face, looked extremely cold as she reached out and yanked the blood-red crystal out of her own flesh. Although it clearly grew within her flesh, when she extracted it, her skin remained intact without any blemishes. I am half spirit clan by blood, and this is my soul gem, Tian Xun said, fingering the blood-colored crystal, deliberately letting it spin in front of her chest against her pale skin, creating a stark contrast of blood and white. But sadly, Lin Shen's gaze remained as clear as the spring water on a snowy mountain, free from any impurity. I just left my home planet, so I don't know much about the races in the universe, Lin Shen said, a bit helplessly, his knowledge of the universe coming merely from Tianqin and Wei Wufu, which really wasn't much. With the countless races in the universe, he genuinely hadn't heard of the Spirit Clan. Not knowing is fine, just ask someone and you will naturally find out, Tian Sun, holding the soul gem, said like making a wish. With my soul gem I make a promise. If Lin Shen can kill Cosimo within 3 days, I will ensure his safety. Should my heart betray this vow, my spirit shall shatter. As Tian Sun spoke, a bloodlight pulsed within the soul gem like a heartbeat, its light growing ever stronger, coalescing into a core of light. Tian Xun tossed the soul gem towards Lin Shen, who raised a hand and caught it. It was just a stone, yet the moment it came into contact with Lin Shen, he felt as if he could hear its heartbeat, Tian Xun's promise echoing repeatedly within the soul gem, as though whispered by ancient gods. Keep the soul gem. You can inquire about what happens if a promise made with a Spirit Clan soul gem is broken, Tian Xun said as she rebuttoned her shirt, her face expressionless. Lin Shen didn't need to ask to guess that if Tian Xun went to such extents, the soul gem must have a significant restraining power on her. Now Lin Shen pretty much believed in Tian Xun's sincerity, but even if she would not use him as a scapegoat, the question of how to kill Cosimo remained a difficult one. Lin Shen had planned to use this reason to terminate the cooperation with Tian Xun, but with Tian Xun's move, he had no chance to even refuse. First, let's see how much the offerings increase in the next 2 days. If it's really not enough, I'm afraid we'll have to use Tian Xun's mutated ascension egg for flight. Lin Shen thought that even at the cost of a life base, he couldn't risk his life, and if it came to it, he would have to follow Tian Xun's plan. I'll do my best, Lin Shen sighed. Good, then let's now study the 28 fists. I may not be able to master the 28 fists, but I do understand them somewhat. You have just started learning the 28 fists and haven't yet tapped into their full potential. Allow me to share with you what I have observed of the 28 fists. It might help you in grasping them. Tian Xun began to recount her experiences with the 28 fists. A man dressed in a hoodie and cargo pants walked on the streets of Seacorn Base. He bowed his head, hands buried in his trouser pockets, and walked slowly as if he were strolling through the streets. Yet his head never lifted, his gaze always fixed on the road beneath his feet, ambling forward without any sign of interest in the path ahead. On the road ahead, a little girl cautiously rode an iron-horned horse, careful in her movements. The girl rode slowly, clearly a novice at handling the iron-horned horse, and although she had mastered the basics, her lack of confidence made her exceedingly cautious. At the intersection, the girl checked for a green light before proceeding, but just then, a large black bull came charging from the left, ignoring the red light and colliding with the iron-horned horse. Luckily, since the iron-horned horse was moving slowly and the girl tried her best to swerve away, the collision wasn't full on. The iron-horned horse's head was struck, causing it to tumble to the ground with the girl falling alongside. Because the black bull had run into the iron-horned horse, its rider was also thrown off. Are you blind? How could you ride like that? If you can't ride, don't come out and endanger others, the middle-aged woman shouted at the girl, having clambered to her feet. I only went because I saw a green light, the girl said softly. So, a green light means you just go? Don't you know to watch for others? What are eyes for? Just for airing out? The woman berated the girl, wagging her finger in her face. It was clearly you who ran the red light. How can you blame the girl? An onlooker, a young man, could no longer stand by and stepped forward to speak. So what if I ran a red light? Does that mean she can be blind? Clearly, she was deliberately blocking the way, trying to scam a payout. You're in cahoots, aren't you, trying to con money? Well, let me tell you won't get a penny out of me, the woman shouted, jumping up and down in fury. Several passers-by attempted to reason with her but were met with a tirade of insults that left them speechless. The woman was mid-tirade when she suddenly noticed a tall figure had approached her. Another one? Great, all of you are in this together, right? Bullying a helpless woman alone, is that it? I'll have you know I'm not afraid. Go on, hit me. I refuse to believe that Seacorn Base has no one who can handle trash like you, she yelled at the towering figure. Without warning, the tall figure stretched out a large hand and pressed it against her head. The woman's eyes widened in shock, mouth opening to say something, but before she could utter another word, she felt an overwhelming force bearing down on her. Bang! The woman's head was forced to the ground and burst open, spilling blood in all directions. Suddenly, all sounds went silent. The mysterious figure withdrew his hand and stood, sparing no glance to the body on the ground, and continued walking. Everyone watched him leave in silence, no one daring to speak. Soon, enforcers from Seacorn Base arrived on the scene, and one of the mutators moved to intercept the stranger but was stopped by a companion. Don't engage. I think I've heard of this guy. We can't handle him. Go, get the master of the mansion, the mutator said, eyeing the stranger. However, they soon realized that the stranger was actually heading toward High Mansion. Chapter 273, Meidu Star High Daxu received the news and came to the gate immediately. She had also heard about this stranger but had not expected that he would actually come to Seacorn Base, and it seemed he was heading for High Mansion. Have you come to find me? Seeing the stranger stop in front of the gate, High Daxu sized him up and asked. Where is Lin Shen? The stranger asked. Do you have a grudge against him? High Daxu asked with a frown. He took something of mine, the stranger replied. He's not at High Mansion. He's gone to an alien world. High Daxu did not conceal the fact, as all the major families of the Supreme Hall were already aware that Lin Shen had gone to an alien world. It was because Lin Shen and Lin Miao were no longer on the mother planet that the Wan family did not send a large number of ascenders back. Which planet? The stranger asked again. I see no reason to tell you, High Daxu said, looking at the stranger and speaking slowly. Surprisingly, after hearing High Daxu's words, the stranger said nothing, turned around, and left. You think you can leave without providing an explanation after killing someone at Seacorn Base? An ascender by High Daxu's side immediately summoned a spirit-based sword and sent it flying towards the stranger like a flash of lightning, aiming at the stranger's back. It was as if the stranger had eyes on his back. He casually reached back and grabbed the spirit-based sword. With just a gentle squeeze, the sword shattered into countless pieces in his hand, clinking and clattering to the ground. The ascender's face turned pale as he now felt relieved that he had not released his own life base and had only used a spirit-based sword. A second-turn spirit-based sword, with no innate powers used, just shattered in a bare hand grip. The strength displayed was truly terrifying. The stranger slowly turned around without looking at the ascender, but instead fixed his gaze on High Daxu and said slowly, his life for a piece of information. The ascender was enraged and tried to speak, but was stopped by High Daxu raising her hand. Do you want Lin Shen dead? High Daxu asked directly. I only want to take back what belongs to me, the stranger said. He is with the celestial race, that's all I can say, High Daxu pondered. The stranger stared at High Daxu for a while, then turned away. Although he seemed to walk away slowly, he vanished at the end of the long street in the blink of an eye. Mansion Master, the ascender still wanted to say something. High Daxu looked at him coldly and said, if you want to die, go ahead and find him. I won't stop you. The ascender was taken aback. Could it be that not even you, Mansion Master, are his match? You talk too much, High Daxu said, and then ignored him, turning back and walking into the mansion. The stranger headed south, returning to the vicinity of Darkbird Base, passing Flower Path and the Gorge, and arriving at Gourd Mountain. Without Darkbird to guide him, he could actually see Gourd Mountain, and went straight up to the summit, arriving at the cave Lin Shen had visited before. The stranger surveyed the cave, walked to a corner inside, and extended his hand, thrusting it directly into the rock. The rock, immensely hard, was like tofu beneath his palm, easily penetrated. With a casual flick, the ground's rock shattered, revealing a seemingly bottomless hole. The stranger did not hesitate to leap down, plummeting through the dark cavern, eventually disappearing from sight. Meidu Star. Tianxin's mood was terrible today. She just parked her flying vehicle by the roadside to grab a bite, and when she came back, she found her flying vehicle path blocked by another vehicle, which didn't leave any contact information on top. What was more infuriating was that as she checked the flying vehicle for contact information, the vehicle emitted a sound, the sound of being locked. This proved that the owner of the spacecraft was nearby, definitely saw him, and this was a provocation. If this were not one of the celestial race's primary stars, Meidu Star, and if the Star-Lord here didn't have a grudge against his family, Tianxin, with his personality, would have smashed the spacecraft right away. Bang! The thing Tianxin wanted to do but didn't, someone did it for him. A strange person dressed in a hoodie, with a hat covering most of his face, slapped his hand on the obstructive spacecraft, directly smashing down the top of the vehicle. Tianxin watched the strange person in a daze as he kicked the flattened spacecraft to an empty spot nearby. Friend, who asked you to meddle? Tianxin glanced at the Celestial striding out of the nearby shop, looking furious, and sneered at the strange person. I dislike meddlers the most, especially when they meddle in my business. Having said that, Tianxin leaped up, feet landing on the spacecraft that was quickly becoming trash, turning it into real junk as pieces scattered all over the place. Get on. Tianxin turned and returned to his own spacecraft. As he started it up, he opened the co-pilot's door and shouted to the strange person. The strange person gave him a look and without a word sat down beside him. Tianxin flew the spacecraft into the sky, and by the time the Celestial came flapping his wings in pursuit, he could only curse at the spacecraft disappearing into the distance. What's a human like you doing on Meidu Star? Tianxin asked while piloting the spacecraft. Looking for someone, the strange person replied. The address? He's with the Celestial race. Of course, I know he's with the Celestial race, otherwise why would you come to Meidu Star? That's nonsense. I'm asking for his exact address. Don't know, I just know he's with the Celestial race. You mean to say the person you're looking for might not even be on Meidu Star? You just know he's on the territory of the Celestial race? Yes. Then you're looking for a needle in a haystack. The celestial race governs tens of thousands of subordinate stars. You think you can find someone just with your 2 legs and a mouth? You'd be lucky to find him. Ch201 Shen thought for a moment and then said, "What's the name of the person you're looking for, and what race is he?" "Lin Shen, a human," the strange person answered. "Lin Shen? Which Lin Shen? Could it be that guy nicknamed Playboys?" Ch201 Shen's eyes widened as he turned to look at the strange person, nearly crashing into an oncoming spacecraft. "Yes. Why are you looking for him on Medu Star instead of going to the human mother planet?" "Could it be that Lin Shen has come to the celestial race?" Ch201 Shen's eyes lit up as he spoke. "Yes," the strange person nodded. "Are you his friend or foe?" Ch201 Shen asked again. "He took something of mine. I want to take it back," the strange person said. "That's something that bastard would do. Follow me. I'll lead you to him. He took something from me as well, and I've been looking for him too." Ch201 Shen misunderstood the strange person's intention, thinking they'd both been robbed by Lin Shen, and suddenly felt a kinship of shared enmity, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "How will we find him?" the strange person asked calmly. "I can't vouch for anywhere else, but I have some friends in the celestial race's territory. Leave it to me," Ch201 Shen said, suddenly feeling much better and even a bit excited. On Rome King Planet, he was no match for Lin Shen, who had thoroughly outwitted him. He hadn't expected Lin Shen to come to the celestial race. Now that he had, things would be easier. As soon as he found Lin Shen, Ch201 Shen swore to strip him of everything he had, not even leaving him a pair of underwear. "Lin Shen, you wait for me. Don't let me find you, because even if you call me Dad, I won't let you off." Ch201 Shen was already fantasizing about how he would cruelly humiliate Lin Shen after finding him. Chapter 274, Lin Shen's Advantage. Ch201 Shen had personally witnessed the use of the 28 fists, and according to her, after it was deployed, the first punch seemed rather ordinary, with nothing special about it. However, the second punch carried an aura of annihilation, as if everything could be destroyed by it. Not just the physical body, but it seemed even souls could be shattered along with it. Ch201 Shen had personally seen a friend of mine use the 28 fists to blast a nirvana, being to death. She was only watching from a distance, but she trembled greatly, her soul nearly damaged. Ch201 Shen recounted her detailed experience of watching the 28 fists, so that Lin Shen could gain a better understanding of them. After listening, Lin Shen felt very strange because the 28 fists he had mastered did not seem as powerful as Ch201 Shen described. For example, Ch201 Shen said that just by watching from a distance, her soul was nearly damaged, yet Lin Shen did not feel that the 28 fists had the capacity to intimidate the soul. Ch201 Shen firmly believed that the 28 fists were a type of boxing technique that united the essence, energy, and spirit into one. They could not only injure from a distance, but also greatly enhance strength and even had the ability to damage the soul. She thought that Lin Shen had only grasped the form and had not yet truly understood the true essence of the 28 fists. That's why he felt they were nothing special. Ch201 Shen has personally seen the 28 fists, and with her level and insight she should not be mistaken. However, apart from the long-range attack effect, I did not feel any increase in strength or the ability to harm the soul. Lin Shen carefully reflected on his use of the 28 fists, indeed finding none of those two effects. Ch201 Shen left the underground secret chamber, telling Lin Shen to comprehend the 28 fists by himself. Once his base mutation rate reached 100%, he only needed to press the switch on the wall, and Ch201 Shen would come to fetch him. Lin Shen's watch displayed a notification of base mutation rate +1s every now and then. At this rate, it seemed he wouldn't even need half a day for his base mutation rate to reach 100%. After thinking for a long time and still unable to figure out what was so special about the 28 fists, Lin Shen could only give up for the moment. After soaking in the base mutation essence later, he would practice in real combat to see if he could achieve the effects described by Ch201 Shen. Though he had not grasped the essence of the 28 fists, Lin Shen thought of something else. The 28 fists could attack from a distance, an ability the Ascenders did not possess. The long-range attacks of Ascenders relied on the flying ability of their life base. Razorfang Island prohibited flying, and neither Ascenders nor life bases could take to the air. While Lin Shen could not fly, he could jump, and jumping wasn't within the prohibitions of Razorfang Island. Coupled with the Stairway to Heaven ability, he could remain in the air for extended periods. This meant that he could fly on Razorfang Island and launch long-range attacks, while Cosimo would be devoid of flight and long-range offensive abilities, left only to take hits passively. With this realization, Lin Shen found that he might actually have some advantages. However, such advantages were not enough to guarantee a decisive victory. After all, if Cosimo couldn't win, he could simply run, and once he left the range of Razorfang Island, he would be able to fly again. Lin Shen needed to kill him, not just gain the upper hand. In this period, there had been few additional offerings, only a scattered few. It seems the Pioneer Corps had not taken any large-scale action, or that they had not encountered any dangers. This was Lin Shen's biggest concern. Without a decisive attribute, it would be too hard to kill Cosimo. All of the 28 fists were illusory. Lin Shen did not believe that in his own hands they would have the same might as when his friend used them. Lin Shen even suspected that the strength of 28 fists may not necessarily be due to the technique itself, but rather because the person, my friend, was strong. Since he was idle anyway, Lin Shen first sorted through the useful abilities he possessed. Aquapoint Sealing was his biggest trump card now. If his strength wasn't enough to kill Cosmo, he would have to rely on Aquapoint Sealing when the time came. 7 Steps of Conflict seemed useless at the moment, but Lin Shen had an idea that might make it incredibly useful. If, in the end, Lin Shen still couldn't kill Cosmo, he planned to have Tian Shen shoot him. That shot might be the key to turning defeat into victory. To everyone else, it would appear that Tian Sun was shooting at him. But for Lin Shen, as long as the pet capsule shot by Tian Sun entered his 7 steps range, he could gain a speed faster than the pet capsule. Lin Shen had already tested this before because he was somewhat worried that the fire seed ability of 7 Steps of Conflict might backfire, so he had experimented a few times. The explanation for 7 Steps of Conflict is that guns are faster beyond 7 steps, but I am faster within 7 steps. Indeed, it is faster within 7 steps, but what if someone shoots from beyond 7 steps? Wouldn't that mean they'd be faster than him? Then wouldn't it mean that if someone shot at him from beyond 7 steps, he would definitely not be able to dodge it? Because of this, Lin Shen experimented many times and found it wasn't the case. If someone shot from beyond 7 steps, as long as the bullet entered his 7 steps range, he could still increase his speed. After concluding this, Lin Shen was completely reassured. With this fire seed ability, firearms would have a hard time hitting him. Based on this principle, as long as Tian Shun shot at him with a Nirvana-level pet gun and the pet capsule entered his 7 steps range, his speed could soar to the level of Nirvana. Using that Nirvana-level speed to directly seal Cosmo's acupoints would be a sure win. I must make good use of it. This is my trump card for certain victory. But how should I talk to Tian Shun about it? I definitely can't let her know about the ability of 7 Steps of Conflict. I need to find a way. Lin Shen was considering how to bring this up with Tian Shun. Beyond these 2 skills, crashing on Razorfang Island also proved somewhat useful, whereas floating on water skill wasn't of much use. As he was thinking, he suddenly saw death powder emerge from his clothes that he had taken off. Has it digested everything? Lin Shen was overjoyed, as a significant portion of his skills were tied to death powder. Without it, half of the techniques he learned would be wasted. Death powder's belly had returned to normal. It flew next to Lin Shen and then plunged headfirst into the base mutation pool. Is this guy a reincarnation of a glutton? Why does it want to swallow everything good? Lin Shen hastily pulled death powder out of the pool. This thing had already begun devouring the base mutation liquid essence in the pool. Who knew if it could gulp down the entire pool of essence, which would leave him unable to explain things to Tian Shun. He immediately reverted death powder back to a capsule form to prevent any further mischief. Upon checking its attributes, Lin Shen was surprised to find that death powder had gained an additional skill. Super Base Prison King's Eye, this is the base talent of the Blood Prison King. Lin Shen was ecstatic. He never expected that death powder could transform the base talent into its own ability. Chapter 275, Prison King's Eye. Wow, that works too. After Lin Shen closely examined the Super Base Prison King's Eye of death powder, he was overjoyed. Super Base Prison King's Eye transforms strength into the gaze of the Prison King at an efficiency rate of 120%. The gaze can bind opponents with an effective range of 1,000 meters. Previously, the Blood Prison King's gaze didn't even reach 1,000 meters, and the conversion efficiency was certainly not at 120%. This ability had clearly been enhanced on death powder. In the future, once death powder ascends, with each reincarnation, the effect of the Prison King's Eye would continue to grow stronger. The only pity was that death powder's current strength attribute was still quite low, so it could bind some lower-level creatures. But when facing powerful high-level creatures, the binding effect of the Prison King's gaze would not be as strong. However, even if it was weak, it could still have some impact. It's like being bound with a rope. No matter how unreliable the rope is, it will still have some effect. In the instant where life and death are fought for, a tiny mishap could lead to a different outcome, so the Prison King's gaze was still useful. It's just that its influence was relatively weak and not of much use except in critical moments. Lin Shen was still very happy as this was a rare long-distance skill, and what's more, it had an effective range of 1 kilometer. Lin Shen had death powder show off the Prison King's eye, and above its head, a bloody eye opened unexpectedly, giving the originally eyeless creature a somewhat weird appearance. The eye, like a flashlight, emitted blood-colored light that didn't cover a very wide area. This was also within Lin Shen's expectations. The Blood Prison King had countless eyes in his palms, so after using the Prison King's eye, the range was quite extensive. Death powder had only grown this single eye, so it made sense that its range was small. Using it to bind a single organism wasn't a problem, and it was considered sufficient. Small eyes concentrate light, no wonder the effect has become stronger, Lin Shen said as he placed death powder back into the angel revolver. No sooner had Lin Shen dealt with one glutton than the awakened fatty, not knowing when, crawled out of his backpack, stretching his neck to peck at the base mutation pool like drinking water, gulping down the base mutation liquid essence into his stomach. Lin Shen hurried over to hold him back. Since we're under someone else's roof, let's not get too wild for now. Seeing Fatty reluctantly looking at the base mutation liquid in the pool, still eager to try. Lin Shen had no choice but to feed him the remaining mutant-based mutation fluid from his own bag, which calmed him down at last. After eating his fill, Fatty went back into the backpack to sleep. Aside from sleeping, it's just eating, damn it, they're all like living ancestors, Lin Shen grumbled as he returned to the base mutation pool, feeling somewhat drained. The base mutation rate reached 100% sooner than Lin Shen had anticipated. Lin Shen got out of the base mutation pool, got dressed, and pressed the button. After waiting for a while, he didn't see the elevator come down. He guessed that Ch201 might not have expected him to come out so quickly and might have gone out, not having time to return. With time being of the essence, Lin Shen didn't want to waste any, so he started pondering over practicing the 28 fists. To his frustration, Ch201 hadn't returned the notebook with the drawings of the 28 fists, and he couldn't remember all of it, so he could only practice the moves he did remember. Practicing these moves one by one, he eventually released spatial fist power. Lin Shen directed the spatial fist power into the depths of the underground cavern and found the fist power of the 28 fists to be very unique. Theoretically, no matter what kind of power it is, there will certainly be some loss during the process of passing through space. However, the 28 fists seemed to be completely without consumption after the fist power was released, regardless of whether it was 1 meter or 100 meters. The destructive power of the fist power remained entirely the same, as if there were no loss at all. It shouldn't be possible for there to be no consumption, right? Lin Shen tried a few more punches, and the result was still the same. Indeed, there was no consumption. This is really freaking incredible. The 28 fists really have something special. Lin Shen suddenly got excited. Although he hadn't discovered those advantages Ch201 had mentioned, this characteristic of the 28 fists made Lin Shen think of another possibility. When I use the overlapping wave skill, it is because of the great loss that the momentum can only be slowly accumulated, which is really not very efficient. If the 28 fists can achieve no loss and also allow for long-distance attacks, wouldn't it be stronger to add the effects of the overlapping wave skill to the 28 fists? Lin Shen decided to act on the idea right away, as he was someone who liked new and exciting, wildly imaginative ideas. However, adding the overlapping wave skill to the 28 fists was obviously not a simple task. The overlapping wave skill itself required unique techniques and stances to lift wave after wave of force, and these were elements that could not be changed. It's like archery. You must have both a bow and arrows to be able to shoot. You can't possibly shoot with empty hands. Those techniques and stances are the bow and arrows of the overlapping wave skill. They must be present in order to activate it. The 28 fists also had its own moves and stances, but they didn't seem to be so strict. Even without some moves and stances, the spatial fist power could still be launched. So Lin Shen began his path of elimination, trying to identify those movements that could work together with the overlapping wave skill, and also reducing the stances of the overlapping wave skill as much as possible, hoping to merge the two into one. As he practiced, Lin Shen suddenly realized he didn't need to go through such trouble. Why not just combine stepping on the immortal court with the 28 fists? Stepping on the immortal court is a movement technique, and 28 fists is a punching skill. Merging movement and punching skills together forms a complete combat skill, and the conflict shouldn't be that big. After actually beginning to try, he realized the combination of the two was not easy to achieve, and Lin Shen could only start by finding the non-conflicting points and from there, identify the parts that could merge. Anyway, Lin Shen wasn't a perfectionist, and those movements and skills that were not necessary he simply discarded. He just needed these characteristics to be sufficient. As for being perfect or not, that could wait for later. Time ticked away second by second, and Lin Shen immersed himself wholeheartedly in this fascinating creation. He had already fused stepping on the immortal court and the 28 fists together, but because too many parts of both had been deleted and modified, the resulting skill appeared particularly crude, even to the point of being full of flaws. Though it was very rudimentary, this skill indeed possessed simultaneously the characteristics of stepping on the immortal court and the 28 fists, an ethereal and enigmatic movement, continuously accumulating force, externalized strength, and the feature of no consumption. The 28 fists, which were said to possess supreme explosive power by Ch201, became completely unrecognizable in Lin Shen's hands. No, that's not right. It shouldn't be this way. Lin Shen suddenly realized the problem. Why, it always felt like the two just didn't integrate well, leaving a somewhat unsatisfactory feeling. His 28 fists were indeed practiced incorrectly. The ones he had been using all along were controlled in their power, whereas the true form of the 28 fists was a kind of explosive fist power. Because he was inside a cave and afraid of damaging things, Lin Shen practiced very cautiously, not daring to fully release his power. Stepping on the immortal court's movement technique was also very unrestrained, and using it in such a restrained way also lost that kind of essence. Once Lin Shen understood this, he knew why he had been feeling so awkward the whole time. Chapter 27 merge as one. The space in the cave was limited, so Lin Shen could only first study how to combine the two and wait for Ch201 to return before finding a sufficiently spacious place for actual combat practice. Tian Shun had indeed gone out, invited by an A117 and Ch201 to a meeting. An A117 had discovered a very special region on a mountain within the giant ring star and suspected the existence of mutated nirvana creatures. He wanted to invite Tian Shun and Ch201 to explore the mountain together. However, the mountain came with many restrictions, and they were not willing to take the risk yet. After discussion, they decided to jointly dispatch a pioneer corps from all three parties to first clear up the numerous restrictions on the mountain and the status of the creatures there. It wouldn't be too late for them to ascend the mountain once the time was mature. The three parties each sent some mutators and ascenders to form a pioneer corps with a total of 30,000 people, divided into 10 teams, to commence their exploration of the mountain. The reason An 1117 invited them in advance was to avoid having his own pioneer corps depleted too greatly, as there were still vast regions that required manpower for development, and they could not afford to exhaust all their resources in one place. In the years of developing the giant ring star, they had already consumed a considerable amount of human resources, and it was becoming difficult to keep up with the demand for replenishment. When Tian Shun received Lin Shen's message, she was in the middle of a meeting about this issue and couldn't rush back right away. Once there were results, Tian Shun hurried back to Paradise Island at the first opportunity. He sent out a message so quickly. Could something have happened? Tian Shun frowned slightly, unsure about what had transpired. She didn't believe that Cosmo had the audacity to break into her residence to kill Lin Shen, but aside from that, she could not comprehend why Lin Shen would send out a message so early. When she entered the cave, she discovered that Lin Shen had already come out of the base mutation pool, neatly dressed and squatting on the ground, drawing and studying something. How did you come out so soon? Seeing that Lin Shen was unharmed, Tian Shun asked with a bit of displeasure. My base mutation rate has already reached completion. Lin Shen stood up and said. Tian Shun glanced at the things Lin Shen had drawn on the ground, which looked like stick figures, and couldn't help but curl her lip in disdain. Such artistic skills from Lin Shen were truly less than flattering. So soon? Lin Shen's absorption speed was unexpectedly fast, which astonished Tian Shun. You've earned yourself some extra time. I'm going to fetch the ascension egg now so you can ascend here. Let's wait a bit longer. First find a place. I need to practice the 28 fists. Can you return my little notebook first? I can't remember some of the movements, Lin Shen said. Fine. Tian Shun didn't mind, thinking that Lin Shen was waiting for his companion to deliver the ascension egg. After all, there wasn't much time left, and in the end, Lin Shen would have to choose her ascension egg. The palace-like structure had an indoor martial arts field, and it was of very high specifications, a place where Tian Shun usually trained and conducted research. You practice, I'll guide you, Tian Shun said with confidence, standing to the side, preparing to give pointers to Lin Shen. Although she couldn't master the 28 fists, her insight and realm far exceeded Lin Shen's, so guiding him should be no problem. Lin Shen nodded, flicked through his notebook, reviewed the movements he couldn't remember, and pondered for quite some time before he began to practice the combat technique he had just figured out. What are you practicing? After watching for a while, Tian Shun felt something was off. This was no 28 fists, it should be called the 37 fists, or rather, just randomly hitting, regardless of the specifics. Lin Shen's technique was full of flaws and completely lacked the dominance of the 28 fists. 28 fists, huh? Lin Shen said with a smile. To practice such a domineering technique like the 28 fists and make it look like a woman's dance, can't you put a bit more vigor into it? And your movements are incorrect too, what's with this mess? Tian Shun remarked. Don't rush me, I feel like there are some parts of the 28 fists that aren't quite smooth to use, so I made some slight changes. I'm not yet proficient with them. Lin Shen's reply left Tian Shun speechless. Who do you think you are? Thinking you can change the 28 fists, you'd be good just to learn them properly. Tian Shun felt like Lin Shen must have a screw loose. A character like my friend created the 28 fists. It's not something people can just change as they please. Lin Shen's ideas were nothing short of fantastical. But Lin Shen didn't see it that way. The 28 fists might be formidable in the hands of my friend, but that didn't guarantee others would be impressive using them. What mattered more was suiting himself. It's like shooting baskets. A standard shooting pose is indeed very elegant and can even improve the shooting percentage. Yet there are some people with very peculiar shooting forms, but their accuracy is high. Making them use a standard pose instead might actually lower their success rate. Lin Shen didn't care whether the 28 fists were top-notch techniques. As long as he found them useful, he'd just take them out and use them, not worrying about their intended use. Got it, Lin Shen answered, but he had no intentions of repenting. He continued his practice as before. He realized that using the moves from stepping on the immortal court and the 28 fists alone would never fill those gaps. After all, the two were completely unrelated techniques forced together. The moves themselves were inherently mismatched, so it would be strange if there were no flaws. Lin Shen simply gave up on merging those moves and kept only the parts that were compatible. With the core unchanged, he began to research postures that would fit. Lin Shen's philosophy was simple. Don't worry about how I should shoot, I'll do it in whatever way feels comfortable, as long as it achieves the goal. The stepping on the immortal court and the 28 fists had been so altered by Lin Shen that they were unrecognizable, or one could say they had broken free from their original constraints, forming a new system. In Lin Shen's view, his research was very successful. Yet, in Tian Xun's eyes, what on earth was Lin Shen doing? It was becoming more and more ridiculous, to the point where there was no trace of the original 28 fists left. No, that's wrong. Too soft, be forceful, focused, domineering. Tian Xun started by correcting Lin Shen, but seeing that Lin Shen wasn't taking any of it in, stubbornly refusing to turn back until he hit a dead end, he eventually stopped talking and just watched coldly from the sidelines. Lin Shen kept researching and making errors repeatedly, trying to find the most suitable posture for the current core to bring out its real power. Mistakes were bound to happen at the start, necessitating starting over again and again. Tian Xun could no longer bear to watch, so he simply went back to rest, leaving Lin Shen to practice by himself. When Lin Shen hit a dead end and realized his mistake, then Tian Xun would return to guide him. Not too late, since Lin Shen had fought for this time himself. While Lin Shen was practicing, Cosimo's expression was extremely unpleasant. Cosimo didn't know that Lin Shen was practicing boxing techniques inside Tian Xun's palace. He only knew that Lin Shen had entered Tian Xun's palace and hadn't come out since, even staying the night. This was different from staying in a guest room. It was where Tian Xun himself lived. The Medici family had paid so much just for the chance to become family with Tian Xun, and in Cosimo's heart, Tian Xun was likened to his own prize catch, one he couldn't tolerate others touching. Lin Shen, you're as good as dead, Cosimo seethed with rage, his grip crushing the cup in his hand. His expression was that of a man who discovered his sugar mommy had found herself a new toy. Chapter 277, Surfing Fist. In the martial arts training area, Lin Shen unleashed a punch that roared like thunderous waves. The terrifying force of his fist struck the training pillar, causing it to hum with vibration. After throwing the punch, Lin Shen felt as if his body had been drained, his legs so weak they trembled involuntarily. Finally achieved it, yet, with my full power, I couldn't even leave a mark on the training pillar. What in the world is this pillar made of? Lin Shen collapsed onto the ground, staring blankly at the pillar. After all, his strength was now close to 60, and that punch must have been nearing the power of 100. Combining the full force of stepping on the immortal court with the 28 fists had a terrifyingly augmentative effect on strength. This enhancement primarily came from the 28 fists, which indeed required one to give their all without reservation, to put themselves in mortal peril to then emerge stronger, to unleash the true power of the 28 fists. Therefore, without angel rebirth, the 28 fists could indeed only be used once, also failing to produce the effect of the overlapping wave skill. Lin Shen rested for a moment, then stood up again, his body now encased in a carapace, with its mysterious hieroglyphic text beginning to shimmer with a brilliant light. Lin Shen wanted to see if, with the enhancement of the super base pattern, he could truly realize his conception. Lin Shen moved as swift as a startled swan, taking a step forward and throwing another punch, step after step, punch after punch. Each punch was like a massive wave hitting the shore or lightning in a clear sky, fierce and unparalleled, and yet their power continuously compounded into a terrifying force. The punch and the step were in synchrony. Each attack and movement were carried out with full force, getting faster and stronger. The energy drained from the base mutation was replenished by the force of the world drawn in by the super base pattern, allowing Lin Shen to push forward with another strike. He had only moved a few steps when his footwork and punching lost sync, immediately throwing off the momentum. The unending strength nearly shattered his carapace. There are still some problems. The integration isn't perfect yet. Lin Shen could only continue to make modifications, again and again, until he could unify his footwork and punching perfectly. Now, Lin Shen's thoughts were crystal clear. Each of his strikes was equivalent to the skills of an average mutator, and the power of each strike was cumulative. Put simply, his every basic attack held power equivalent to someone else using a skill. At present, Lin Shen's greatest limitation was not his body, but the speed at which the super base pattern absorbed the world's force. The faster and more power the super base pattern absorbed from the world's force, the stronger his destructive power. Unfortunately, in an ordinary environment, the speed at which the super base pattern absorbed the world's force was insufficient, which limited Lin Shen's performance. In these conditions, every punch Lin Shen threw could reach a fist power close to 100, and if the environment were special, the fist power could be even stronger. This was still just the state of using the super base pattern alone. If he also used super base change to enhance his strength, the fist power of each punch would reach an extremely terrifying level. But if super base change was used simultaneously, the supply of the world's force absorbed by the super base pattern would be inadequate, making it impossible to maintain the super base change state continuously. There would be, at best, a chance for a single strike. This was a very troublesome problem. Using super base change required constant massive energy expenditure. And the skill he was currently practicing was designed to exhaust all energy in one go. So after a single strike, the super base change would inevitably collapse. This was almost an unsolvable challenge, unless the super base pattern could replenish energy so rapidly that it was never ending, without any interruption. Otherwise, it would be difficult to use this technique continuously under the state of super base change. To solve this problem, angel rebirth is indeed a relatively ideal solution. However, choosing angel rebirth means having to give up the double life base. After my ascension, the effect of the super base pattern still has room for improvement after multiple reincarnations, and sooner or later, it will be able to infinitely draw the world's force. Now, choosing angel rebirth, the functions of the two will overlap in the future. Lin Shen thought it over and concluded that he couldn't choose angel rebirth in the long run. Fortunately, his skills created from merging stepping on the immortal court with 28 fists were already strong enough that even without using the super base change, he was already very powerful. The fist power released with each punch could stack, and the effect was very high. The average ascender would probably not be able to withstand even a few of his punches. If it weren't for facing top-tier ascenders like Cosimo, Lin Shen's abilities were now more than sufficient. Lin Shen continued to refine the new skill he had developed, naming it Surfing Fist. A very commonplace and straightforward name, it was composed by taking one word from each, stepping on the immortal court, overlapping wave skill, and 28 fists. But a name has never been about being common or uncommon, it's all about what meaning the user can impart to it. Now, even the creators of Stepping on the Immortal Court and 28 Fists would probably not recognize their creations in Surfing Fist, seeing only some similarities. Surfing Fist is a skill that grows stronger and faster with battle, but this also means that the consumption is constantly increasing. Let's see what the limit of Surfing Fist can reach. Lin Shen activated the super base pattern, took a step, and simultaneously hammered out a punch at the training pillar. Punch after punch, step after step, he barely managed 4 steps and delivered 4 punches before the super base pattern's drawing of the world's force could no longer keep up with the consumption. As soon as the energy was cut off, Lin Shen's movements slowed down and the fist power could no longer keep up. The 4 stacked punches of Surfing Fist left a shallow imprint on the training pillar that was almost invisible unless looked at closely. I could only consecutively deliver 4 punches, which is still a bit weak. Lin Shen sighed. Tian Shun had slept for a while and upon waking, seeing that it was about time, decided to check whether Lin Shen had given up or not. Upon arriving at the training ground and seeing Lin Shen resting next to the training pillar, Tian Shun thought he had given up. Walking over to say something, she suddenly spotted the shallow mark on the pillar. She usually used the training pillar herself and knew every single mark on it, what kind they were. Tian Shun was clear on all of it. This additional mark must have been left by Lin Shen, but she found it hard to believe that he could have made a mark on it. This was her training pillar. Although the material was not Nirvana material, it was still made of top-tier Ascension material, forged with special techniques. An average Ascender wouldn't be able to leave a mark on it. Only some top-tier Ascenders with immense strength could possibly leave a mark on it. How could Lin Shen, a mutator, possibly leave a mark on it? Is this mark left by you? Tian Shun pointed at the mark and asked Lin Shen. I'm sorry, I hope I didn't damage it. Lin Shen thought the mark he left might have upset Tian Shun. How did you leave this mark? Do it again, let me see. Tian Shun still found it hard to believe. Chapter 27-8. Stubborn Lone Will. Lin Shen didn't waste words. He stood up and directly used his base mutation strength, wrapping his entire body in a black crystal carapace. Mysterious hieroglyphics shimmered with light. Lin Shen stood back a bit, then moved swiftly towards the training pillar. 1 step per punch, 1 punch per step, 4 steps and 4 punches, almost in one breath. The fist power overlapped and interwove together, forming a tsunami-like force that heavily bombarded the training pillar. Hum! The training pillar emitted a huge humming sound, and a shallow fist imprint appeared on it. Tian Shun stared blankly at the fist imprint on the training pillar. This was not the 28 fists she remembered, but the might of this punch made her feel somewhat incredible, as if it was no weaker than the 28 fists she had in mind, though it was of a different style. Is this your version of 28 fists? Tian Shun asked, looking strangely at Lin Shen sitting on the ground, catching his breath. I made some changes. I probably didn't capture the essence of the 28 fists, so I didn't dare to use its name. I named it Surfing Fist. What do you think? Lin Shen retracted his base mutated carapace and said while panting, Surfing Fist, that's quite descriptive. You're utilizing the method of the overlapping wave skill with the 28 fists. Though it doesn't have the dominance of the 28 fists, it has a persistent and unending force. If your body and strength recovery can keep up, and you can throw a few more punches, this technique could be considered defying the heavens. However, your Surfing Fist also has a weakness because your current level is too low and your speed too slow. Someone fast enough could break your accumulating fist power between punches, preventing you from stacking enough force. And the stacked fist power from the first punch has already decided its direction and landing point, making it easier to dodge. Tian Shun's realm was far beyond Lin Shen's, and she could immediately see the advantages and flaws of the Surfing Fist. Even so, Tian Shun had a newfound respect for Lin Shen. Although different from what she wanted, it was nonetheless astounding. Lin Shen was of course aware of the disadvantages Tian Shun mentioned, but there was nothing he could do about it. Everything was due to his inadequate energy absorption, limiting his performance. Otherwise, the surfing fist would not stop there. With such a fist, combined with that pet gun you mentioned, is there a chance to kill Cosimo? Lin Shen asked. If Cosimo stands still and lets you execute 4 successive surfing fists without using celestial descent, God-given imperial authority, or crown of the king, the chances are quite high. Tian Shun paused, then added, if he uses the crown of the king, you still have a slim chance. If he uses celestial descent, then you basically have no chance at all. Of course, that's if he stands still and you clash head-on, which in reality he would never do. The strengths and weaknesses of your surfing fist are equally obvious. Since there's a chance, then I want to give it a try. Lin Shen calculated in his heart, and with the attributes from the sacrificial halo, his chances were quite high, considering he also had the advantage of long-range attacks. Are you really not going to ascend? This time, Tian Shun did not object as strongly as before. The surfing fist had indeed changed her view of Lin Shen. If you trust me, give me a chance, Lin Shen said, looking at Tian Shun. Can you be there to watch when I fight Cosimo? If you lose, I won't intervene to save you, Tian Shun stated plainly. I don't need you to rescue me, just fire a pet capsule from a Nirvana-level pet gun, Lin Shen proposed his condition. No, I will not offer you any assistance. Let go of that hope and choose ascension. With your surfing fist technique, combined with angel rebirth and the properties and various assists of the ascension level, your chances of killing Cosimo are very high. No, I'm not asking you to shoot Cosimo. If you see that I'm about to fail, then use that pet gun on me. I don't want to die at Cosimo's hands, and this can also dispel any suspicions Cosimo and the Medici family might have about you, Lin Shen said, surprising Tian Shun. Are you sure? Tian Shun stared blankly at Lin Shen. You've invested so much in me. If I can't complete the mission, let me at least die with some value. Please, Star-Lord, honor my request. Lin Shen bowed deeply, a picture of determined sacrifice for his confidant. All right, if you die, I will take care of your elder sister and won't let anyone harm her, Tian Shun said, slightly moved. Lin Shen's willingness to go to such lengths made her grow fonder of him. Tian Shun could never have imagined that this seemingly thoughtful act was actually Lin Shen's greatest trump card. Since you've made up your mind, let's practice surfing fists together, Tian Shun suggested, taking to the field to spar with Lin Shen herself. She could tell that Lin Shen's surfing fist was at its early stages, riddled with faults and openings. She intended to use her own experience and insights to help Lin Shen address these weaknesses as much as possible. Lin Shen wasted no time in using the surfing fist to spar with Tian Shun. Every strike from Tian Shun left him somewhat uncomfortable, for her blows targeted the deficiencies of the surfing fist. Lin Shen continued adapting during the fight. As the spar progressed, Lin Shen suddenly realized he didn't have to be confined to using just punches and kicks. He could perfectly incorporate his whole being into the flow of the fight, rather than separating fists and feet. His momentum was unending, each wave stronger than the last. He didn't necessarily have to use fists. A fist was simply the most direct form of expression. His fist could be his actual fist, any part of his body, or his entire being. The only pity was that Lin Shen had only trained in movement techniques and fist skills, and couldn't turn his whole body into a weapon like Wei Wufu could. However, having realized this principle, Lin Shen's surfing fist immediately became much more agile. The rigidity that had previously resulted from striving for perfection also became smoother. Observing Lin Shen's transformation, Tian Shun nodded silently. This guy's talent really is somewhat interesting. Although not peerless, it certainly has unexpected elements. His mastery of 28 fists does not seem to be by chance. Under Tian Shun's guidance, Lin Shen's surfing fist might not have reached full maturity but had achieved a basic proficiency. At least he wouldn't have issues in a real fight. Tian Shun secretly calculated that with the combination of Lin Shen's surfing fist, her prepared potions, and fist wraps, if she could execute a clever strategy and trick Cosimo into revealing his celestial descent right away, there was a real chance of success. A crystal base defeating a 9th turn ascension. If it really happens, it'd be worthy of being recorded in the annals of the universe. Tian Shun felt a faint sense of anticipation, wondering what it might mean if Lin Shen really succeeded. This pair of fist wraps is called Stubborn Lone Will, an accidental creation by a Master Nirvana-level weaponsmith. While they may not be divine weapons, their strength is comparable to a 10th turn life base. The most dazzling feature is their ability to enhance fist-related skills. Although your fist power is not an innate skill, it can still be amplified by Stubborn Lone Will. Make good use of it. Tian Shun handed a strange set of fist wraps to Lin Shen. Chapter 2799, Razorfang Island. Tian Shun piloted the flying vehicle and dropped Lin Shen back at Ocean Heaven Island. Lin Shen wandered around the island for half a day, hunting a few base variant creatures, before finally mounting the evil dragon and leaving for the nearby Razorfang Island. Cosimo had been keeping an eye on Lin Shen's movements and hesitated about whether to make a move when he learned that Lin Shen had left Ocean Heaven Island. When he found out that Tian Shun was heading back inside Giant Ringstar to meet with people from the An and Chi families, Cosimo could no longer restrain his murderous intent. Tian Xun wanted to deal with him quickly, and Cosimo faced the same issue. With the Nirvana being from the Medici family arriving soon, he would have to leave Giant Ring Star shortly. If he did not act now, he would lose the chance. No longer hesitating, Cosimo directly boarded his flying vehicle and rushed toward Lin Shen's location. Lin Shen arrived on Razorfang Island, riding the Evil Dragon. The Evil Dragon flew over the island without being subject to any no-fly restrictions. Lin Shen had already learned from Tian Xun that the no-fly restrictions on Razorfang Island did not apply to physical flying, but specifically targeted those who relied on pure ability to fly. For instance, creatures with wings and flying vehicles were unaffected on Razorfang Island. However, the flying abilities of ascenders and those with life base were indeed restricted on the island. Even Nirvana beings couldn't fly there unless they were a species with wings like Tian Xun. As the evil dragon flew in the sky, Lin Shen spotted numerous razorfang beasts, bearing a resemblance to porcupines. They had fanged mouths and bodies covered in spines, resembling hedgehogs, and their size compared to elephants. Lin Shen had the evil dragon land on the island and used his right hand to kill several razorfang beasts. On the black gauntlets, there was a special pattern made of white crystal inlays. It was unclear what the pattern was, looking quite strange, as though it was some kind of symbol, but its meaning was unknown. Tian Xun said these gauntlets were named Stubborn Lone Will, and Lin Shen wasn't sure if that was their real name or if Tian Xun was subtly hinting at him not to act alone. Lin Shen had also asked Tian Xun whether others knowing he wore these gauntlets to kill Cosimo would have any impact on him. But Tian Xun told Lin Shen to use them boldly without worrying about that issue. Lin Shen himself was quite confident. He had his advantages, and with so much information provided by Tian Xun, it was like playing a card game where Cosimo, the landlord, had to play openly against him. With all the preparations, even though Lin Shen's cards were slightly weaker, he still had a chance. The only frustration was that in the past 2 or 3 days, the sacrificial halo hadn't accumulated many offerings, and the attributes stored within it had only reached a little over 140 points, not yet 150. Considering the numbers, Lin Shen figured that with his own attribute, the boost from the Surfing Fist, the Stubborn Lone Will gauntlets, and the potion provided by Tian Xun, his chances were quite significant. It mainly depended on how he played his cards. Played well, he could win. Played poorly, the chance of losing was also significant. While Lin Shen was on Razorfang Island killing Razorfang beasts, the Pioneer Corps was exploring Giant God Mountain. Giant God Mountain was immensely vast, making the famous mountains on the human mother planet look like mere dirt mounds in comparison. The shape of this mountain is truly unique, with the massif resembling a lotus flower peak upon peak rising higher and higher, yet the main peak is somewhat lower than the surrounding ones. For the past few days, the Pioneer Corps has been exploring the periphery, advancing at a snail's pace. They haven't reached the area of the main peak yet. This damn place, why is it so strange? The weather is cold one moment and hot the next. It's practically killing me, complained a mutator with a pig's head, grumbling as he scouted ahead. I've heard there are Nirvana-level creatures within the mountain, which is why the environment here is so affected, another mutator with a wolf's face commented. Nirvana creatures. The pig-headed mutator was shocked. Aren't we just marching to our deaths then? You're overestimating yourself. Nirvana creatures normally wouldn't bother with small fries like us. As long as we don't bungle into them, Nirvana creatures won't go out of their way to kill us, whispered the wolf-faced mutator. Places with Nirvana creatures tend to have a higher chance of encountering lower-level mutant creatures. I've heard that some of the other teams have already hunted some mutants. If we're lucky and kill a few mutant creatures, we might get enough points to request a transfer out of the Pioneer Corps. Let's hope we're that lucky. The pig-headed mutator's eyes lit up at the prospect of encountering many mutant creatures. As Lin Shen was hunting Razorfang beasts, he noticed that the offerings had increased rapidly today. In just a short while, the sacrificial halo had gained 2 more attribute points. Suddenly, a flying craft appeared in the sky, heading straight for Lin Shen and landed nearby. They've come so quickly, it seems Cosimo is indeed eager to kill me. Lin Shen thought Cosimo wouldn't have arrived so soon. In fact, Cosimo had shown up not long after Lin Shen had arrived at Razorfang Island. Lin Shen immediately utilized his base mutation power, enveloping his entire body in a protective carapace. Cosimo was much stronger than he was, and there was no room for carelessness. Anything that could be prepared in advance had to be prepared. The door of the flying craft opened, and the person who emerged was indeed Cosimo, with no surprise or unexpected twist. Lin Shen, we meet again. Cosimo gave a smile that didn't reach his eyes, creating a somewhat uncomfortable atmosphere. If possible, I'd rather not meet you, Lin Shen sighed. That's not up to you, said Cosimo icily. What did Tian Xun do with you these last few days? Cosimo didn't kill Lin Shen outright because he wanted to know what Lin Shen had been doing in the palace of Tian Xuntou, find out if Tian Xun had taken him under her wing and if she had cuckolded him. In his heart, Cosimo already considered Tian Xun his own, though in reality she had never given him an opportunity. What else could I be doing? It's always the same things. The Star-Lord is quite clingy. My back and waist are still aching, Lin Shen said while rubbing his lower back, with a smug look and a sideways glance at Cosimo. Cosimo, we're from the same place. Show me some respect in the future. In consideration of our hometown bond, I might put in a good word for you with the Star-Lord. Lin Shen purposefully taunted Cosimo, hoping he would lose his rationality and directly resort to celestial descent. Cosimo was indeed enraged by Lin Shen with a glint of cold fury in his eyes. Regrettably for Lin Shen, the provoked Cosimo didn't lose his sanity. His resolve to kill Lin Shen only grew firmer. A fellow townsman, you say? I'll send you back to your hometown right now. Cosimo reached out and a multitude of golden particles sprayed from his hand, coalescing into a golden scepter that shone with a radiant light ripple, instantly making Lin Shen feel as if his body had become heavier. Chapter 208. Aerial Combat. Lin Shen felt his body become much heavier and glanced down at his watch only to see his attributes plummeting rapidly. Apart from his strength attribute, all his other attributes had dropped to 21 points, with only the strength attribute at 39 points. Damn it, Cosimo's God-given Imperial Authority ability is somewhat perverted, reducing so much. Lin Shen saw Cosimo being so careful, coming up and using life base with God-given Imperial Authority right from the start, and knew that a tough battle was inevitable, and it was unlikely that he would succeed in a sneak attack. Almost without hesitation, Lin Shen took out a vial of elixir and gulped it down, immediately feeling a surge of energy fill his body, quickly raising all his attributes. The elixir provided by Tian Xun was extraordinary. One bottle had revived his attributes and even added a few points. Strength had broken through 60, reaching 62 points, and other attributes had also climbed to around 42 or 43 points. It was just a pity that the strengthening effect of such elixirs was limited in time, and they also had side effects. Lin Shen turned and ran, summoning the evil dragon at the same time. Thinking of running now, it's already too late. Cosimo moved like a phantom, his speed unbelievably fast, and he appeared behind Lin Shen in an instant, swinging his scepter straight towards Lin Shen's head. Lin Shen had already activated the super base pattern and employed the movement technique of Surfing Fist, which greatly increased his speed, and with an uncanny step rhythm, he dodged Cosimo's strike. But the speed disparity was too great, and Lin Shen couldn't truly shake off Cosimo. Like a specter, Cosimo closely pursued Lin Shen, with the scepter still chasing him, about to crush his skull. Lin Shen knew it was impossible to get away from Cosimo. With the enhancement of the Surfing Fist movement technique, his speed was still far from 100, while Cosimo's was close to 150. The gap was just too big. Lin Shen turned around and threw a punch, directly facing Cosimo's scepter. In Cosimo's eyes, Lin Shen's action was undoubtedly suicidal. A mere mutator dared to face him head-on. What else could it be but a death wish? Boom! Lin Shen's punch struck the scepter. His body was shaken back repeatedly, but Cosimo's blow was ultimately blocked by him. Cosimo was obviously surprised. He didn't expect Lin Shen to block his strike, even though it was a hit without any skill usage. But he had over 100 strength, and Lin Shen, a mutator, had been weakened by God-given Imperial Authority. How could he possibly receive that hit? Cosimo's gaze inevitably turned to the gauntlets on Lin Shen's hands. In his view, the gauntlets were undoubtedly the reason for this feat. A mutator's skill, no matter how strong, could at most double the attribute, which was already a top-tier innate skill, but it couldn't possibly have this effect. If it wasn't the effect of an innate skill, then the only possibility was those gauntlets. A weapon that allowed a mutator to withstand a hit from him piqued Cosimo's interest, but he was not in a hurry. Once he killed Lin Shen, the gauntlets would be his. Being able to withstand a hit from Cosimo was indeed the merit of the stubborn lone will. Because Cosimo was too fast, Lin Shen only had time to throw one punch, and he couldn't stack the surfing effects at all. Fortunately, the stubborn lone will gauntlets were indeed powerful, having withstood Cosimo's strike. However, Cosimo's strength was too mighty. Even with the enhancement of Surfing Fist and stubborn lone will, Lin Shen felt as if his fist and arm were about to shatter. Lin Shen suddenly envied Zeman Swordsman. If he had his power-dissipating skills, it wouldn't be so strenuous. Thankfully, Lin Shen possessed the super base recast skill, which meant such damage couldn't do much to him. Leaping into the air, Lin Shen knew he couldn't continue to fight Cosimo head-on, or he would never force out Cosimo's celestial descent. Instead, he himself would be pushed to use all his abilities. Cosimo thought Lin Shen was trying to escape with the help of the evil dragon, and immediately took out a dagger and threw it. His target was not Lin Shen, but the evil dragon. Killing the evil dragon would leave Lin Shen with no flying ability, making it almost impossible for him to escape from Razor Fang Island. What he didn't expect was that Lin Shen did not direct the evil dragon to charge towards him. Instead, the evil dragon soared directly into the high skies, completely catching Cosimo off guard, and causing his thrown dagger to miss the dragon's vital point. It merely pierced through one side of the evil dragon's body and continued flying upwards. The evil dragon continued to rush towards the high heavens. With its strong recovery ability, this strike was not fatal since it didn't hit any vital spots. In midair, the evil dragon caught hold of the dagger. Since the spirit base couldn't fly, the dagger, powered by Cosimo's throw, was no longer controllable after it lost its force. Seeing Lin Shen leap into the sky, Cosimo also sprang up with even greater speed and height. In an instant, he caught up with Lin Shen, but to Kazumo's astonishment, Lin Shen once again changed direction in midair, leaping to the other side and leaving Kazumo's charge to miss its mark. Now, without the ability to fly, he couldn't pursue Lin Shen. He couldn't reach him with his arms and could only watch helplessly as Lin Shen moved further away. Lin Shen, in midair, immediately returned fire with 3 punches. The surfing fist's consecutive layers intertwined together, blasting towards the airborne Kazumo. Lin Shen hadn't expected Kazumo to catch up. For a moment, he considered unleashing the sacrificial halo to take advantage of the opportunity to determine victory or defeat in one strike, possibly catching Kazumo by surprise, maybe even before he had the chance to use Celestial Descent or the Crown of the King. But Lin Shen abandoned this idea because he noticed the sacrificial offerings for the sacrificial halo were rapidly increasing. Sacrifice +1, sacrifice +1, sacrifice +1. The prompts continuously flashed in his mind, piling on top of each other, making it impossible to know just how many offerings had been added as the attributes grew wildly as well. Here's my chance, Lin Shen thought excitedly, dropping the idea of settling life and death immediately. He chose to use the surfing triple strike, bombarding the airborne Kazumo. Kazumo couldn't see the fist power, but he could feel and hear the fluctuations and sound created by the punch tearing through the air. Without hesitation, Kazumo swept out with his scepter in his hand. Boom! Under the force of the triple strike, Kazumo was shaken and sent flying backward, his scepter almost slipping from his grasp. How can a mutator have such incredible strength? Kazumo was both shocked and angry, but unfortunately, suspended in midair without the ability to fly, it was impossible for him to stabilize himself. Lin Shen touched his left foot to his right instep and charged out into the air once more, throwing another series of surfing triple punches. With the enhancement of the super base pattern, he could at most deliver a surfing quadra punch, but that would consume too much of his strength. Thus, Lin Shen did not use the quadra punch, just the triple fist, enabling him to continuously throw triple fists. Kazumo, unable to move in midair, had no choice but to withstand the surfing triple strikes head-on. Lin Shen's skillful positional play kept sending him flying, preventing him from landing. Chapter 281, Celestial Descent. Tian Xun was secretly watching the battle through the equipment she had previously installed on Razorfang Island. She knew that Lin Shen must possess a special innate skill, for without the items she had given him, it would have been impossible for him to defeat Kazumo without ascension. Yet, watching Lin Shen dart and weave through the sky as if on flat ground, making it difficult for Kazumo to land, still caught Tian Xun by surprise. What kind of innate skill is this? It's quite interesting. I never thought that Razorfang Island, chosen by me, would be so suited to Lin Shen's innate skill. It has truly become his home court. A mutator up against an ascender, and he even has the aerial advantage. Who would believe that? Tian Xun now somewhat understood why Lin Shen insisted on not undergoing ascension. He indeed had his own reasons. Mutators have far less stamina than ascenders. In such a fight, Lin Shen shouldn't be able to last too long. What other abilities does he have? Relying solely on this ability to kill Kazumo seemed unlikely, and Tian Xun was now very interested to know what other special abilities Lin Shen had. Tian Xun thought that Lin Shen wouldn't last much longer, and Kazumo also believed Lin Shen couldn't hold out for long, which is why he bided his time. He planned to wait until Lin Shen was exhausted before making his move. Spatial fist power, along with efficient stacking ability and aerial borrowing techniques, made Kazumo realize that Lin Shen was not an ordinary mutator. No wonder Tian Xun took a special interest in him. He truly does have remarkable qualities. It's just a shame that he's only practiced evolution theory, otherwise he could become a serious problem in the future. But he has no future, he's a dead man today. Kazumo wasn't in a hurry. Tian Xun had gone inside Giant Ring Star and wouldn't be able to return anytime soon. However, things turned out somewhat unexpected for Kazumo. Lin Shen continuously launched his surfing triple punch in the air, each time sending Kazumo flying higher, preventing him from descending. Strangely enough, despite the ferocity of the fist power, Lin Shen kept unleashing it without the slightest sign of fatigue, as if it were inexhaustible. Damn it, he has a skill for quick recovery of strength. How can this guy's skills be so weird? Kazumo immediately realized the problem. Tian Xun had thought of it even earlier. Lin Shen must have a skill for quickly recovering strength, otherwise continuously unleashing the triple fist would have long since worn him out. Quite a pleasant surprise, thought Tian Xun, feeling more and more that aside from his rather ordinary practice of the evolution skill, his repertoire of skills was quite peculiar and unconventional. The ability to step on air, it seemed, would not be very useful after ascension. But Tian Xun knew that this skill still had its uses, even being very significant at the Nirvana level. In many habitats of Nirvana creatures where flying is prohibited, ordinary flight abilities can easily be suppressed. Lin Shen's air-stepping ability might not be of much use at the Ascender stage, but later on, at the Nirvana level, it would be greatly beneficial. This made Tian Xun suspect that Lin Shen had a high-level mentor guiding him. Otherwise, why would he choose a talent that, in the eyes of others, was weak early on and seemingly useless? Cosmo, being pummeled by punch after punch from Lin Shen, was already furious. The intensity of each hit from the triple fist was enough to kill an average ascender, causing Cosmo great discomfort. Although it didn't injure him, each blow made it difficult for him to return to the ground, and it was especially frustrating since he could do nothing but take the hits without retaliating. With a thought, Cosmo took out a pet handgun and fired continuously at Lin Shen, spawning several ascension pets in an instant. Lin Shen was only able to maintain distance and aerial advantage due to his air stepping, but his speed was not very fast. As several flying pets charged at Lin Shen, even if he managed to deal with the flying pets, Cosmo would have the chance to land and would no longer be in such a passive position. The only thing frustrating Cosmo was that none of his pets had wings. He had never thought that flying ascension pets without wings would be a disadvantage, so he hadn't made a dedicated effort to acquire a winged ascension pet. If he had a winged ascension pet now, he would be able to ride it while chasing down Lin Shen. Cosmo, after launching his ascension pets, suddenly found that Lin Shen's speed had also increased, becoming even faster than the launching speed of the ascension pets. He easily dodged the pet's collision. He didn't bother with those pets and continued to chase after Cosmo, bombarding him with triple fists. Damn it, this guy is too cunning, hiding an acceleration skill. Cosmo watched as his ascension pets fell to the ground, posing no threat to Lin Shen, filled with both shock and rage. Now he somewhat regretted following Lin Shen into the air. Although Lin Shen hadn't truly injured him, the feeling was too uncomfortable, completely frustrating. How many skills does he actually have? Tian Xun was equally surprised. The skills displayed by Lin Shen included the ability to walk on air, rapid recovery of strength, acceleration, and quick wound healing. Generally speaking, a mutator should have at most 3 innate skills, which made Tian Xun realize that something might be wrong with Lin Shen's innate skills. Could it be that among his skills, some are not innate skills but are acquired skills like the surfing fist? Cosmo knew he couldn't wait for the moment when Lin Shen's strength would be exhausted. The carapace on his head lit up, resembling a crown, with light cascading down, bathing his carapace as if in the glow of dawn. When Lin Shen launched another triple fist at him, Cosmo didn't use his scepter to smash through the fist power. Instead, he punched directly at the triple fist power coming from below. The triple fist power, resembling a terrifying wave, was forcefully torn apart by Cosmo's punch. The shock wave reached him, but it was dissipated by the glow on the carapace, unable to push his body up again. Cosmo's body quickly descended toward the ground, and it wouldn't be long before he landed. Suddenly, Lin Shen crossed through the air, appearing below Cosmo, and from below launched another triple fist. Seeking death. Cosmo, not alarmed but pleased, slammed an imperial kill fist downward, tearing apart Lin Shen's triple fist. The powerful shockwave was also unable to push his body upward. Lin Shen twisted his body and circled to Cosmo's back, delivering another surfing triple strike, this time from an oblique angle above, targeting the back of Cosmo's head. Cosmo snorted coldly, counterattacking with another imperial kill fist. The power of his fist tore through the triple fist power, creating a terrifying shockwave that sent Lin Shen's body flying out. Suddenly, Cosmo felt as if his body was bound by something, and felt a tightness around his neck, as if something had wrapped around it. Hung up like a hanging, he was slung into the sky. After being flung up, Cosmo noticed that Lin Shen now held a red crystal rope in his hand. This guy really has a lot of strange things. Cosmo, both shocked and angry, knew the crown of the king had a limited duration, and he had to quickly return to the ground. Lin Shen, I'm going to kill you. Watching as Lin Shen charged at him again, Cosmo could no longer bear it, his intent to kill Lin Shen reaching its peak. In the next instant, Cosmo's body radiated a golden glow, as if an indistinct golden spirit overlaid his body. Cosmo, who had been forbidden to fly, suddenly took flight, turning into a dreadful stream of golden light, reaching Lin Shen in an instant. It's over. Celestial descent also has the effect of breaking restrictions. Seeing this scene, Tian Xun's face changed dramatically. She had not known that celestial descent had such a function. Chapter 282, Little Lover. This is no fault of Tian Xun, as even within the celestial race, only a minority practice the Divine Emperor skill. Nor do all those celestials who have mastered the Divine Emperor skill possess the innate skill of celestial descent, which is also a rarity among rarities. She had never fought against someone with the power of celestial descent, and had only seen other celestials use it, but there were no restrictions like flight bans at that time, so she didn't know that celestial descent had this kind of effect. The information she found had never mentioned such a thing. In the eyes of ordinary people, Cosmo's speed was unbelievably fast, but to Tian Xun, even such speed was terribly slow, like a snail crawling. If she wanted to make a move, it was still not too late to rush to Razorfang Island and, just as Lin Shen had suggested, shoot him dead with the pet gun first. Tian Xun did indeed arrive outside Razorfang Island, but she did not draw her pet gun. Although Lin Shen had failed and hadn't defeated Cosmo, his performance had nevertheless touched Tian Xun. Tian Xun believed that Lin Shen, alive, was more valuable and should not be allowed to die this way. Watching as Cosmo, imbued with the terrifying strength of celestial descent, aimed a punch at Lin Shen. Tian Xun was about to intervene when she suddenly saw a terrifying aura surge out of Lin Shen as well, with a bloody halo blossoming around him. What is that power? Tian Xun was somewhat astonished, stopping outside Razorfang Island without charging onto the island, because she sensed that the power fluctuations from Lin Shen were no weaker than those of Cosmo with celestial descent. In the short duration of the fight, the number of offerings in the sacrificial halo had increased unknowingly, and the attribute points had soared wildly. In such a brief time, they were almost reaching 300 points. Originally, Lin Shen had wanted to delay for a while longer. At this rate, persisting a bit more to break 300 points would have been a matter of minutes. Unfortunately, Cosmo did not give him such an opportunity. Celestial descent broke through the flight ban, and the golden spirit body provided Cosmo with a powerful attribute enhancement, doubling all his attributes. His attributes were already close to 150, so after doubling, they soared to nearly 300. Cosmo's strike was meant to be decisive. The speed and strength granted by celestial descent were far beyond what mutators could compare with. In the face of absolute strength and speed, all tricks were useless. This Imperial Kill Fist was enough to blast Lin Shen into pieces. However, when Cosmo charged towards Lin Shen and swung his fist, he couldn't believe his eyes as Lin Shen dodged with a speed not inferior to his, sidestepping the punch. And as Lin Shen sidestepped, he also managed to throw a punch of his own. Having been toyed with by Lin Shen for so long, Cosmo, whose mind was filled with a murderous rage, could not have imagined that Lin Shen could match his speed. His killer punch was all out, intended to annihilate Lin Shen without any reservation. Cosmo couldn't stop his forward momentum, and it was unclear whether it was his face that collided with Lin Shen's fist, or Lin Shen's fist that collided with his face. Under the dual augmentation of the Crown of the King and Celestial Descent, the ninth turn ascension carapace was shattered by Lin Shen's fist. Cosmo's shocked and horrified face was revealed beneath the carapace. In his incredulous eyes, Lin Shen's fist distorted and deformed his face, eventually smashing half of it to pulp. Cosmo's body, like a cannonball, was blasted away, flying out of the boundary of Razorfang Island in an instant. He flew far in the star ring, crashing onto a floating ring island the size of a soccer field, breaking off a corner of it. His entire body sank into the rocks before finally coming to a halt. How is that possible? Tian Xun stared blankly at Cosmo, whose body was embedded in the rocks with only half of his head remaining, finding it somewhat hard to believe for a moment. That was Cosmo of the ninth turn ascension, who also had the double enhancement of Celestial Descent and Crown of the King, yet he was killed by a mutator with a head-on punch. How did he do that? Tian Xun looked towards Lin Shen on Razorfang Island, her expression incredibly strange. After that punch, Lin Shen didn't feel his strength being drained from his body. Instead, the offerings to the sacrificial halo were quickly increasing, accumulating over 20 points in a short while, and they were still increasing rapidly. Lin Shen saw Tian Xun outside of Razorfang Island, directly rode the evil dragon over to her, bowed slightly and said, "Star-Lord, I have not failed you. You now go back to Ocean Heaven Island immediately. Take your elder sister to the Paradise Palace where I live. Today you have not been here, nor have you seen Cosmo." Tian Xun suddenly said these few sentences. "Star-Lord?" Lin Shen was slightly startled. By saying this, it meant that she intended to take the blame for this incident, which was not what had been agreed upon before. "Do as I say," Tian Xun said with a smile. She had made up her mind that she would protect Lin Shen no matter what, even if it meant turning against the Medici family. Without the Medici family, there would still be Megachi. The Meishuchi family wanted to cooperate with her, although they were not as powerful as the Medici family. But talents like Lin Shen, she might encounter only once in a lifetime. A mutator killing someone of the ninth turn ascension was very rare in the history of the universe. This man, Lin Shen, Tian Xun, had decided to claim as her own. Lin Shen probably also understood Tian Xun's thoughts, so he said no more, directly rushed back to Ocean Heaven Island, fetched his elder sister, and went to the Paradise Palace where Tian Xun lived. Once Lin Shen left, Tian Xun moved as if she teleported to Cosmo's corpse, waved her hand casually, and Cosmo's body immediately turned into ash and disappeared. Tian Xun then cleared all the equipment on Razorfang Island, and with the exception of the one set of images in her own hands, no one else in the world knew of the battle between Lin Shen and Cosmo or the terrifying fist power of the mutator. When Lin Shen arrived at the gates of Paradise Palace with his elder sister, the already returned Tian Xun personally welcomed them into her palace, even affectionately holding Lin Miao's hand, repeatedly calling her sister, which made everyone on Paradise Island who saw this scene almost drop their eyeballs. Tian Xun personally arranged for Lin Shen and Lin Miao to stay in her palace, and then called Lin Shen alone into the dome hall of the palace. Star-Lord, Lin Shen began to ask what Tian Xun planned to do next. Tian Xun walked up to Lin Shen, her long, delicate fingers pressed to his lips, and said with a smiling face, "I said if you, as a mutator, could kill Cosmo, then you would be my lover from now on. When we're alone, I hope to no longer hear the two words, Star-Lord. Then how should I address you?" Lin Shen, taken aback by Tian Xun's straightforwardness, found himself somewhat out of his element. You may call me whatever you wish, Tian Xun said with smiling eyes, giving Lin Shen a reassuring look. My lover, you can be bolder, more intimate, Tian Xun encouraged Lin Shen further. Tian Xun, darling, encouraged by Tian Xun, Lin Shen felt his courage swell. Chapter 28-3. Tian Xun's resolute decision. After the Nirvana. Being from the Medici family, Digi arrived at the giant ring star. He immediately learned about Cosimo's disappearance from the family members. This gave Digi a very bad premonition, and he sought an audience with Tian Xun at once. Star-Lord, why haven't I seen Cosimo? Digi stared at Tian Xun and asked, Are you questioning me? Tian Xun, seated in the place of honor, looked coldly at Digi and said, Do not misunderstand, Star-Lord. I am just worried about Cosimo. Digi pressed down his anger and said, You need not worry about him anymore. I've already turned him to dust, Tian Xun said, as if speaking of a trivial matter. You killed Cosimo. Digi's eyes widened, hardly believing his own ears. Can I not kill him? Tian Xun looked coldly at Digi, still speaking nonchalantly. Tian Xun, you know what Cosimo means to our Medici family. He is our hope and future. Why did you have to kill him? You must give our Medici family an explanation. Digi's anger could no longer be concealed as he slammed the table and rose, staring intently at Tian Xun. Smack! Tian Xun slapped Digi across the face. Digi didn't even have time to react. He staggered, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Tian Xun sat in the seat of honor, as if he had never moved at all. Is this explanation enough for you? If not, let Ch201 come personally. I really want to see what kind of explanation your Medici family is after, Tian Xun said coolly. Digi's complexion turned hideously dark, flushed with the color of liver, yet he still insisted strongly. Our Medici family has been loyally devoted to you, risking life and limb in your service. At a single word from you, through mountains of swords and seas of flames, regardless of the excruciating price, no matter how many have died, our Medici family has never failed you. Now, the hope and future of the Medici family has been executed by your own hand. Don't you owe us an explanation? Fine, you want an explanation, do you? Starting today, the Medici family no longer has anything to do with me, Tian Xun. You are free to seek vengeance for Cosimo at any time. Are you satisfied with this explanation? Tian Xun said coldly. Yet it was this simple sentence that caused a drastic change in Digi's expression. The celestial race is a race that places tremendous value on lineage. Without the bloodline of the celestial race, one cannot enter its upper echelons. The strength of the Medici family was not enough to garner the attention of the true celestial elite. That's why they chose to support the half-blood Tian Xun. It wasn't that they did not want to choose a stronger pure-blood celestial, but rather that those individuals simply did not regard the Medici family at all. If Tian Xun were to break with the Medici family, within the protective and highly united celestial race, it's likely no high-ranking officials would use the Medici family again. Tian Xun was their foothold within the celestial race. Should Tian Xun completely abandon the Medici family, despite their considerable strength, they would find it difficult to maintain a position within the celestial race. The Medici family's 100 years of operations within the celestial race could vanish in a puff of smoke, and finding a new place to stand in the universe is by no means an easy task. Originally, Digi thought that Tian Xun's current situation was not very good, and since the Medici family was one of her most important strategic partners, she presumably wouldn't abandon the Medici family easily. However, looking at Tian Xun's intent, it seemed she really intended to give up on the Medici family, a consequence he could not bear. Lord Tian Xun, you've misunderstood. The Medici family is absolutely loyal to you, without a second heart, and will certainly not betray you. Digi quickly stood up to apologize, his attitude no longer as confrontational as before. Have I been too indulgent with your Medici family these past few years, to the point where you've forgotten who the real master is? Tian Xun said coldly to Digi. Go back and tell Ch201 that I only need loyal warriors and partners, not dogs that seek to climb onto their master's head. Lord Tian Xun, Digi wanted to say more, but he was immediately cut off by Tian Xun. Get lost. Digi didn't dare say anything more, took his leave respectfully from the reception hall, and immediately went to find his family members on Giant Ring Star to ask what exactly Cosimo had done recently. Soon, Digi learned about Cosimo's visit to Lin Shen and the fact that Lin Shen had moved into Paradise Palace. Digi roughly guessed the whole story. The Medici family had always hoped to form a matrimonial alliance with Tian Xun, to truly integrate the Medici family into the celestial race, which was why they had Cosimo, the most outstanding young member of the Medici family, get close to Tian Xun. But now it seemed that Tian Xun had never thought of forming such an alliance with the Medici family. In Dichi's view, Lin Shen was nothing more than a pretext used by Tian Xun to kill Cosimo and to warn the Medici family. Tian Xun didn't even regard Cosimo highly, let alone Lin Shen, and he couldn't imagine that Lin Shen, a mutator, could kill Cosimo, who had achieved the 9th turn ascension. Dichi felt a chill in his heart and immediately left Giant Ring Star to rush back to the Medici family. He had to inform family head Ch201 of this matter as quickly as possible. If Tian Xun really gave up on the Medici family because of this incident, the situation for the Medici family would become extremely difficult. A half-breed mongrel, he has gone too far. Upon hearing Dichi's report, Chao Kei crushed the object he had been toying with for many years in his hand. Family head, shall we break with Chen Sun? Jiaqi asked in concern. Chao Kei sighed deeply. It's not yet the right time. We still need to rely on Chen Sun to establish ourselves within the Celestial Court. I was too impatient. I originally thought that given Tian Sun's current difficult situation, without our support, she would hardly be able to stand in the Celestial Court. I didn't expect her to be so resolute, preferring to give up her seat within the Celestial Court rather than give us a chance. It is my fault. I overestimated Tian Sun. After all, she is a woman. She's too emotional. I didn't anticipate she would take this step. It was I who harmed Cosimo, that child, and caused Tian Sun to develop a grudge against our Medici family, and our situation will become very difficult in the future. I will go and apologize to Tian Sun, Dichi said through gritted teeth. No, that's not enough. I'll make the trip myself. Only in this way can we truly eliminate the grudge between us and Tian Sun, Chao Kei said. How can that be? You are the head of our Medici family. Everyone else can bow their heads, but not you. We would rather all die fighting than see you disgraced. Dichi was alarmed. There's nothing unacceptable about it. To endure for a time brings peace. To step back opens up a wide vista. Dichi, you must remember, the moment our Medici family stepped out from our homeworld, our only goal was to carve out our own territory and become kings. To achieve this goal, everything can be sacrificed, myself included. Chao Kei looked up at the starry sky with arms outstretched as if to embrace the entire universe. The Medici family is not yet strong enough. We still need to endure. I have made one mistake, and I absolutely cannot afford to make a second. Cosimo is dead, but great Cosimo is still there. The Medici family still has hope. We need to pave the way for the younger generations, even if we have to build bridges with our own dignity and flesh and blood to help them ascend. If this road is not yet complete by the time I fall, my brother, I ask that you too become a bridge to aid them in reaching the pinnacle of the universe. If one generation doesn't succeed, then 2 generations. If 2 generations don't succeed, then 10. If 10 don't, then 100. I believe that one day, the name of the Medici family will shine throughout the universe. Chapter 28-4, The Dragon of the Sword Alliance. The grudge between Lin Shen and Wan family was only known to some of the larger clans. Most people were not aware of this dispute. Their most significant concern was the challenge that Qingjie posed to humanity. For so long, Qingjie had battled with many humans and still had yet to suffer a single defeat. Qingjie had gone from waiting in one place to accept challenges to actively seeking out humans to duel. The humans on Realm King Planet, upon encountering Qingjie, would almost instinctively turn and flee, which was a great humiliation to those who witnessed it. Many people had already begun calling for top human fighters like Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu to defeat Qingjie. It was just unfortunate that after the battle at Seacorn Base, both Ouyang Yudu and Bai Shenfei had been grounded by their families and had no chance of returning to the Realm King Planet. Wei Wufu's attention wasn't on the Realm King Planet either. He was preparing to journey to Giant Ringstar. The Wei family, already small in number, could not allow Wei Wufu to travel to such a dangerous place without restraint, leaving the human mother planet. Wei Changqing demanded that Wei Wufu undergo ascension before he could leave the human mother planet, so Wei Wufu simply didn't have the time to worry about Qingjie's challenges. Zhuo Qinglong still had not given up on defeating Qingjie, but his last failed attempt at besiegement had greatly damaged his reputation and honor. Even within the Sword Alliance, many young people no longer looked up to Zhuo Qinglong. They considered him a disgrace to the Sword Alliance, and the so-called Dragon of the Sword Alliance turned out to be no more than that. Even the senior members of the Sword Alliance had begun to hesitate whether they should continue to consider Zhuo Qinglong as a key figure to nurture. When Zhuo Qinglong and Zhuo Qingmeng went to the canteen for a meal, they had just sat down when they heard someone nearby speaking in a sarcastic and snide manner. Our Sword Alliance really stands out these days. Who in the world doesn't know about our Sword Alliance now? We have a certain someone to thank for that. Yeah, the Dragon of the Sword Alliance, nothing more than a worm. Who doesn't know about our Sword Alliance's dragon now? Truly an imposing figure indeed. Haha, you, Zhuo Qingmeng was furiously about to confront them, but Zhuo Qinglong held her back by the hand. Zhuo Qinglong shook his head slightly, signaling to Zhuo Qingmeng not to lose her temper. The people on the other side continued with their sneering, their voices much louder than normal, clearly intending for Zhuo Qinglong to hear. Zhuo Qinglong wasn't angry, he packed up the food instead and left the canteen with Zhuo Qingmeng. If it had been just himself, Zhuo Qinglong could easily ignore them and continue eating. It didn't matter what they said. But with Zhuo Qingmeng by his side, he couldn't allow her to be subjected to their gossip, which was why he chose to take away their meal and leave. Brother, those guys are clearly trying to tarnish your reputation so that the higher-ups in our Sword Alliance will give up on you. How can you let them spout nonsense like that? Zhuo Qingmeng said indignantly as they walked away. I indeed failed, and that is a fact, Zhuo Qinglong said with a smile. Failure is a common occurrence in life, while success is an event with a very low probability. Qingmeng, facing one's own failure is a necessary lesson in life. Failure isn't scary. What's frightening is allowing failure to affect your judgment and destroy your will. Don't let others influence you, just do your own thing. After calming Zhuo Qingmeng, Zhuo Qinglong headed to the training ground alone to practice his blade technique. He slashed out one cut after another, each strike accurate and true, without a hint of trickery or deviation. His blade technique was pure, fluid in its changes, and yet it retained a sense of valor. Qingjia possesses innate skills that bolster strength and speed, but that's not the crux of the issue. The enhancement to strength and speed from his innate skills is only about 50%, and I can achieve the same. However, his skills are honed through relentless practice. Then there's the technique of the overlapping wave skill, which I also need to figure out how to counter, but this is not a problem either. Most importantly, his talent for a style of boxing has the innate skill that if his fist hits the target, it causes the energy within the target's body to explode, resulting in a self-detonation. This innate skill of his means I can't make contact with his fists. The moment I do, my own strength might be ignited, turning into a weapon that injures myself. To resolve this, unless I can defeat him despite making contact with his fists, or have absolute control over the energy within my body so that his innate skill cannot trigger an explosion. As Zhuo Qinglong was practicing, he was also contemplating how to overcome Qingjia. After several battles, his understanding of Qingjia was deeper than anyone else's. He had trained his skill to the point where there were no superfluous movements, and he had also discovered a way to break through the overlapping wave skill, but he was still unable to counter that explosive punch. Mutator carapaces and base mutation weapons inherently contain energy. Qingjia's explosive punch upon contact with the carapace and base mutation weapons can detonate them. This innate ability is virtually the bane of all mutators. Zhuo Qinglong, having trained to this point, still didn't have the confidence to defeat Qingjia without making contact with his fists. Controlling the energy within the carapace and weapons to prevent ignition is also very challenging. Without a corresponding innate skill, it's difficult to achieve. Zhuo Qinglong kept pondering a solution but hadn't come up with one yet. He believed there was a way, he just hadn't found it. When the Realm King cultivation device was activated again, Zhuo Qinglong entered the Realm King planet once more. One reason was to hunt mutant creatures, and the other was to seek inspiration during combat in hopes of finding a way to counter Qingjia's explosive fist. The scenery before him changed, and Zhuo Qinglong found himself transported to a beach by the sea. This was a place rich in mutant resources, but because of Qingjia's emergence, the ultra-burning core had dominated most of the beach, and human mutators had become scarce in the area. Zhuo Qinglong looked around and saw no sign of ultra-burn warriors. Then, surveying the surroundings, he discovered that this was not the beach that often appeared in the Sky Vault projections. While he was observing, he suddenly saw a figure approaching from afar. Although the distance was too great to make out the details, the distinctly bright red battleclothes and the big red bull mount aroused Zhuo Qinglong's suspicions that this might be a legion commander of the ultra-burning corps. However, Zhuo Qinglong soon realized that it was not an ultra-burn warrior but a human dressed in an ultra-burn battlesuit and helmet, riding a big red bull. Could that be the Great Red Bull Knight? Zhuo Qinglong immediately thought of someone, but he wasn't sure if it was indeed him because there were now more than one person with a big red bull mount and battleclothes and helmet. Whether or not it was the Great Red Bull Knight, Zhuo Qinglong wanted to wait for him to come closer to greet him, but who knew that the knight would stop by the distant shore before getting close, turning his head to look at the sea. Zhuo Qinglong also turned his gaze to the sea, noticing a large number of bubbles and a huge shadow emerging from the water's surface. A mutant sea serpent. When the shadow rose above the water, Zhuo Qinglong finally made out the creature, a crystal-base level mutant sea serpent with absurdly powerful self-healing abilities and strength and toughness enhancement skills is a highly challenging mutant creature to deal with. Even if Zhuo Qinglong wanted to kill it, he could only attempt to lure it out of the sea as he lacked the ability to kill it while in the water. Seeing the mutant sea serpent bearing down on the knight with the waves, Zhuo Qinglong immediately ran over to provide support. But because the distance was too vast, before he made it there, he could only watch from afar as the big Red Bull Knight punched towards the mutant sea serpent. Chapter 285. The Trust That Was Not Betrayed. The knight was still some distance away from the mutant sea serpent, and in Zhuo Qinglong's opinion, the knight had thrown his punch too early. But the next second, Zhuo Qinglong heard a terrifying sonic boom, and then saw the mutant sea serpent still a dozen meters away from the knight, as if it had been pierced by an invisible fist. A huge hole appeared in its body. Its massive body was blasted into the air and crashed heavily into the sea, causing waves several meters high. What kind of fist technique is that? Zhuo Qinglong stopped in his tracks, staring dumbfounded at the astonishing scene. The Great Red Bull Knight's immense strength was certainly awe-inspiring, but it was the spatial fist power that annihilated the mutant sea serpent which truly made him feel the power was beyond belief. Such fist power, isn't it the natural nemesis of Qingjia's explosive punch? Zhuo Qinglong suddenly overflowed with joy and hurried towards the Great Red Bull Knight. Because Tianzun had told them not to leave Paradise Island recently, Lin Shen was terribly bored. One night, unable to hold back, he teleported to Realm King Planet to clear his mind. Since his base mutation rate was already complete and he no longer needed base mutation fluid, Lin Shen had not planned to hunt base variant creatures and was just wandering around. Who would have known that the mutant sea serpent would be so ill-fated, attempting to rush onto the beach to devour him, so he casually delivered a surfing fist. When the mutant sea serpent crashed into the sea, the huge hole from the punch began to heal rapidly. No longer daring to attack Lin Shen, it turned around and fled back into the depths of the sea. I am Zuo Qinglong. May I inquire how to address you? Zuo Qinglong approached Lin Shen and greeted him with a fist and palm salute. Others call me the Great Red Bull Knight. Lin Shen deliberately altered his voice as he spoke, not wanting others to know that he could still enter Realm King Planet while being in an alien world. It really is you. Zuo Qinglong's heart leaped with joy, and he quickly said, Do you know about Qingjia's challenge to humans? If it's possible, could I ask for your help to defeat him? Of course, but I have other matters to attend to, and I can only stay here for 2 more hours at most. Can you find him within this time? Lin Shen had only intended to come here to relax, so he had set aside just 4 hours in total, and it was almost time to return. 2 hours, I'm afraid that won't be enough, Zuo Qinglong said with a wry smile. Although he didn't know where Qingjia was at the moment, it would take about 2 hours just to get to the plains. There definitely wasn't enough time. Why don't you defeat him yourself? Lin Shen had a rather favorable impression of Zuo Qinglong. This person was one for practical action, not minding personal gains or losses. I haven't yet figured out a way to defeat him, Zuo Qinglong said helplessly. Where's the difficulty? Lin Shen asked further. Zuo Qinglong shared his analysis of Qingjia with Lin Shen. After listening, Lin Shen pondered for a moment and then said, You just can't break through that explosive punch, and that's why you can't defeat Qingjia. Correct, Zuo Qinglong sighed. That kind of punch is too much of a restraint on mutators. Well, let me teach you a move. If you can master it, you shouldn't find it hard to defeat Qingjia, Lin Shen offered after thinking it over. At the Asura training camp, Instructor Mew had once analyzed Qingjia's situation for them, and it was indeed difficult for mutators to defeat Qingjia. However, Zuo Qinglong himself already possessed the strength to battle Qingjia and was able to break Qingjia's overlapping wave skill. What he lacked was just a way to break the explosive punch, which made things a bit simpler. The onlookers, having heard Lin Shen say this, all felt that the Great Red Bull Knight was being too arrogant. Just now, because Zuo Qinglong was too far from Lin Shen, he saw the scene of Lin Shen blasting the mutant sea serpent into the air with a punch from afar, but the onlookers did not see it. Although Zuo Qinglong was a loser, his analysis was largely agreed upon by most people. The Great Red Bull Knight not going himself was one thing, but to claim that by teaching Zuo Qinglong a single move he could defeat Qingjia was a bit far-fetched. Many people felt that the Great Red Bull Knight didn't dare to challenge Qingjia himself, and that's why he was stringing Zuo Qinglong along. Really? Zuo Qinglong thought that Lin Shen could teach him the spatial fist power, and was overjoyed at the thought. Of course, Lin Shen wasn't about to teach him the surfing fist. After dismounting from Big Red Bull, he took out a notebook and began to write and draw in it, and within a short period of time, he had filled it with lots of content. Tearing off a few pages, Lin Shen handed them to Zuo Qinglong and rode away on Big Red Bull. Try it and see. If you can master it, it should be of some use. That so-called Great Red Bull Knight is just a charlatan, always with tricks and never showing his face. I think he's just afraid he can't beat Qingjia and would lose face, so he's fooling Zuo Qinglong. Zuo Qinglong has gone mad from losing to actually believe him. Zuo Qinglong and so many others attacked Qingjia together and still lost so badly. What kind of technique could be so powerful that a single move would allow Zuo Qinglong to defeat Qingjia? Let's disperse. It's all a big bluff. Most people didn't believe such a thing was possible, while only a very few thought, what if a miracle happens? When Zuo Qinglong wanted to say goodbye, Lin Shen had already ridden far away on Big Red Bull. He looked down at the content drawn and written on the paper. He saw text and drawings of stick figures in various positions, which seemed to be a movement technique. Zuo Qinglong immediately realized that the Great Red Bull Knight was teaching him a movement technique that could dodge Qingjia's punches. But Zuo Qinglong also found it hard to imagine what kind of movement technique could completely avoid Qingjia's punches. Although it seemed incredible, Zuo Qinglong didn't want to give up on the sliver of hope, and decided to study the movement technique the Great Red Bull Knight had left behind. The movement technique Lin Shen left behind was neither stepping on the immortal court nor an upgraded version of the surfing fist, but rather the method Red Heart A had used to break that one finger skill. Lin Shen was fascinated by the mystic finger skill, so he practiced it when he was training. However, the method Red Heart A used to counteract it might not be a perfect fit for Lin Shen. No matter how much he trained, he couldn't master it well, and it was incompatible with his own surfing fist technique, so he gave up on it. Even though Lin Shen hadn't mastered Red Heart A's method, it was a very powerful movement technique in itself. Only by mastering it could the infinite variations of that finger skill be countered. It was a technique meant for dodging, and if it could avoid such a mystic finger skill, it likely wasn't too difficult to dodge Qingjia's punches. Of course, whether Zuo Qinglong could master it, and to what extent, remained to be seen. Lin Shen wasn't stingy with a technique, perhaps influenced by Wei Wufu. Naturally, it was mainly because Lin Shen found Zuo Qinglong rather likable, so it was of no consequence to him. After studying it for a while, Zuo Qinglong felt that this seemingly simple movement technique actually contained endless variations and mysteries. Zhuo Qinglong knew many eyes were on him. The great Red Bull Knight entrusting him with such a mystic movement technique was a sign of trust. This exquisite movement technique must be the great Red Bull Knight's own life-saving secret, and he could not allow others to see it without the great Red Bull Knight's permission. If the great Red Bull Knight's enemies saw it, it would bring harm to him. The great Red Bull Knight trusted him by giving him the movement technique, and he could not fail that trust. Chapter 286, Tri-Life Base. Tri-Life Base. After leaving the Realm King planet, Lin Shen still couldn't sleep. The nights on Giant Ring Star were just too long. Lin Shen simply teleported again. However, this time he didn't head for the Realm King planet, but rather to the Ring Mountain planet. Wei Wufu's primeval egg hadn't been delivered yet, and he couldn't ascend, but he could start gathering ascension resources in the meantime. Arriving at the place he left last time, Lin Shen first checked on that mutated pterosaur egg. The egg was still there, and the mutated pterosaur was not inside the Ring Mountain. Lin Shen thought for a moment, deciding to wait until he could leave Paradise Palace before finding an opportunity to take the mutated pterosaur egg out. His elder sister needed to ascend, and pets like G-Wise, Death Powder, and Frost Swordsman needed to ascend as well. He had to find more mutated ascension eggs. After descending from the mountain, Lin Shen visited other ring mountains and saw various dragon-type creatures, most of which were at ascension level. However, the number of mutated creatures was not that high, and the mutation rate was not as high as on Realm King planet. After running through more than a dozen ring mountains, Lin Shen finally saw another mutated creature. What is this thing? Inside a huge ring mountain, Lin Shen saw a dragon-type creature with 6 wings, a body several times larger than the evil dragons, with 3 dragon heads, and a body that seemed to be made of silver crystal. Lin Shen had seen many dragon-type creatures in various ring mountains. They were mostly green in color, with only that mutated pterosaur being black. He had never before seen a dragon-type creature like this one, shiny as silver crystal. Moreover, this creature was too imposing. The pressure from its massive body was not something regular ascended creatures could compare with. Its 3 pairs of dragon wings were also slightly different from those of a pterosaur, looking more like butterfly wings in their design. The 3 dragon heads looked identical, but the colors of their eyes were different. The eyes of the central head were silver like silver crystal, while the left head's eyes were like green crystal, and the right head's eyes were gold in color. Lin Shen thought this guy was probably a mutated ascension, but he didn't know what tier of ascended creature it was. Just from its imposing appearance, he estimated it wasn't of a low tier. Regrettably, no ascension eggs were found within this ring mountain. This creature, even more imposing than the evil dragon, was something Lin Shen genuinely wanted to have as a mount. Riding it around would definitely be incredibly cool. Riding this thing to pick up girls, which girl could resist? As Lin Shen was contemplating this, suddenly, he saw the 3 heads of the 3-headed dragon all lift up, emitting a soul-shaking dragon roar. The next second, Lin Shen saw 3 different life faces flying out from the mouths of the 3 dragon heads. This gave Lin Shen quite a fright. He thought the 3-headed dragon had discovered him and wanted to attack. He quickly flew back, but he didn't see the 3 life faces flying outside of the ring mountain, so they probably weren't attacking him. What the? That guy has 3 life bases. Lin Shen suddenly realized that the 3-headed dragon actually had 3 life bases. He had never seen an ascended creature with 3 life bases before. He had painstakingly used primeval eggs to advance, always on edge, and his base mutation talent was like drawing a lottery. At most, he would end up with a double life base. Yet, this thing actually had a tri-life base. It was simply outrageous. Lin Shen climbed back to the peak and sneakily peered into Ring Mountain. There, he saw the 3-headed dragon frolicking with its 3 life bases, having a whale of a time playing with its own life bases. Its 3 life bases were 3 shields. The green crystal shield was round, the silver crystal shield was iron-shaped, and the gold crystal shield somewhat resembled a riot shield. Within each shield there was a dragon-shaped light shadow, likely the spirit of the life base. It really is a tri-life base, not one life base split into 3, Lin Shen confirmed when he saw the spirits inside the shields, convinced that the 3-headed dragon was undoubtedly a mutant. A thought struck Lin Shen. This creature has 3 life bases, an extremely rare treasure among treasures. It's a pity it hasn't bred an ascension egg. If I were to kill it, I would merely obtain 3 life bases, which is an incredible waste compared to its true value. If I were to use Death Powder's Supreme Soul Harvesting skill, combined with G-Wise's suppressive effect on dragon-type creatures, I wonder if I could make this wild dragon-type creature acknowledge me as its master. Lin Shen felt it was worth a try, though he needed to enhance the intimidating power of the Supreme Soul Harvesting against dragon-type creatures first. It would be best if Death Powder and G-Wise could ascend first. The effect would probably be better. To make them ascend, he currently lacked suitable ascension eggs, and since Lin Shen himself hadn't ascended, they wouldn't be able to be activated after their ascension. Lin Shen could only find a way to enhance Death Powder's Supreme Soul Harvesting skill first. Sorry, little dragon babies. For the sake of this 3-headed dragon mount, you'll have to be sacrificed. Lin Shen took Death Powder to kill those ordinary dragon-type creatures. Killing creatures of the same type should be just as effective in deterring the three-headed dragon, albeit perhaps slightly less. But it didn't matter, as long as he killed more types of dragon-type creatures, the deterrence would accumulate. For example, after killing 100 pterosaurs, killing more pterosaurs wouldn't increase the deterrent power, but Lin Shen could continue to kill triceratops, and 100 of them would also add to the deterrence against dragon-type creatures. With so many types of dragons on Ring Mountain Planet, killing a few extra species would stack up the impact. Now, with Surfing Fist, Stubborn Lone Will Gauntlets, and the added strength attribute from the Boundless Strength contract, Lin Shen could easily kill General Ascended creatures without calling upon the power of the Sacrificial Halo. Moreover, by luring those dragon-type creatures out, the local environment would suppress them, making it easier to kill them. The Sacrificial Halo had now accumulated 138 attribute points, mostly from the offerings during that period of time, and hadn't grown much since. When fighting, Lin Shen never counted on the power of the Sacrificial Halo to avoid being over-reliant and suffering great losses in the future. If his own abilities were sufficient to kill, he would kill. If not, he would first enhance his own strength, without always relying on the enhancements provided by the Sacrificial Halo. Having found a ring mountain where pterosaurs gathered, Lin Shen lured one out, and with a punch he burst the pterosaur into pieces, not even giving Death Powder a chance to strike. The Boundless Strength contract kept his strength growing, and Lin Shen now had 61 strength attribute points, 20 points more than a top-level crystal base, and all of these were foundational strength points, which would be amplified when using attribute enhancement skills. After killing a few pterosaurs, the time Lin Shen had set arrived, and he was transported back to his room. Why are you here? Lin Shen saw light in the room and immediately felt something was off. He turned his head and spotted Tian Xun, wearing a white nightgown, lying on his side on his bed, resting her fair cheek in her hand, and looking at him with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Lin Shen had observed over the past 2 days that even within Paradise Palace, Tian Xun would not leave her room when night fell. She had also reminded Lin Shen and Lin Miao not to leave their rooms after dark. Lin Shen had thus felt reassured to teleport to other planets, not expecting Tian Xun to come to his room during the night. Why can't I be here? Aren't you my little lover? What's wrong with me being in my little lover's room? Tian Xun stretched out a hand, grabbed Lin Shen's, and pulled him straight into her embrace. My little lover, don't you want to do the things that lovers should do? Chapter 287, The Gift Who Doesn't Like a Sexy Angel? Unfortunately for Lin Shen, from beginning to end, all he saw was a blur of mosaic, completely missing out on the allure. Tian Xun was unaware that the effort she put into dressing up and what she thought was a seductive pose, which indeed was quite seductive, couldn't be seen by Lin Shen at all. The two of them lay side by side on the bed, with Tian Xun embracing Lin Shen from behind, her wings also wrapping around his body. Although Lin Shen couldn't see Tian Xun's appearance, the soft and bouncy sensation from his back was very real, and it still made his heart race and his mind wander. After the mosaic on Bai Shenfei vanished and she turned out to be so beautiful, now Tian Xun has the mosaic. Could it be that Fire Seed specifically possesses beauties? I wonder what Tian Xun actually looks like. Who would be more beautiful compared to Bai Shenfei? Lin Shen couldn't help fantasizing about his ideal woman, and the more he thought about it, the hotter he felt. What's something that lovers should do? Lin Shen's throat felt dry, and his voice turned somewhat hoarse. What do you think is something that lovers should do? Tian Xun teased Lin Shen's fingers with hers, making her voice sound so sultry that it seemed to melt bones. It couldn't be that, could it? Lin Shen licked his lips, feeling drier by the second. Which that? Tian Xun asked nonchalantly while still playing with Lin Shen's fingers. The one you're thinking of. Lin Shen remained with his back to Tian Xun, showing no intention of turning around. He quite liked this feeling. If he turned around and saw a blur of mosaic, it would surely quench all his desires. You're not a good person, huh? How can you think of such naughty things? Tian Xun's hands glided across Lin Shen's chest, her fingers tracing along his chest muscles, slowly sliding over them. Lin Shen closed his eyes, not because he couldn't bear the stimulation, but because he didn't want to see the mosaic touching him randomly. What's a naughty thing? Lin Shen asked with his eyes closed. Naughty things are naturally bad things, Tian Xun whispered into Lin Shen's ear, her breath tickling his heart. How bad? It all depends on how bad your heart is. Lin Shen felt a terrible itch in his ear and his heart began to sway uncontrollably. He instinctively turned to look at Tian Xun. But when he opened his eyes, he was greeted by a blur of mosaic, which felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Do you really plan to just keep looking at me without doing something naughty? Tian Xun blinked and said. Faced with a blur of mosaic, Lin Shen found it hard to harbor any extraneous thoughts, so he turned back around and laid down again, speaking to Tian Xun with his back to her. If possible, I wish you could hold me like this and we could sleep together. I really like this feeling of being embraced. Is that all you want me to do? Just hold you? Tian Xun couldn't help but frown slightly. She didn't come here just to hold Lin Shen while sleeping, but Lin Shen's suggestion was exactly what she desired. All right, then I'll just hold you like this and we can chat. Tian Xun paused and then continued. What was the skill called that you used to kill Cosimo? Sacrifice to heaven. I can't normally use it. It requires special circumstances to trigger, Lin Shen replied, half truthfully, half deceptively. What kind of special circumstances? Tian Sun asked again. I can't really reveal that. Just know it's generally unusable and might not even be available when I'm desperate. It's pretty much the same as not having it at all. Lin Shen naturally couldn't tell Tian Sun that the more people who died around him, the stronger his skill became, letting others know about Lin Shen's situation who would dare to be his teammate then. Then Cosimo was really unlucky. Your sacrifice to heaven skill has so many restrictions, and it's almost useless, yet it just happened to be triggered by him. Tian Shun obviously didn't believe the nonsense Lin Shen was saying. Ahem, he was indeed quite unlucky. Lin Shen wanted to change the subject when he suddenly noticed an oil lamp on the table, the source of the light in the room. That's not a normal lamp, is it? Why can it illuminate the darkness? Lin Shen asked. That's not a lamp at all, but a spirit base, the life base of a 10th turn ascended lamp bearer. His life base has some influence on the darkness, so I'm using it as a light. Without this treasure, it'd be quite inconvenient to go out at night, said Tianzun. Tianzun paused and continued, the nights on Giant Ring Star are indeed a bit eerie. Inside the Giant Ring Star, devices like electric lights can still function most of the time, but inside the ring, most light sources are useless. Only special light sources like this Lamp of Life and Death can illuminate the darkness of the ring. There was a red light bird I saw last night. What kind of creature is that? Lin Shen asked further. I don't know. It only appears occasionally in the darkness of the ring. No one has seen it during the day. However, some say that the red light bird is the true master of this ring. After speaking, Tianshun didn't know where he had pulled out a box and presented it to Lin Shen. This gift is for you. Open it and see if you like it. What? Holding the box, Lin Shen could feel its weight. You'll know when you open it, Tianshun replied, keeping Lin Shen in suspense. Lin Shen had no choice but to sit up and open the box. Inside he found a pet egg that resembled a white crystal. This is an ascension egg. Lin Shen examined it closely and easily determined it was an ascension egg, but he was unsure of its level and quality. This one is the mutated ascension egg I mentioned earlier that I wanted to give you. It comes from a variant Avenging Angel. Using it for ascension, there is a high chance of gaining the angel rebirth talent for your life base. Tianshun wrapped his arms around Lin Shen's waist from behind and, with his cheek against Lin Shen's face, said with a smiling tone, this ascension egg is very good, but I had already settled on an ascension egg before. Lin Shen thought Tianshun was persuading him to use this egg for ascension and declined once again. I'm giving this to you, whether you use it or how you use it. That's all up to you. If you really don't need it, maybe someone close to you will. Hasn't your big sister not ascended yet? Tianshun spoke gently. Lin Shun was so moved he was nearly dropping little pearls. He had just become her lover, and before any labor on his part, she'd given such a precious gift and even thought of his big sister. Where else could he find such an attentive lover? Angel Rebirth was indeed a very powerful life-base ability, and it wouldn't be a bad choice for his big sister to use it for ascension. By the way, here are the stubborn Lone Will gauntlets back to you. Lin Shen felt guilty for taking too much from Tianshun. It weighed on his conscience. How could I take back something I've given you? It's already yours, Tianshun said, and then surprisingly pulled out another box from behind and placed it in front of Lin Shen. There's another gift for you. Open it and see. Chapter 288, Angel Revolver Upgraded Version. You've given me so many gifts, and I have nothing to give you in return. How can I accept this? Lin Shen felt too embarrassed to accept gifts from Tianshun. What's there to be embarrassed about? You're my little lover after all. It's only right and proper to give gifts to one's lover. Just take a look, and who knows, you might like it. Tianshun said softly, cheek pressed against Lin Shen's. Even if I like it, I shouldn't, right? Wouldn't that be disregarding the thoughtfulness you put into it? Initially, Lin Shen planned to refuse, but after opening the gift and seeing its contents, he found he couldn't utter a word of rejection. Inside the box was a snow-white crystalline token, square-shaped and about the size of a business card, though slightly thicker. It also had a carving of a person's bust on it. That bust was none other than Lin Shen himself, captured so exquisitely that even he recognized his own likeness immediately. Do you like it? Tianshun asked gently, embracing Lin Shen from behind. I do. What else could Lin Shen say? If Tianshun had carved it himself, and Lin Shen said he didn't like it, wouldn't he be the sort who throws kindness back in people's faces? As long as you like it, come with me, Tianshun said, suddenly standing up from the bed, not even bothering to put on shoes, her bare, snow-white feet directly stepping on the floor. She took Lin Shen by one hand and the lamp of life and death in the other, and ran toward the door. Fortunately, Lin Shen hadn't taken off his shoes and was pulled by Tianshun to the dome hall on the top floor. Holding the lamp, Tianshun lit up the dome hall, where now a white flying vehicle was parked alongside Tianshun's usual red one. From its design and model, it was identical to Tianshun's red flying vehicle, the only difference being in color. Come closer, Tianshun said with a smile. Lin Shen realized something and, as he approached the white flying vehicle, couldn't help looking at the jade plaque in his hand. The jade plaque lit up for a moment. Almost at the same time, the white flying vehicle also lit up. Under the illumination of the lamp of life and death, some lights on the flying vehicle could be seen, though they were not as bright as usual. Only then did Lin Shen understand that the jade plaque was actually the key to the flying vehicle. "Why are you giving me this? I won't be able to use it often," Lin Shen said. "Just get on and try it out," Tian Shun simply said with a smile. "It's still dark outside now, and we can't go out. How am I supposed to try it?" Lin Shen complained, but he still opened the door. After all, it was a thoughtful gesture, and he didn't want to dampen her enthusiasm. Once he opened the door, Lin Shen saw that on the driver's seat lay a complete set of battle clothes. The design and craftsmanship made it clear that it was no ordinary item. The clothes you usually wear may look nice, but they're not very practical in battle, and they provide no protection. This is a battlesuit I had customized at Sky Pinnacle Star. It doesn't hinder the use of base mutation carapace, and it does offer some protection. Ordinary life-based weapons would find it difficult to destroy it in a short time. Yet it is a suit after all, not a carapace capable of defending against all sorts of power attacks. It can only protect against sharp weapons, and its defense against heavy blows is just average. You won't think it's not good enough, will you? With all the thought and care you've put into this, how could I ever complain? The only thing to complain about is myself, Lin Shen said as he climbed into the flying vehicle, closed the door, and changed into the battlesuit inside. It had to be said, putting on this suit made him feel immediately more upscale, almost like he was part of a high-tech civilization, not like the simple and formless battle clothes and helmets of the Ultraburn tribe. The battlesuit was even equipped with a pet gun, similar in style to the Angel revolver that Tian Shen carried. Just as Lin Shen was about to pull it out to give it a try, Tian Shen said, "This is an Ascension-level pet gun called the upgraded Angel revolver. It can load 10 pet capsules with a firing rate of 88, which makes it one of the finest among Ascension pet guns. However, you haven't ascended yet, so you can't activate it for now. You'll have to wait until after your ascension to use it." Tian Shen also gave him an Ascension egg, a flying machine, battle clothes, and a pet gun, all of them top-notch. It made Lin Shen feel somewhat embarrassed, as he didn't seem to have anything to give to Tian Shen in return. Fortunately, Lin Shen had thick enough skin. Although he felt embarrassed, he still took the gifts with a clear conscience. "Do you like them?" Tian Shen asked. "I do. How can I thank you?" Lin Shen sighed. "In a few days, I might go on an adventure to a mountain within the giant ring star. You can come with me." Tian Shen thought for a moment and then said, "A few days ago, when exploring Giant God Mountain, the Pioneer Corps formed by 3 families suffered heavy losses. Out of 30,000 people, more than half died, including quite a few ascenders. However, despite the heavy price paid, they more or less figured out the situation of certain areas of the Giant God Mountain and even discovered a very magical region. Only mutators could enter that area, where a special kind of base mutation plant grew. The mutators from the Pioneer Corps picked the base mutation fruits there, and, after eating them, their attribute levels actually increased. Although the increase wasn't much, at most just a little, usually, attributes have a maximum limit. Once the limit is reached, external forces can't affect it anymore. The fact that the fruit there could allow attributes to break through the upper limit was already very miraculous. The Tian, Qi, and An families had already agreed to send some mutators to pick the fruits. It all depended on the individual's abilities and cultivation. Whoever could pick more would keep more. The fruits were only useful to mutators, so Tian Shen naturally couldn't use them. Taking Lin Shen was also meant to let him eat some of the fruits. With Lin Shen's strength, in a place exclusive to mutators, it would be like bringing dimensionality down a notch. There was simply no risk at all. Lin Shen was unaware of Tian Shen's thoughts and thought that Tian Shen just wanted someone to accompany her. After thinking it over, he agreed. After bringing Lin Shen back to his room, Lin Shen initially thought Tian Shen would come in to sleep together, but to his surprise, Tian Shen kissed him on the forehead at the doorstep, said goodnight, closed the door, and left. "Come on, what was that about? What happened to sleeping together? What about getting up to some mischief?" Lin Shen felt somewhat dejected inside. Although he didn't want to do any mischief, he wanted to cuddle while sleeping. The fireseed was still with Tian Shen after all. "Never mind, it's not urgent right now. Considering Tian Shen's attitude towards me, finding an opportunity to cuddle and sleep shouldn't be hard." Lin Shen returned to his room and examined the Avenger Angel Ascension egg for a while. He couldn't see anything special about it, but Fatty suddenly jumped out, wanting to eat the Avenger Angel Ascension egg. Lin Shen pressed him directly into his backpack with one hand, fastened the backpack's buckle, and prevented him from sneaking out to eat it. "When it's daylight, I'll ask Big Sister if she wants to use this Avenger Angel egg to ascend," Lin Shen thought as he lay in bed, pondering how to repay these favors in the future. No one is nice to another person without a reason. Tian Shen was so good to him, probably seeing potential in him, it was an investment. Having accepted her kindness, Lin Shen was mentally prepared to repay her. This was a matter of principle in being human, taking advantage of others while criticizing their motives, wishing to gain without working, unwilling to give something in return. Lin Shen couldn't respect those kinds of people and would certainly not become one of them. Chapter 289, Old Acquaintance Xene had been inquiring about Lin Shen's whereabouts these past few days, but unfortunately, there had been no news. Because of the search for Lin Shen, The plan to visit his younger aunt Tian Shun had been postponed for several days. Tai, are you sure Lin Shen came to the celestial race? I've checked all the routes from the human mother planet to the celestial race, but I didn't find any trace of Lin Shen. Tian Shen was also curious about the stranger's half-flesh and half-steel body. Since the stranger didn't say his name, Tian Shen had given him the nickname TA just for fun, but since the man didn't object, the name had stuck. Certain. Tai answered seriously. I'll have someone continue the search, but I need to take a trip to my younger aunt's place first. I can't delay any further. Are you going to come with me to my younger aunt's place, or will you wait at home for me? After Tian Shen finished speaking, he immediately regretted it and quickly added, you should come with me to my younger aunt's place. In just these few days, Tai had been quite a troublemaker. Tian Shen really didn't feel at ease leaving him alone at home. You go on your own. I'm going to find Lin Shen. Tai stood up and walked away. I've asked so many friends, but none have found his whereabouts. Where will you look on your own? Tian Shen said. I have my methods. Tai had already reached the door and was about to leave. If I find Lin Shen first, how should I contact you? Tian Shen asked. Upon hearing this, Tai stopped in his tracks, thought for a moment, and then took out something and tossed it to Tian Shen. If you find Lin Shen, break it and wait for me to come to you. How do I break it? Can I smash it? Does this thing actually work? Shouldn't you leave me a communication number? Tian Shen looked at the object in his hand, thinking that TA was just talking nonsense. A porcelain cup, of all things, wasn't a signal device. What use was there in smashing it to pieces? Even if it were a signal device, sending a signal between different planets isn't easy, unless it's a communicator that comes with the teleporter itself. Tian Shen thought that TA was fooling him with such a broken thing, but TA had already left without a trace. He was going to throw the cup away, but decided to keep it after second thought. This Tai is quite interesting. Parting now, who knows if we'll meet again, Tian Shen murmured to himself. Though Tai had been getting into trouble these past few days, Tian Shen felt that people like Tai, who acted on their true feelings, were indeed rare. It was difficult for someone like him to survive in the universe. Anyone or anything he found objectionable would prompt him to take action directly, easily provoking those powerful individuals you shouldn't mess with. That's why Tian Shen thought it unlikely that they would meet again. Who knew when Tai might offend someone he shouldn't and die in an unknown place? Having collected his belongings, Tian Shen prepared to head for Giant Ring Star to find his younger aunt, Tian Shun. Although his younger aunt and Tian Shen's father didn't share the same mother, Tian Shen had a good relationship with her. Even his angel revolver was a gift from her. Thinking of the angel revolver, Tian Shen's thoughts turned to Lin Shen, whom he found utterly irritating. Luckily, his younger aunt had told him that once he ascended, she would give him an ascension-level angel revolver. After all, his own ascension was nearing. Later, he would be able to get an upgraded version of the angel revolver. In fact, had it not been for his search for the ancient Realm King's treasure chest, he would have ascended already. It was purely because ascension would prevent him from entering Realm King Planet that he had remained at base mutation level. To his surprise, there had been an unexpected benefit. Just yesterday, he received a message from his younger aunt instructing him to rush to Giant Ring Star. There, a fruit had been found on Giant Ring Star that could enhance a mutator's attribute, effective only for mutators. For Tian Shen, this was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise, which was why he was in such haste to get to Giant Ring Star, putting the search for Lin Shen on hold for now. Heading out to the teleportation station, he needed to go through several teleportations to reach Giant Ring Star, and teleporting to Giant Ring Star also required timing. He had to do it at dawn, or else there would be trouble. Tian Shen thought of giving Tian Shen a surprise, so he didn't notify her in advance and teleported to Giant Ring Star alone. It was Tian Shen's first visit to Giant Ring Star. He took in his surroundings and noticed people from various races had arrived, most being picked up by others. No one was there to pick him up, but Tian Shen knew Tian Shen lived on Paradise Island within the Star Belt. He could find his way there on his own. Most of these people teleported to Giant Ring Star were recruits for the Pioneer Corps. Seeing Tian Shen from the Celestial race, they were somewhat wary, generally keeping their distance. Not wanting to waste words with them, the Celestial simply spread his wings and flew off, heading toward the Star Belt. Having a rough idea of Paradise Island's location, he felt confident in the direction he was flying. After spending the better part of the day traveling, he arrived at the Star Belt. Taking out a map and comparing it, he discovered he wasn't far from Paradise Island. Just as Tian Shen was about to head in the direction of Paradise Island, he suddenly noticed a human on a floating ring island below hunting base variant creatures. Normally, Tian Shen wouldn't have cared, but out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the person's face and felt a sense of familiarity. He turned his head back around and took a closer look. All my efforts have paid off without even trying. Lin Shen, I never expected to find you here on Giant Ring Star. Tian Shen was overjoyed and flew straight toward the floating ring island. Lin Shen was on Razorfang Island hunting Razorfang beasts because Tian Shen had told him that the Medici family probably wouldn't bother him anymore, so she had allowed him to leave Paradise Palace to hunt base variant creatures. Lin Shen wasn't particularly interested in hunting Razorfang beasts, but Tian Shen had mentioned that there was a mutated ascension-level Razorfang beast on Razorfang Island that might be about to lay eggs, so he had come to try his luck. Now that his pets needed ascension eggs to ascend, he was in need of mutated ascension eggs. Getting even one more would be a boon. Unfortunately, he hadn't found the mutated Razorfang beast, although he had killed several base mutation-level Razorfang beasts. Just as he was considering where to look for the mutated Razorfang beast, he saw a figure flying towards him from the sky. It's such a vast universe, and to think I'd encounter Lin Shen outside Realm King Planet. What a twist of fate. Lin Shen was also surprised, not expecting to see Lin Shen here. Lin Shen descended from the sky, landing directly in front of Lin Shen. Before that, he had sent a message to Lin Shen to come and pick him up. He wanted Lin Shen to understand what despair meant. Chapter 290, Playing the Pig to Eat the Tiger. Old friend, I never expected to see you again, Lin Shen said, landing not far from Lin Shen with a smile on his face. Now Lin Shen was in no hurry. In fact, he felt like having a good chat with Lin Shen to reminisce about the good old days they had spent together. This was the territory of his aunt Lin Shen, and once she arrived, Lin Shen planned to show Lin Shen what the power of a great family truly meant. I really didn't expect it either, Lin Shen said, smiling as well. He also wasn't in a rush, examining Lin Shen with his gaze. Noticing Lin Shen's look, Lin Shen thought with a sneer, "You bastard, still thinking of targeting this young master? Today I'll have you spit out everything you owe me, with interest. How come you're here?" Lin Shen asked with a beaming smile, as if a senior leader was showing concern for a junior. "Couldn't make it at home, so I had to strike out on my own. What about you? Why are you here?" Lin Shen asked politely. After all, this was the benefactor who had contributed many good things to him, and who might contribute again today. With no merit, there is still hard work. He couldn't hurt his feelings. "That's what I thought. There's something wrong with your style. You're always causing trouble outside, and sooner or later you're going to cross someone you can't afford to offend. Now you've found trouble, haven't you?" Lin Shen could hardly contain his glee at hearing Lin Shen was no longer able to get by at home. "Heh, little trash. You think just because you can't make it at home you can get by out here? Too naive. Today, Big Brother here will teach you how to behave." "You're absolutely right. I'll be careful in the future," replied Lin Shen, and after a moment's thought he asked, "But what brings you here? Could it be that you can't make it at home either?" "How could that be possible? What kind of person am I, and who do I know? My friends are all over the universe. How could I be as miserable as you, not even being able to make it in my own home? Little Lin, I have to say, one must be kind-hearted. You have to work hard on your own, not always think about stealing from others. Sooner or later it will lead to huge losses," Lin Shen said, smirking. "So you're saying you have friends on Giant Ringstar too?" Lin Shen had been talking nonsense with Lin Shen for half a day, just to find out if Lin Shen had any connection with the Celestials here. If he had no relation to Lin Shen, Lin Shen could go ahead and open the mystery box to see what good things Lin Shen had brought him this time. If Lin Shen was related to Lin Shen or was one of her subordinates, it wouldn't be so easy to act. After all, he and Lin Shen were now on the same boat, so he couldn't just rob her subordinates' possessions. It wouldn't look good to spread that around. "I really don't have friends on Giant Ringstar," Lin Shen thought to himself. "I'm telling the truth. I really don't have any friends here, just an aunt, that's all." "How can you say you have no friends? I'm your old friend, right?" Lin Shen responded cheerfully, feeling the mystery box was already half open. "I like the way you talk. We are indeed old friends," Lin Shen said, pleased as well, and both broke into joyful laughter looking at one another. "Meeting an old friend. What gift have you brought?" After laughing, they both looked at each other and spoke in unison. "Little Lin Shen, you're the one who's off base here. You come to visit Big Brother. It's certainly you who should bring the gifts," Lin Shen said seriously. "Little Lin, your words are also not quite right. In terms of age, I am the big brother, and you are a young one," Lin Shen retorted with a grimace. "If that's how you want to play it, that's fine too. In light of our friendship, bring out something, and I'll find you a good position on Paradise Island. Just don't send me to the Pioneer Corps," Lin Shen continued, keen to find out if Lin Shen was indeed Lin Shen's subordinate. Even though Lin Shen was a Celestial and shared the Tien surname, the chances of a connection were slim given the abundance of Celestials named Tien. Still, it was better to ascertain the facts. "You have connections on Paradise Island?" Lin Shen was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. "Yeah, and they're not insignificant," Lin Shen nodded. Lin Shen sneered inwardly, thinking, how significant can your connections be, to be greater than my aunt's? Posing with that act? Trying to scare me, huh? Lin Shen, seeing that Lin Shen had yet to arrive, decided he needed to play the fool to find out exactly what connections Lin Shen had on Paradise Island before cutting them down. With that thought, Lin Shen feigned surprise. "You have contacts in a place like Paradise Island? I've been worried about this lately, afraid I'll be assigned to the Pioneer Corps." "I don't know what kind of connections you have, but getting me into Paradise Island as a soldier guard or something would be enough, as long as it's not the Pioneer Corps. Such a small matter, absolutely no problem. But as you know, it's not that easy to get into Paradise Island," Lin Shen said with a smile. "The matter of money is negotiable. I've brought plenty of good things with me, and if that's not enough, I can also figure out a way to have my family send some more. But you've got to tell me, what kind of connection is it?" Tian Shen appeared very eager, his acting quite natural indeed. Lin Shen had originally intended to rob Tian Shen, but if he could get Tian Shen to give up his goods willingly, that would save him the effort. So, Lin Shen ventured, do you know who is the Star Lord of Giant Ring Star? Such a significant figure, I've never seen them. I've only heard that the most powerful figure on Giant Ring Star is a Nirvana-level powerhouse. I think her name is Tian Shen, Tian Shen said, not understanding why Lin Shen suddenly mentioned the Star Lord. Correct, it's Tian Shen. I have a bit of a connection with Tian Shen, and your little issue is nothing in my book. Lin Shen disclosed Tian Shen's name deliberately to observe Tian Shen's reaction. He had a feeling that Tian Shen and Tian Shen, both from the Tian family and coincidentally on the same planet, might share some relation, which could pose a problem later if he robbed Tian Shen and then had to explain himself to Tian Shen. Unfortunately for Lin Shen, Tian Shen's acting was explosively brilliant. Shocked at the news of Lin Shen's connection with the Star Lord, he blurted out, "You actually have a connection with the Star Lord?" At that moment, Tian Shen was cursing Lin Shen in his heart. "You shameless wretch, pretending to have a connection with my aunt. What connection could you possibly have? A mere base mutation level lackey like you, my aunt probably wouldn't even deign to glance at you, not even worthy to meet her, and here you are trying to bluff me?" But right now, Tian Shen's mood was very good. He was highly anticipating the moment Tian Shen showed up, curious what expression this liar who claimed to have a connection with Tian Shen would have then. Haha, you never imagined I'd be Tian Shen's nephew. Keep acting, let's see the show you put on. Tian Shen was struggling to contain his joy, and with a pained expression said, "Big brother, you really have to help me out. Please ask the Star Lord to give me a hand. Don't let me get sent to the Pioneer Corps." Seeing Tian Shen's reaction, Lin Shen thought the deal was sealed, confident now that the mystery box could be unlocked. Chapter 291, Junior Uncle. An existence like the Star Lord, asking for her help will definitely cost a fortune. What do you have on you? Take it out and let me have a look. Maybe there's something the Star Lord would fancy, Lin Shen said. Lin Shen didn't really expect Tian Shen to obediently hand over his possessions, but to his surprise, this time Tian Shen was unusually compliant. "These are the only things I have on me. See if they will do." As he spoke, Tian Shen took off his backpack and started taking out the items one by one. This is the key to the flight device, but the device itself is still at home. This is a mutated crystal base egg, which is also a good item, and this one, a pet gun, with a firing rate of 41. Although it doesn't have the firing rate of the Angel revolver, it's still considered top-notch at the crystal base level. As Tian Shen introduced his items, he also asked Lin Shen, "Big brother, did you bring your Angel revolver?" "I did. It's on me, and indeed very handy," Lin Shen said with a smile. "As long as it's handy." Tian Shen nodded repeatedly with a smile, but inwardly he was fiercely determined. "I'll grab it back later and use it to kill you." "Is this all you've got?" Lin Shen glanced over the items Tian Shen had taken out. These used to be good items for him, but now they weren't very impressive to him anymore. Sigh, life is tough. It's difficult enough for a person struggling alone outside to acquire so many good items, Tian Shen lamented with a lonely and unsatisfied expression on his face. "I think you've got good stuff you don't want to take out, right? Is it that you don't trust me?" Lin Shen's gaze swept over Tian Shen as he spoke with a hardened face. "That's really all I have," Tian Shen sneered inwardly. "This scumbag is getting greedier, still not satisfied with these items." "Little Tian Shen, do you know what kind of person the Star Lord is? You think you can bribe the Star Lord with these trifles? Do you think that will do?" Lin Shen's tone became even more unfriendly. "I think it should be about right," Tian Shen retorted with a cold smile. "In life, you have to know when to hold on and when to let go. The more you give, the more you'll gain. Don't miss out on something bigger over something smaller," Lin Shen preached as he stepped toward Tian Shen. "I see you can't make up your mind. Who would have thought? We are old friends, and I am your good big brother. Let me help you out." "Sure," Tian Shen said coldly. "Maybe I'll be the one helping you." He picked up the pet launcher, and his body was also wrapped in the base mutation carapace. During this time, he had grown quite a bit, and it was just the time to use Lin Shen for some practice. After all, his little niece should be arriving soon, so he wasn't worried about Lin Shen going against him. Both men didn't speak. Lin Shen directly whipped out the death powder and flicked it over like a whip. A halo appeared above Tian Shen's head, making him look as holy as a true angel. Then he took something off his waist. After being triggered, that thing turned into a bow. With the flapping of his wings, Tian Shen dodged Lin Shen's whip. He drew the bow and let an arrow fly straight at Lin Shen. "Huh!" Lin Shen was slightly taken aback. There were no arrows on Tian Shen, but when he pulled the bow, a light arrow appeared out of thin air, shooting toward him at high speed. Lin Shen immediately realized there was something special about the bow, certainly not an ordinary item, but a treasure. Not only did the bow endow Tian Shen with the ability to attack from a distance, but the speed of the light arrows it shot out was even faster than the upper limit of the crystal base level. "This kid Tian Shen, he always manages to come up with something surprising." Lin Shen was delighted, his heart set on the bow. Using his movement technique, Lin Shen dodged the light arrow shot by Tian Shen. Tian flew in the air, constantly pulling the bowstring, firing arrows maniacally at Lin Shen, in a splendid mood. Look who's dumb now. You may jump around, but you can't fly faster than me, and I have ranged attacks. I'll play you to death, you scumbag, Tian boasted internally while shooting arrows. Dodging Tian Shen's barrage of arrows, Lin Shen wondered to himself, Tian Shen has gotten quite strong lately. His flying speed and strength have increased a lot from before. He wanted to see what other new tricks Tian Shen had, so he didn't rush to counter and instead dodged the light arrows with his movement technique. After shooting for a while, Tian Shen felt a significant drain on his strength and had failed to injure Lin Shen, so he stopped shooting the arrows. Lin Shen, kneel down and give me 3 kowtows. Then hand over everything you took from me and I'll let you live, Tian Shen called out from the air, staring straight at Lin Shen. Thanks, but I don't like walking on paths others have laid out for me, Lin Shen replied indifferently. If you won't take the chance to live, don't blame me for what happens next. Tian Shen drew her bow once more, her halo bursting with light overhead, shining like a miniature sun. A radiant arrow of light appeared on the bowstring, its intense luminosity akin to a sunbeam. Lin Shen's expression turned serious. Tian Shen's arrow was indeed out of the ordinary. In the instant that Tian Shen released the bowstring, the arrow of light, as if capable of teleportation, appeared before Lin Shen, aiming straight for his heart. Such speed! Lin Shen was slightly taken aback, but fortunately he had anticipated this and swung his fist directly. Boom! Fist met light arrow, and the arrow pierced into his bones, the immense force pushing Lin Shen backward, his legs carving 2 deep furrows in the ground. Ha! Now you know how formidable I am, Tian Shen laughed wildly, pulling her bowstring back again and shooting another dazzling light arrow at Lin Shen. Lin Shen's face turned cold, and he began to move using his super base pattern steps, switching to the hand with the gauntlet and meeting Tian Shen's light arrow with his surfing triple punch. Boom! This light arrow was immediately shattered by Lin Shen's direct hit. Impossible! How can your strength be so great? Tian Shen was startled. Lin Shen had already leaped up, pouncing through the air towards Tian Shen. Tian Shen was aware of Lin Shen's aerial support techniques and did not dare to be careless, quickly retreating to increase the distance. As long as he kept Lin Shen at bay, his ranged bow would ensure an unbeatable position. But Tian Shen was mistaken. Lin Shen launched a surfing triple strike directly at him, the horrific spatial fist power tearing through layers of air, accompanied by a screeching explosive noise, barreling towards Tian Shen. Tian Shen was taken aback. Having never anticipated such an attack, it was too late to dodge, so he hastily swung his fist to counter. Boom! Tian Shen only felt a terrifying force slamming into him, smashing his own fist into his chest. The carapace immediately shattered and he was blasted backward, crashing into the rock wall, creating a huge crater and embedding himself within it. I tried speaking nicely, but you insisted on making me act, didn't you? Lin Shen arrived before Tian Shen like a specter, and without waiting for him to extricate himself from the wall, he whipped him across the face, cracking the carapace with a single stroke. Lin Shen continued to whip him, Tian Shen's screams of pain filling the air. This was only because Lin Shen had no intention of killing Tian Shen. He was not striking with lethal force. He just wanted Tian Shen to learn his lesson, so that next time he would hand over the item without fuss. Bastard, if you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise you will regret it. Tian Shen screamed and cursed as he spoke, the anger in his heart boiling over, secretly vowing that once Tian arrived, he would make Lin Shen pay back 1,000-fold, 100-fold. Stop. A familiar voice sounded, and Tian Shen, who had been beaten to a pulp with swollen eyelids leaving only a slit for vision, finally saw the figure he had been longing for. Little, Tian, you have to avenge me. Look what he has done to me. I don't want to live anymore. After Lin Shen stopped, Tian Shen crawled out and stumbled towards Tian Shen, falling at her feet and sobbing as he clung to her legs. Cough cough. Tian, there must be some misunderstanding here, Tian Shen said with an odd look at Tian Shen. What misunderstanding? He nearly killed me, and he stole my things, Tian Shen cried even harder, about to ask Tian to have Lin Shen carved up 1,000 times, when he suddenly heard something from Tian Shen and was struck dumb. Auntie, what did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. Tian Shen lifted his swollen face like a pig's head, looking up at Tian Shen with a rather stiff expression, his demeanor very unnatural. Well, this is your uncle, Tian Shen repeated. Upon hearing the words uncle, Tian Shen felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his entire body paralyzed in shock. Chapter 292. I disagree with this marriage proposal. Is this the young nephew you mentioned? Lin Shen asked, pointing at Tian Shen with a puzzled look on his face. Lin Shen had always thought that Tian Shen's young nephew would be a little child, so he was surprised to find that he was actually a grown adult celestial. Yes, this is my young nephew, Tian Shen. Tian Shen replied with a headache, never expecting that these two would start fighting upon meeting each other. Auntie, I do not agree to this marriage arrangement. Tian Shen shouted at the top of his lungs. What a joke, his dearest aunt, the one who understood and knew him best in the family, the most exceptionally talented. How could she be with such a lowlife? Tian Shen, stop making a scene. Your aunt's husband doesn't even know you. It wasn't on purpose. You two will have to get along well from now on. As he spoke, Tianxun pulled Tianxin aside and said, "You should have let us know before coming, then this accident wouldn't have happened. Come on, I have prepared a gift for you. You will definitely like it." Regardless of whether Tianxin was willing or not, Tianxun just dragged him away and even said to Lin Shen, "We'll be eating later. Let's give Tianxin a warm welcome." "All right." Lin Shen agreed with a smile. After all, he hadn't suffered any loss, so naturally he wouldn't mind having another big nephew. However, this meant that his plan to steal Tianxin's bow would have to be shelved. "Aunt, how can you find a human to be my uncle? And even if you were considering a human, it couldn't be someone so low level, such a vile lowlife." Upon arrival at the Paradise Palace, Tianxin immediately entered persuasive mode, unable to accept Lin Shen as his uncle-in-law no matter what. Just thinking he had to call Lin Shen, that scoundrel, uncle made Tianxin feel dizzy, nauseous, and wanting to throw up. "Did you have a grudge against him before?" Tianxun asked, handing over a healing potion to Tianxin. "That's beside the point. You're a great nirvana, and he's just a measly human mutator. How could he be worthy of you?" "Aunt, if you have to choose, at least find someone of the same rank," Tianxin said indignantly. Tianxun just looked at Tianxin without saying a word, and soon Tianxin could no longer stand it and surrendered. "All right, I admit, I have a bit of personal vendetta against him, but it's not because I have a personal grudge that I don't agree with this match. I sincerely think he's not worthy of you, Aunt." "Tell me in detail, how did you end up making an enemy of him?" Tianxun insisted, his tone suggestively unreceptive to Tianxin's previous words. "Aunt, are you even listening to me? With your qualifications and abilities, it would be a piece of cake to find a great nirvana. Why lower your status for someone like that?" Seeing that Tianxun was silent again, Tianxun had no choice but to recount the whole process of how he became an enemy of Lin Shen. Of course, while recounting the story, Tianxin beautified his own image just a little and vilified Lin Shen's a bit more. "So, you're saying that after fighting him so many times, you've never won? Even when his level was lower than yours, you still took the loss?" Tianxin knew exactly what to focus on. "Aunt, I already said that was because I was injured beforehand. If I hadn't been seriously wounded and my skills hadn't been used up, I would have taken care of him long ago. He is nothing but a despicable, shameless, cunning lowlife." Tianxin immediately raised his voice once more. "I see. You're not as smart as he is," Tianxin said, as if having an epiphany. "Aunt, are you even listening to what I'm saying? When did our conversations become so difficult? It wasn't like this before." Tianxin felt he was about to go mad. "But isn't that what you've been implying? You can't beat him in a fight and you got outsmarted by him." "Doesn't that mean you're not as capable or as smart as he is?" Tianxin said with a chuckle. "Before I met him, if I hadn't been injured first, he would have died 800 times over by now." Tianxin was on the verge of losing his composure. "So before you battled him today, you weren't injured, right?" Tianxin looked at Tianxin and spoke seriously. Tianxin suddenly fell silent, and after a long while muttered, "I hadn't anticipated that his fist power could injure someone from a distance. That was a sneak attack. Be careful. You know that just because I'm not a pure-blood celestial, our family members may not say it out loud, but deep down, they never really considered me one of them. The only ones who truly treat me as family are you and Mom. Even my father, your grandfather, looks down on me deep inside." "Little Aunt, who cares what they think as long as we are family, that's enough," Tianxin hurriedly said. "Little Aunt knows she hasn't spoiled you for nothing, so I really need your support right now," Tianxin said gravely. "To speak frankly without modesty, even though I'm not a pure-blood celestial, finding a great nirvana pure-blood celestial to be your uncle isn't difficult for me." "Exactly, little Aunt. I always thought you deserved someone better," Tianxin chimed in immediately, adding his 2 cents. "Then do you know why I didn't choose such a celestial and instead chose Lin Shen?" Tianxin countered. "It must have been that kid sweet-talking and deceiving you, little Aunt. You must not fall for his tricks. That kid is very cunning." Tianxin laughed. "Do you think your little aunt is an idiot or blinded by love? That a man can deceive your little aunt just with a few words? Of course not, little aunt. You're not that kind of person. So why did you choose Lin Shen?" Tianxin was utterly baffled. Tianxin was well aware that Tianxin was neither an idiot nor blinded by love. If Tianxin were such a person, she wouldn't have been able to occupy a seat in the celestial court as a half-blood. Keep in mind that before Tianxun, there had been no half-blood celestials with a seat in the celestial court, which alone speaks volumes about Tianxun's capabilities. Aside from Tianxun, there were only 3 other seats occupied by their family in the celestial court. "It's because I see great potential in Lin Shen. His future achievements might not stop at just great nirvana," Tianxun said earnestly. "Not just great nirvana, little aunt. You're perhaps overestimating him too much. What makes him," Tianxin was inwardly shocked. "To achieve the nirvana body, even among the celestial race, is an extremely remarkable feat. That Tianxun believed Lin Shen's future achievements would surpass great nirvana surprised Tianxin immensely. He's merely a mutator. His journey is still far off. How can you be so sure he will reach that level?" "Little aunt, you need to think this through. There are not a shortage of geniuses in our celestial race. On the contrary, there are too many. Yet many of these geniuses don't even make it past the nirvana level. He's a human mutator. Tian Shen became serious. His opposition to Tian Xun and Lin Shen wasn't just based on a personal grudge against Lin Shen. He knew all too well that so-called geniuses were nothing until they grew into powerful figures. Present-day powerhouses were the real deal. Those with the potential to become powerhouses in the future were mostly illusions. Unless they were like DEC, men fated by heaven to become strong. But how many DECs were there in the universe? Believe in your little ant. His future achievements are truly boundless, Tian Xun said with a burning gaze. Chapter 29.3 Angel Reincarnation Skill. Though Tian Shen didn't truly believe that Lin Shen was so formidable, once Tian Shen had said so much, he felt it improper to say anything dissenting. Not saying anything didn't mean he sincerely accepted Lin Shen. If given the chance, he wouldn't mind showing Tian Shen Lin Shen's true colors. During the meal, Tian Shen remained lukewarm throughout. Yet Lin Shen was extremely amiable, repeatedly calling him little nephew, causing Tian Shen's eye to twitch uncontrollably. If it weren't for Tian Shen sitting right beside them, he would have jumped up and gone into battle with Lin Shen right then and there. Little nephew, this is a gift for you, said Tian Shen, taking out the Archangel's sword and giving it to Tian Shen after the meal. The 10th turn Archangel's sword, Auntie, you are too kind to me, exclaimed Tian Xin, taking the Archangel's sword with ecstatic joy. The 10th turn Archangel's sword was incredibly rare, even bordering on impossible to acquire. To possess the life base of the Archangel's sword, one had to cultivate the celestial race's angel reincarnation skill, evolution skill. Tian Xin had once tried to practice the angel reincarnation skill, but unfortunately his talent wasn't sufficient to master it. In the end, he had to choose another evolution skill. Even Tian Xun, with her formidable talent, had not managed to master the angel reincarnation skill. Of course, the main reason Tian Xun hadn't managed to cultivate it was because she only had half the celestial bloodline. Celestials who could cultivate the angel reincarnation skill were usually key figures cultivated by powerful families, surrounded by strong protectors, and not allowed to venture into dangerous places, which meant such individuals were unlikely to die easily. Among these celestials, those who could condense the life base of the Archangel's sword were at most 1 or 2 out of 10. It also wasn't easy to elevate the Archangel's sword to the 10th turn, requiring innumerable resources. Because with each reincarnation, the Archangel's sword needed more than 10 times the resources needed for an ordinary life base. A celestial without the support of a family would find it very difficult to gather such an abundance of resources. Just how powerful was the 10th turn Archangel sword? There had been instances in the past where a 10th turn Archangel's sword successfully slew a nirvana. Now that Tian Xin owned the Archangel's sword, as long as his ascension was successful, he would immediately have a 10th turn spirit base, instantly maximizing his combat strength. Among the ascension level, he would be considered a top-tier combatant. Of course, using the 10th turn Archangel's sword as a spirit base without the pairing of the angel reincarnation skill wouldn't unleash its full power. Slaying Nirvana would be impossible, but it would still be at the pinnacle of ascension level combat strength. Tian Xin caressed the Archangel's sword, unable to put it down. This Archangel's sword was obtained by risking life and limb from within Hell Island, added Tian Xin. Her words instantly made the Archangel's sword in Tian Xin's hand feel less alluring. He wanted to throw back the Archangel's sword with style, but he couldn't bear to part with it, causing him a great deal of inner turmoil. We are all family here. There's no need for such formality, Lin Shen timely quipped. After all, he wasn't the one disgusted. Tian Xin felt even worse, as if a fly were stuck in his throat, unable to swallow or spit it out. Tian Xun, however, seemed very satisfied with Lin Shen's attitude and continued, Later on, you two will go together to the forbidden area of Giant God Mountain to pick attribute fruits. He's my only dear nephew, and I want you to take good care of him. Tian Xun treasure, don't worry, I will take good care of little Tian Xin, Lin Shen said with a beaming smile. You better take care of yourself. Tian Xin felt disgustingly nauseated and couldn't eat anymore. She got up and said to Tian Xun, Little aunt, I'm a bit tired. I'm going to rest. Go ahead, get some rest. Although there's been nothing threatening found in Giant God Mountain's restricted area for now, that place is indeed a bit bizarre, so you still need to be careful and can't be careless. After Tian Xin left, Tian Xun gave Lin Shen a cold look and said, You did it on purpose just to tick him off, but once you're in the restricted area, no matter what, you do need to look after him. He's really the only family I have left. Don't worry, I really don't have any ill intent towards him. If I had wanted to kill him before, he wouldn't be alive now, Lin Shen said with a laugh before adding, Besides, now that I know he's your relative, I will do my best to take care of him. That's good. Tian Xun understood from what Tian Xin had told her that Lin Shen truly had had the chance to kill Tian Xin in the past. Looks like the sky is about to darken. Should we also get some rest? Lin Shen ate slowly with deliberation, taking his time until dusk was about to settle before he finished his meal. Yes, it's time to rest. I'm going to my room to sleep, and you should get to bed early too. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll be heading to Giant God Mountain the day after tomorrow. Don't wander around these next 2 days, Tian Xun said as she stood up and prepared to return to her room. No sooner had she started climbing the stairs than she felt Lin Shen following her. Turning her head, Tian Shen looked at Lin Shen with a smile and asked, "Where are you going?" "To rest with you," Lin Shen said earnestly. He wanted to get the fire seed as soon as possible to see if it really was a part left by the heaven-defying bone. "Rest together? I'm afraid you'd end up more tired the more you rest," Tian Shen said, blinking her eyes. "You're overthinking it." "I really just want to rest together. I promise to only hold you as we sleep, nothing else," Lin Shen swore, raising his hand. He was quite confident in his own self-control. Facing a blur, it was impossible for his willpower not to be strong. "Nothing else? Then what's the use of sleeping with me? Go sleep by yourself," Tian Shen retorted, giving him a glare before heading upstairs. Lin Shen was caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to follow or not, and he instantly felt frustrated. He really wanted to let Tian Shen know that the nickname Perpetual Motion Tian was not unearned, but against a blur, he feared he couldn't even get started, which would be embarrassingly awkward. Lin Shen had no choice but to return to his own room. When the night fell, he activated the teleporter and went straight to Ring Mountain Planet. Lin Shen planned to quickly enhance the deterrence effect of the death powder on the Super Source Dragon, so that right after his ascension, he could directly tame the three-headed dragon as a mount using the death powder. "I still need to get a proper ascension egg for death powder, but what exactly is its attribute and which type of ascension egg would be suitable?" Lin Shen found himself in a quandary. The abilities of death powder were to devour and evolve, but Lin Shen was not clear on which attribute these abilities belonged to. Moreover, death powder was a super base creature, so if a mutant egg was used for its ascension, it was uncertain if it would have an effect or not. A super base ascension egg was something Lin Shen had never seen before. Who knows where to get one? Ascension for Jiwis will also be a big problem in the future, Lin Shen pondered to himself. For other mutant pets that would be fine, but these two super base pets definitely needed to be nurtured. The question was where to find the right ascension eggs for them. Chapter 294. Arduously practicing movement technique. Zhuo Qinglong left the Realm King planet and had been studying the movement technique Lin Shen gave him. It wasn't a complete movement technique, more like a method specifically designed to counter certain attacks. When Zhuo Qinglong tried it out, he realized that the technique itself wasn't complex. It seemed complex because the real ingenuity of the technique lay in the psychological contest between opponents. The technique itself had only 9 variations, but using different variations flexibly according to the opponent's psychological reaction and the environment was the most difficult part. To master such a movement technique, one had to practice extensively, getting all 9 variations to the point where they could be executed instinctively to achieve the highest realm of adaptability. Zhuo Qinglong first practiced the technique until he was proficient, then brought Zhuo Qingmeng to spar with him. Originally, Zhuo Qinglong thought that once he had mastered it, he would be able to unleash the full potential of the movement technique. But it was only during actual combat that he realized he was wrong. Zhuo Qingmeng's combat ability was considered quite good among those at the crystal base level, but still fell far short of Qingjie. Against Zhuo Qingmeng, the technique was ineffective, even becoming a burden. When Zhuo Qinglong used this technique, he was hit more often than not, worse than when he didn't use it at all. "Brother, could there be something wrong with this movement technique?" Zhuo Qingmeng asked cautiously. Recently, there had been more and more rumors within the Sword Alliance, with most people feeling that Zhuo Qinglong couldn't accept defeat because he had become obsessed after several failures. Some unknown person had given him a movement technique, and he treated it like a trump card against Qingjie, which was simply foolish. If the technique were truly that powerful, how could the Great Red Bull Knight casually give it to someone he had just met for the first time? There was no such person in the world. Many believed that the Great Red Bull Knight was simply too afraid to face Qingjie, so he found an excuse to fob Zhuo Qinglong off, yet Zhuo Qinglong, desperate for victory, actually took it seriously. Now within the Sword Alliance, many thought that Zhuo Qinglong had gone mad and was possibly no longer fit for major responsibilities. While Zhuo Qingmeng trusted that Zhuo Qinglong wasn't what others claimed him to be, the more he heard, the more doubts crept into his mind. After practicing with Zhuo Qinglong these past few days and seeing him perform increasingly worse, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Could it be that Zhuo Qinglong was being impatient for quick success, taking the Great Red Bull Knight's bluff seriously? "There's nothing wrong with the technique, I just haven't mastered it yet." Zhuo Qinglong checked the time, noting it was the appointed time for the weekly Monday morning practice. The Sword Alliance had a tradition where every Monday morning, all members gathered at the open-air practice field to practice swordsmanship, and for years, Zhuo Qinglong had always been at the front, the one leading with the sword. Although Zhuo Qinglong was fully focused on practicing the movement technique, he wouldn't neglect other matters because of it. With Zhuo Qingmeng in tow, he arrived at the practice field, where members of the Sword Alliance were arriving in 2s and 3s. Zhuo Qinglong kept order as usual, having everyone line up. Seeing that everyone had almost arrived and it was nearly time to start the practice, Zhuo Qinglong went to the side to take a sword, ready to step up to the platform at the front to lead. "Azure Dragon, come over here for a moment," Wen Yusheng, an elder of the Sword Alliance, called Zhuo Qinglong over. "Elder Wen, morning practice is about to start. Can whatever you need wait until after?" Zhuo Qinglong glanced at his watch. There was less than a minute left and the music was about to start. "Let Lu Jing lead the sword practice today. I have something to say to you," Wen Yusheng said indifferently. Leading the sword practice is a task arranged by the Alliance hierarch. If Elder Wen thinks I'm not fit for it, please go find the hierarch and give me the order to strip my qualifications, Zhuo Qinglong replied. Then, ignoring Wen Yusheng further, he turned and walked towards the stage. Zhuo Qinglong, in your current situation, you're no longer suitable to lead the sword practice. I've given you face by approaching you privately. It won't look good if we have to involve the hierarch and he strips you of your qualifications, Wen Yusheng said with a cold laugh. I, Zhuo Qinglong, have always acted openly and honorably. There's nothing I've done that can't withstand scrutiny. If you have any complaints about me, follow the proper procedures, Zhuo Qinglong said as he reached the stage. Looking triumphant and already on stage ready to lead the sword practice, Lu Jiying saw Zhuo Qinglong ascend the stage and couldn't help but turn to look at Wen Yusheng below. Lu Jiying, fall back in line. Zhuo Qinglong stood at the central position. Without glancing at Lu Jiying, he shouted at him. Elder Wen said, I'm to lead the sword practice today, Lu Jiying said through clenched teeth. He had always been overshadowed by Zhuo Qinglong, but finally had this chance and could not back down no matter what. If Zhuo Qinglong managed to send him down today, in front of all these witnesses who would take him seriously in the future, even if he got another chance to lead the sword practice. Zhuo Qinglong, Lu Jiying is leading the sword practice today. Get down from there, Elder Wen shouted from below. If it is the hierarch's command, I will, of course, obey. If it is not, please do not disturb the morning practice. Zhuo Qinglong's words ended just as the music for the morning practice started playing. Ready, with a loud shout from Zhuo Qinglong, all the mutators who had been buzzing with discussion fell silent and, as usual, grasped their swords, preparing to begin. Sword up, Zhuo Qinglong's sword rose with the rhythm of the music. Lu Jiying also wanted to lead, but it was apparent that everyone was following Zhuo Qinglong's rhythm, making him seem out of place. You're wrong, the intro isn't even finished, it hasn't started yet, Lu Jiying shouted at Zhuo Qinglong from the side. Zhuo Qinglong ignored him, continuing to lead the sword practice, and everyone else followed his pace, paying no attention to Lu Jiying. Lu Jiying's face alternated between pale and flushed, and upon seeing this from below, Wen Yusheng's expression turned extremely ugly. He turned on his heel and left. Back in his own courtyard, Zhuo Qinglong took out the movement technique Lin Shen had given him to study again. I have mastered the technique, but in real combat there simply isn't enough time to react to an opponent's moves. I couldn't keep up when sparring with Zhuo Qingmeng, and it would be even less likely against Qingjia, Zhuo Qinglong thought to himself. After a moment, his eyes blazed with a fiery determination. Relying on reaction alone, it's impossible to strike first when reacting second, unless my speed and reflexes are far superior to my opponent's. But at the same level, such a scenario is unlikely. Moreover, if I did have such an overwhelming advantage, I wouldn't need to practice this technique. Victory could be secured through advantage alone. So, the key to this technique isn't how quick the reaction is, but turning thought processes into bodily instincts. Your body must be quicker than your mind, reacting naturally. To achieve that, I must train relentlessly. Zhuo Qinglong took another step as he resumed his practice. Chapter 29.5 Attribute Fruit Tian Xun led Lin Shen and Tian Xin to Giant God Mountain, the result of negotiations between the three families, where each family could only send 2 people into the forbidden area of Giant God Mountain every time. These past few days, Tian Xin hadn't given Lin Shen any good expressions. When speaking with Tian Xun, he was all smiles and laughter. But as soon as his face turned to Lin Shen, it would become expressionless, faster than a face-changing act in Sichuan opera. Lin Shen didn't mind and spoke as usual. After following Tian Xun to the temporary encampment outside Giant God Mountain, Lin Shen met an A11-7 and Ch201. Being both celestials, Lin Shen couldn't really tell them apart. Just as aliens see humans, finding them to look almost alike, Lin Shen thought the celestials looked similar as well, with no significant differences. Instead, it was the 2 mutators behind an A117 that caught Lin Shen's attention. And I-117's 2 mutators, just like Tian Xun's, turned out to be 1 human and 1 celestial, while both of the mutators chosen by Ch201 were celestials. What surprised Lin Shen was that the human mutator chosen by an I-117 was none other than Zeman Swordsman, who had come to Giant Ring Star with him. The current Zeman Swordsman had obviously adapted to the environment here, seemed in good spirits, and was even wearing a new set of advanced armor. While it wasn't as good as the set Tian Xun had given to Lin Shen, it still wasn't something an ordinary human could come by. Ch201 seemed somewhat surprised, not expecting both Tian Xun and An-117's choices to include a human. However, he didn't say much, and after a brief exchange, he had someone lead the 6 of them onto Giant God Mountain. This was Lin Shen's first time seeing such a colossal mountain. From the foot of the mountain, only the outermost peaks of Giant God Mountain could be seen, not its full extent. Even so, it was enough to awe anyone. The height and breadth were incomparable to the great mountains on the human mother planet. Lin Shen remembered that the stronger the gravity of a planet, the less likely it was for high mountains to form. He couldn't understand why Giant Ring Star, with gravity much stronger than the human mother planet, would have such an enormous mountain. The mountain was surprisingly covered with many jade-like grass plants. The leaves were vibrant and colorful, as if one had entered a jade artwork museum. Some of these jade-like grass plants had leaves as long as giant trees. The towering grasses, ranging from 10 to even 20 or 30 meters tall, were abundant. As the group followed the guide up the mountain, there was a moment when they felt the illusion of having shrunk to the size of ants, navigating through the underbrush. Tianxin ignored Lin Shen, and Lin Shen wasn't in the mood to talk to him either. His gaze fell on Jimin Swordsman, but Jimin Swordsman didn't even look his way. Lin Shen touched his nose, a bit puzzled, wondering how he had ended up in this situation without even a single person to talk to. If only Zhu Tianjie were here. I used to think he talked too much and it was annoying, but now without him by my side, it really feels too quiet. Lin Shen inexplicably started to miss Shu Tianj. Since they were on a safe passage that had already been explored, they encountered no danger along the way. And before setting out, they have all memorized the various taboos of the mountain. Still, as they passed certain areas, they could see large areas of bloodstains. On one slope, the entire slope had been dyed dark red with blood, and it was unknown how many had died there at the time. They didn't walk that slope, but detoured along the mountain wall on another side. The narrow path on the outside of the mountain wall could only accommodate 2 feet side by side, with a bottomless abyss shrouded in fog below. One misstep would mean even a mutator would fall to their death. Fortunately, they were all mutators, so this place was no different from flat ground to them. What is that? As they were moving along a mountain path, Tianxin suddenly pointed into the mist and spoke. Everyone couldn't help but stop in their tracks and look where Tianxin was pointing. They saw that there was another peak across the way, shrouded in mist, with something at the summit that was flashing intermittently. Giant God Mountain harbors many mysteries. It's best not to listen or look around too much. Safety comes first, the guide said, before continuing to lead the way ahead. Although everyone was somewhat curious about what the flashing light at the opposite peak was, they all heeded the guide's advice and stopped paying attention to it. These were lessons learned through bloodshed. Before coming here, most of them had heard about the exploration of Giant God Mountain a few days prior that had cost the lives of thousands. Though they encountered some strange sights along the way, fortunately, they didn't run into any danger and safely arrived at the entrance of a cave. Once you pass through this cave, you'll be able to reach that place. Take care of yourselves. Make sure to return to base by the same way before it gets dark, the guide pointed inside the cave, then turned and left, apparently not willing to stay a moment longer. The group exchanged glances. One person took the lead and walked into the cave while the others followed suit. The cave became larger the deeper they went, with odd-shaped stalactites everywhere. Illuminated by the light of their flashlights, they even reflected specks of brightness. After passing through the cave, the view opened up before them, and they found themselves in a colossal valley. In the valley, there were 5 colored sword orchids taller than trees themselves, each leaf sculpted like multicolored jade, the shortest of which were also dozens of meters tall. Upon arriving, the group instinctively dispersed into the brush and explored in different directions without any prior arrangement. Tianxin didn't mind Lin Shen and headed into the thick of the sword orchids by himself. Lin Shen followed leisurely. He had promised Tianxin to take care of Tianxin and couldn't let anything happen to him here. Why are you following me? Go find your own attribute fruit. Stop thinking about snatching others. Tianxin turned his head and glared at him. No hurry, just taking a look around, Lin Shen said with a smile. Don't think that by buttering me up now, I'll agree to your affair with my aunt. That's a pipe dream. I'll make sure my aunt kicks you to the curb, Tianxin said viciously. Lin Shen didn't want to waste his breath and just followed behind at a leisurely pace. Tianxin had no way of dealing with him and could only speed up, trying to shake off Lin Shen. But whenever Tianxin sped up, Lin Shen did too. Whenever Tianxin slowed down, Lin Shen did as well, making it impossible to get rid of him. Tianxin simply stopped caring about him and focused on finding the attribute fruit. He didn't believe Lin Shen would dare to steal from him. According to the information they had, that kind of attribute fruit grew near the 5-colored sword orchids. It was fairly rare and wasn't just found anywhere. They could only try their luck. After walking for a while, Tianxin actually stumbled upon a miniature tree bearing attribute fruit. Yes, attribute fruit grew on trees, but this tree was pitifully small, only about a foot tall. It seemed like here things were inverted. The trees were all very miniaturized while the grass grew so huge. The little tree was wholly white, like branches of white coral, with 3 fruits the size of pigeon eggs, colorful, resembling glass beads. Chapter 29:6. The Strange Little Tree. This snow-white tree and its fruit bear a striking resemblance to the attribute fruit mentioned in the intelligence reports. Overjoyed, Tianxin took out a box made from crystal-based material, ready to pluck the fruit from above. Don't rush. I have noticed that this fruit looks slightly different from the attribute fruit described in the documents. Lin Shen suddenly spoke up, stopping Tianxin. I didn't notice anything different. Don't get any wrong ideas. If you want attribute fruit, go find it yourself, Tianxin scoffed, stretching out his hand to pick a fruit. Although he said that, he had already used the base variant carapace, still very much on guard. As soon as a fruit was picked, Tianxin placed it into the box and then proceeded to pluck the remaining 2 fruits. Before long, all 3 fruits were picked by Ch201 and placed inside the box. He put the lid on and turned to Lin Shen with a sneer. "Stop freaking out. There's no problem here, prob, li, thud." While speaking, Ch201 suddenly collapsed onto the ground. Lin Shen was startled and quickly retreated, distancing himself from Ch201 who lay on the ground, observing him from afar. After the fruits were plucked by Ch201, the snow-white tree withered rapidly, its branches shedding dust until, in a short while, the little tree turned into a small heap of white dust. Turning his attention to Ch201, it seemed he was not dead. His breathing was even, his chest rose and fell steadily, appearing as if he had simply fallen asleep. Lin Shen felt a wave of relief inside, thankful that Ch201 wasn't dead. Otherwise, he wasn't sure how to explain it to Ch201 upon returning. What exactly caused Ch201 to end up like this? Was it the 3 fruits, or was it the tree itself? While Lin Shen was deep in thought, he suddenly noticed the white ash that the small tree had turned into was moving. Hidden behind the large leaves of a sword orchid, he quietly observed the area where the white ash was. Soon, a small hole appeared on the ground, and something peeked out tentatively before crawling out entirely. Lin Shen carefully observed the small creature and found it resembled a cartoon version of a weasel, with big round eyes and a chubby body with a very large tail. However, its body wasn't made of fur, but was composed of colorful crystals, appearing like a multicolored crystal artwork. "It's a crystal-based creature," Lin Shen exhaled in relief, as he was able to deal with most normal crystal-based creatures. If an ascended creature had appeared, Lin Shen was not confident he could definitely protect Ch201. After emerging, the creature didn't attack Ch201, who was deep in sleep. Instead, it went over to the white ash of the tree, dabbed some with its paw, and started to lick it. After tasting the ash, the little creature's expression became blissfully intoxicated, seemingly as happy as if it had become drunk, and it began turning in circles on the spot. "What on earth is this white ash from the little tree? It seems so bizarre," Lin Shen exclaimed in surprise as several more of the same crystal-based creatures crawled out from the hole. Upon appearing, they swarmed toward the ash and started licking it with their paws. In no time, these little creatures also began spinning around and soon sprawled out on the ground, staggering and tumbling. The creatures that emerged subsequently followed suit, and eventually, they looked as if they were completely drunk, lying on the ground and snoring away. Their symptoms looked very similar to Ch201's, the only difference being that Ch201 had not gone through the intoxication process and had simply collapsed and fallen asleep. It looks like the problem lies with that little tree. Lin Shen was now certain that the tree itself was problematic, but he was still unable to determine whether the fruits were also problematic. He had previously warned Ch201, mentioning that the fruit was not quite the same as the attribute fruit stated in the reports. Indeed, the 2 fruits looked very similar. From the outside, they appeared to be the same kind of fruit. However, Lin Shen noticed that the colors inside the fruits were slightly different. Although the attribute fruit was also colorful, its array of colors did not include black. But among the 3 fruits Ch201 had picked, within the array of colors there was a hint of black. Because of this, Lin Shen even opened his notebook to compare it with the data he had recorded, confirming that the attribute fruit indeed lacked that hint of black. Memory can sometimes be unreliable. It's more trustworthy to record things. As all the little creatures fell asleep, Lin Shen summoned the base variant carapace, cautiously approaching Ch201. He walked very slowly, afraid that he might fall under the spell as well. For some reason, perhaps because the little tree had turned into dust and the crystal-based creatures had consumed it, the effect that put Ch201 to sleep was gone. Or maybe because the fruits were locked in the box, their scent couldn't spread. No matter the reason, Lin Shen wasn't affected and evolution theory wasn't triggered. Lin Shen moved to Ch201's side, grabbed his leg, and dragged him to another spot, far from the sleeping crystal-based creatures. He also took back the box with the fruits, but he didn't open it. In case he too fell asleep, the 2 of them dozing off in such a place, who knows if they would end up being eaten by a base variant creature. Lin Shen poured water on Ch201's face, as he had heard in radio storytelling programs that this was how to wake someone up after being knocked out. Unfortunately, this trick didn't seem to work. Lin Shen emptied an entire bottle of water, and yet Ch201 showed no reaction at all. "Ch201, wake up." Lin Shen had no choice but to start slapping Ch201's face. After a couple of slaps without any response, Lin Shen reluctantly increased the force, slapping his face so it made a loud smacking sound, but it was still no use. Ch201 slept like a dead pig. Why did it have to be Ch201 who came? If it was Ch201 who had been affected, couldn't I have taken the opportunity to take her fire seed? Lin Shen mused, feeling frustrated. Seeing that he couldn't wake Ch201, Lin Shen wondered whether to let the mutated black-armored centipede bite him. The centipede's poison would cause great pain and might just be painful enough to wake him up. Just as he was considering this, he suddenly heard something and quickly dragged Ch201 behind some grass leaves for cover. Shortly after, Lin Shen saw a crystal-based creature resembling a saber-toothed tiger leap out from the bushes, eyeing those sleeping little beings on the ground with predatory interest. The saber-toothed tiger didn't seem to know the meaning of the word polite. It directly bit into a small creature, crunching away as it chewed. What horrified Lin Shen was that despite such brutal biting, the small sleeping creature didn't show any reaction at all. The saber-toothed tiger was so large, and one little creature hardly enough to satisfy its hunger. It devoured them one by one, swallowing them whole without leaving a single hair behind. After finishing its meal, the saber-toothed tiger yawned and surprisingly lay down to sleep on the spot. Boom, boom, boom. The giant grass in the distance shook. Yet another base variant creature was approaching, but this time the newcomer was much larger, even bigger than a mammoth giant elephant. Ascended creatures. Weren't there supposed to be no ascended creatures in here? Lin Shen caught a clear glimpse of the creature and couldn't help feeling a shock run through him. Chapter 29:7 Nightglow Flower. The multicolored crystal-like behemoth walked up to the sleeping saber-toothed tiger, bent down, and directly picked it up in its mouth. The saber-toothed tiger, fast asleep, didn't react at all as the behemoth tossed it into the air and then swallowed it whole. With a few crunchy bites, the saber-toothed tiger was completely devoured by the behemoth. Lin Shen had originally thought that given the ascended creature's massive size, its resistance would be much higher, and that after so many transfers, it wouldn't be easy to put it to sleep. After all, such a huge saber-toothed tiger would surely take time to digest, right? Yet, who would have thought that after only a few steps, the creature would suddenly keel over and fall to the ground, crashing into and shattering some of the emerald sword orchids nearby, then plop down and began snoring heavily. Is that stuff really that potent? Lin Shen wondered in shock. Had he known the tree's powder was this powerful, strong enough to overcome the resistance of ascended creatures, he would have kept some for himself. Should he ever encounter an enemy he couldn't defeat, he could find a way to feed them this substance and let them sleep like a dead pig, at which point he could kill them any way he wanted. Unfortunately, all the powder had been licked clean, and now there was no opportunity to collect more. This fellow swallowed the saber-toothed tiger. Perhaps the effects of the tree's powder are in its ascension liquid. Once I kill it and collect its ascension liquid, there should be some effect, right? Lin Shen waited a while, and seeing no other creatures appear, and the ascended creature still sleeping like a dead pig, he quietly approached it. He pushed it twice with his hand, and there was no response. A testament to the potency of the tree's powder after several transformations, it was still so powerful. Lin Shen did not hesitate any longer. He ran back and took the Archangel's sword that Tian Shen had strapped to the sword case on her back. Tian Shen, I'm borrowing this, Lin Shen said, taking the Archangel's sword, and approached the ascended creature again. He aimed the sword at the red acupuncture point on the creature's head and stabbed down. The Archangel's sword felt weightless in his hand, but it was truly hard and sharp enough. With Lin Shen's strength and speed, the sword pierced all the way to the hilt, with only the guard and handle remaining outside. The sleeping ascended creature didn't react at all and was thus killed by Lin Shen with a single stab. Lin Shen took out the prepared water bag, then slowly pulled out the sword. The colorful ascension liquid flowed along the blade's edge. Lin Shen hurriedly used the bag to catch it. Despite the ascended creature's large size, there was not much ascension liquid inside its body. Lin Shen filled 3 full bags, but the 4th bag was only half full before the liquid ran out. It was a pity that it didn't expel its life base when it was killed. Its life base probably still exists in its body in particle form. Lin Shen wanted to extract its life base, which maintains its sentience after its host's death and should automatically coalesce into shape upon contact. Using the sword, Lin Shen began to dissect the carcass of the ascended creature. Just as he cut into the spine, he heard a tinkling sound. Then he saw colorful particles fly out from the creature's spine and quickly coalesce into a multicolored crystal-like flower. However, without any guidance, the flower-like life base only remained suspended in the air for a moment before it fell to the ground. The life base of this ascended creature turns out to be a flower. Lin Shen picked up the flower-like life base. The flower part of this life base was about the size of Lin Shen's fist, resembling a rose with thin branches and a few leaves underneath, and tiny sharp thorns on the branches. The entire life base was colored in a vibrant spectrum, with changing lights inside, absence of a fixed spirit form. Lin Shen looked down at his watch and saw there was already a message. Killed a 6th turn, mutated ascension beast, luminescent beast, discovered a 6th turn mutated spirit base, nightglow flower. Damn, this thing is actually a 6th turn mutant. How come I didn't feel it was that strong? It just goes to show how hard and sharp the Archangel's sword at the 10th turn is. Lin Shen was ecstatic in his heart. This mutated 6th turn spirit base, the nightglow flower, was like something gained without any effort. Lin Shen hurriedly stuffed the nightglow flower into his backpack, hanged all the bags containing ascension liquid on him, then he went back to where Tian Shen was and put the immaculate, spotless Archangel's sword back into its scabbard. It seems that in the future I should first find a spirit base to use as a weapon. Although I won't be able to unleash the full power of a spirit base, its hardness and sharpness would greatly assist me in killing ascended creatures. I didn't use a spirit base as a weapon before because I didn't have enough strength. Now, I'm strong enough to wield a typical spirit base weapon, or find a weightless spirit base weapon like the Archangel's sword. Lin Shen planned what kind of spirit base weapon he would obtain in the future. Back home buried was Zheng Guyuan's sword, and on Ring Mountain Planet, Lin Shen had buried lots of spirit bases as well, though most of them were of the first or second turn, with pterosaur sickles and triceratops war halberds being the most numerous. Unfortunately, Lin Shen didn't know how to use a sickle, and he wasn't accustomed to using a trident-type war halberd either. It would be great if I could get a spear or a whip. Lin Shen crouched down and pinched Tian Shen's philtrum hard again, but still couldn't wake him up. This won't do. I have to get him out of here. If he dies here, I'd have a hard time explaining it to Tian Shen. After some thought, Lin Shen decided to try one last time, and if it still wouldn't work, he'd rather leave behind the attribute fruits and take Tian Shen out to hand over to Tian Shen. Lin Shen summoned the Black Crystal Stoneman and had it carry the box with the fruits away to a distance, then ordered it to open the box. Watching from afar, Lin Shen saw the Black Crystal Stoneman standing there and nothing happened for quite a while. It didn't fall asleep like Tian Shen, which made Lin Shen's heart leap with joy. Still not completely assured, Lin Shen summoned more pets to go near the fruits. The result was the same. None of them fell asleep. Indeed, it was the small tree that put Tian Shen to sleep. It had nothing to do with the fruits. Lin Shen had another guess in his heart, so he let the stone creature carry the box with the fruits a bit further away from Tian Shen, and then approached Tian Shen with the box. Tian Shen didn't fall asleep when he was picking the fruits before. Logically, with such potent sleep-inducing power from the small tree, Tian Shen should have fallen asleep a long time ago while picking the first fruit so slowly, but it wasn't until he had plucked all 3 fruits, put them into the box, and closed it, that he finally fell asleep. Lin Shen began to wonder if it was the presence of these 3 fruits that initially prevented Tian Shen from falling asleep immediately. As Lin Shen suspected, as the 3 fruits got closer to Tian Shen, he who had been lying still as if dead, actually started to show signs of movement and gradually came to. Chapter 298, The Role of the Fruit, Fuck. Tian Shen woke up to find a Black Crystal Stoneman standing in front of him, startling him so much that he immediately threw a punch at the Stoneman's head. Luckily, Lin Shen reacted in time, making the Black Crystal Stoneman step back to dodge Tian Shen's punch. Otherwise, the Stoneman's head would likely have been smashed to pieces. But once the Black Crystal Stoneman was some distance away from Tian Shen suddenly felt dizzy again and then thumped to the ground. Haha, this is interesting. These fruits grow on the little tree but can cure its sleep disease. However, just by the scent of the fruit, you can't completely cure the sleep disease. You probably have to eat the fruit to fully recover, Lin Shen speculated quietly to himself. He only speculated as such, but didn't dare to do it. If eating the fruit caused any harm to his body, that would not be good. Without me, you would probably have died here a long time ago. I'll take a fruit as thanks for saving your life. No need to be polite. Lin Shen took 1 fruit for himself and stored it away, leaving the remaining 2 back in the box. With the fruit in his possession, Lin Shen was no longer afraid of contracting the sleep disease. He took out some of the luminescent beast's ascension liquid and just barely licked it. Instantly, he felt his eyelids getting heavy as if he couldn't keep his eyes open, and evolution theory started to circulate frantically. This stuff is really powerful. It's super effective for treating insomnia, a true blessing for insomniacs, Lin Shen exclaimed in surprise and delight. Having collected so much sleep-inducing ascension liquid, he could later apply it to his weapons, using it as if poisoning his weapons. Just imagine, 1 stab and as long as the opponent is wounded, they would quickly fall asleep. That would be incredibly cool. Perhaps because of the effect of the fruit he carried, his drowsiness soon dissipated significantly, and evolution theory wasn't circulating much anymore. Lin Shen quickly put the fruit into a sealed bottle, and instantly the drowsiness hit him again, causing evolution theory to start circulating frantically once more. Lin Shen struggled to stay awake, and after a while, the feeling of drowsiness gradually faded, and then he licked some more of the luminescent beast's ascension liquid. After repeating this a few times, Lin Shen was basically immune to the sleep disease and finally stored the ascension liquid away. He had the Stoneman place the fruits beside Tian Shen again, then took back the Stoneman. Before long, Tian Shen woke up again. What happened? As soon as Tian Shen woke up, he jumped to his feet and cautiously looked around. You almost died just now, Lin Shen said after slightly altering the story to Tian Shen. He didn't explain it too complexly, simply telling Tian Shen that after he picked the fruit, the little tree turned to ash, which put him to sleep. Then a luminescent beast came to eat him, but Lin Shen killed the beast and saved Tian Shen. Tian Shen felt that Lin Shen couldn't possibly be so kind as to save him just out of goodwill, and must be aiming to please Tian Shen. But the fact that Lin Shen saved him was undeniable, regardless of the reasons, and that fact couldn't be changed, which really frustrated Tian Shen. As compensation for saving you, I took a fruit. That fruit can counteract the sleep disease. If you keep it on you, you won't fall asleep. Just don't let it get too far from you, or you'll still fall asleep, Lin Shen explained. Humph! Any bit of good feeling Tian Shen had begun to feel towards Lin Shen instantly vanished when Lin Shen took a fruit without permission. Tian Shen didn't mind losing 1 fruit. Had Lin Shen waited for him to wake up and offered it himself, Tian Shen would have accepted. But taking it directly like that clearly belittled him, and Tian Shen was very annoyed by it. Nonetheless, since Lin Shen had saved his life after all, Tianxin didn't say anything, but he carefully stashed the remaining 2 fruits close to his body. He also thought that eating the fruit might permanently cure his sleeping sickness, but like Lin Shen, he dared not try it lightly. Tianxin planned to wait until he returned to Tianxin's side before deciding whether to eat the fruit. With this experience, Tianxin dared not be careless anymore. In light of my cousin's face, I'll allow you to search for the attribute fruit with me. However, of the attribute fruits we find, we'll split them 60-40, with me taking 60 and you 40, Tianxin said, staring at Lin Shen. Agreed, Lin Shen said with a smile. After all, a person could only eat 1 attribute fruit, eating more was useless. Lin Shen only planned to get a few for his sister Wei and the others. As for his second and third brothers, they definitely weren't mutators, and the fruits would be useless to them. He was unaware that Wei Wufu had become an ascender when he arrived, and he still thought to save one for Wei Wufu. After reaching the agreement, the 2 set off again, searching for attribute fruits in the grass. The daytime on Giant Ring Star lasted for over 80 hours. They had spent some time on the road, and the delay had been long. Less than 70 hours remained, plus a few hours were needed to descend the mountain, so time was tight, and they needed to speed up their search for the attribute fruits. Fortunately, their luck wasn't too bad. After searching for a little over an hour, they found an attribute fruit tree with 2 fruits hanging on it. This time, Tianxin didn't dare to go up and pick the fruits himself, but looked towards Lin Shen. He felt that this attribute fruit tree was no different from the one they had found earlier. The fruits also looked similar, and he wasn't quite sure whether these were genuinely attribute fruits. There's no mistake here. These are attribute fruits. Lin Shen took out his notebook and compared it. All the characteristics matched, and there was no hint of black inside the fruits, which meant they were indeed attribute fruits. Tianxin, once bitten and twice shy, didn't dare to pick them himself and summoned a humanoid pet, instructing it to pick the fruits. After the fruits were picked, the snow-white tree immediately withered into flying ash, which scattered with the wind. I'll hold on to the fruits for now. We'll split them when we get out, Tianxin said, pocketing the fruits. Lin Shen didn't mind and let Tianxin take the fruits. They continued searching for more attribute fruits. The valley on this planet was astonishingly vast. After wandering for more than 10 hours, they hadn't encountered any other mutators picking attribute fruits. In those 10 hours, they collected a total of 5 attribute fruits, and Tianxin gave Lin Shen 2, settling their division. If you keep calling me that, do you believe I won't kill you right now? Tianxin said angrily. You don't like that nickname, huh? Well, like Tianxin dear, I'll call you my little nephew, Lin Shen said after careful consideration. You wouldn't dare. Tianxin felt weary at heart and said through gritted teeth, just call me by my name. All right then, Tianxin it is, Lin Shen nodded. Tianxin still felt something was off. His name, which had previously seemed very normal and had never been a problem, but why did it feel so wrong when Lin Shen called him by it? Chapter 299, The Tree in the Water 2. After searching for another 2 or 3 hours, the 2 of them still hadn't found any more attribute fruit trees. Just as they were feeling frustrated, they noticed that the 5 colored irises ahead had thinned out, and they could vaguely see the shimmering of water. There's a water source ahead. The 2 exchanged a glance and carefully made their way over to discover a small lake that wasn't very large. To their surprise, several other mutators, including the Zeman swordsman, were already by the lake, looking up towards its surface, though it was unclear what they were watching. Noticing Tianxin and the others approaching, a celestial named Ch201 greeted Tianxin. Those with names in the Chi family were usually members of low status, without the qualifications to have a ranking, so they had to come up with a name for themselves. Only the high-ranking members could have names with numerical rankings. Ordinary celestials of the Chi surname were not allowed to include numbers in their names. Ch201, what's going on here? Tianxin approached Ch201 to chat, while Lin Shen stood by his side. There's a sword orchid in the middle of the lake, Ch201 said. Lin Shen and Tianxin both saw the sword orchid growing in the center of the lake. It was even larger than any they had seen before. Just the part sticking out of the water was over 100 meters tall, and it was unknown how long it was underneath. What Ch201 was emphasizing clearly wasn't the aquatic sword orchid itself. The 2 looked more closely for a while and soon discovered that amidst the leaves of the sword orchid, there was an attribute fruit tree growing. The part of the attribute fruit tree emerging from the water was 3 to 4 meters tall, with at least 100 colorful attribute fruits hanging from it. Because it was positioned in the center of the sword orchid, most of the attribute fruit tree was blocked by the large leaves, only visible from certain angles. Is that attribute fruit? Tianxin asked, his eyes looking toward Lin Shen. Definitely attribute fruit. What else could it be? Ch201 thought the question was directed at him and casually answered. Lin Shen nodded slightly. Those indeed were attribute fruits. Why haven't you gone to get them? Tianxin asked, somewhat puzzled. Although flying was highly taboo on Giant God Mountain, it wasn't forbidden, primarily because flying could easily attract the attention of other creatures from different parts of the mountain. Hence, ascending and descending the mountain usually didn't involve flight. This area had no other creatures. Low-altitude flight to pick those attribute fruits should not have been a problem. Can't fly, there seems to be a no-flight zone above the lake. Entering the range over the lake will make you fall into it, another celestial, Chiba said. Is there something strange in the lake? Chen Shen immediately looked towards the water. If it were an ordinary lake, they would have swum across long ago. But after looking carefully for a while, Chen Shen still couldn't find anything in the water. Qisheng nodded and said, "There's a kind of transparent filament-like creature in the water. If you don't look carefully, you can't see them at all, but once you fall in, those creatures wrap around you, and it's quite troublesome." After Qisheng's explanation, Tianxin looked intently at the water again, but he still couldn't see the transparent filament-like creatures they were talking about. "Don't bother looking. If they were visible, we wouldn't have suffered just now." Qisheng recounted their recent mishap when they had just arrived. Luckily, it was only Qisheng who had flown over the surface of the lake and, after falling in, had been ensnared by the transparent filaments, unable to move. Qiba, who was on the shore, came to the rescue and managed to pull him out. According to these two brothers, those transparent filament creatures should all be crystal-based creatures, but after severing the filament creature, there was no kill prompt on the watch. "No wonder you're all just standing here, not going for the attribute fruits," Tianxin said, also feeling somewhat headache-inducing. Otherwise, back then on the Realm King planet, he wouldn't have ended up so bedraggled while killing a mutated creature in the sea. Flying was not an option, and with who knows how many transparent filament creatures in the water, getting those fruits was indeed no easy task. "Can't we just walk on the water to get across?" Lin Shen interjected after listening to the conversation. Qisheng and Qiba clearly did not hold humans in high regard, not nearly as courteous to them as they were to Tianxin. Qisheng snorted coldly, "If you think you can walk on water and pick the fruits, then go ahead, we won't compete with you. If we could walk across the water, do you think we would just stand here watching?" Qiba also added. Lin Shen didn't take offense at their attitude. His mindset was very inclusive, and he continued in a friendly tone, "Why can't we walk on the water? With your speed, walking on water shouldn't be difficult, right? Haven't we just said it? There's something wrong with this lake. You can't fly over it, much less walk on it. A strange force will pull you right into the water. If you don't believe it, go and try it for yourself," Qisheng said. Clearly they must have already tested with a pet, and trying to get across from the surface of the water was futile. Lin Shen looked over at Zeman Swordsman and Tianan, who also hadn't dared to enter the water to collect the fruits because of this issue, and could only think of a way on the shore. Zeman Swordsman had gotten hold of a long rope somewhere and tied a crystal-based spear to the tip. He used the spear like a javelin, throwing it over, trying to lodge it in the leaves of the sword orchid, then used the tension on the rope to rush over. Unfortunately, the spear had not traveled far when it seemed to be grasped by some force and plunged headfirst into the lake. The water immediately filled with dense transparent filaments, much like transparent fishing lines, which wrapped around the airborne spear, pulling the spear that fell into the water toward the depths, and in an instant it sank and disappeared without a trace. The rope tied to it also snapped from the place where it touched the water. This method was still impossible. For a moment, everyone felt somewhat at a loss, watching so many attribute fruits yet only being able to stare helplessly. After witnessing Zeman Swordsman's attempt, Lin Shen had a thought. "It seems that those transparent filaments can't emerge out of the water," Lin Shen said, closely observing the water surface. "Indeed, those transparent filaments can't leave the water, but as you've seen, nothing can pass over the water. They would definitely be pulled into the water. Whether or not they can emerge out of the water, the result is the same," Qisheng said. "If that's the case, then perhaps I can give it a try," Lin Shen thought to himself. He had the floating on water skill, and although at first Lin Shen felt this fire seed skill was of little use, upon further reflection, he realized it had practical applications. For instance, in this lake where others couldn't fly across and would be sucked into the water. The floating on water skill, like the 7 steps of conflict, was a rule-based skill. As long as his speed met the standards of the floating on water skill, he would be able to walk on the water surface and no force could pull him down. Chapter 300, Floating on Water Skill. Lin Shen intended to pick the fruits but didn't reveal his intention. He wanted to see if anyone else had a way to pick the fruits. If they couldn't think of a method, it wasn't too late for him to pick the fruits after they left. Lin Shen watched from the side as several people attempted various methods, but the results were the same. None were effective. Anything that passed over the surface of the water was sucked into it, pulled to the bottom of the lake by thin-stranded creatures. Tianxin even summoned a crystal-base level fish to see if it could swim across. However, as soon as the fish touched the water, it was ensnared by the strands like a cocoon and quickly dragged down to the bottom of the lake, disappearing without a trace. The Zeman Swordsman was the first to leave the lake in search of attribute fruit elsewhere. No matter how abundant the attribute fruit here, they were useless if one couldn't get them. Standing guard was just a waste of time. Tianxin also didn't want to waste more time, but Lin Shen stopped him, saying, "Let's think of a solution. If we can just get across and pick a little, it would be more than what we'd find in dozens of hours." "Easier said than done. How can we get across? If you can make it, go ahead and pick them," Tianxin snorted. "Let's try again. It might work." Lin Shen took out a pet gun and fired pet capsules in the direction of the attribute fruit tree. Unfortunately, the crystal-based pet capsules he shot, upon reaching the water's surface, fell into the water, and the pets were wrapped up by the transparent strands and pulled down to the bottom of the lake. "What are you doing?" Tianxin felt like Lin Shen had lost his mind, as what he was doing seemed completely pointless. I'm experimenting. Perhaps one of the pet's abilities can withstand the suction in the lake, Lin Shen explained. After hearing his explanation, Tianxin sneered. Qiba and Qisheng couldn't be bothered to watch him struggle any further. After saying goodbye to Tianxin, they left to search for attribute fruit elsewhere. The Celestial from the An family researched for a while but couldn't come up with a solution and left reluctantly in the end. Stop wasting time. Tianxin didn't want to waste more time either. He turned around, preparing to leave, no longer paying any attention to Lin Shen. Don't rush. It's too tiring for me to pick the fruits alone, and I would have to share with you later. That's too much trouble, Lin Shen said with a smile. If you can manage to get across and pick the fruits, they're all yours. I don't want any, Tianxin retorted. He didn't believe Lin Shen could make it to the fruits when so many others had failed. What could Lin Shen possibly do? Are you serious? Lin Shen looked at Tianxin with a peculiar expression. Of course I'm serious. When I, Tianxin, give my word, it's as solid as a rock, immovable by 9 oxen, Tianxin said proudly. All right, then I'll give it a try. But if I do manage to pick some fruits, you better not regret it, Lin Shen laughed. Regret? Whoever regrets is a fool, Tianxin said bluntly. Since that's the case, here I go. Lin Shen looked around and saw that the others had gone without a trace, so he didn't delay any further. Seeing Lin Shen approach the edge of the lake, as if he was about to enter the water, Tianxin said coldly, if you get yourself trapped in the water, I won't save you. No need for your rescue. Lin Shen arrived at the lakeside but did not enter the water. Instead, he removed the half bag of ascension liquid from his waist. Opening the lid, Lin Shen carefully sprinkled the ascension liquid from the bag into the lake, bit by bit. What are you doing? Tianxin frowned secretly, not knowing what trick Lin Shen was playing now, wondering why he was pouring ascension liquid into the lake. You'll find out soon, Lin Shen said as he continued to sprinkle ascension liquid into different spots. When the ascension liquid had just been sprinkled, those filamentous creatures in the lake suddenly started moving, but before long, when Lin Shen sprinkled more ascension liquid into the lake, there was no movement at all. Tianxin, who had initially watched Lin Shen with skepticism, now spotted the scheme and exclaimed, widening his eyes, that's the luminescent beast's ascension liquid. Could it be that it contains the same sleep-inducing effects? It seems so. Lin Shen scattered almost half the bag of ascension liquid in several tries, and upon seeing that there was no longer any movement in the lake, he released a pet to test the waters. The pet plunged into the water, swimming hither and thither without being bothered by the filamentous creatures. It worked, Lin Shen said, stowing away the water bag. You had this method and didn't say earlier, Tianxin began, and then he too sent down a large fish-like pet into the water. He stood on top of the giant fish and sped toward the center of the lake. Tianxin charged toward the lake's center, boasting along the way, I said before, whoever picks the fruit gets to keep it. I never said I wouldn't pick any myself. Lin Shen smiled without saying a word. After retracting his pet, he leaped up and landed on the surface of the lake, skimming across the waters. Tianxin, fixated on the path ahead, didn't notice Lin Shen behind him. His giant fish pet was much faster than Lin Shen's water-skimming technique and was swiftly nearing the sword orchid. Suddenly, strands of filament stretched out of the water, entwining around the giant fish and dragging it down below the surface. The sleep effect failed. Tianxin exclaimed in horror as his feet nearly touched the water, with the eager filaments already breaking the surface to wrap around his legs. Tianxin hastily leaped upward, but unfortunately he didn't ascend high enough and was pulled down by a force toward the water. The filaments that had reached out of the water only extended a little more than a foot before they began to dissolve, evidently unable to survive outside the lake. Tianxin drew the Archangel's sword and began chopping wildly at the water below, managing to sever some of the filamentous creatures. However, there were simply too many creatures in the water. Once he fell in, a mass of filaments swarmed him from all around, overwhelming Tianxin. He was bound tightly within moments, unable to move, and his Archangel's sword became motionless in his hand. But it was too late for regrets. Just when Tianxin thought he was a goner, he suddenly felt that the filaments binding him seemed to lose their strength. He vigorously struggled free from the filaments, finding it surprisingly easy this time. Emerging above the water's surface, he saw Lin Shen walking on the water while scattering ascension liquid. The reason the filaments had lost their vigor was that the ascension liquid Lin Shen had scattered was taking effect, putting them to sleep. Haste won't bring success. You have to take it slow, Lin Shen said as he strode past Tianxin and rushed into the sword orchid zone. How can he walk on water? Tianxin stood agape, instinctively batting his wings to try to fly, or at least to walk on the water like Lin Shen. But no matter how hard he tried, once his body left the surface of the water, he would be yanked back down by a sudden force, making it impossible to walk on the surface. Why can that guy do it? Tianxin's expression was complex, but he did not dare delay any longer, and swam with all his limbs toward the sword orchid zone.